rebirth of a mortal, awakening of innate wisdom, accompanied by the birth of extraordinary treasures of the cave heaven, cultivating spiritual herbs, nurturing spirit beasts, transforming the cave heaven into a sanctuary for cultivation, ascending to the spirit realm together with fellow practitioners. Chapter 1. Thunder Spiritual Root. In a spacious square, a 10-year-old boy was intently observing the grand ceremony of spirit awakening held by the Nie family in Yellow Maple Valley, his youthful face betraying a hint of apprehension. Will I possess a spiritual root? The boy pondered quietly. In this world, lacking a spiritual root signifies the absence of hope. To become a cultivator, one would inevitably descend into the realm of mortals, experiencing the cycles of life, aging, illness, and death once more. As a timid little girl placed her hand upon the spiritisting pearl, a brilliant blue and green light erupted from the gem. Wadawood dual spiritual roots. Joy illuminated the cherubic face of Nie. For the Nie family, possessing dual spiritual roots was considered exceptional aptitude for cultivation. Even within Yellow Maple Valley, only a handful possessed superior roots or special constitutions, with the heavenly spiritual root being exclusive to the esteemed elder, ancestor Lihua. Upon witnessing the dual spiritual root, the family head of the Nie clan, seated in an armchair, exclaimed joyfully, "Wonderful, wonderful. Inger, your path to immortality is promising." Nie Zhaonan regarded Nie Ying in front of him, his heart contemplating. Not bad, far superior to the inferior golden pseudo-spiritual root of old Demon Han. Next, Nie Zhaonan stepped forward slowly, extending his right hand to grasp the spiritisting pearl. In an instant, Nie Zhaonan clearly perceived a blue dragon pattern materializing in his mind, identical to that of his ancestral jade pendant from his previous life. A smile of joy blossomed on his face. Just recently, he had lost his parents and, overwhelmed by grief, had fallen into a deep slumber for several days and nights. Having just awakened, the emotional turmoil from his recent losses had unexpectedly led to a fortuitous awakening of his past life's innate wisdom, revealing to him that he resided in the realm of mortals. Initially filled with confusion, the reappearance of his extraordinary ancestral jade pendant brought him immense comfort. Possessing a treasure that accompanied his reincarnation must surely be extraordinary. After a brief surge of excitement, Nie Zhaonan swiftly calmed his turbulent emotions. At that moment, a crackling sound accompanied by a deafening thunderclap erupted, and white lightning surged forth. Thunder Spiritual Root. The head of the Nie family rose with excitement, causing the chair behind him to sway perilously. At this moment, Nie Ying's eyes were also wide with astonishment. Blessings from our ancestors. Heaven blesses the Nie family. We have produced a Thunder Spiritual Root. It cannot be overstated that the Thunder Spiritual Root possessed the potential for golden core formation, and among all types of spiritual roots, its power was unparalleled. What is your name, young one? Nie Zhaonan stepped forward and bowed. I am Nie Zhaonan, paying my respects to the ancestor. Very well, nodded the head of the Nie family. From this day forth, you shall be an inner disciple of the Nie family. As the family head spoke, the steward standing beside him presented a cloth bag to Nie Zhaonan. Thank you for the head's generosity. Nie Zhaonan bowed once more, accepting the bag. As a family of cultivators in Yellow Maple Valley, only those who reached the late stages of qi cultivation or were direct descendants of the Nie family could enter the inner court for training, highlighting the head's regard for Nie Zhaonan. In the evening, guided by a maid, Nie Zhaonan entered a quaint courtyard, exuding the charm of a Jiangnan water town. The yard was modest, featuring a patch of medicinal herbs, a small pond, and a wooden bridge leading directly to the house. You may leave, do not disturb me without my command. The maid, dressed in a white dress, responded softly, understood, and exited the room, gently closing the door behind her. Nie Zhaonan approached the meditation cushion and sat cross-legged upon it, immediately examining the peculiar changes within his soul. The ancient, rustic blue dragon jade pendant had vanished, leaving only a blue dragon pattern emblazoned upon his soul. Cautiously, he sought to communicate with the dragon pattern through his soul, and in an instant, Nie Zhaonan's seated form vanished from the room. He abruptly materialized in a space where the sky bore no sun, yet radiated an unusual brightness akin to the outside world. The entire area spanned roughly a mile, devoid of undulating mountains, featuring only a vast, flat plain. At the center lay 10 well-tended spiritual fields, each occupying an area of 10 square meters, adjacent to a pasture enclosed by a wooden fence, seemingly intended for raising spirit beasts. Excitement gleamed in Nie Zhaonan's gaze as he fixated on a decaying, yet shimmering ancient tome, suspended half a meter above the ground at the heart of the space. Nie Zhaonan quickly approached, reaching out to seize the tome. Upon contact, it transformed into a beam of light, shooting into Nie Zhaonan's mind. He immediately lost consciousness, his body collapsing back onto the meditation cushion in his room, plunging into a deep slumber. As the moon and stars twinkled, the surroundings fell into darkness. Slowly, Nie Zhaonan rose, his eyes filled with delight. Indeed, as I suspected, the ancestral jade pendant that transported me across this realm is truly a miraculous treasure. No, to be precise, it is a treasure of the cave heaven. Such artifacts are rare even within the true immortal realm, let alone its other formidable functions. From the information gleaned from the ancient tome, he learned that this cave heaven was bound to his very soul with a mere thought. He could enter it. As long as he was not instantly slain, he could escape danger by entering the cave heaven. Nie Zhaonan felt a profound sense of security from this moment on. He possessed the means for self-preservation within this world of cultivation. Caressing his chin thoughtfully, he mused, this treasure must be reserved as a final safeguard. Frequent use could lead others to deduce that I possess a treasure of the cave heaven. I fear that I would have no place to call home in the human realm, perpetually pursued and harried, certainly not the path of cultivation I desire. Moreover, the medicinal garden could utilize spirit stones to accelerate the ripening of spiritual herbs, simultaneously creating a specific environment conducive to their growth. The efficacy of these spiritual fields alone surpassed Han Li's little green bottle. The pasture could nurture spirit beasts, enhancing not only their loyalty, but also creating a suitable environment for their growth, thereby augmenting their potential. However, there were limitations. Each pasture could only cultivate one type of spirit beast or spirit insect. As his cultivation reached higher realms, the cave heaven would continue to expand, increasing the number of spiritual fields and pastures. Additionally, there was a profound inheritance technique, the Tai Divine Thunder Technicia, supreme method that, when mastered, would lead one to become an immortal ancestor without question. This technique was vast and complex. And to prevent the inheritor's consciousness from being overwhelmed by information, Nie Zhaonan could only comprehend the first 13 levels, sufficient for reaching the transformation stage. Then, Nie Zhaonan reflected, this cave heaven requires a name. The Tai Divine Thunder Technique is a thunder attribute cultivation method, and in the mythological legends I know, the mightiest thunder is the Xiao Divine Thunder. Henceforth, let this cave heaven be named Xiao. With thoughts of the Xiao cave heaven's pasture, Nie Zhaonan's interest surged. Since the pasture is intended for raising spirit beasts, it shall be called the Spirit Beast Pen. He closed his eyes, calming the tumultuous emotions within. One must not be arrogant or complacent. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril, where a moment's carelessness can lead to the shattering of one's soul. Possessing treasures and opportunities is merely supplementary. True strength is the foundation. Chapter 2. The Art of Symbol Crafting. First, I opened my bag to see what resources I had. With a rustling sound, a volume titled Thunderous Lightning Technique. 30 spirit stones and 5 porcelain vials appeared on the table. The Thunderous Lightning Technique was of little use to me, so I picked up a porcelain vial, upon which the words Yellow Dragon Pill were prominently inscribed. I began by drawing energy into my body, circulating the Tai Divine Thunder Technique to sense the surrounding spiritual energy as time slowly slipped away. It was not until the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window that the first thread of magical energy finally coalesced within my dantian. I successfully reached the first layer of Qi training. I uncorked the vial, poured out a pill, and swallowed it, activating the Qi training aspect of the Tai Divine Thunder Technique to refine the energy within the pill. Half an hour later, the effects of the medicine dissipated. My body felt a slight ache in the meridians, prompting me to conclude my practice. Clearly, my body was still too weak. My meridians had not yet fully developed, limiting my capacity to endure prolonged training. I needed to make plans for the future. Currently, I had an abundance of pills, ample for my daily cultivation. The myriad arts of cultivation, alchemy, weapon forging, talismans, and formations were vast, making it impossible to master them all. During the Qi training stage, my focus should primarily be on refining pills and talismans. Martial arts from the mundane world must also be practiced, whether in Qi training or foundation establishment. Martial skills could provide immense advantages. In the main hall of the Nie family, a steward was reporting to the head of the clan. Reporting to the clan head, Nie Zhaonan has entered the first layer of Qi training overnight and visited the scripture pavilion at noon to borrow 2 martial arts manuals from the secular world. Haha, splendid. This lad not only possesses exceptional talent, but also demonstrates remarkable determination, the clan head of the Nie family exclaimed, turning to Nie Ying and saying, spend more time with Zhaonan. Nie Ying's small face lit up with a smile as she replied, understood, father. Nie Zhaonan was undoubtedly the most outstanding individual in the Nie family and seemed to be a promising suitor as well. Upon hearing Nie Ying's response, the clan head nodded in satisfaction and fell into contemplative silence. Nie Zhaonan is now an orphan, with no grievances against the Nie family. Henceforth, we must treat him well and arrange for Inger and him to marry. With Zhaonan's assistance, Inger can go further. Once he becomes a foundation establishment cultivator, he can enhance our family's strength. If he can condense a golden elixir, the Nie family could become another prominent sect in Huangfeng Valley, thriving for centuries, even a millennium. Nie Zhaonan sat beneath a pavilion, his face marked with seriousness as he perused a martial arts manual. The snow-treading technique had remarkable endurance, suitable for long-distance pursuits, and could also allow for instantaneous bursts of speed, enabling agile maneuvers. When perfected, one could truly tread upon snow without leaving a trace, traversing swiftly by utilizing the environment to cover vast distances. The Thunder Sword technique drew inspiration from the resounding spring thunder, its movements as swift as the wind and fierce as lightning, exuding an imposing presence and striking first with the might of a thunderstorm. Nie Zhaonan studied diligently, committing the techniques to memory and beginning practice. He sank his qi into the dantian, relaxing his body and mind as he followed the footwork to practice in the courtyard. Time and again, he repeated his training in martial arts without a hint of complacency. As seasons changed, a year passed. A shadow darted about the courtyard, having just leaped from the railing of a wooden bridge to land on a strange rock in the water. With human eyes, one could hardly discern its movements. In his hand, a treasured sword danced with incredible speed, producing sharp sounds that mingled with the resonant, thunderous notes. Nie Ying clapped joyfully, exclaiming, "Senior brother, you are amazing. You've managed to master both techniques in such a short time." Nie Zhaonan sheathed his sword, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead with a hint of joy in his eyes. "Thank you for the praise, junior sister. While secular martial arts may not grant longevity like cultivation, they are undoubtedly the best choice for enhancing the strength of lower-tier cultivators. If you are interested, I would be delighted to practice martial arts together." Nie Ying's cheeks flushed with delight as she responded, "Then I shall trouble you, senior brother." The two then began to discuss the path of martial arts, with Nie Ying primarily inquiring about the essence of techniques and attempting to cultivate them. Meanwhile, Nie Zhaonan played the role of mentor, occasionally offering guidance, teaching techniques, and correcting her movements. After some time, Nie Ying greatly benefited, successfully demonstrating the snow-treading technique and thunder sword technique with increasing proficiency. Gradually, smiles of joy adorned both their faces. A year passed, during which Nie Zhaonan did not neglect the cultivation of his magical power. Each day, after exhausting himself in martial practice, he would switch to practicing the Tai Thunder God technique, aided by the yellow dragon pills to refine the spiritual energy. He had now reached the third layer of Qi training, an impressive pace indeed. Of course, the 50 yellow dragon pills played a significant role. The value of 50 spirit stones could equate to 5 years' worth of salary for a Qi training cultivator. Throughout the year, Nie Ying often visited the small courtyard to play and chat with Nie Zhaonan. He relished the company of a lovely young lady, engaging in conversations and practicing martial arts. Their bond deepened, developing an innocent affection reminiscent of childhood sweethearts. During this time, Nie Zhaonan did not succumb to complacency and indulgence. For one who aspires to great things must not be content with the present. The current cultivation world remained relatively peaceful, but the invasion of demonic forces loomed not far ahead in a decade or more. His current cultivation was inadequate for meaningful preparation. Thus, the priority was to enhance his abilities, to plan for the future and earn spirit stones for nurturing spiritual herbs, and purchasing materials for magical artifacts became pressing matters. Nie Zhaonan used 10 spirit stones to purchase seeds for the 7-star grass, utilizing another 10 spirit stones for their cultivation. Within the Purple Cloud Cave, the herb garden contained 5 fields filled with 7-star grass. 4 fields had only tender seedlings, while 1 field boasted 3-year-old 7-star grass. It took 5 spirit stones to mature a field of spiritual herbs by 1 year. The 3-year-old 7-star grass was sufficient for crafting basic low-level talisman paper. To conceal his activities, Nie Zhaonan also planted a patch of 7-star grass in the herb garden of his courtyard. He purchased 2 dozen talisman papers, totaling 200 sheets, along with a low-grade talisman brush and vermilion. 30 spirit stones were thus expended. After 3 months of practice, he had mastered the basic low-level lightning attribute spell, Palm Thunder, which could be unleashed in an instant. His proficiency significantly enhanced his chances of success in talisman crafting. Nie Zhaonan dipped the talisman brush in vermilion and meticulously sketched the Palm Thunder talisman on the yellow talisman paper. However, He had only completed half when a sudden burst of thunderous light caused the paper to turn to ash. As expected, his first attempt at crafting failed. Nie Zhaonan closed his eyes, reflecting deeply on the process of talisman crafting he had just undertaken. After a long while, he picked up the talisman brush once more and began to draw again. Sizzling sounds followed as the talismans repeatedly exploded. Although he had yet to succeed, his experience in talisman crafting was rapidly accumulating. By the time he reached the 15th talisman, he completed the drawing in one go, successfully sealing the spiritual energy within the talisman. Revitalized, Nie Zhaonan focused intently on his work, and by the time he completed the 25th talisman, he had succeeded again. He had initially grasped the basics of low-level talisman crafting, but at that moment, his internal spiritual energy was entirely depleted. Chapter 3. Refining the Yellow Dragon Pill. Nie Zhaonan sat cross-legged to recover, and once his magical power was replenished, he resumed crafting talismans. Over the next 4 days, after exhausting the 200 sheets of talisman paper, he ultimately produced 27 palm thunder talismans. Gazing at the talismans in his hand, he felt a weight lift from his heart, realizing he had a notable talent for talisman crafting, perhaps due to his 2 lifetimes and the strength of his soul. With this newfound skill in talisman crafting, he no longer needed to worry about spirit stones for the time being. A smile graced Nie Zhaonan's face as he said, "The Nie family already possesses a commercial building, so I need not venture out to the markets to sell my talismans." Nie Zhaonan narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating how to trade the talismans he held in exchange for spirit stones. After some contemplation and finding no imminent danger, Nie Zhaonan promptly stored the talismans in his storage bag, rose to his feet, and exited through the door. Given his current cultivation level, he remained rather weak, merely a low-tier practitioner at the initial stage of qi refinement. Such low-tier practitioners, unless supported by their families and sheltered from the outside world, would likely have met with dire fates long ago. The perils of the cultivation world are not to be taken lightly. A moment's inattention could lead to being robbed or worse, resulting in a fatal demise. At the Nie family's commercial building, Nie Zhaonan presented 10 talismans to the middle-aged shopkeeper. The shopkeeper accepted the talismans, scrutinizing them carefully before glancing at the 10-year-old Nie Zhaonan, exclaiming, "It is remarkable that you, at such a tender age, can craft talismans with such abundant spiritual energy. Truly, your talent is extraordinary, and your future is limitless." Yet, in his mind, he pondered that this young man was indeed the promising practitioner of the thunder spirit root within the family. The reputation was well-deserved. His future undoubtedly held great potential, and it was prudent to cultivate a good relationship with him. However, in the eyes of the shopkeeper, this great practitioner was merely a foundation establishment cultivator, for he was but a qi refinement practitioner and could conceive of nothing beyond that. The middle-aged shopkeeper's eyes darted back and forth, contemplating gains and losses, with a shrewd glint in his gaze. "I merely possess a slight talent for talisman crafting," Nie Zhaonan humbly replied. Unbeknownst to him, the shopkeeper's thoughts were far more intricate. The shopkeeper then offered a price. The acquisition cost for the low-level thunder talismans was slightly higher than that of the ordinary fireball and water bullet talismans, valuing them at 1 spirit stone each, totaling 10 spirit stones. "What do you think, my friend?" he inquired, turning to Nie Zhaonan. After pondering for a moment, Nie Zhaonan found no objection and nodded in agreement, responding, "That sounds agreeable. I would trouble you to procure 24 sheets of talisman paper, and with the remaining spirit stones, please acquire the seeds for the yellow dragon pills." This amount of spirit stones was insufficient to purchase even a complete set of materials for the yellow dragon pill, so Nie Zhaonan had to settle for seeds instead. However, purchasing seeds and using spirit stones to hasten their growth was, in fact, the best option for him. The middle-aged shopkeeper promptly replied, "Very well, please wait a moment." He then ascended the wooden staircase to the loft, swiftly disappearing from view as he fetched the requested talisman paper and herbal seeds. Moments later, he returned, presenting the talisman paper and herbal seeds to Nie Zhaonan, a smile breaking through the wrinkles on his face as he ingratiatingly said, "Should you require any materials in the future, do not hesitate to come here. We will ensure your satisfaction." The implication was clear. He intended to offer Nie Zhaonan special pricing, indicating a desire to cultivate a favorable relationship. Nie Zhaonan did not refuse, accepting the talisman paper and herbal seeds, bowing in gratitude, and saying, "Thank you for your kind assistance." After exchanging formalities, he exited the Nie family's commercial building. Shortly thereafter, he returned to his small courtyard room. Quickly shutting the door, he entered the Xiao cave and began planting the seeds required for crafting the yellow dragon pill. Observing the field filled with herbs, Nie Zhaonan felt a surge of joy, a satisfied smile unconsciously gracing his lips. After calming his emotions, Nie Zhaonan carefully harvested all 100 stalks of the 7-star grass that had reached 3 years of age. Following the requirements for creating talisman paper, he cut, crushed, and boiled the 7-star grass. Upon completing the intricate process of manufacturing talisman paper and gazing at the yellow sheets laid out on the wooden board, Nie Zhaonan wiped the sweat from his brow. He sighed, remarking, "Crafting talisman paper is indeed no simple endeavor. Achieving success in its creation is exceedingly challenging. Although I encountered a few minor setbacks, fortunately, I succeeded on my first attempt." Before embarking on the production of talisman paper, Nie Zhaonan had painstakingly copied a jade slip titled 100 Insights into Low-Level Talisman Paper Production from the Nie family's scripture pavilion. He dedicated nearly half a month to meticulously studying the annotations and experiences of previous masters, thoroughly understanding the process before mentally reviewing the entire production steps over a dozen times to ensure no errors before commencing. Completing the talisman paper was not the end. There was still a pressing need to forge talismans and earn more spirit stones. Nie Zhaonan mused. Subsequently, he diligently began crafting talismans. From that point on, every 2 months, Nie Zhaonan would sell 10 to 20 talismans at the Nie family's commercial building, using most of the acquired spirit stones to purchase several portions of materials for the yellow dragon pill, covering his alchemical practices and accelerating the growth of herbs in the Xiao cave. This cycle continued. One day, upon reaching the 4th level of qi refinement, Nie Zhaonan commenced his studies in alchemy. Prior to this, he frequently visited the Nie family's commercial building to purchase various herbs necessary for concocting the yellow dragon pill, simultaneously hastening the growth of over 300 portions of materials, which consumed a significant portion of his spirit stones, leaving him somewhat pained. Inside the Xiao cave, Nie Zhaonan sat before a bronze alchemical furnace, meticulously studying the formula for the yellow dragon pill. Although referred to as a formula, it merely detailed the composition ratios of the herbs. The yellow dragon pill was not yet a genuine elixir. It was simply a concoction of high-grade herbs mixed into a liquid that would gradually solidify under high temperatures before being shaped into pills. Nonetheless, mastering the medicinal properties, ingredient ratios, and heating techniques was far beyond the capabilities of an inexperienced beginner like Nie Zhaonan. Prepared for failure, Nie Zhaonan understood that successfully refining the yellow dragon pill and stepping into the realm of alchemy would not be a trivial challenge. He cautiously measured the ingredients according to the formula, slowly pouring the liquid into the bronze furnace. He then ignited the fire beneath the furnace, gently heating the concoction. As expected, a moment later, a pungent odor wafted from the furnace. Nie Zhaonan sighed, muttering to himself, "Alas, despite my caution, I have failed again." The herb ratios were incorrect, and the heating temperature was excessive. However, he did not succumb to disappointment. After some contemplation, he resumed his attempts to refine the yellow dragon pill, adding another portion of herbs to the furnace. Issues arose. The primary ingredients were overproportioned. The furnace temperature was too low, and the liquid mixture was insufficiently blended. Such problems continued to emerge, leading to numerous mishaps. Days turned into nights, and time sped by. Through repeated failures, Nie Zhaonan's alchemical experience grew steadily. Finally, after 2 hours, he beheld 3 round, fragrant yellow dragon pills in the furnace, and his bloodshot eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy as he exclaimed, "I have finally succeeded in refining the yellow dragon pill. Although I only produced 3 pills from enough materials for 10, this success holds immense significance for me." With eager fingers, he grasped one of the yellow dragon pills, examining it closely before bringing it to his nose to savor its lingering fragrance. Satisfied, he nodded in approval. He then retrieved a jade vial to store the 3 yellow dragon pills, sealing it before setting it aside. Calming his exuberant heart, Nie Zhaonan gently closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged on the cushion to cultivate qi, restoring the fatigue accrued from prolonged alchemical endeavors while mentally replaying the key elements that contributed to his recent success. It was unknown how much time had passed, but once his weariness dissipated, he opened his eyes and resumed his alchemical pursuits. Day and night, through relentless crafting. 3 days later, Nie Zhaonan finally transformed all the herbs into yellow dragon pills. Upon the ground lay an array of jade vials, and as Nie Zhaonan counted, he found a total of 165 elixirs, boasting a remarkable success rate of 55. This brought him immense joy. His proficiency in alchemy had certainly flourished. The final batch of 50 Huangfeng pills had achieved an impressive 80 success rate, yielding a total of 41 vials. "I suppose I can consider myself a master alchemist," he mused, albeit one who specializes solely in Huangfeng pills. Indeed, few alchemists could surpass Nie Zhaonan's success rate. In the human realm, the overharvesting by predecessors and the invasion of ancient demons had led to a significant depletion of spiritual energy, rendering the natural world starkly devoid of the essence needed for the growth of spiritual herbs. These factors had made such resources exceedingly rare and precious. Currently, the cultivation world was lacking in the spiritual herbs required by lower-tier cultivators, let alone those necessary for alchemists to hone their skills and enhance their craft. However, Nie Zhaonan was not among those struggling. With the Xixiao cave heaven at his disposal, he could continually accelerate the growth of spiritual herbs, providing himself with an abundance of materials to practice with, thereby steadily advancing his alchemical abilities and accumulating invaluable experience. It was merely a matter of time before he became a true high-tier alchemist. Upon returning to the Nie family's trading house, as he stepped into the hall, the middle-aged shopkeeper approached him with familiarity, saying, "Friend, let us proceed to the second floor for our transaction." He gestured invitingly and led the way. After several exchanges, the shopkeeper had come to understand Nie Zhaonan's character. He preferred to avoid the spotlight, exhibiting a cautious demeanor and a rare maturity for one so young. Thus, in subsequent dealings, the shopkeeper often invited Nie Zhaonan to the second floor to ensure greater privacy and to prevent any prying eyes. Nie Zhaonan nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Thank you for your consideration." He calmly followed the shopkeeper upstairs. The attendants in the trading house had grown accustomed to this sight, merely glancing over before continuing to explain the functions of various magical artifacts to other patrons, eagerly recommending purchases. However, some customers were intrigued. A middle-aged man in a gray robe, with a scruffy beard, curiously inquired of an attendant, "Why does that young friend, who is also a mid-stage chi refinement practitioner, my cultivation is even higher at the 6th layer, receive such preferential treatment?" This question drew the attention of the entire hall. The attendant pondered for a moment before responding diplomatically, "I do not know much about this young friend, but I am aware that he regularly visits the trading house to exchange some talismans. He must be a talisman master." His tone was devoid of any embellishment, simply relaying the facts. "Haha, do you think everyone is as unremarkable as you? Look at you, still achieving nothing at your age, old Luo," teased a middle-aged man, seemingly well acquainted with the gray-robed figure. The gray-robed man scoffed in annoyance. "Humph, you're no different, brother," he retorted dismissively and headed towards a distant counter, seemingly uninterested in further discourse. The conversation ceased, and the hall returned to its usual buzz of inquiries and discussions. Upstairs, the two men sat facing each other in a private room. The middle-aged shopkeeper poured Nie Zhaonan a cup of tea and casually remarked, "This tea is a rare spiritual brew. While it does not enhance cultivation, it calms the mind and is quite delightful, leaving a sweet aftertaste." Nie Zhaonan felt no apprehension about the shopkeeper tampering with the tea. They had developed a mutual understanding, and as members of the Nie family, their interests were aligned. Moreover, he was highly regarded by the family head, and the shopkeeper would certainly seek to curry favor with him. "Thank you, shopkeeper," Nie Zhaonan replied, picking up the cup and savoring the tea, which indeed matched the shopkeeper's praise. After finishing his drink, the shopkeeper broke the silence, asking, "What transaction brings you here today?" He was somewhat puzzled by Nie Zhaonan's visit, as only a month had passed since their last exchange, deviating from Nie Zhaonan's usual pattern of trading every 2 months. Nie Zhaonan brushed his hand over his storage bag, producing a jade vial which he handed to the shopkeeper, saying, "I have recently acquired the art of alchemy, and, by fortune, managed to refine some Huanglong pills. Would you kindly assess their value?" "Huanglong pills," the shopkeeper exclaimed in surprise, uncorking the vial and inspecting a perfectly round Huanglong pill. After careful examination, he remarked, "Indeed, these are Huanglong pills of superior quality. I can offer you 10 spirit stones for a vial." While Huanglong pills were primarily used by early to mid-stage chi refinement practitioners, their efficacy diminished for those in later stages, thus limiting the price he could offer. After a moment of contemplation, Nie Zhaonan nodded, "Very well, I accept your offer." He then retrieved 10 more vials of Huanglong pills from his storage bag, adding, "Please provide me with 50 spirit stones, and use the remaining stones to purchase 10 bundles of talisman paper, as well as additional Huanglong pills and Jinsui pills, along with their respective ingredients and seeds." The shopkeeper happily collected the 11 vials of pills, saying, "Please wait here for a moment. I shall procure the items you requested as swiftly as possible." With that, he hurried out of the private room. A short while later, as Nie Zhaonan exited the Nie family trading house and walked back to his courtyard, he contemplated the contents of his storage bag, reflecting, "The shopkeeper truly excels at his role. He has managed to sell me the materials at an effective discount, despite appearing to offer them at full price." There is no shortage of astute individuals in the cultivation realm. Having previously lived a life filled with pride, he had often overlooked the cleverness of others. Now, he realized that wisdom is abundant in the world. Ignorance only breeds fearlessness. Those demonic sect leaders were not truly ignorant, but had underestimated their peers, leading to their downfall. On the path of cultivation, countless practitioners vie for supremacy, seeking the path to immortality. A momentary lapse in vigilance could lead to one's demise, reducing them to mere ashes. Caution is paramount, Nie Zhaonan reminded himself. Upon returning to his courtyard, he remained diligent. Entering the Xiao cave heaven, he resumed his agricultural endeavors, repeating his previous actions, planting seeds of 7-star grass, Huangfeng pills, and Jin Sui pills while placing spirit stones in the spiritual field to hasten the growth of the herbs. His labor continued until dusk. Afterward, he returned to his room, seated himself upon a meditation cushion, and retrieved a jade vial, pouring out a Huangfeng pill and swallowing it whole. He began to circulate the Tai Divine Thunder technique, silently refining the spiritual energy within the pill, transforming it into pure magical power within his body. Given his current weak state, Nie Zhaonan adhered to the principle of enhancing his cultivation. Whenever he had a moment, he would consume pills to refine his qi. As Nie Zhaonan engaged in his cultivation, a conversation unfolded in an adjoining loft. The middle-aged shopkeeper was respectfully reporting, "Family head, Nie Zhaonan has successfully refined Huangfeng pills today and has brought 11 vials to the trading house, purchasing some talisman paper and spiritual herbs." The shopkeeper stood with utmost reverence in the loft's hall. Upon hearing this, a faint smile crossed the family head's face, indicating his satisfaction with Nie Zhaonan's diligent pursuit. With a tone of appreciation, he remarked, "Zhaonan not only possesses exceptional cultivation talent, but also shows great aptitude in other fields. At such a young age, he has already mastered both talisman crafting and alchemy. His future is undoubtedly boundless. We must reward him handsomely." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "As Zhaonan is a cultivator of the Thunder Spirit root, acquiring a top-tier artifact that aligns with his elemental affinity will significantly enhance his combat prowess. We happen to have an 800-year-old Thunderstrike peach wood in the storeroom. Let us use that as the primary material, and he may select any other rare materials to forge a peach wood sword artifact." He entrusted this task to the middle-aged shopkeeper. The middle-aged steward immediately bowed and respectfully replied, "I will certainly not disappoint the master of the Nie family." Master Nie nodded, affirming the steward's competence. "You may withdraw." As soon as Master Nie's words fell, the steward gracefully exited the loft. Seated upon a chair crafted from golden silk nanmo, Master Nie pondered quietly. Once the peachwood sword is completed, it shall be entrusted to Ing for delivery to Zhaonan, fostering their bond. Presently, Master Nie held a deep satisfaction in Zhaonan, making every effort to unite the two not only for his daughter's lifelong happiness and path of cultivation, but also for the flourishing of the family. A year swiftly passed. Zhaonan had reached the 6th layer of qi refinement, making remarkable progress in his cultivation. Through practicing the Tai Divine Thunder technique, his magical power had become exceptionally pure and robust, surpassing that of ordinary cultivators by several folds, and rivaling the quality of those at the 8th or 9th layers. Coupled with the Tai Divine Thunder technique spell, the Thunder Spirit Sword technique, which amalgamates the power of thunder spirits with his own magic in the peachwood sword, he could vanquish foes amidst flashes of lightning. Additionally, over the years, Zhaonan had deliberately amassed 500 to 600 talismans. When confronted by formidable adversaries, he could unleash hundreds simultaneously, compelling even foundation-building cultivators to shun his might, ensuring his safety throughout the qi refinement phase. Zhaonan sat in a pavilion, clad in a black robe, adorned with a golden crown, reflecting deeply, thoroughly pleased with his own progress. Opposite him, Niang produced an item from her storage bag, presenting it with a flourish. "Congratulations, senior brother, on your substantial advancement. This is the top-tier magical weapon, the peachwood sword, a gift from our father. Crafted from 800-year-old thunderstruck peach wood by the family's foundation-building artifact master, perfectly suited for your command. Surely, this artifact will be to your liking? With your unmatched talent and striking appearance, you are undoubtedly the ideal choice for lifelong companionship. I wonder, however, what impression do you hold of me?" A cascade of delightful fantasies involuntarily stirred within Niang. "Oh, many thanks to the master of the family," Zhaonan exclaimed, extending his hands to joyfully accept the artifact, running his fingers along the blade. Inevitably, he brushed against Niang's jade-like hand, yet both remained unfazed, having grown accustomed to such interactions. Upon closer inspection, The quality of the peachwood sword transcended that of ordinary top-tier artifacts, attaining the status of a fine artifact. Its thunderstruck peachwood properties not only exorcised evil and vanquished demons, but also held significant restraint against demonic cultivators, harmonizing with his own lightning attribute spiritual root. It was evident that wielding this artifact would amplify his power immensely. Zhaonan expressed his gratitude. This truly is a rare and exceptional artifact. Please convey my thanks to the master of the family. Seeing Zhaonan so enamored with the weapon and expressing gratitude towards her father, Nie felt a surge of joy. With a bright smile, she replied, "Brother need not stand on ceremony. We are family and should care for one another." After speaking, she discreetly observed Zhaonan. Since mastering the yellow dragon pill, Zhaonan had consistently gifted her some pills during their meetings. With the aid of these pills, Nie had now reached the 5th layer of qi refinement, far surpassing the typical cultivation pace of a dual spiritual root. Although Zhaonan had largely focused on the peachwood sword artifact, he noticed Nie subtle movements and invited, shall we practice swordsmanship together?" As he placed the peachwood sword in her hands, he gently grasped her delicate hand with his right and supported her slender waist with his left. Her little schemes were hardly lost on Zhaonan, who quickly discerned her intent. "Of course, I would be grateful for your guidance, senior brother," Nie replied, her exquisite face glowing with a hint of youthful shyness, responding with eagerness, unperturbed by excessive bashfulness. The young man, with his striking brows and captivating eyes, and the young woman, with her graceful figure and expressive gaze, would draw compliments from any onlooker, exuding the perfect harmony of talent and beauty. Since arriving in this world, Zhaonan had aspired to immortality and enjoyment, believing that with a beautiful companion by his side, the journey would not be monotonous. Should he forsake emotions and desires for the sake of longevity, he might as well revel in the joys of mortality. Naturally, he would not distance himself from the future first fairy of Huangfeng Valley. Not one to dawdle, Zhaonan seized the initiative, proposing they practice swordsmanship together to deepen their physical closeness and emotional connection. Chapter 5. Mountain Trials. As Nie grew increasingly familiar with Zhaonan, she learned of his cultivation achievements, reaching the 6th layer of qi refinement within 2.5 years, excelling in alchemy and talisman making while possessing extraordinary looks. Amidst their innocent camaraderie, her heart gradually became entwined with his. An hour later, the two sat once more in the pavilion, their breaths slightly hurried, their gazes laden with unspoken affection, hinting at a profound connection. Suddenly, Zhaonan leaned in and pressed a kiss to Nie's forehead, lingering for a while. Nie had long anticipated this kiss, offering no resistance, but instead shyly collapsing into Zhaonan's embrace. Though still young, having been born into a family of cultivators, she had gained considerable understanding of matters between men and women. Moreover, her father intended to betroth her to senior brother Zhao, and the time spent together had been delightful. Zhaonan's refinement and attentiveness made her quite content with the prospect of him as her future husband. This moment was perfect for deepening their bond, and Zhaonan, attuned to the nuances of romance, actively piqued Nie's interest. They conversed about everything under the sun, sharing tales of cultivation from far and wide. Gradually, the pavilion filled with laughter, brimming with happiness. As evening fell and the sounds of insects began to chirp, Zhaonan cast a reluctant gaze, watching Nie depart. Turning back several times, time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Zhaonan had attained the 10th layer of qi refinement, though his rate of progress had noticeably slowed. Upon entering the later stages of qi refinement, the efficacy of the yellow dragon pill and golden marrow pill had significantly diminished, not only due to the insufficient potency of these pills, but also because of the resistance developed from excessive consumption. One fine morning, Zhaonan noticed Nie had arrived early at his small courtyard, inspiring him to contemplate an excursion for training. Zhaonan inquired, "Sister, would you care to accompany me to the nearby Danxia mountain range for some practice?" With a rosy flush on her cheeks, Nie replied joyfully, "As you wish. Senior brother, I shall rely on your care during our journey." She showed no reluctance, genuinely thrilled at the prospect of training alongside Zhaonan. Having often gifted her some yellow dragon pills and golden marrow pills, Nie had now reached the 7th layer of qi refinement. Judging by her aura, it would not be long before she broke through to the 8th layer. The Danxia mountain range, situated near the Nie family, featured a complex terrain of intersecting peaks. A primordial forest where the highest level beasts were merely mid-tier, making it suitable for their current cultivation practice. Danxia Mountain consists of 3 main peaks located in the southwest direction of the Nie family. Due to its proximity of only about 10 miles, Nie family cultivators frequently ventured there to hunt magical beasts, presenting no particular dangers. Zhaonan outlined his plans. Sister, I investigated the distribution of magical beasts yesterday. The centipede beasts are known to be solitary. Let us first visit their lair for some practice. As you say, senior brother, that seems quite prudent, Nie replied, clearly indicating her agreement with him. Nie and Nie Zhaonan soon arrived near the lair of a mid-tier centipede monster. After glancing at the wild grass trampled by the beast, Nie Zhaonan led Nie deeper into the winding passage, with her closely following behind. As they ventured further, Nie Zhaonan retrieved a peachwood sword artifact and cast a defensive talisman upon himself, with Nie mirroring his actions. Continuing forward for a considerable distance, an expansive cavern finally came into view. At last, they had reached their destination. Nie Zhaonan felt a surge of excitement and cautiously advanced. On a green stone platform ahead, the centipede monster lay in slumber, oblivious to their intrusion. Observing the sleeping creature, Nie Zhaonan nodded to Nie, his expression turning contemplative. Although it was merely a mid-tier beast, it was their first encounter in battle, and their lack of experience weighed heavily on his mind. Determined to strike decisively and swiftly to minimize risk, he summoned the peachwood sword, channeling his energy into it as he aimed for the creature's head, the sound of slicing air echoing in the cavern. Sensing imminent danger, the centipede monster abruptly opened its eyes, spotting the approaching sword. It emitted a piercing shriek. But it was too late. The artifact struck true, embedding itself deep within its skull, leaving only the hilt exposed. Despite its formidable physique and tenacious vitality, the creature did not succumb immediately. It writhed in agony, rolling off the stone platform and kicking up clouds of dust. Seizing the opportunity, Nie unleashed 5 low-tier lightning talismans, which shot towards the monster's head with explosive force. The ground trembled as the centipede thrashed in pain, its sharp legs flailing, until silence fell over the once ferocious beast. Their combined efforts, coupled with the initial blow from the peachwood sword that shattered its defenses, had led to the creature's demise. That was quite the challenge for our first monster hunt. Nie exhaled deeply, expressing her relief. Until that moment, both had maintained a tense and highly focused state, wary of any unforeseen mishaps. Indeed, Nie Zhaonan nodded, reflecting, though it was merely a mid-tier beast, its true strength could rival that of late-stage qi refinement cultivators. He stepped forward, silently reciting a spell to summon back the peachwood sword into his hand. With a few deft swings, he harvested materials suitable for artifact refinement, stowing them away in his storage pouch. The duo continued on their journey, dispatching low-tier monsters such as blood mole rats, bone spike wolves, and clear water frogs with relative ease. Eventually, they encountered an unexpected surprise in the lair of a purple thunder tiger. Upon sighting the beast, they were taken aback. It was a top-tier monster, one that even a peak qi refinement cultivator would struggle to defeat. Nie Zhaonan did not retreat. Instructing Nie, junior sister, assist me from a distance. Do not take unnecessary risks. Your safety is paramount. Though she felt a strong urge to advise her brother to withdraw, she saw his unwavering confidence. Their previous hunts had been effortlessly executed, and he had yet to reveal his full strength. Ultimately, she complied, expressing her concern. Brother, I will protect myself and support you when the time is right. Please be cautious. With a swift motion, she summoned a green shield and a blue sword from her storage pouch, both of which were high-tier artifacts. Noticing her defensive stance, Nie Zhaonan redirected his focus to the imposing purple thunder tiger, which was now fixated on him, sensing the danger emanating from his presence. The events unfolded in the blink of an eye. The purple thunder tiger, with its wide, glaring eyes, locked onto Nie Zhaonan. Without hesitation, he took the initiative, retrieving 10 palm thunder talismans from his storage pouch and activating them in an instant. The 10 beams of light shot towards the tiger, which leaped and dodged desperately but was still struck by 2 talismans, leaving charred marks on its purple fur, mingled with crimson blood. In pain, the beast's ferocity ignited. It let out a deafening roar and lunged at Nie Zhaonan. Seizing the moment, he invoked a lightness technique and the snow-walking technique, propelling himself toward the tiger while channeling his energy into the peachwood sword, preparing to unleash the thunder spirit sword technique. As the tiger charged, the sword struck its forehead with explosive force, causing its massive head to explode. The mighty body collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud, sending dust swirling through the air. Wow, brother, you are incredible. You defeated that top-tier beast in just 2 moves. Nie exclaimed, her voice tinged with joy and admiration, having witnessed the swift defeat of the creature without having the chance to lend her aid. It was merely a stroke of luck. The creature had not yet gained intelligence and took my full force head-on. Nie Zhaonan explained calmly, his demeanor unruffled. In truth, the Thunder Spirit Sword technique had drained nearly half of his energy, a feat made possible only due to his superior reserves compared to others of his level. Approaching the corpse of the purple Thunder Tiger, Nie Zhaonan stored the entire body within the Xiao cave. Nie Ying remained unaware, merely observing as he placed the beast into his storage pouch. After securing the remains, he turned to Nie Ying and said, "Let us delve deeper. It's curious that a creature of this caliber would reside here. My techniques sense something alluring within." Arriving at a wall, Nie Zhaonan ran his hand over its surface, channeling the Tai Divine Thunder technique to sense the area. The Tai encompasses all, capable of absorbing myriad energies. Naturally, the Tai Divine Thunder technique attuned him to the unique energies of the world. Threads of spiritual energy seeped through the stone wall, which he refined and absorbed into his body as mana. Feeling the feedback of his mana, he discovered that the energy concentration here surpassed even that of the Nie family's spiritual vein. Curiously, Nie Ying inquired, "Brother, is there something peculiar about this wall?" She sensed no energy and regarded his actions with mild confusion. Nie Zhaonan knocked on the wall, producing an empty sound, his expression tinged with excitement. "There's a leak of spiritual energy. The interior is hollow. There must be a concealed space within." Stepping back, he wielded the peachwood sword and struck the wall forcefully. As anticipated, a small stone chamber came into view, revealing a spring of spiritual water surrounded by dense, misty spiritual energy. In unison, they exclaimed with delight, "The spiritual eye spring." This was a rare treasure in the realm of cultivation, formed only at the nodes of spiritual veins after millennia of nurturing. Although it was merely a low-tier spiritual eye spring, such treasures were typically claimed by core formation cultivators, underscoring its immense value. The spring had not originated here. It had been refined by higher-tier cultivators and was housed within a massive stone basin for convenience. Regaining their composure and examining the stone chamber closely, they noticed a skeleton clad in monk's robes, with a decayed wooden table in front of it. On the table lay a storage pouch and a golden stone radiating a sinister aura, the size of a human head. Upon spotting the golden stone, Nie Zhaonan's face lit up with joy. With the resonance of the cultivation technique and the malevolent aura emanating from the stone, Nie Zhaonan was assured that this stone harbored one of the 5 divine thunders, the metal thunder of Geng, known for its lethal nature and prowess in combat. The surroundings bore no other arrangements, appearing rather rudimentary, likely the hasty resting place of a transcendent being. Observing the environment, it was clear that it had endured for at least 10,000 years, suggesting no immediate danger. As Nie Zhaonan contemplated, he gradually approached the wooden table. Niang nodded and closely followed in his wake. Picking up the stone, Nie Zhaonan scrutinized it intently, and a name surfaced in his mind, the Golden Sunstone. Indeed, only a rare and potent material like this, seldom seen in the realm of cultivation, could encapsulate the Geng metal thunder. Silently, Nie Zhaonan resolved that this stone would be of use to him alone, and he discreetly stored the Golden Sunstone away. Nie Ying, witnessing this, exhibited no signs of discontent. She thought it sufficient that it was beneficial for her senior brother, acknowledging that their entry into this place was due to his efforts, and thus she would naturally defer to him. "Let us see what treasures the storage bag holds," she suggested. With that, Nie Zhaonan took the storage bag and emptied its contents onto the table. Thud, 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 several jade slips, a golden object, and around 10 mid-grade spirit stones appeared on the surface. The two examined each jade slip, pressing them to their foreheads to read with their spiritual senses, joy illuminating their faces. However, Nie Zhaonan grasped the magnitude of this opportunity more profoundly. The Ming Wang Ju, a protective skill from the Dajin Buddhist sect, was in fact renowned within the spirit realm as a premier body refinement technique, the Diamond Sutra. He further understood that this was the foundational aspect of the demonic realm's true demonic art, from which one could derive the celestial demonic art and the true holy fragment. Mastering it to its zenith could yield a true spiritual body and enable one to temporarily contend against formidable foes. The White Spirit Pill enhances the cultivation of late-stage qi refining. Qi refining powder, a medicinal herb suitable for early-stage foundation-building practitioners to improve their cultivation. True Essence Pill, suitable for mid-stage foundation-building practitioners to enhance their cultivation. Essence Enhancing Pill, a spiritual elixir for those in the core formation stage to elevate their cultivation. The golden object was a diamond relic. Additionally, there was a 12-layer earth attribute technique, the Yellowstone art, reaching the late-stage nascent soul. The final jade slip recounted the history of the monk, hailing from the Dajin Buddhist sect, traversing the Tianlan Prairie to propagate the Buddhist doctrine in Tiannan. Despite being a mid-stage core formation practitioner, he fell victim to a demonic practitioner while passing through the Yin Kingdom, who sought to kill for treasure. Though he managed to escape using secret techniques, he sustained severe injuries and hastily departed this world. After perusing these jade slips, Nie Zhaonan expressed a hint of regret. It seems this senior has exhausted his medicinal resources due to his injuries, leaving only these slips behind. Nie Ying, brimming with joy, exclaimed, "This harvest exceeds expectations, brother. This is indeed a tremendous fortune." "Indeed, I have been too greedy," Nie Zhaonan replied, gathering his scattered thoughts. He then handed 5 mid-grade spirit stones to Nie Ying, saying, "You may copy these slips when we return, and as for the spiritual eye spring, we can share its use in the future. What are you thinking?" He cast a teasing glance at her. Nie Ying, blushing, accepted the spirit stones and softly replied, "I will leave everything to my senior brother's discretion, as these slips are of little use to me. Besides, we will soon become one family. There is no need to be so divided. Such a virtuous and wise girl you are. I, Nie Zhaonan, am truly fortunate." He chuckled, embracing her slender waist, and, with a wave of his hand, collected the jade slips and the spiritual eye spring before striding towards the stone chamber's exit. Nie Ying's face flushed deeply, embodying the shyness of a young maiden as she gently leaned against Nie Zhaonan's tall figure. Chapter 7. The Wedding Candle. Upon exiting the stone chamber, Nie Zhaonan unleashed a fireball technique to strike the recently collapsed ceiling, causing a cascade of debris to bury the wide entrance. As the sky darkened, the two returned to the small courtyard together. Nie Ying, head bowed and hands clasped nervously at her skirt, her fingers, as translucent as jade, fidgeted with the fabric as she spoke timidly. "Brother, father wishes us to meet him tomorrow to discuss certain matters. Is it concerning our marriage?" Nie Zhaonan inquired, a playful glint in his eye. "To have such a breathtaking partner as you, Inger, is indeed my greatest desire." "You are incorrigible, brother," she retorted, feigning annoyance before shyly darting out of the courtyard. Nie Zhaonan stood there, a smile gracing his face. A union such as this was a strategic choice for fostering relationships, and the Thunder Spirit root was an asset no family could overlook. He found delight in this arrangement, not only gaining a stunning beauty, but also strengthening ties with the family. After foundation building, whether seeking alchemical recipes, spiritual herbs, or selling artifacts and talismans, familial support would be indispensable. With family assistance, trivial matters could be resolved efficiently, allowing him to devote more energy to cultivation and advancement. The following day, bright and early, upon entering the room, Nie Zhaonan immediately spotted the head of the Nie family and Nie Ying. No one else was present. He stepped forward and performed a respectful bow. Addressing the family head, "Greetings, Patriarch." "There is no need for excessive formality, Zhaonan," the Patriarch replied, raising a hand in a gesture of reassurance. "I must commend you. You truly live up to the reputation of a practitioner with an extraordinary spiritual root. Achieving the 10th layer of Qi refinement at such a pace, and with such pure and robust energy, this bodes well for your future on the immortal path. Such accomplishments would not have been possible without the family's support," Nie Zhaonan humbly responded, devoid of any arrogance, especially since this was his future father-in-law, deserving of his respect. "Let us get straight to the point. The purpose of today's meeting is to discuss your marriage with Inger. I have watched you grow, and I trust you to take care of her. What are your thoughts?" the Patriarch stated seriously. At this, Nie Ying's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Her delicate features flushed with bashfulness as she covertly glanced at Nie Zhaonan. Nie Zhaonan responded without hesitation, "I would be honored to marry such a captivating partner as Inger. I vow to protect her, to never part ways, and to journey together on the path of immortality." The Patriarch nodded with satisfaction. "Then I am at ease. Your wedding is set for 3 months from now." With that, he rose and departed, leaving the two of them alone. Nie Zhaonan approached Nie Ying, remaining silent, as he gently took her delicate fingers in his right hand, lifting her chin with his left. Nie Ying did not resist, obediently raising her gaze to meet his. "Inger, will you marry me?" Her eyes sparkling with joy, she responded, "I would be delighted, and I shall rely on you to care for me from now on." Before she could finish speaking, Nie Ying leaned in and kissed Nie Zhaonan. As their lips met, he wrapped one arm around her waist and placed the other at the back of her neck. She rose on her tiptoes, wrapping her arms around his neck. Though still young, her earnest cultivation had granted her a curvaceous form. Nie Zhaonan felt the warmth of her body against his chest, an exquisite sensation that compelled him to hold her even closer, as if wishing to merge their beings. They shared a deep, passionate kiss, parting only after a fragrant incense had burned down. Nie Zhaonan, his face alight with joy, gazed down at Nie Ying, who nestled against his chest, her visage radiating sweetness. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had flown by. The Nie family was adorned with festive decorations. Crimson silks hung everywhere. How joyous this occasion is. I hear it is the daughter of the Nie family getting married, Chun Xiaoqian remarked, observing the gathering of guests. Chun Qiantian glanced at his sister, acknowledging, indeed. The patriarch's daughter is marrying a distant relative, rumored to possess a thunder attribute spiritual root. Such an extraordinary match. It is said that at merely 15 years of age, he has already reached the 10th level of qi cultivation, a practitioner in the later stages of this realm. Chun Xiaoqian's eyes brimmed with envy. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiaoqian also slightly regained her senses. At that moment, a voice resonated, announcing the auspicious hour and inviting the newlyweds, Nie Zhaonan and Nie Ying, each holding a red embroidered ball, to stroll into the hall. Dressed in a phoenix crown and a flowing bridal gown, Nie Ying's veil adorned her visage. Nie Zhaonan, clad in a striking red robe, exuded an extraordinary charm. The head of the Nie family, seated in the high hall, gazed down at the couple with eyes filled with satisfaction and joy. With ceremonial reverence, they bowed to the high hall, then to heaven and earth, and finally to each other as husband and wife, completing the rites and being escorted to the bridal chamber. On this night of candles and blossoms, after attending to the guests, Nie Zhaonan, filled with elation, pushed open the door. There, he beheld Nie Ying, quietly seated by the bed, her veil still draped over her. Without uttering a word, he lifted the jade scepter to unveil her face. A blush crept onto Nie Ying's cheeks as she gazed shyly at him. "Inger, you are truly beautiful," Nie Zhaonan exclaimed, captivated by her allure. Undoubtedly, a woman's most exquisite moment in life is on the night of her wedding, radiating a profound sense of happiness that words cannot encompass. "Let us partake in the cup of union," he declared, lifting Nie Ying into his arms. "Ah," she gasped softly. Then, with a hint of shyness, murmured, "I shall defer to my husband's wishes." Nie Zhaonan seated himself at the table, placing Nie Ying on his lap, his left arm encircling her waist as he poured the wine. Nie Ying nestled against him, her petite figure fitting perfectly on his thigh. He poured the wine and handed a cup to Nie Ying, who accepted it with her delicate hand. As their hands brushed against one another, Nie Zhaonan solemnly vowed, "Inger, I shall never let you down. Together, we shall embark on a journey of longevity, witnessing the world unfold." Touched, Nie Ying replied, "My husband, I shall remain by your side, eternally." With that, they drank deeply from their cups. Nie Ying embraced Nie Zhaonan's strong form, exclaiming, "How fortunate I am to have met you. True happiness indeed." As he gently caressed her flawless visage, he leaned closer, kissing her tender, luscious lips. A delicate fragrance enveloped him, and he pressed his lips against hers fervently. Nie Ying, responding with a shy parting of her lips, clumsily reciprocated. Nie Zhaonan's hands were not idle. He began to unfasten her garments, slowly exploring the unfamiliar sensations. As an innocent maiden, even with her beloved, the touch that penetrated her very soul made her tremble with shyness. Though their affections were profound, they remained aware of their boundaries, preserving their purity. After all, before establishing their foundation, losing oneself would require far more than a single foundational pill, considering each of them would need at least 2 such pills. Chapter 8. Entering Huangfeng Valley to obtain foundation pills, not to mention the rarity of foundational pills in Huangfeng Valley, which had already been allocated. The Nie family, being merely a foundational family, could hardly afford such immense expenses on just 2 individuals. In a small courtyard, as the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays cascaded down. The couple embraced on a wooden bridge. With happiness enveloping him, Nie Zhaonan heard Nie Ying's gentle voice. "My husband, soon we shall journey to Huangfeng Valley. For the foundational pills are unique to the major sects and rarely appear in the marketplace for years." They could not wait until they reached the peak of the 13th level of qi cultivation to enter Huangfeng Valley, aside from the issues of idle gossip and sect trust. By that time, the foundational pills would likely be nearly depleted. They needed to enter Huangfeng Valley early, and given their family's connections and spiritual roots, they would undoubtedly secure 2 foundational pill slots. Indeed, the time had come to enter Huangfeng Valley. Nie Zhaonan replied calmly, then teased, "At that time, my dear, you will need to take good care of me." He had learned from Nie Ying that she would apprentice under Master Lei Huangfeng, though the specifics were unclear to him. "Humph, my husband only knows how to jest with me," she said, playfully punching Nie Zhaonan's chest. She continued, "My grandfather saved Master Lei during his foundation establishment. And while my grandfather was alive, Master Lei took special care of the Nie family. After my grandfather's passing, he promised that a descendant of the Nie family could become his disciple. Once Nie Ying became Master Lei's disciple, with such a formidable backing, the Nie family would naturally be able to safeguard themselves without worry. This clearly illustrated Master Lei's loyalty and virtue. After this exchange, they fell into a comfortable silence, their eyes locking in a shared understanding, as if an invisible thread connected them. Noticing this, Nie Zhaonan leaned in to kiss Nie Ying's cherry lips, and time seemed to stand still as they savored the sweetness of the moment. Days later, accompanied by Nie family cultivators, they boarded a wind-soaring ship en route to Huangfeng Valley. After 3 hours, the gates of Huangfeng Valley emerged from the mist, ethereal and elusive. The Taiwa mountain range, located in the western part of Jianzhou, spanned thousands of miles, teeming with ferocious beasts and birds of prey, forming a primitive forest seldom trodden by human feet. Occasionally, tales circulated of woodcutters and hunters claiming to have seen divine beings and spirits, adding an air of mystery to the locale. The mundane world could scarcely fathom that the heart of this mountain range had been occupied by Huangfeng Valley, one of the 7 major cultivation sects, for millennia. At this moment, within the grand hall of Huangfeng Valley, the sect leader, Zhong Lingdao, was welcoming the Nie family delegation. The foundational practitioners from the Nie family, accompanied by Nie Zhaonan, greeted him respectfully. "We pay our respects to the sect leader, senior brother." "Greetings, esteemed sect leader, uncle." Zhong Lingdao responded amiably, "Junior brother Yuanshan. There is no need for such formality, my dear disciples." He then engaged in conversation with Nie Yuanshan regarding their entry into the valley and recent happenings, discussing matters such as a new disciple taken in by Master Hongfu and the disappearance of a particular foundational practitioner. After some time, Nie Zhaonan and Nie Ying stood quietly, attentively listening to the unfolding situation. "You must be Nie Zhaonan and Nie Ying, a truly handsome couple," Zhong Lingdao remarked after exchanging pleasantries with the Nie family practitioners, his tone courteous and devoid of condescension. The two humbly replied, "Thank you for your kind words, esteemed sect leader," while bowing in gratitude. Zhong Lingdao gestured for them to rise, saying, "I see you both have reached the later stages of qi cultivation. It won't be long before you join our ranks as practitioners. No need for such formalities." He then waved his hand over his storage bag, producing 2 small Zetanwood boxes, each containing a foundational pill. "I present these to you both, wishing you swift success in your foundational cultivation, thereby enhancing the strength of Huangfeng Valley." Upon receiving the foundational pills, Nie Zhaonan and Nie Ying expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed sect leader." After completing the entrance formalities, the couple made their way to the assigned cave dwelling in Huangfeng Valley. Unlike the stone-built houses of ordinary disciples, thanks to the Nie family's influence, they were allocated a serene little courtyard. We must dedicate more time to our cultivation now," Nie Zhaonan declared with determination. After all, since becoming partners, a week had passed wherein they had been inseparable, neglecting their training. Hearing this, Nie Ying felt her cheeks flush. Then, with a more serious tone, she replied, "My husband. Indeed, we have indulged too much lately. It is time we prioritize our cultivation." Nie Ying was wise in her understanding. "Very well, I shall begin refining some medicinal pills. You should take the Huanglong pill and continue your cultivation to enhance your magical powers," Nie Zhaonan planned. Ninger understood and urged her husband to take care and rest. Nie Ying was perceptive and concerned about Nie Zhaonan. Moments later, Nie Zhaonan sat cross-legged before the alchemical furnace, resuming his grand endeavor of refining elixirs. This time, he sought to create the white spirit pill, having already hastened the maturation of the spiritual herbs upon receiving the recipe. Over the years, Nie Zhaonan had diligently collected seeds of spiritual herbs, gathering most of the herbs required for the qi refining stage, along with some auxiliary herbs for the foundation establishment stage. The herbs needed for the white spirit pill were not rare, and coincidentally, he had exactly what he required among his collection. Due to their advanced age, after expending over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, he finally matured 300 portions of materials. With a calm mind, Nie Zhaonan repeatedly contemplated the intricate details of the refining process. A quarter of an hour later, he ignited the furnace, opened the lid, and delicately added the spiritual herbs, carefully refining them. Ultimately, after another quarter of an hour, the white spirit pill emerged, its pristine white hue accompanied by a fragrant aroma. Nie Zhaonan inhaled its scent and felt a wave of comfort wash over him, his heart brimming with joy. He persevered, creating one furnace after another, until the moon reached its zenith, successfully refining a total of 60 furnaces, with only 4 failing to produce pills. As night fell, Nie Zhaonan felt a deep longing for the warmth and softness of his beloved, so he made his way to Nie Ying's chamber. Upon opening the door, he found Nie Ying emerging from her meditation, softly calling out, "Husband," infused with deep affection. Nie Zhaonan stepped forward, embraced Nian, and playfully remarked, "It's late. Let us rest." With that, he carried her towards the bed. Nian, akin to a lazy cat, relished the warmth of her husband's embrace, softly responding with a gentle hum. The room soon fell into a tranquil silence. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting rays upon the wooden floor strewn with garments. Nie Zhaonan held the peacefully sleeping Nian in his arms, his left hand gently exploring the delicate fabric of her clothing. A contemplative expression graced his face as he devised his future cultivation plans, having successfully refined the white spirit pill to enhance his qi refining stage powers. It was imperative to elevate his cultivation to its pinnacle before proceeding to foundation establishment. With 6 years remaining until the trial in the blood-forbidden lands, he could not afford to suppress his progress. In Chapter 9, he contemplated the technique of the mana clone, which he could learn upon entering the foundation establishment stage. This technique lacked any offensive capability. It merely allowed him to split his mana, creating a semi-ethereal clone of himself. As the clone was not a physical entity and was formed from his own mana, if the clone's mana was depleted, he would permanently lose that portion of his cultivation. Thus, the ideal location for the mana clone was the Xiao cave, where external influences could be entirely isolated. Additionally, the mana clone could perfectly conceal his true cultivation level, ensuring that no one could discern his rapid advancement. Once he solidified his cultivation, he intended to seek out Xianxia, a prodigy in formations, as she would be invaluable for future endeavors, including teleportation arrays to the chaotic star sea and formation crafting. He also planned to visit Qi Yunxiao to learn the art of crafting. With these thoughts in mind, Nie Zhaonan gently placed Nian back onto the bed, tucked her in, kissed her smooth forehead, and returned to his alchemical pursuits. 3 days later, Nie Zhaonan completed the refining of the white spirit pill, achieving an impressive success rate of 95% across 285 bottles, and he felt quite pleased with his alchemical skills. In the days that followed, both he and Nian immersed themselves in consuming elixirs and diligently refining their mana. A year and a half swiftly passed, and Nie Zhaonan's cultivation reached the peak of the 13th layer of qi refining, with his mana's purity and strength surpassing that of a novice foundation establishment cultivator. He had placed a spirit eye spring within his dwelling, radiating rich spiritual energy and continuously flowing. Nie Zhaonan sat cross-legged on a cushion, centering his mind and mana in preparation for foundation establishment. He informed Nian that he needed to enter seclusion to cultivate a mental technique for 3 months. Without a hint of doubt, Nian promised to guard her husband diligently, ensuring no external disturbances would disrupt his cultivation. Prior to his retreat, Nie Zhaonan lavished affection upon Nian, elevating his physical and mental state to its peak before decisively consuming the foundation establishment pill. The pill rapidly dissolved within him, its potency igniting a fire within his dantian, growing increasingly fierce while his limbs felt icy cold, a stark contrast. Enduring the pain and discomfort, he repeatedly circulated the Tai divine thunder technique of the qi refining stage, hastily refining the pill's energy within. Suddenly, an excruciating sensation surged from his dantian, causing his complexion to pale, beads of sweat falling onto the stone floor. Before long, a wave of warmth surged from his dantian, coursing through his limbs and bones, as if countless ants were crawling over him, creating an itch that compelled some impurities to exit his body. Observing the thin layer of grayish material on his skin, he cast a cleansing spell to wash away the filth, leaving his skin even fairer and tighter. As he operated the Tai divine thunder technique, the flow of his mana became smoother. He continued his foundation establishment, and through his relentless efforts, leveraging the purity and strength of his mana, he absorbed and refined the spiritual energy within. Half a month later, he successfully established his foundation and entered the foundation establishment stage. Without pause, Nie Zhaonan continued to refine the 4th layer of the Tai divine thunder technique, solidifying his cultivation. Once his foundation stabilized, he split his mana to create a clone, storing it within the Xiao cave. 2 months later, his monumental task was complete. Nie Zhaonan sat on the cushion, feeling the peak of his qi refining cultivation and the presence of his mana clone within the Xiao cave, a joyful smile gracing his handsome and resolute face. Despite being a qi refining cultivator, the mana clone possessed the quality and spiritual awareness comparable to that of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, allowing him to easily vanquish novice foundation establishment practitioners and ensuring his own safety. Upon emerging from seclusion, he immediately sensed Nian's concern. "Husband, You've emerged after more than 2 months. Was your retreat successful? Nianing rushed to him, embracing him tightly. Nie Zhaonan wrapped his arms around her, burying his face in her hair, greedily inhaling her unique fragrance. Relishing the comfort of her presence, he proudly declared, "My cultivation has greatly advanced during this retreat. Ordinary foundation establishment practitioners will no longer be my match." He shared a portion of his cultivation status to alleviate any worries Nianing might have. Hearing her husband's bold assertions, Nianing was reassured, having witnessed his prowess when he was merely at the 10th layer of qi refining, capable of slaying top-tier demonic beasts. "What are your plans now, husband?" she inquired, understanding his resolute ambitions and unwavering path towards immortality. Nie Zhaonan did not hesitate. "Of course, I have plans, but today, I require you to celebrate my achievements with me." With that, he lifted Nianing into his arms and carried her into the bedroom. After a prolonged period of seclusion, Nie Zhaonan was certainly not devoid of romantic inclinations, nor was he solely a ascetic devoted to rigorous practice. The following morning, he leaned against the headboard, holding his beloved. Nianing, with her eyes slightly closed, comfortably dozed in her husband's embrace. Nie Zhaonan's left hand delved beneath the quilt, giving it a couple of firm pats before extracting a storage bag with his right hand, placing it beside Nie Ying's prominently rounded belly. After toying with it for a moment, he instructed, "Inger, within this storage bag are some foundational talismans I have crafted over the years, predominantly of the lightning attribute. There are 5,000 low-grade, 2,000 middle-grade, and 1,500 high-grade talismans. Sell these talismans to the family at a reasonable price." As Nie Zhaonan's strength grew, so too did his proficiency in talisman crafting, allowing him to now forge first-tier high-grade lightning sphere talismans, equating to a full-force strike from a late-stage qi refinement practitioner. The destructive nature of lightning talismans surpassed that of other talismans, such as fireball and water sphere talismans, of the same tier. Feeling the unusual sensations within her body, Niang opened her drowsy eyes. Upon hearing her husband's words, her gaze sparkled with surprise and delight as she replied, "Husband, I shall certainly see this matter through and ensure you do not suffer any loss. Even the ordinary foundational talismans, according to market values, fetch 1 spirit stone each for low grade, 3 for middle grade, and at least 7 for high grade. Thus, the sheer quantity of lightning attribute talismans alone would be worth 6,000 to 7,000 spirit stones for the low and middle grades, while the high grade would be valued at 12,000 spirit stones. In total, this amounts to 25,000 spirit stones, a sum that would likely deplete the cash flow of a foundational family. However, the family would incur no loss, as lightning attribute talismans are quite sought after, and they could easily profit several thousand spirit stones from a swift resale. Inger, when you return to the family, be sure to copy the crafting notes from within the clan," Nie Zhaonan added. Niang nodded, her exquisite face flushed with a rosy hue. Seemingly still in shock from the abundance of talismans, she softly replied, "I understand." Chapter 10. Acquisition of Magical Artifacts After Exchanging Tender Moments. Nie Zhaonan went to the affairs hall to collect a token before departing for the market of the Tianxia sect in the Yuanwu Kingdom. He changed out of his disciple attire from Huangfeng Valley, donning a flowing blue robe and a bamboo hat, wielding a mid-tier flying sword as he made his way to the market. In less than half a day, he arrived approximately 7 or 8 miles from the market. Suddenly, he felt a slight heaviness beneath his feet and began to descend slowly to the ground. Recognizing the phenomenon, Nie Zhaonan remained unfazed. This was the effect of the flying ban in place. Once on the ground, he did not linger, employing his swift technique to glide towards the market. Should anyone have witnessed him, they would have seen only a fleeting shadow, with no trace of dust or dirt to indicate anyone had passed, moving with a swiftness that rivaled the use of magical artifacts. Upon entering the Tianxia sect's market, Nie Zhaonan headed straight for the Stardust Pavilion. A young attendant, noticing a patron's entrance, approached and greeted, "Esteemed guest, what might you be seeking? Be it magical artifacts, talismans, formations, or spiritual herbs, we at Stardust Pavilion have it all." The attendant proudly showcased the shop's offerings, for the Stardust Pavilion was indeed unique within the market. "I seek to purchase several top-tier magical artifacts, as well as some spiritual herb seeds required for the foundational period elixirs for my family," Nie Zhaonan replied in a nonchalant tone, concealing his true intentions. The foundational period shopkeeper, who had been dozing behind the counter, immediately perked up upon hearing these words, recognizing a significant customer and promptly offering assistance. "The items you require are rather precious. Please follow me upstairs," he said, leading the way. As they ascended, the shopkeeper inquired, "What kind of top-tier magical artifacts does the guest desire?" "Naturally, I seek rare treasures," Nie Zhaonan replied coldly. You've come to the right place for such treasures. We have them in abundance. But may I ask how much you are willing to spend? The shopkeeper eyed Nie Zhaonan, assessing whether a qi refinement practitioner could afford such items. Take a look at this, Nie Zhaonan said, producing a wooden box from his storage bag and pushing it towards the shopkeeper. Skeptically, the shopkeeper opened the box and upon seeing its contents, was instantly captivated, exclaiming, "A millennium golden fungus. While it is a common spiritual herb, its age renders it exceedingly valuable. Little servant, prepare tea for our guest," the attendant, initially tasked with greeting Nie Zhaonan, promptly complied. "Please wait a moment. I will fetch the items for your inspection," the shopkeeper said, returning shortly with a tray holding several items. He placed the tray on the table before Nie Zhaonan and picked up a grayish-blue shield, presenting it. This is the top-tier artifact, the Azure Spirit Shield, crafted from the shell of a first-tier supreme beast, the Azure Armored Tortoise, combined with black iron ore. Ordinary top-tier artifacts leave no mark upon it. The price is 600 spirit stones. This defensive artifact is typically valued higher than offensive ones, the shopkeeper elaborated. Noticing Nie Zhaonan's lack of reaction, he opened a jade box containing 13 shimmering red needles, each about an inch long, glowing with a fiery hue. This is a set of 13 flying needle artifacts known as the Red Thread Escape Needles. They require a formidable spiritual consciousness to wield. Although their attack power is less than that of typical artifacts, their small size and swift evasion make them perfect for ambushes. The price is 2,000 spirit stones. Seeing the flying needle set, Nie Zhaonan's spirits lifted, as his potent spiritual consciousness made them an ideal fit. Without hesitation, the shopkeeper presented a talisman. The Red Sunsword Talisman can unleash a 10th or 12th of the artifact's power, making it one of the strongest means below the foundation establishment stage, priced at 1,500 spirit stones. He continued to introduce several offensive artifacts, but as Nie Zhaonan already possessed a peachwood sword, he lost interest. What treasures does the young friend wish to acquire? The shopkeeper eagerly inquired. Nie Zhaonan, unpretentious, promptly selected the first 3 treasures and said, "I expect a discount on the spirit stones." He was well aware of the inflated prices of these 3 artifacts and was prepared to negotiate. "There's no need to rush. Don't forget you still need to purchase the spiritual herb seeds," the shopkeeper replied nonchalantly. Nie Zhaonan then mentioned the spiritual herb seeds required for the qi refinement elixir and the true essence pill, which the shopkeeper conveniently had on hand, totaling 500 spirit stones. "The total for your chosen items comes to 4,600 spirit stones, but I will offer them to you for 4,500 spirit stones. The millennium herb can be valued at 1,500 spirit stones," the shopkeeper kindly proposed. Hearing this, Nie Zhaonan's expression darkened. With a hint of anger, he retorted, "Are you jesting with me? You claim a discount of merely 100 spirit stones, yet the millennium herb is priceless, a treasure that even foundation establishment ancestors struggle to obtain. Worth at least 2,500 spirit stones. He would not allow himself to be swindled like that. Realizing he could not deceive this seemingly low-level qi refinement cultivator, the shopkeeper chuckled awkwardly and asked, "How much are you willing to offer?" Feigning contemplation, Nie Zhaonan asserted, "Including the millennium golden fungus, I offer 1,500 spirit stones. I cannot go any higher. This millennium spiritual herb is exceedingly rare. If placed in an auction, it could fetch upwards of 4,000 spirit stones. You would not be at a loss." The shopkeeper pondered briefly, revealing a hint of reluctance. "Very well, as you say." The two promptly reached an agreement, exchanging spirit stones and items before Nie Zhaonan turned and left without a backward glance. As he descended the stairs, the attendant who had been standing beside the shopkeeper quietly inquired, "Shopkeeper, should we take care of him?" The shopkeeper's response took Xiao Lizi by surprise. With narrowed eyes, he remarked, "Mindless fool, this person is clearly a foundation-building cultivator in disguise. Although this individual conceals his cultivation without a hint of flaw, he shows no fear before me. A fellow foundation builder, and attempts to haggle. His wealth and knowledge are evidently vast. He is likely a formidable being at the late stage of foundation building or beyond." His tone was resolute, indicating that he was quite confident in his assessment. The idea of launching an ambush seemed more like an endeavor to play the role of a benefactor rather than a genuine robbery. Casting a glance at the slightly bowed Xiao Lizi, the shopkeeper concluded with a dismissive remark. Meanwhile, Nie Zhaonan, upon exiting the Stardust Pavilion, began to meander through the marketplace. He ventured into a dimly lit alley, where shortly thereafter, a burly man clad in black with a full beard emerged. This was none other than Nie Zhaonan himself, employing a simple disguise. Fortunately, the marketplace was not extensive, and after winding through various streets and alleys for a quarter of an hour, he located the secret shop of the Xianxia sect. It was a solitary little house, its door tightly shut, bearing a forlorn and desolate appearance, as if it had long been uninhabited. Approaching, Nie Zhaonan knocked on the door and awaited a response in silence. After a moment, the door creaked open, revealing a woman in her 30s, exuding charm, with a curvaceous figure. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue, though they also carried a hint of worldly experience. "What brings you here, friend?" she inquired, ushering Nie Zhaonan into the small courtyard and leading the way. With a rough voice, he replied, "I have unexpectedly acquired 2 beauty-setting pills and wish to auction one." Such rare and specialized pills like the beauty-setting pill were best sold at auction to fetch a higher price. Chapter 11. Auction. Nie Zhaonan noted that this alluring woman possessed cultivation at the late stage of foundation building, and without needing to guess, he understood she was the one in charge here. However, the origin of the beauty-setting pills was his own concoction, and he actually had more than merely 2. This was merely a matter of convenience to avoid complications. Well aware of the obsession female cultivators have with maintaining their youthful beauty, an allure few can resist, Nie Zhaonan had concocted a full 300 beauty-setting pills, selling them in small batches at auction. Even if one fetched only 2,000 spirit stones, would yield a staggering 600,000 spirit stones from the entire lot. This was far more lucrative than the arduous task of crafting talismans and artifacts. Moreover, since the beauty-setting pill merely preserved one's appearance without enhancing spiritual power, it would significantly diminish the attention from high-level cultivators and ancient beings. The woman suddenly turned around, her gaze intensely fixed on Nie Zhaonan, exclaiming in astonishment, "What? The beauty-setting pill? The elixir made from 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, capable of freezing one's beauty at the moment of consumption?" Her brief words revealed an impressive understanding of such elixirs. However, she was mistaken. It did not freeze beauty but instead preserved youth eternally. As a cultivator's power advanced, purifying their body and expelling impurities, their appearance and physique would not remain static but rather become increasingly refined, which explained the abundance of handsome men and beautiful women in the realm of cultivation. Nie Zhaonan did not correct her misunderstanding but confirmed, "Indeed, that is the pill," and lapsed into silence, awaiting further developments. Encouraged by his affirmation, the woman became even more amiable and softly proposed, "Might you consider selling the other beauty-setting pill to me? I would purchase it at the auction price. I can also offer you a discount on the auction's commission. We shall see. Should the auction price fall too low, I will consume this beauty-setting pill myself." Nie Zhaonan replied with shrewdness. The woman glanced at Nie Zhaonan's rugged appearance, unable to conceive a reason for him to consume a beauty-setting pill. Nevertheless, she maintained an impassive facade, merely nodding in response, and continued leading the way, though her demeanor seemed somewhat aloof. As they traversed a lengthy corridor, a finely decorated side hall came into view, and they both entered. The woman gestured toward Nie Zhaonan, addressing a steward. "This friend wishes to auction a beauty-setting pill. Please provide an opening bid." Understanding the cue, Nie Zhaonan produced a jade vial and handed it to the steward. The steward received it, opened the vial, and poured out a verdant pill, examining it closely and even taking a sniff. "It is undoubtedly a beauty-setting pill of excellent quality, highly appealing to female cultivators. We can start the bidding at 1,000 spirit stones," he proclaimed, then turned to Nie Zhaonan, inquiring, "What do you think, friend?" Nie Zhaonan had no objections, nodding his large head and responding with a deep voice, "That is acceptable." After finalizing the price, the shopkeeper handed Nie Zhaonan a token inscribed with the number A3. He accepted the token and, guided by a maid, entered the auction hall. Upon entry, he was greeted by a lavishly adorned hall, featuring a crimson carpet and brightly lit chandeliers, exuding an aura of worldly opulence. "Esteemed guest, you may choose any seat you desire," the maid whispered. By now, the hall was populated with 50 to 60 individuals, each appearing peculiar and dressed in a variety of unconventional attire, with many masking their faces with various coverings to conceal their identities. This was hardly surprising. No one was foolish enough to expose their true selves. In this underground auction, rife with cultivators of dubious backgrounds, there were those who made a living by ambushing fellow cultivators, seeking their next target before the auction concluded, only to strike afterward. Nie Zhaonan nodded and made his way to a row of wooden benches, selecting a seat towards the middle, near the edge. Gradually, more attendees arrived. Half an hour later, the auction commenced. The woman who had received Nie Zhaonan took to the stage, her enchanting voice welcoming, "Welcome, fellow cultivators of the immortal realm, to our trading event. This time, we have both returning clients and newcomers joining us. Regardless, all will be treated equally." As she spoke, She gracefully moved about the stage, her alluring figure swaying, captivating the audience's attention. She continued, "The auction rules remain unchanged. I will announce a base price in spirit stones, and you may bid accordingly. Should anyone lack sufficient spirit stones, they may offer equivalent items as collateral, with the value assessed by my secret shop. Ultimately, the highest bidder secures the item." Concluding her remarks, she added, "Once the auction concludes, attendees may take the stage for independent transactions. My shop will not interfere." With that, the auction began. Her dulcet voice rang out once more. The first item for auction is the top-tier artifact, the Azure Water Sword, crafted primarily from Azure Water Jade. The base price is 230 spirit stones. Friends, you may begin bidding. At the mention of the low starting price, the hall erupted in excitement, with several cultivators immediately vying for the sword. 260, 280. In a matter of moments, the Azure Water Sword had climbed to 370 spirit stones. Initially intrigued, Nie Zhaonan's interest waned upon hearing the price. While the Azure Water Sword was indeed a high-tier artifact with considerable power, it fell short of being a premium item, rendering its current price somewhat lackluster. Nonetheless, amidst the competition among several Qi refinement cultivators, the Azure Water Sword was ultimately secured at a price of 430 spirit stones. Compared to the base price, it has increased by 200 spirit stones. It seems that at the auction, most items are sold at a premium price, with few opportunities for bargains. The elegant woman cleared her throat and continued, "The second item for auction is a top-tier crimson furnace. This furnace has produced many exquisite treasures among high-grade magical artifacts, such as the Crimson Flame Spear, the Earth Yellow Shield, and the Black Flame Pearl. It is said to enhance the crafting of magical items. We will start the bidding at a base price of 400 spirit stones, which is quite reasonable." Although no one spoke, the atmosphere in the hall grew fervent as many cultivators fixed their fiery gazes on the crimson furnace. Nie Zhaonan was also deeply intrigued. He planned to learn artifact crafting and was in need of a furnace, making this one ideally suited for him. 450, 480, I bid 520 spirit stones. Before Nie Zhaonan could place his bid, the price of the crimson furnace quickly soared to a staggering height. 600 spirit stones. Seeing the price skyrocketing, Nie Zhaonan decided to join in. The auction hall fell into a brief silence, as 600 spirit stones were already the limit for most cultivators. A previously silent portly man was compelled to raise his bid, reluctantly calling out 620 spirit stones. 650 spirit stones. Nie Zhaonan continued to raise the stakes, his voice steady and unwavering, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation despite the growing sum. The earlier bidder shot a resentful glance at Nie Zhaonan, then turned away to ignore him. The elegant woman, seeing no further bids, congratulated, "Congratulations, fellow cultivator, on acquiring the artifact furnace." She then proceeded to introduce the next item for auction. After more than 10 items suitable for the foundation establishment stage, it finally came to the turn of the beauty retaining pill. One beauty retaining pill, crafted from several thousand-year-old spiritual herbs, can preserve one's youthful appearance indefinitely, starting at a base price of 1,000 spirit stones. You may now place your bids. Instantaneously, the female cultivators in the hall lit up with excitement, their eyes glued to the jade vial as if they had discovered a rare treasure. 1,100 spirit stones. A striking female cultivator was the first to bid, eager to obtain the beauty retaining pill. 1,200 spirit stones. Another alluring voice chimed in. 1,400 spirit stones. A petite female cultivator, veiled in a green scarf, joined the fray. 1,600 spirit stones. Before long, the bidding escalated to 2,400 spirit stones, the competition fierce yet simple, with bids increasing by hundreds. The male cultivators in the room were left dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the fervor surrounding the beauty retaining pill. That pill is useless for cultivation. Are these women out of their minds? A rough man muttered under his breath. However, his words failed to stir any significant reaction, as some female cultivators merely shot him warning glares before returning their focus to the auction. 2,700 spirit stones. Sisters, this is all I have. If anyone bids higher, I will concede my fate and let go of the pill. A graceful young woman in a flowing silk dress lamented. 3,000 spirit stones. A black-dressed female cultivator, who had been silent in the front row, coldly declared, her face hidden beneath a black veil, leaving only her proud eyes visible. She had come specifically for the beauty retaining pill, bringing all her wealth after receiving insider information. 3 months prior, an elder within her sect had taken notice of her beauty and sought to take her as a concubine. Although she was tempted by the idea of having a golden core cultivator as a backing, she understood a cruel reality. her beauty would inevitably fade with time. If she agreed to become the elder's concubine, she would likely be discarded in a few decades as her looks waned, potentially leading to an even more tragic fate as a furnace for the elder's cultivation. After much contemplation, she had yet to give the elder a definitive answer, prolonging her decision until now. The sight of the beauty-retaining pill sparked a glimmer of hope in her heart. If I acquire this pill, I can remain forever youthful. With my beauty, I can surely captivate that old man. Who knows, a century from now, I might even inherit his fortune and achieve the golden core stage. She fantasized, a triumphant smile blossoming on her face. The crowd was momentarily stunned by the sudden spike in bidding, and for a while, no one dared to raise their bid again. Congratulations, fellow cultivator, the beauty-retaining pill is now yours. The other female cultivators displayed expressions of regret, their eyes lingering longingly on the precious pill. The black-dressed cultivator promptly completed the transaction with the elegant woman, showing no sign of reluctance, and swiftly exited the auction. After a few more auctions, the excitement noticeably waned. Nie Zhaonan chose not to participate in the subsequent free trading session and headed directly to the side hall. Fellow cultivator, this is the Crimson Furnace you won for 650 spirit stones. The beauty-retaining pill fetched 3,000 spirit stones, and after deducting a 10% commission, I have discounted you 50 spirit stones, leaving you with 2,100 spirit stones. The elegant woman handed Nie Zhaonan a storage bag and inquired eagerly, "Might you consider selling the beauty-retaining pill to me?" Nie Zhaonan accepted the storage bag, a broad smile illuminating his face, his beard quivering with delight. Of course. He produced a jade vial and handed it to the woman. "Thank you, fellow cultivator." After confirming the pill's authenticity, she handed Nie Zhaonan another storage bag. "Farewell." After bowing respectfully, Nie Zhaonan took the storage bag and departed. The woman remained behind, holding the jade vial, her face filled with joy, though her heart ached at the loss. 3,000 spirit stones. This has completely depleted my savings from decades of hard work. The scene shifted, revealing Nie Zhaonan standing before his target shop, the Yunxiao Qi refining pavilion. He had reverted to his original appearance, though his cultivation still radiated the essence of a peak Qi refining stage cultivator. A stout, unrefined man, with a dark complexion and innocent eyes, approached Nie Zhaonan. "Are you here to craft magical artifacts?" Qi Yunxiao inquired. Noticing the young man's cultivation at the 8th layer of Qi refining, Nie Zhaonan replied, "Indeed. I require the crafting of a top-tier magical artifact. Might you be able to assist?" Upon learning he had a customer for top-tier artifacts, Qi Yunxiao's face brightened. "Certainly. Our Yunxiao Qi refining pavilion is among the best in the Tianxing sect, and we have crafted several top-tier magical artifacts." His tone brimmed with pride as he led Nie Zhaonan into a small courtyard. Nie Zhaonan waved his hand, revealing the corpse of a first-tier top-grade demon beast, the purple thunder tiger, except that the entire head was conspicuously absent. Qi Yunxiao's eyes sparkled with delight at such exceptional crafting materials. "What are your specifications?" "I am eager to transform this into a magical artifact. Feel free to work your magic. However, I am quite curious about the crafting process. May I observe?" Nie Zhaonan expressed his interest. Of course, Qi Yunxiao readily agreed. His crafting skills, rooted in the divine weapon sect, were not something one could easily learn merely by watching. Next, Qi Yunxiao outlined his plans for the materials. The 4 tiger claws are exceptionally sharp and can be fashioned into a pair of gauntlets, serving as the primary material for crafting a top-tier magical artifact. The texture of tiger skin is both comfortable and resilient, capable of being refined into a high-grade inner armor. The remaining materials will serve as the cost for the forging process. Upon entering the forging chamber, a hexagram formation is revealed, with each of its 6 corners embedded with a low-tier fire attribute spirit stone. Qi Yunxiao channels a spell into the formation, igniting a searing flame at its center. He then places a bronze cauldron, roughly the height of a person, atop the flames. As the temperature within the cauldron rises, he seizes the moment to introduce 4 tiger claws into the cauldron, purging the impurities within. Time flows slowly as a series of complex spells are executed, with materials for assistance being added intermittently. After an extensive and meticulous refining process, a pair of gauntlets gradually takes shape within the cauldron. Following this, the intricate shaping phase begins. Using magical energy as a guide and his consciousness as a chisel, Qi Yunxiao meticulously inscribes runes into the formation, his eyes gleaming with a passion for the craft, executing each technique with flawless precision. Nie Zhaonan observes closely, gaining valuable insights that far surpass his previous rudimentary understanding. He is confident that future study of the family's forging manuals will yield even greater ease in mastering the craft. 3 days later, a pair of gauntlets, shimmering with purple light, and a piece of pale purple inner armor materialize in Nie Zhaonan's hands. The gauntlets, adorned with glimmering tiger spines, emanate a chilling brilliance, exceptionally sharp. When donned, they enhance the speed of his strikes, delivering a formidable force that catches opponents off guard. With future cultivation of the Mingwang technique, he anticipates further amplifying his physical prowess. As for the inner armor, it feels soft to the touch. Once worn, it offers comfort and warmth, adding a layer of security to his defenses. Before departing, Nie Zhaonan takes the opportunity to inquire with Qi Yunxiao about any array masters he might know. Having spent several days in each other's company, Qi Yunxiao perceives Nie Zhaonan as a calm and amiable individual, and thus willingly shares the address of his friend, Xianxia, recommending him to procure arrays from her. Xianxia resides not within the market, but atop a small mountain not far from it. After exiting the market, Nie Zhaonan flies for half an hour and arrives near the small mountain. From a distance, it appears devoid of habitation, but he understands that an illusion array conceals the true nature of the place. Nie Zhaonan produces a sound transmission talisman, quietly uttering a few words. Upon activating the talisman, it transforms into a beam of yellow light, soaring towards the mountain. However, just before reaching the mountain, it encounters a ripple in the air, vanishing from sight. As a visitor, he cannot force his entry. After all, Xianxia is linked to the ancient teleportation array leading to the chaotic star sea, a matter of great significance. In a moment, the scenery before him shifts dramatically, revealing a path over 10 feet wide. Without hesitation, he steps onto it and soon arrives at a small courtyard surrounded by verdant trees, with a lush bamboo grove at the back. In the courtyard, 2 young women await. One, dressed in a pristine white gown, appears to be 17 or 18 years old, her cultivation level at the 4th layer of Qi refining. Her clear, intelligent eyes brim with vitality, as if they could speak. Yet, her appearance is rather ordinary, lacking any striking features, which gives Nie Zhaonan a sense of incongruity. This is none other than the array prodigy, Xianxia. The other girl, clad in green and around 13 or 14 years old, is at the 1st layer of Qi refining, standing beside her with an unpretentious demeanor, resembling more of a close companion than a servant. She is naturally the maid. Xiaomei, are you a friend introduced by Taoist Qi? Xianxia inquires with a cool demeanor. Surprised by the youthful and handsome visitor whose cultivation has reached the peak of Qi refining, she momentarily raises an eyebrow in astonishment but remains composed, feeling no fear. The courtyard is already fortified with multiple arrays established over the years, impenetrable even to ordinary foundation-building cultivators. Thus she harbors no trepidation towards her guest. Nie Zhaonan responds calmly. I am Nie Zhaonan, indeed sent by Taoist Qi. I have heard of Master Xian's exceptional skills and formations, and have come to seek arrays that can withstand foundation-building cultivators. He articulates his request directly, his tone devoid of any arrogance towards lower-tier cultivators. Although he intends to recruit Xianxia for his own purposes, he has ample time and does not rush, maintaining his composure. Moreover, when the time comes for his dragon-chanting body to erupt, requiring a millennium spirit herb to contain it, that will be the opportune moment. At that time, he will simply have to bestow kindness upon Xianxia, making it effortless to bring her under his influence. Xianxia is unaware that the very individual she has just met is already plotting how to ensnare her. Please, Taoist Nie, take a seat. She gestures naturally towards a stone bench opposite her at the stone table, then instructs Xiaomei, pour tea for our guest. Xiaomei responds in her youthful voice, all right, Mississippi. As Xiaomei serves the tea, Nie Zhaonan steps forward to sit on the stone bench. The arrays you require. I do have several types, but may I inquire how many you need? Xianxia asks, her tone still cool. I am not well versed in formations, Master Xian. Might you elucidate the details for me? Nie Zhaonan scratches his chin, feeling a bit sheepish. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, he has devoted his time and energy entirely to training. His current knowledge of alchemy and rune crafting is merely to support his cultivation, leaving him no surplus time to delve into the intricacies of formations. Xianxia nods in understanding, then gently names a few types of formations along with their functions. The Rockfall Array, a killing array managed by 4 late-stage Qi refining cultivators capable of slaying a peak Qi refining cultivator. The 4 Symbols Array, a confinement array that can trap a foundation-building cultivator for a quarter of an hour when unattended, or ensnare a late-stage foundation-building cultivator when managed by 4 foundation-building cultivators. The Gale of Heaven Array, a confinement array with a wide range, capable of causing headaches for foundation-building cultivators, and the Reversal of 5 Elements Array, known as a minor forbidden array, capable of concealing a mountain gate and bewildering enemies, though its original power is limited. Meanwhile, Nie has gone to visit Master Lei and has become his registered disciple, receiving some elixirs and a top-tier white jade flying vessel as a reward. She is currently piloting the white jade vessel back to the small courtyard, her radiant face still showing traces of joy. Although she is merely a registered disciple, Nie feels quite content. After all, it is uncommon for a core formation master to accept a chi refining cultivator as a personal disciple unless they possess extraordinary talent or a superior physique. To become a personal disciple of a core formation master, one must first successfully establish their foundation. As she approaches, a figure comes into view, prompting Nie to steer the flying vessel closer. She greets, "Junior sister Xiaoqian, it's been a while. Where are you headed?" Being fellow members of the Huangfeng Valley Foundation Building Cultivation family, Nie naturally recognizes Chun Xiaoqian, as they are both daughters of the family heads and often cross paths. The Nie and Chun families maintain a connection, as in the cultivation world, where strength reigns supreme, families often band together for mutual support. Upon seeing Nie, Chun Xiaoqian is momentarily taken aback. In just 2 short years, Nie has reached the 10th layer of Qi refining, a remarkable leap of 3 layers. A fleeting glimmer of disappointment crosses her features, accompanied by a sense of self-doubt, as despite her family's provision of some elixirs, the supply is limited, and she has barely reached the 8th layer of Qi refining. After calming her turbulent emotions, she smiles gently, responding with warmth, "Sister Ing, I am on my way to the Huangfeng Valley Great Hall to collect a foundation establishment pill." The collection of a foundation establishment pill is not unusual for those of their family lineage, and Chun Xiaoqian sees no reason to conceal it. "Ah, I see. Then I wish you an early success in establishing your foundation," Nie replies. Upon hearing the news, Nie congratulated Chun Xiaoqian, though it was more appropriate to say that it was the younger sister congratulating her senior. The senior's cultivation had progressed remarkably, and it seemed that within a few years, she would successfully establish her foundation. Chun Xiaoqian responded with a smile, her eyes reflecting a hint of envy. Seeing her junior praise her so highly, Nie couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness and explained, "Dear sister, your kind words mean a lot. My rapid breakthroughs owe much to my husband's alchemical skills. He frequently concocts pills to assist my cultivation." Chapter 14. Invitation and return. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiaoqian felt even more envious. Ever since attending their wedding, she had taken the time to learn about the couple. Not only were they a match made in heaven, but they also shared a bond of innocence. And Nie Zhaonan was exceptionally gifted, making notable achievements in talisman crafting and alchemy. It was truly a blessing for Nie to have such an outstanding partner who loved her dearly. As the daughter of the clan leader, although she held a higher status and had access to more resources, everything was inherently equitable. Those resources were already priced. Marriages were often a means to an end, an inescapable fate for the women of the clan, and the daughter of the clan leader was no exception. Optimistic and yearning for love, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy whenever she thought about this reality. Would she ever encounter a soulmate? Or would she be forced to comply with her family's arrangements and become a mere pawn? Initially, Chun Xiaoqian had not contemplated the larger matters of life, merely engaging in her cultivation with a sense of innocence. However, upon witnessing the enviable couple in Nie Zhaonan and Nie, she began to envision her own future. Noticing her junior lost in thought, occasionally revealing an envious expression, Nie felt a flicker of joy in her heart for being a daughter of a prominent family. She could intuit Chun Xiaoqian's sentiments. Thus, she extended an invitation, saying, "Xiaoqian, whenever you feel bored, do come to my small courtyard for a visit. We sisters can chat and share our thoughts." Her words exuded a sisterly concern and care. "Of course, senior sister," Chun Xiaoqian replied happily. "Then I shall not disturb you further. Please go collect your foundation building pills. I shall take my leave first," Nie said as she bid farewell. Activating her spell to maneuver her jade boat, gently shifting its direction towards her courtyard. "Safe travels, senior sister," Chun Xiaoqian responded, watching Nie retreating figure before continuing on her way to the main hall of the sect. Standing on her jade boat, Nie reflected quietly, "Surely, my husband has already advanced in his foundation establishment." Recalling the duration of her husband's seclusion only confirmed her thoughts. While it was often said that foundation establishment took 100 days, this was merely a figurative expression. With his extraordinary talent, both in magical power and spiritual awareness, he would undoubtedly establish his foundation smoothly, requiring no more than 2 or 3 months. Her husband was inherently cautious. Even in breakthroughs, he preferred to remain discreet, never flaunting his achievements. He was like a hidden dragon beneath the depths, destined one day to soar through the skies. Having spent day and night together, Nie understood him profoundly. Even though she knew her husband adored her and would never abandon her, a flicker of anxiety lingered in her heart. Her husband had a penchant for beauty, and Nie wished to please him, yet she often found herself falling short of his expectations. The thought of selecting another woman for him began to take root in her mind. In the Huangfeng Valley, the only suitable candidate appeared to be her junior, Xiaoqian. Though slightly less beautiful than herself, Xiaoqian possessed a gentle demeanor and remarkably clear eyes. This led her to the final idea of inviting her junior to spend time together, with the hope of fostering a bond that could lead to something significant. Ultimately, Nie Zhaonan purchased the inverted 5 elements array, primarily because his own strength rendered ordinary formations somewhat inadequate. Moreover, most formations required multiple cultivators to exert their full power. Even if they could be substituted with spirit stones, their efficacy would diminish significantly. Since Nie Zhaonan preferred solitude, extensive use of formations was not suitable for him. The inverted 5 elements array, with its versatile capabilities for both offense and defense, as well as concealment, proved to be quite practical for him, given her current strength. The inverted 5 elements array could only achieve the potency of its original form. However, as she advanced in cultivation and deepened her understanding of formations, she would undoubtedly be able to create stronger replicas. Upon observing Nie Zhaonan's choice of the inverted 5 elements array, Xianxia realized that she could later improve it to craft even more powerful formations, fostering a desire to ally with him. After all, Nie Zhaonan's profound cultivation indicated he was a distinguished disciple of a prominent clan, and his demeanor was both refined and approachable, devoid of the arrogance common among disciples of major sections. In their current lowly state within the harsh world of cultivation, it was prudent for both master and servant to cultivate a good relationship with Nie Zhaonan. Then I shall be in your service. Nie Zhaonan replied with a slight smile, expressing no objections. Curious, he inquired, I observe that Master Xian possesses a wealth of spiritual energy and exceptional cultivation talent. May I ask why your current level is merely at the 4th layer of qi refinement? In asking this, Nie Zhaonan had his own intentions, as it served as a prelude to later offering spiritual herbs to help Xian suppress her dragon song physique, while simultaneously expressing concern for her, a means to garner her favor. Upon hearing this, Xian's expression dimmed slightly, her once vibrant eyes losing their luster. Realizing his insensitivity, Nie Zhaonan quickly apologized. I did not intend to pry into Master's secrets. If it is inconvenient, please disregard my previous inquiry. It was indeed rather abrupt to discuss cultivation secrets upon our first meeting. There is no need for such apologies, Taoist friend. It is not a matter I wish to conceal, Xian replied slowly. I possess both water and wood spiritual roots, yet with the dragon song physique. As my cultivation increases, the yang energy intensifies, which can backfire and hasten the depletion of my lifespan. To protect myself, I must slow my cultivation progress. You will surely recover, Xiao Mei, her companion, comforted her with a tinge of sadness. I see, it is indeed such a physique, Nie Zhaonan remarked with surprise. I have heard of this before. Upon my return, I shall research some tomes regarding the dragon song physique to see if I can assist Master Xian. Thank you for your kindness, Taoist friend. I do not know how to repay you, Xian responded, touched by Nie Zhaonan's concern. Since her master passed away 2 years ago, aside from Xiao Mei, it had been long since anyone had shown her such care, even if it was partly due to her talent in formations. Dear Xian, your best repayment would be to delve deeper into formidable formations, Nie Zhaonan assured her confidently. I will certainly devote myself to finding ways to suppress the dragon song physique, and I believe we shall see results in a few years. As he spoke, he revealed a hint of confidence. After all, acquiring a millennium-old spiritual herb to suppress the dragon song physique was not beyond his capabilities. It would be best to utilize isotribute herbs. The two then began to discuss various intriguing tales from the cultivation world. 3 hours later, Nie Zhaonan returned to Huangfeng Valley, his face radiant with joy. Standing atop his wooden sword like a celestial being, he soared through the air with his hands clasped behind him, flying at an incredible speed. The mountains and forests around him swiftly vanished behind him, his pace several times faster than when he had arrived. Chapter 15. Refining Qi Pills in Nie Zhaonan's starry eyes. A glimmer of contemplation flickered. The objectives of this journey had all been accomplished. He had acquired sharp magical artifacts, gained a rudimentary understanding of refining techniques, and forged a connection with xianxia. Most importantly, he had obtained the seeds for chi pills and true essence pills. For the next few years, he could cultivate peacefully within the valley, enhancing his abilities. As evening descended, the distant sky still glimmered with streaks of golden light, while the surroundings had been enveloped in darkness. "My husband, you have returned. Was your journey smooth?" Nie rose from her chair and dashed into Nie Zhaonan's embrace. Nie Zhaonan instinctively held her close, playfully patting her charming backside and affectionately murmuring, "Ah, everything shall proceed smoothly. But, my dear Ing, why do you linger in the courtyard at such an hour? You mustn't catch a chill." With a heart full of joy, Nie replied, "During your absence these past few days, I have missed you dearly and wished to wait here in the courtyard, so that I might be the first to see you." Each word she spoke was imbued with longing. "Of course, I have missed you as well," Nie Zhaonan remarked, his hands growing bolder as he swept her up in his arms and slowly retreated into the house. The night in the small courtyard fell into a tranquil silence. The following day, everything resumed its usual course. Within the confines of the Purple Cloud Cave, Nie Zhaonan noticed that, since his advancement to the foundation establishment stage, the cave had noticeably expanded. Now, the entire expanse of the Purple Cloud Cave measured a radius of 10 miles, with the medicinal fields increasing to 20 plots, and the farms multiplying from 1 to 2. However, both pastures stood empty and desolate. Nie Zhaonan had plans for these pastures. One was intended for cultivating blood jade spiders, while the other was designated for gold-eating worms. The blood jade spider was critical to the celestial treasure, the Void Heaven Cauldron. Nie Zhaonan understood that the Void Heaven Cauldron was merely an ordinary spiritual treasure. The true celestial treasures were those listed on the Chaos Beings ranking in the spirit realm. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the importance of the Void Heaven Cauldron. Even as an ordinary spiritual treasure, it was a rare gem for Nie Zhaonan, sufficient to accompany him through to the divine transformation and void refinement stages, and its ability to significantly enhance his strength made it indispensable. As for the gold-eating worm, it was an ancient marvel, devouring anything in its path. A mature gold-eating worm boasted a resplendent golden hue, its body nearly indestructible. A single specimen could rival a nascent soul cultivator, standing firm in combat without yielding. Its legacy could be traced back to the celestial realm, where it could contend with figures like Han Li. Nie Zhaonan deftly extracted spiritual herb seeds, planting them in the spiritual fields according to their varieties. He then retrieved various colored spiritual stones, placing them atop the fields to hasten the growth of the herbs. To his surprise, based on his previous experience, 500 spiritual stones should have sufficed to mature over 30 refining chi herbs to 300 years of age, perfectly suitable for concocting refining chi pills. Yet, the herbs only reached a mere 150 years of age, which was unexpected. Upon reflection, he discerned the reason. The differences in required herbs for the refining chi and foundation establishment stages were substantial. In terms of quality and the spiritual energy needed for growth, herbs suitable for the foundation establishment stage undoubtedly surpassed those for the refining chi stage, thus necessitating a greater quantity of spiritual stones. Nie Zhaonan continued to place 500 spiritual stones upon the fields, and as anticipated, once the stones were absorbed, the refining chi herbs soon reached 300 years of age. Satisfied with the outcome, he resumed his planting and hastening of the spiritual herbs. Utilizing a special technique, he carefully harvested the herbs, storing them in jade boxes to prevent spiritual energy leakage that might compromise their quality. He then arranged the boxes within a newly constructed 3-story pavilion in the Purple Cloud Cave, designed for the storage of items, the first floor for herbs, the second for magical tools, and the third for cultivation methods. This was merely a foundational version. He would invest more time and resources into its reconstruction after achieving the Golden Core stage. After dedicating most of the day to the processes of hastening and gathering, Nie Zhaonan had filled the shelves of the herb pavilion. He had sold spiritual talismans to his family for a total of 25,000 spiritual stones. And in a secret shop, he had sold youth retention pills for 5,000 spiritual stones, later auctioning 2 additional pills in the Huangfeng Valley secret shop for 6,000 spiritual stones. Together with the wealth he had accumulated over the years, the herbs he hastened consumed all of his 50,000 spiritual stones. Junior brother, rent a fire room. Nie Zhaonan instructed a late-stage refining chi disciple guarding the fire room. The disciple, initially lost in thought, snapped back to reality, standing at attention upon recognizing the peak refining chi cultivator before him. 10 spiritual stones can rent the fire room for a month. How long would you like to rent it, senior brother? 3 months, please, Nie Zhaonan replied casually, handing the disciple 30 spiritual stones. The disciple accepted the stones and reminded, "If you exceed your time, it's no problem, you can pay the stones upon your exit." He then handed over a wooden token marked with the number 31. Evidently a restriction token. Nie Zhaonan graciously accepted it, expressing his gratitude before entering the room. As he stepped beyond the restrictive barrier, the disciple grumbled to a companion. "Junior brother, why didn't you warn me someone was coming? I left a poor impression in front of that senior brother." Junior brother, sighed in exasperation, muttering, "Senior brother, I always remind you to be vigilant during your watch, but you never listen. How can you blame me now? Besides, this senior brother moved with such swiftness that I nearly didn't notice him myself. How could I have warned you?" Senior brother conceded. "Who is this senior brother?" "A peak refining chi cultivator I've never heard of." Their conversation gradually veered back to Nie Zhaonan. Upon entering the fire room, Nie Zhaonan promptly shut the door and activated the restrictions before retrieving a Dan furnace from his storage pouch and placing it atop the fire. He then extracted various spiritual herbs necessary for crafting the refining chi pills from the purple cloud cave. The 300-year-old refining chi herbs, primarily composed of purple gold mushrooms, alongside 150-year-old calm heartgrass and bitter lotus as auxiliary herbs, combined with some common spiritual herbs like Huangfeng and flying pung grass, were all essential for crafting the refining chi pills. These pills could enhance the magical prowess of foundation establishment stage cultivators, though their effectiveness dwindled for those in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Nonetheless, they were far more challenging to concoct than pills for the refining chi stage. Nie Zhaonan employed the fire control technique on the flames, carefully monitoring the temperature within the Dan furnace with his divine sense. Following the recipe meticulously, he added the herbs one by one, slowly refining them to eliminate impurities. Each step was executed with precision, as he controlled the fire and observed the refining process with utmost diligence, leaving no room for error. As the herbs transformed into a cohesive medicinal liquid, he utilized his spiritual power to divide the liquid into 10 small portions, gradually heating the furnace to solidify the liquid into pills. While this process sounded simple, the intricacies of each stage required meticulous control. Any misstep could compromise the outcome. Thankfully, Nie Zhaonan's strong divine sense allowed him to observe the refining conditions closely and make timely adjustments, thus avoiding significant mistakes. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Nie Zhaonan's forehead, yet he remained focused, fully immersed in the crafting of the refining chi pills. Gradually, a fragrant aroma wafted through the room. The refining chi pills were complete. He ceased channeling his spiritual power, withdrew his divine sense, wiped the sweat from his brow, and opened the Dan furnace. 5 pills emerged, though none of them were of superior quality. Each bore slight imperfections. Still a success, Nie Zhaonan assessed after inspecting the quality of the pills. These flawed pills, laden with impurities and possessing diminished efficacy, were certainly not for his own consumption. He would sell them at a low price to other cultivators. Sitting cross-legged on a mat, he centered his thoughts and meticulously recalled the entire process of crafting the refining chi pills, contemplating any missteps he had made. After a while, a spark of inspiration ignited in his eyes, and he resolved to continue refining more pills. For successively refined pills of the highest quality, the second round of alchemy has yielded remarkable improvements. 5 pills, 7 pills. With each iteration, Nie Zhaonan's alchemical prowess has steadily accumulated experience and enhanced his skills. Gradually, each batch of elixirs consistently produced at least 8 chi-boosting pills, with the occasional yield of 10. Immersed in his craft, Nie Zhaonan would only pause to meditate and replenish his energy once his magical essence was depleted. After more than a month of relentless refining, he had exhausted all the spiritual herbs needed for creating chi-boosting pills. After a brief respite, he commenced the creation of true essence pills. These are potent elixirs consumed by mid-foundation stage practitioners to enhance their magical energy, ranking significantly above chi-boosting pills. Despite Nie Zhaonan's extensive experience and his meticulous examination of the formula for true essence pills, his first attempt resulted in failure. After several more unsuccessful attempts, he finally succeeded in producing true essence pills. This triumph seemed to unlock a newfound understanding, as each subsequent batch contained several true essence pills. With their quantity on the rise, countless days and nights passed outside, while vials of elixirs were continuously deposited into the spiritual herb pavilion within the purple sky cave. Upon completing the final batch of true essence pills, Nie Zhaonan exhaled deeply, feeling the weariness of his relentless alchemical endeavors. Chapter 16. Cultivating the Ming Wang Sutra. Niang reaches Foundation establishment, delving deep into the purple sky cave with his spiritual sense. Nie Zhaonan surveyed the spiritual herbs in the medicinal fields and realized that over 2 months had slipped by. Rising to stretch his limbs, he felt a surge of joy and satisfaction as he noted, "I have amassed a total of 264 vials of chi-boosting pills and 234 vials of true essence pills. With such an abundance, I can refine 3 pills a day. Even considering the substantial spiritual energy required for my cultivation method, it should suffice for my advancement." The magical energy cultivated through his Tai Divine Thunder technique was profound and pure, far surpassing that of ordinary practitioners, thus requiring even more spiritual energy. Yet, the advantages were manifold, whether in overcoming bottlenecks or engaging in battles of magic against other practitioners. Nie Zhaonan enjoyed immense advantages, and his time spent in alchemy was far shorter than he had anticipated. Returning to the secluded chamber in his courtyard, Nie Zhaonan retrieved the Ming Wang Sutra, preparing to achieve the first level before the blood-red trial commenced, ensuring he would be impervious to ordinary artifacts and thereby enhancing his safety in the Crimson Forbidden Grounds. Carefully studying the sutra, he examined its teachings, energy pathways, and illustrations. Nie Zhaonan performed the hand seals, bending forward to touch the ground, his body inverted in midair, limbs taut and joints flexed, pointing in various directions, heavenly gate, dantian, back, and chest. The posture was perplexing and utterly bizarre. As he activated the Ming Wang Sutra, his body emitted peculiar sounds of cracking muscles and bones, and waves of intense pain surged through him, eliciting a muffled groan. Soon, beads of sweat as large as soybeans cascaded down his forehead, soaking the ground beneath him. His garments clung to him like a drenched cloth, outlining his powerful physique. His robust body trembled incessantly, muscles twitching, on the verge of collapse, yet he gritted his teeth in determination. Time trickled away, 1 incense stick, 1 hour, 2 hours. Finally, after 4 hours of excruciating effort, he had scarcely completed a preliminary cycle of the Ming Wang Sutra, but the results were far from satisfactory. Despite enduring unbearable pain, he felt no tangible progress. A wave of disappointment washed over Nie Zhaonan. Is the Ming Wang Sutra truly this difficult to cultivate? But this is merely the beginning, and the challenges are daunting. He steeled himself, reflecting, everyone knows the formidable power of dual cultivation of body and spirit, yet even advanced practitioners seldom undertake body cultivation. This illustrates the arduousness of this path. It is not one for the faint-hearted. How can one aspire to transcend their peers and dominate the world without enduring suffering that others cannot bear? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. Nie Zhaonan recalled the concept of murderous aura, an energy accumulated from slaying numerous practitioners and beasts of equivalent level. The Ming Wang Sutra, being a Buddhist technique, possesses the ability to dispel such malevolence. Han Li had once cultivated the Ming Wang Sutra to the 2nd level while enveloped in murderous aura. Elated, Nie Zhaonan produced a golden sunstone imbued with gung metal divine thunder, its surface flickering with golden lightning interspersed with strands of dark red murderous aura. He carefully activated the Tai Divine Thunder technique, cautiously drawing a wisp of the swirling murderous aura from around the golden sunstone into his body. Throughout the process, he remained vigilant, aware that this was the murderous aura born from gung metal divine thunder. Without his mastery of the Tai Divine Thunder technique, he would never have dared to be so audacious in using it for cultivation. Nevertheless, he only dared to draw in a minuscule, nearly inconspicuous wisp of this aura. Upon entry into Nie Zhaonan's body, the murderous aura sent a tremor through his consciousness, igniting a surge of violent energy, his eyes blazing red, driven by an urge to unleash carnage. Sensing this overwhelming force, he quickly withdrew the golden sunstone. Biting his tongue, he regained a semblance of clarity and immediately began practicing the Ming Wang Sutra. The familiar agony returned, yet a smile crept upon his lips. He mused silently. Indeed, it is effective. As I channel the Ming Wang Sutra, the murderous aura is being refined, and my physical form is gradually strengthening at a pace exceeding tenfold compared to before. If this rate continues, I should be able to enhance my physical prowess to rival that of foundation stage practitioners before the blood-red trial begins. Thus, time continued to pass incrementally. By day, Nie Zhaonan consumed chi-boosting pills and practiced the 4th level of the Tai Divine Thunder technique. By night, he drew in murderous aura and cultivated the Ming Wang Sutra. He allocated sporadic moments to plant spiritual herbs, inscribe talismans, and study alchemical manuscripts. On one particular day, as was his custom, Nie Zhaonan refined chi-boosting pills and cultivated his magical energy within his chamber. Suddenly, a transmission talisman flickered, arriving before him through the magical array. He picked up the talisman, and a melodious, joyous voice resounded. "Husband, I have successfully broken through to Foundation establishment." The one who could effortlessly send a talisman directly to Nie Zhaonan was none other than Nie Ying. Now 2.5 years had passed, and Nie Ying was 19 years old. Achieving Foundation establishment at such a young age surpassed even her expectations. However, with Nie Zhaonan's unlimited supply of white spirit pills, it seemed almost inevitable. 3 months prior, Nie Ying had already reached the pinnacle of the 13th layer of qi refinement. Yet she had not sought to rent a cave for Foundation establishment. Nie Zhaonan had placed the spirit eye spring in Nie Ying's room, ensuring an adequate supply of spiritual energy for her advancement. Additionally, he set up a reversed 5-element formation within the courtyard to provide greater safety than renting a cave. Rising from his seat, Nie Zhaonan approached the door and swung it open. A graceful figure stood before him, skin as fair as snow, features delicately painted, her bright eyes sparkling as they gazed at him. Nie Zhaonan stepped forward, enveloping Nie Ying in his arms, congratulating her on her entry into the Foundation stage, acknowledging her as a formidable Foundation cultivator deserving of celebration. His hands instinctively wandered over her delicate form, exploring and caressing. "Today, my husband must attend to me well. After all, I have been the one serving you all this while." Nie Ying, feeling the warmth of his touch, experienced a rush of delight, fully understanding his intentions. Since their marriage, they had yet to truly engage in the intimate acts expected of them. Although they had revealed their true selves to each other, that forbidden layer remained untouched. In a few exchanged words, Nie Zhaonan lifted Nie Ying effortlessly, striding into the boudoir, while her cheeks flushed crimson, her arms tightly encircling his neck, her delicate head resting against his chest. The two individuals collapsed onto the bed, with Nie Zhaonan pressing against the delicate form of Nie Ying. Through the sheer fabric of their garments, they felt each other's warmth, the heat of their breaths mingling as their gazes locked, lips gradually drawing near. With a kiss, Nie Ying succumbed to enchantment. Though they had shared such moments before, the significance of this encounter was profoundly different. From this day forth, she would truly belong to her husband, and he to her as a genuine partner in their journey. Nie Ying thought blissfully, her heart brimming with sweetness. "Husband, love me." A voice, laced with temptation, ambiguously beckoned, unmistakably an invitation from Nie Ying herself. Nie Zhaonan, equally eager, yearned for his beautiful childhood sweetheart, yet restrained his desires, wishing for Nie Ying's first experience to be as comfortable as possible. This delicate flower must not be harmed. Chapter 17. Establishing the cave dwelling in the stillness of the night. Nie Ying's exquisite brows furrowed slightly, as a crimson plum blossom quietly unfurled. In the small courtyard, the only sound was the faint rustling of the bed's legs against the floor, though the duration of this moment remained unknown. 3 days later, the couple ventured hand in hand to the Spirit Beast Hall in Huangfeng Valley, seeking to rent a dual-eyed spirit mouse to locate a spiritually rich cave dwelling. A young female disciple, observing the couple, inquired, "Esteemed senior, have you come to rent a spirit beast?" Upon seeing the radiant beauty that was Nie Ying, the 17 or 18-year-old disciple revealed her envy. Aware that Nie Zhaonan was accompanying her and had reached the 13th level of qi refinement, the disciple showed due respect and bowed. Nie Ying, in a splendid mood, smiled gently and spoke, "Is there a dual-eyed mouse available for rent at the Spirit Beast Hall? I wish to borrow one for 2 days." "Yes, of course. I shall fetch one for you immediately," the disciple exclaimed with delight. After the disciple departed, Nie Zhaonan took Nie Ying into his embrace, teasingly remarking, "It seems my Inger possesses quite the presence akin to a foundational elder." On the bed, Nie Ying appeared as a docile little cat, ready to be cherished. "Husband," she confessed, "I shall only reveal my vulnerability to you in the presence of others. I must maintain decorum. On this path of cultivation, I can only rely on you." Nestled against Nie Zhaonan's shoulder, she savored the moment's tranquility. Moments later, the disciple returned, cradling a small creature the size of a fist. "This is the dual-eyed spirit mouse. The rental fee is 1 spirit stone per day," she announced respectfully, extending the mouse but unsure to whom it should be given. Nie Zhaonan received the mouse with his right hand, stating, "Here are 3 spirit stones. We shall rent it for 3 days." His tone was calm. The disciple cautiously assessed Nie Ying, noting her lack of reaction, and added, "After 3 days, you need only release the dual-eyed spirit mouse, and it will return on its own." Nie Ying summoned her white jade boat, and they stood one behind the other, soaring into the northwest sky. After flying for half a day, they paused at the outermost edge of the Taiyue mountain range. Cradling Nie Ying, Nie Zhaonan patted her firm and supple figure, saying, "Let us establish our cave dwelling here. It is peaceful and seldom visited. Plus, it is conveniently close to the Tianqing sect's marketplace." Another reason for this choice was the presence of a spiritual eye spring nearby. Although they already possessed one, such a treasure was not to be overlooked. "I shall follow your lead, husband. Your decisions are always best," Niang replied sweetly. Resembling a dutiful wife from an ordinary household, ever compliant with her husband's opinions, Nie Zhaonan caressed her smooth cheek and, unable to resist, kissed her cherry-red lips. Parting almost immediately, releasing the dual-eyed spirit mouse, it let out a few squeaks before darting into the nearby underbrush, disappearing from sight. The couple used their spiritual senses to follow its trail at a leisurely pace. Standing at the base of a steep peak, they faced a towering cliff. Nie Zhaonan felt a surge of excitement, realizing they had found the right spot. The spiritual eye spring lay just behind this stone wall. He contemplated silently. However, Niang, slightly bewildered, asked, "Husband, why did the dual-eyed spirit mouse run into the stone wall? The spiritual energy here does not seem very abundant." "Perhaps there is a hidden realm within," Nie Zhaonan replied casually. With that, he wielded his peachwood sword artifact, systematically slicing through the mountain stone. Advancing towards the dual-eyed spirit mouse within, Nie stood by, casting a protective shield of spiritual energy around Nie Zhaonan to guard against flying debris and dust. An hour later, a rudimentary stone pathway, spanning several dozen feet, began to take shape. When the final strike was made, the stone wall finally yielded, revealing a natural cave roughly 10 feet in size. Upon entering, they were immediately enveloped by a rich aura of spiritual energy. Nie Zhaonan was not surprised. However, Nie exclaimed in excitement, "The spiritual eye spring. Husband, we've discovered another one. Our fortune in cultivation is truly remarkable." In the center of the cave lay a small spring, bubbling forth water, noticeably smaller than the previous one they had acquired. The dual-eyed spirit mouse swam leisurely in the modest pool. It appeared that this spiritual eye spring had not formed long enough to accumulate a profound depth, the local spiritual veins having long since been depleted, preventing further growth. Indeed, this is quite favorable. With this spring, combined with our previous find, our cultivation speed will surely increase by 1 or 2-fold. Nie Zhaonan replied with a smile. "Let us establish our cave dwelling here. I will carve out the stone chambers. And Inger, you shall arrange the furnishings and decorations." After half a day's labor, Nie Zhaonan had successfully created stone chambers for a bedroom, a retreat room, a crafting room, an alchemy room, a talisman-making room, and a medicinal garden. Meanwhile, Niang diligently polished the stone walls and arranged the furnishings, which were already prepared and ready to be placed in their designated spots. Nie Zhaonan retrieved the still slumbering dual-eyed spirit mouse from the spiritual eye spring, traveling several hundred miles before releasing it to return to the spirit beast hall. At the entrance of the cave dwelling, he set up the inverted 5 elements array flags and array discs, activating them with a handful of low-grade spirit stones. Instantly, a luminous barrier appeared, concealing the cave entrance from the view of ordinary foundational practitioners, leaving only an intact stone wall visible. Returning to the cave, they found the surrounding rooms had been arranged perfectly. Nie Zhaonan approached the spiritual eye spring, sweeping his hand over his storage bag to produce a larger spring, which he placed beside the smaller one. This larger spiritual eye spring, a legacy from a deceased core formation practitioner, was significantly more substantial and rich in spiritual energy compared to the one they had just discovered. Next, he set up a spirit gathering array to consolidate the energies from both springs, preventing the spiritual essence from dissipating, thus creating a denser spiritual environment conducive to their cultivation. Following the method provided by Xianxia, it wasn't long before the array flags, array discs, and spirit stones were correctly positioned, and the array was complete. The semicircular array formed a translucent dome, collecting spiritual energy, preventing any from escaping, and soon, the energy began to coalesce into wisps of mist. As Nie Zhaonan arranged the spirit gathering array, Nie completed the setup of the cave dwelling, smoothing the stone walls and placing the furniture in order. She positioned a cushion and tables on either side of the spiritual spring to serve as a retreat space. Chapter 18. The mid-foundation stage, we should position ourselves as close to the spirit eye spring as possible, allowing us to absorb its rich spiritual energy, while also maintaining a suitable distance for our cultivation to minimize distractions. Inger, let us cultivate within the formation, utilizing the spiritual energy from the spirit eye spring, so we can break through our cultivation level sooner, he suggested. handing Nie 10 bottles of qi refining pills, sufficient for 3 to 4 months given her refining speed. Yes, my lord. I shall strive diligently in my cultivation and not disappoint your expectations. Nie accepted the pills, momentarily taken aback. Yet she refrained from inquiring about their origin, instead assuring Nie Zhaonan of her commitment. Over the course of 2.5 years, she had continuously consumed the pills, meditated, and accumulated her spiritual power. According to the original pace, Nie Zhaonan should have already reached the mid-foundation stage. However, with the practice of the Ming Wang Ju, his meridians were consistently being expanded and fortified, while his dantian gradually enlarged, necessitating a greater accumulation of spiritual power to attain the mid-foundation stage, thus prolonging the time required for advancement. Although progress was somewhat slower, the benefits were substantial. His spiritual power became denser, the output significantly increased, and the execution of his techniques accelerated considerably, enhancing his strength further. Simultaneously, his rate of pill refinement improved. He had progressed from refining 3 qi pills daily to 4. Now, Nie Zhaonan had reached the pinnacle of the early foundation stage, having completed the first layer of the Ming Wang Ju. With further cultivation, he believed both his qi refinement and physical cultivation would advance to the mid-foundation stage, at which point the Ming Wang Ju would also progress to its second layer. The minor bottleneck he encountered posed no challenge under the advantages of the Tai Divine Thunder technique. Feeling the robust spiritual power within his dantian, now purer and more substantial than that of an ordinary mid-foundation cultivator, he recalled the sect leader, certain that he would not be a match for him now. Without further contemplation, the two began to sit cross-legged on their mats, consuming the pills and meditating. Time passed gradually. After a few days, Nie Zhaonan successfully broke through to the mid-foundation stage. On this day, Nie remarked, "My lord, I have been so joyous these days that I nearly forgot to report my entry into the foundation stage and the establishment of my cave abode to the sect leader. At Huangfeng Valley, every newly ascended foundation cultivator must register with the sect leader to record the location of their cave abode and receive an annual stipend of a mid-tier spirit stone. This system allows the sect leader to stay informed about the foundation cultivators within the sect for better management. After all, in a sect, the nascent soul ancestors are nearly invisible, serving as a stabilizing force, while only one Lord Liu resides in the valley. Foundation cultivators serve as the backbone of the sect, tasked with guarding spirit stone mines and eliminating evil cultivators, thus maintaining the daily operations of the sect. Qi refining cultivators are considered mere outer disciples, handling minor sect affairs, their role being to provide a large pool of potential talents for the sect. I shall accompany you to report to the sect leader and sign up for the Blood Forbidden Land trial," Nie Zhaonan replied casually. Upon hearing that her husband intended to partake in the trial, Nie expressed her concern. "My lord, do you truly wish to go to the Blood Forbidden Land? The survival rate for disciples participating in the blood trial is below 30%. It is far too perilous." Initially, Nie believed her husband concealed his cultivation level to avoid unnecessary trouble, not realizing it was for the sake of the blood trial. Since their acquaintance, she had gradually come to know Nie Zhaonan better, and the more she learned, the more mysterious he appeared. She often pondered whether he might be a fallen celestial, given his formidable techniques and the abundance of pills at his disposal. However, she understood the importance of discretion and refrained from probing too deeply into his secrets. Nie Zhaonan gently embraced Nie Ying's slender waist, caressing her softly, and spoke in a calm yet assured tone. "Inga, do you not recognize my strength? I can restore my cultivation at any time. With my abilities, safeguarding myself at the foundation stage is a certainty, let alone in a trial meant for qi refining cultivators. The Blood Forbidden Land is an ancient site, rich with opportunities. I must venture there." His tone reflected no hesitation or doubt. To him, as long as he avoided the high tower at the center of the Forbidden Land, there was little cause for concern. Seeing his confidence, Nie, realizing she could not sway his decision, gently urged, "Then, my lord, do be cautious and avoid unnecessary risks." Nie Zhaonan nodded, playfully pinching her delicate nose, and smiled. "Naturally. My dear, I value my life. And with such a beautiful wife like you waiting at home, I could never afford to be lost to the void." Nie, resembling a docile little rabbit, half closed her eyes in delight, savoring her husband's affection. As they conversed, they summoned their magical artifacts and made their way toward the Huangfeng Valley Great Hall, sharing laughter while admiring the breathtaking mountain scenery around them. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble echoed from below. Both turned their gazes downward, spotting flashes of lightning on a nearby hill, accompanied by a chorus of cheers. "Moron brothers, let's see another display of your lightning techniques." Indeed, This is my first time witnessing the might of lightning up close. It is truly awe-inspiring. Me too. It's incredible. Show us another. From their vantage point on the white jade boat, Nie Zhaonan and Nie Ying were captivated by the unexpected spectacle, halting to observe the scene below. Nie Ying quickly lost interest after a glance, realizing that Nie Zhaonan was engrossed in watching the Murong brothers' flashy display, and she awkwardly commented, "My lord, these are the new disciples with dual lightning roots. They are still quite young and inexperienced, overly confident in their talents, basking in flattery without a clue of their limitations." These twins were recent disciples taken in by her master, Lei Wanhui, and Nie Ying was aware of this, hence her elaboration. Nie Zhaonan paid little heed to the Murong brothers' ostentation, merely remarking, "Inger, no need to explain. I simply find it remarkable that both siblings possess lightning roots. I was merely observing for lack of other pursuits. In the realm of cultivation, spiritual roots are exceedingly rare. Among common folk, even 1 in 100,000 may possess a spiritual root, and most of those are often false roots. Even within cultivation families, where both parents possess spiritual roots, the offspring rarely inherit them, with talent often a matter of chance and seldom exceeding that of their parents." Chapter 19. The Murong brothers. These two brothers, both endowed with lightning spiritual roots, were indeed fortunate. Coupled with the innate connection and blood bond of twins, should they cultivate complementary techniques, their combat prowess would likely be unmatched among their peers. Nie Zhaonan reflected on this privately, dismissing the notion of recruiting them as subordinates. He was confident that with the Purple Sky Cave and the Tai Divine Thunder technique, he could traverse the ranks without equal. Defeating foes beyond his level was merely a matter of time. However, it seemed that these two would remain inactive for centuries to come. Their fate unknown, whether they perished in battles against the Murons or chose to transcend on their own. "My lord, please wait here. I shall go instruct them. After all, they will be my future peers, and I cannot allow them to tarnish our sect's reputation." As Nie Ying observed the incessant flashes of lightning below, reminiscent of street performers, she could no longer bear to watch. Nie Zhaonan nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, I shall await you here." Nie Ying wielded a magical artifact, directing it toward the Murong brothers. Hovering above the crowd, she remained unnoticed. Formulating a spell, a fireball materialized, a low-tier spell known as Fireball Technique, which she propelled toward her target. Her intention was not to harm the Murong brothers. Rather, she sought to reveal her presence since no one seemed to acknowledge her. As the fireball soared toward the Murong brothers, they only realized it was coming when it drew near, abruptly halting their palm thunder technique and darting aside. In their retreat, they could not suppress their anger, vociferously demanding, "Who dares to ambush us within the sect? Do they not fear the repercussions?" At that moment, they had yet to discern the identity of the audacious assailant, consumed instead by their indignation. When the fireball struck the ground, exploding upon impact, the onlookers swiftly turned to the source. They beheld a figure in red robes, a stunning Foundation establishment elder, whose solemn demeanor suggested that the arrival was not fortuitous. Though this elder possessed a celestial beauty, it stirred no admiration among the crowd. Instead, they bowed their heads like quails, fearing that their presence might invoke her displeasure. Observing the silence around them, the Murong brothers finally grasped the situation. Cautiously raising their heads, they spotted the elder, their expressions faltering as they quickly concealed their prior emotions. Attempting to ingratiate themselves with the "Greetings, senior sister. Congratulations on your advancement to Foundation establishment and your ascension onto the path of immortality." With the elder's recent advancement, they fervently congratulated her, hoping to evade punishment. However, Nie Ying was not swayed by their flattery. In a stern tone, she admonished, "You two have only reached the 6th layer of chi refinement. Instead of flaunting yourselves, you ought to devote your time to cultivation. Do you truly believe that merely relying on your dual thunder spiritual roots and becoming a named disciple under a master will shield you from concerns? Return and enter seclusion. Do not emerge until you break through to the 9th layer of chi refinement, lest you bring disgrace upon our sect." The brothers, who relished showing off, would have continued their antics for another 2 years had it not been for today's incident. Such a disposition, if left unaltered, would inevitably lead to their downfall. The brothers fell silent, not daring to utter a word of protest, responding meekly, "Yes, senior sister." They hung their heads, dejected. Nie Ying returned to Nie Zhaonan's side, her expression somber, hinting at some discontent. "You've returned. Have matters been resolved? You seem troubled, Inger," Nie Zhaonan inquired with concern, wrapping an arm around her delicate waist as he directed their magical artifact toward Huangfeng Valley's Great Hall. "Ah, my husband need not worry. I am merely lamenting that my two junior brothers do not cherish their own talents and backgrounds. Nie sighed, gazing at the distant hillside. Although she was merely a foundation establishment cultivator, she understood that if the Murong brothers did not amend their ways, they would struggle to achieve core formation, as they did not possess heavenly spiritual roots to bypass the bottlenecks of advancement. Observing her demeanor, Nie Zhaonan sought to reassure her, saying, "Talent is but one aspect. Even those endowed with heavenly spiritual roots cannot guarantee their ascension to nascent soul. We cultivators strive against fate, exploring perilous territories, all in pursuit of opportunities to advance. We are constantly at odds with destiny. Without a resolute heart toward the path, how can one hope to forge ahead? Before attaining immortality, living long is merely a prelude to becoming dust." He added, "But with my support, you need not worry about your cultivation." Nie Zhaonan was not concerned about Nie Ying's determination, for in the original narrative, she had successfully attained core formation. Hearing this, Nie Ying felt a wave of relief. The truth was that thanks to her husband's provision of elixirs over the years, she had saved herself years of arduous cultivation. Otherwise, she would merely be at the 10th layer of qi refinement at the tender age of 19, hardly a feat worthy of being a foundation establishment cultivator. Before long, the great hall of the sect came into view. As they entered, they found sect leader Zhong Lingdao engrossed in administrative matters. This was inevitable. Bestowing the management of the sect upon a foundation establishment cultivator necessitated diligence, as neglect could lead to replacement, given the meritocratic nature of the cultivation world. "Greetings, sect leader," Nie Ying praised. "You manage the sect with such meticulousness. It is truly a blessing for our sect." "Oh, it is Sister Nie and Brother Nie. Please, make yourselves comfortable." Zhong Lingdao welcomed them, showing no sign of bias against Nie Zhaonan for his lack of advancement. They settled into adjacent chairs, and the adept leader, astute and experienced, understood Nie Zhaonan well. He had no doubts about his advancement to foundation establishment and would not offend him over trivial matters. Noticing Nie Ying had entered the foundation establishment stage, he inquired, "Sister Nie, have you come to register your advancement?" "Indeed," Nie Ying replied earnestly. "I am here to record my information and details of my cave dwelling." She proceeded to provide specifics regarding her cave's location, foundation age, and other relevant information. Zhong Lingdao elaborated on the sect's current situation, noting there were 634 foundation establishment cultivators, 7 or 8 core formation elders, and only 1 grand elder, the venerable Linghu. Zhong Lingdao produced a jade slip and inscribed the essential information within using his spiritual sense. Shortly, he stored the slip, declaring, "All set. I shall place this in the sect's archives." "Thank you, sect leader." Nie Ying expressed her gratitude. "It is no trouble. It is my duty," Zhong Lingdao humbly replied, then turned his attention to Nie Zhaonan, inquiring, "What brings you here, Brother Nie?" Zhong Lingdao found it curious that while Nie Ying had advanced to foundation establishment, Nie Zhaonan, possessing a rare lightning attribute spiritual root, remained unadvanced. Why has Brother Nie not yet reached foundation establishment? He pondered, but refrained from asking directly, considering the potential strain on their relationship. Nie Zhaonan respectfully responded, "Sect leader, I have consumed a foundation establishment pill but lacked the requisite fortune for advancement. I have come specifically to participate in the blood trial in 2 years, hoping to acquire spirit herbs to exchange for another foundation establishment pill." Zhong Lingdao, disregarding the difference in their ranks, was not offended by the disparity in their titles, understanding that Nie Zhaonan was still perceived as merely a qi refinement cultivator. He mused, "Ah, I see. The blood trial may be perilous for others, with less than 30% of participants surviving each year, yet for you, it should be manageable as long as you avoid the most dangerous areas. You are certainly capable of achieving your desires." Noting Nie Zhaonan's refined and robust spiritual energy, he discreetly commended his strength. This circumstance is indeed inevitable. While concealing one's cultivation through magical clones may achieve a semblance of perfection in hiding one's realm, the purity of one's magical power remains unmasked. Those with a modicum of insight and cultivation surpassing that of Nie Zhaonan can easily discern the nuances. When compared to the concealment of one's cultivation, such trivial flaws are negligible. The world of cultivation is replete with extraordinary techniques, and a robust foundation of power can easily be justified. Upon hearing the words of the sect leader, Nie Zhaonan did not dare to be complacent, humbly responding, "Master, your praise is unwarranted. I merely rely on my techniques to gain a slight advantage in the qi refinement stage, surpassing the average cultivator by a few measures. I would appreciate it if you could record my name for the trial." Nie Zhaonan explained a few points in an effort to appear less conspicuous in his strength. "Very well, I shall note it down. I will inform you when the blood trial commences, Master Zhongling said, inscribing Nie Zhaonan's name on the registration jade slip. As the two discussed the matters of the blood-colored forbidden ground, Niang sat quietly in her chair, listening to their conversation and patiently awaiting her turn. Thank you, Master. We shall take our leave now. In the days that followed, Nie Zhaonan and Niang mostly remained in the cave dwelling, cultivating diligently, and when fatigued, they would engage in dual cultivation to rejuvenate. Each session would last ceaselessly for 3 days and nights, with Niang invariably being the first to succumb, utterly exhausted, collapsing like a limp rag on the disheveled bed before they would cease. Occasionally, Chun Xiaoqian would join them, unrestrained by their disparity in cultivation, sharing amusing anecdotes from within the sect, and each meeting was filled with joyful banter. Nie Zhaonan would also present her with some elixirs to aid her cultivation. One day, after departing from the Fengshe market of the Hidden Moon sect, Nie Zhaonan sensed someone trailing him. Given that he had sold the beauty-enhancing pill numerous times, it was unsurprising to attract attention. Upon realizing he was being followed, Nie Zhaonan remained composed, confident in his strength, as he had few adversaries at the foundation establishment stage. He continued unhurriedly, maintaining his usual pace toward the secluded forest beyond the market. After a considerable time, he arrived at a remote mountain woodland, descended from his magical artifact, and stood with arms crossed, gazing back, awaiting the arrival of his pursuers. Before long, 2 foundation establishment cultivators approached, standing several dozen paces apart, exchanging silent glances. One of the cultivators, plump and resembling a ball, had a large head, with small, beady eyes squinted in a shifty manner. The other, a lean figure at the peak of the mid-foundation establishment stage, was as thin as a reed, with sunken eyes that seemed hollowed out by indulgence, embodying the visage of one whose vitality had been severely depleted. Dressed in tattered dark garments, they resembled beggars, yet their appearance belied their intent as they approached to rob. To them, Nie Zhaonan appeared to be merely an early foundation establishment cultivator, while they, 2 mid-stage cultivators, viewed him as easy prey, certain of their victory. The plump, disheveled cultivator grinned, resembling a jolly Buddha, and said, "Ha, fellow cultivator across the way, my brother and I have come to borrow a few spirit stones. Those who know their place are wise. If you hand them over willingly, we can befriend you. If not, do not blame us for our ruthlessness." However, before the words of cruelty could fully escape his lips, Nie Zhaonan's aura surged, instantly transforming him from an early foundation establishment cultivator into one of mid-stage. His peachwood sword shot forth unexpectedly, landing 3 paces before the corpulent rogue. Nie Zhaonan had no patience for idle chatter. Only the dead make good enemies. This was Nie Zhaonan's first confrontation with a peer, and he approached it with utmost caution. He had stored a strike of the Thunder Spirit Sword technique within the Purple Cloud's cave, and as the adversaries relaxed, he seized the moment, swiftly regaining his cultivation and launching a surprise attack. Both the stout and lean adversaries were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically as they quickly brandished their magical artifacts for defense. The stout cultivator took the brunt of the attack, drawing forth a top-tier magical artifact, the Greenwood Shield, to shield himself. With a resounding crack, the scene before him left the stout cultivator stunned. The peachwood sword, imbued with the might of thunder, pierced through the Greenwood Shield, leaving a charred gash. "Ah!" The stout cultivator cried out in terror, his beady eyes widening in shock. In the wake of his fear, the peachwood sword struck his head with a thundering impact, causing it to explode. This entire sequence, though seemingly prolonged, transpired in the blink of an eye. Utilizing his own cultivation and techniques, Nie Zhaonan seized the opportunity presented by his opponent's negligence, swiftly eliminating the stout cultivator, a fellow peer. Witnessing his brother's demise, the lean cultivator was overcome with grief, crying out, "Brother!" However, in the face of danger, he could not afford to be careless and steeled himself. After his initial strike, Nie Zhaonan donned his gauntlets, employing the snow-trackless tread, and drew close to the lean cultivator with remarkable speed. As Nie Zhaonan approached, the lean cultivator barely managed to raise his Xian iron shield for defense, while a blazing long spear lunged toward him. At that moment, the lean cultivator could no longer maintain his earlier facade of calm, his eyes betraying a grave tension. Nie Zhaonan deftly dodged the spear's attack with a swift movement. Closing in on the lean cultivator, he delivered a powerful punch to the Xian iron shield, which, under the weight of several thousand pounds of force, was sent flying upon impact. With the shield no longer providing protection, the lean cultivator was left aghast, exclaiming, "Spare me, fellow cultivator." His plea was interrupted as Nie Zhaonan's massive fist loomed before him. The lean cultivator attempted to reveal his background, hoping to instill fear in Nie Zhaonan and save his life, but his calculation proved misguided. Unfazed, Nie Zhaonan struck decisively, and with a resounding crack, the lean cultivator became a headless corpse. The time from Nie Zhaonan's initial strike to the demise of both adversaries was mere moments. Throughout, he remained silent, his strikes efficient and decisive, showcasing his formidable resolve. He swiftly stowed his magical artifacts in storage pouch, unleashing 2 fireball spells upon the headless corpses. With 2 explosive sounds, they ignited fiercely, leaving behind nothing but 2 smoldering piles of ashes. Commanding the peachwood sword, Nie Zhaonan departed rapidly. At the very moment the stout and lean cultivators met their end, in a shadowy corner of the Fengshe market, the dimly lit room saw 2 lanterns abruptly extinguished. A figure clad in black, waiting in the shadows, wore a grim expression as a hoarse voice emerged. "I told you he was not to be trifled with. Yet, you insisted on attempting to rob him." In mere moments, the Zhou brothers met their demise. They truly were fearless, blinded by the allure of spirit stones. When they discovered this prime target in Nie Zhaonan, for individuals had gathered to plot, but conflicting opinions led to their fracturing. One of the black-clad figures remained silent, appearing indifferent. They understood that anyone capable of dispatching the stout and lean cultivators so swiftly must possess extraordinary skills. Their own involvement would likely only lead to disaster. Observing his companion's lack of reaction, the previously vocal figure grew increasingly irate. "What are you pretending for, Ho Ergu? Always acting so detached. Now that we are left with only the 2 of us to rob cultivators, what shall we do? We have been bonded since childhood. For those like them, wandering cultivators, if they did not band together for warmth, how could they seize the resources needed for their cultivation?" Ho Ergu could no longer suppress his voice, though his tone remained calm. "In this life, if one cannot become an immortal, death is inevitable. Given our talents, merely achieving the foundation establishment stage is already a stroke of fortune. Reaching higher realms is a gamble with one's life. You and I will meet the same fate eventually." The man in black found himself at a loss for words, angrily poking at Ho Ergu's sore spot. "Isn't it just that the woman you adore has rejected you? What is the big deal? Now you put on a facade of being indifferent to life and death. Who are you trying to impress?" In his youth, Ho Ergu had confessed his feelings to a girl from the same village, but she had gently turned him down, as she had no romantic feelings for him. As the words hung in the air, silence enveloped them both. It seemed that the frequency of trading the beauty-retaining pill needed to be reduced. Continuing down this path would inevitably lead to trouble, Nie Zhaonan thought to himself. If he persisted in selling the beauty-retaining pill, given the flow of information in the market, it wouldn't be long before the entire cultivation community of the Yu Nation became aware that a foundation-building cultivator possessed a large supply of these pills. At that point, the temptation of immense profit would surely attract the attention of those elder cultivators in the core formation stage, which would be quite perilous. Contemplating the spirit stones from the Xiao cave, Nie Zhaonan felt a sense of reassurance. During this period, he had earned 50,000 spirit stones from trading the beauty-retaining pill, which was sufficient for the time being. Wealth indeed stirs the heart. This time, at the auction in the Yanyu sex market, he sold 2 beauty-retaining pills for an astonishing price of 8,000 spirit stones. This was largely because the cultivators of the Yanyu sect were predominantly beautiful female practitioners who placed great importance on their appearance. In the markets of Huangfeng Valley and the Tianxing sect, every few months, Nie Zhaonan would also auction off the beauty-retaining pill, but he earned far less there. Typically around 3,000 spirit stones per transaction. After each trade at the Tianxing sect, he would revert to his original appearance to visit Xianxia and nurture their relationship. With each meeting, they would discuss the intricacies of formation techniques, and whenever Nie Zhaonan sought her insights, Xianxia answered with ease, enriching his understanding and allowing him to progress from a novice in formations to someone capable of setting up simple soundproofing arrays and basic restrictions suitable for the qi refining stage. Nie Zhaonan also came to realize the extraordinary talent Xianxia possessed in formation arts, a rare gem indeed, which only strengthened his resolve to bring her under his wing. Their mutual interest blossomed, revealing each other's strengths, creating a profound camaraderie akin to the friendship of high mountains and flowing waters. After spending most of the day, Nie Zhaonan arrived once more at the small hill where Xianxia resided. This time, he did not send a sound transmission. Instead, he activated the token in his hand, revealing a path ahead, which he walked along leisurely. However, the scene before him diverged from his expectations. In the past, Xianxia would wait for him in the courtyard. But now only Xiao Mei was present, her face betraying a look of sorrow. Xiaomei was taken aback upon seeing Nie Zhaonan and, with an apologetic tone, said, "Congratulations on entering the Foundation establishment stage, senior. However, my lady is currently suffering from her dragon-chanting physique and cannot come to greet you. Please forgive us." Upon his arrival, Nie Zhaonan displayed his newly acquired cultivation level, and Xiaomei, wary of underestimating this promising senior, felt the need to be cautious. Hearing about Xianxia's condition, Nie Zhaonan felt a pang of concern, yet he was not without preparations. Since their first meeting, he had been gathering recipes for cold attribute pills, and after much searching, he successfully acquired the recipe for the Ice Spirit Pill at an auction, a pill that enhances the power of ice attribute magic. He promptly cultivated a millennium-old snow lotus to refine the Ice Spirit Pill, intending to suppress the outburst of the dragon-chanting physique. The dragon-chanting physique exudes an exceptionally strong yang energy, particularly evident during its outbreaks, making the use of an ice attribute spirit pill the most fitting remedy. Nie Zhaonan, filled with urgency, instructed, "Quickly, take me to see Taoist Xian. I have gathered some pills that should help her." Xiaomei's face lit up with joy. "Oh, that is wonderful. My lady's ailment can be treated." As she guided him into Xianxia's chamber, he observed that it was devoid of ostentation. Furnished only with some ancient wooden furniture and a desk adorned with books on formation techniques. Xianxia lay in bed, dressed in a pristine white inner garment. With only the collar visible, her delicate form covered by a thin silk quilt, outlining an alluring silhouette. However, her furrowed brow and pained expression shattered the enchanting scene. Evoking a deep sense of compassion, Nie Zhaonan brushed his storage bag, producing a pristine jade vial crafted from superior ice-type spirit jade, the only material capable of preserving the properties of the Ice Spirit Pill. With a soft pop, the vial was opened, and a chill wafted out, quickly enveloping the room in a mist. He poured out a single Ice Spirit Pill, feeling its cold aura even with his current physique, and capped the jade vial. Gently, he caressed Xianxia's cheek, but he was taken aback by an unusual sensation. However, recognizing the critical moment of saving her, he dismissed his thoughts. Observing his surprise, Xiaomei, worried, asked, "Is there something wrong, Senior Nie?" "Nothing serious, just a small question," he replied. "Let's focus on administering the pill to help suppress the dragon-chanting physique." Xiaomei, relieved that Nie Zhaonan did not delve further, felt a wave of comfort wash over her. If her lady's secret were to be discovered, it would indeed spell disaster. With a gentle push, Xianxia's lips parted slightly as Nie Zhaonan placed the pill into her mouth. After the pill was ingested, he propped her up and sat behind her, placing his hands against her back. Through the thin fabric of her garment, the warm sensation flowed through, and Nie Zhaonan focused his energy, circulating it around her body to protect her meridians and dantian. Without this care, the violent potency of the Ice Spirit Pill, made from a millennium-old ice attribute spirit medicine, would be far beyond what the unconscious Xianxian could withstand. His efforts also aided her in refining the pill's energy for quicker absorption and recovery. An hour later, Xianxian opened her drowsy eyes, surprised by the refreshing sensation coursing through her body. Feeling someone aiding her recovery, she blushed slightly, wanting to break free. But the suppression of her dragon-chanting physique had left her weary and weak. Seeing her awaken, Xiaomei rushed over to grasp her hand, asking with concern, "How do you feel, my lady? Did Senior Nie help you take the medicine while you were unconscious?" Hearing Xiaomei's words, Xianxian felt a wave of calmness wash over her, realizing that it was Nie Dage who had helped her refine the pill. Weakly, she expressed, "I feel much better now. My body is no longer a concern, and the dragon-chanting physique has been subdued. Thank you, Nie Dage, for procuring such a miraculous pill for me." Understanding that it was Nie Zhaonan who had saved her, Xianxian spoke her gratitude sincerely. With her keen intellect, she naturally recognized the extraordinary value of such a miraculous pill, far beyond what a mere qi refining stage cultivator like herself could afford. As she visibly improved, Nie Zhaonan withdrew his hands, humbly stating, "It's nothing of great consequence, just a simple pill. The important thing is that it spared you from the torment of the dragon-chanting physique." He then produced a jade vial, exuding a chilly mist, and handed it to Xianxian, saying, "This is the Ice Spirit Pill you just took. Given your current condition, one should suffice to suppress the dragon-chanting physique for half a year." Upon hearing the words, Xianxian felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude swell within her. The jade vial in her hand seemed to radiate warmth, and her delicate face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Could this be considered a life-saving grace? Since learning of her possession of the dragon's resonance body, Brother Nie had tirelessly sought a remedy for her predicament, a debt of gratitude akin to a rebirth. But how could this humble girl repay Brother Nie? As her thoughts spiraled chaotically, her heart raced with an unaccustomed flutter. Her previously composed demeanor now giving way to a shy, joyful expression reminiscent of a maiden on the cusp of love. Her cheeks glowed like ripe apples, and wisps of steam occasionally rose from her head. Nie Zhaonan, noticing Xianxia's demeanor, was somewhat taken aback by the apparent willingness she displayed. He had not anticipated capturing the heart of such a fair maiden so easily. In the original tale, Xianxia had perished while attempting to save Xianxia, and she had willingly chosen to mourn for him, revealing her character as one who repays kindness with loyalty. Now, with Nie Zhaonan's striking features and mutual affection, coupled with the life-saving favor he had bestowed upon her, it seemed entirely plausible for a budding romance to flourish. Miss, are you unwell? Xiaomei inquired, observing her mistress's dazed expression, calling her name twice. Oh no, I'm fine, Xianxia replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks as she stole a glance at Nie Zhaonan, who was gazing at her with an unusual intensity, causing her to feel even more bashful. Suddenly, her expression hardened with resolve. With her slender, jade-like fingers, she delicately lifted a mask from her face. An astonishing sight unfolded. Before Nie Zhaonan appeared a breathtaking visage, radiant and enchanting, complemented by her expressive eyes that seemed to speak volumes. Even the battle-hardened Nie Zhaonan felt entranced, unable to tear his gaze away. Such beauty, like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, evoked a cascade of poetic imagery in his mind, alluding to her purity and grace. Xiaomei stood there, mouth agape, utterly stunned at the revelation of her mistress's true appearance. Slowly, she took a discreet step back, recognizing the significance of the moment. At this juncture, Xianxia, having shed her earlier courage, lowered her head shyly and spoke. Brother Nie, this is my true appearance. I did not reveal my face to you before, and I hope you will not hold it against me. Nie Zhaonan cleared his throat, retracting his entranced gaze. Your beauty is striking, Royin. It is entirely understandable to conceal one's true form for safety in this realm of cultivation. I bear no ill will. He then unabashedly appraised Xianxia, who gazed back at him with tender eyes, and the atmosphere between them grew increasingly intimate. At this moment, Xianxia had laid bare her true self, courageously expressing her feelings. Nie Zhaonan, no stranger to matters of the heart, recognized the shift and took the initiative. He wrapped an arm around Xianxia's slender waist, feeling the warmth of her figure even through her delicate garments. With his other hand, he caressed her fragrant shoulder, drawing her closer into his embrace. Xianxia, feeling the firm touch at her waist, lowered her gaze, surrendering herself to Nie Zhaonan's embrace, her form pressing against him. In that instant, Nie Zhaonan's heart stirred. Each woman he had cherished possessed unique beauty, yet the feelings they evoked were distinct. Inger, the gentle and delicate flower, and Royin, the refined and intelligent lady. This bond felt like an exquisite fate not to be squandered. As he held Xianxia tightly, his hands began to wander. Gradually, her garments loosened from her neck, revealing her fair skin in a tantalizing glimpse. The cool air brushed against her, causing her to stiffen momentarily. Her expression shifted to one of uncertainty. Despite her upbringing as a well-mannered lady, she felt a flicker of trepidation. Yet, the thought of being with the man she admired dispelled her hesitation, and she melted against Nie Zhaonan, yielding to his touch. Aware of her inner turmoil, Nie Zhaonan spoke softly. Royin, I assure you, I will never betray your trust. His words were imbued with sincerity. I believe in you, Brother Nie, Xianxia replied, nodding her head gently, a wave of relief washing over her. As their lips met, he conjured a thread of energy to extinguish the candlelight, plunging the room into darkness. Meanwhile, Xiaomei sat alone in the courtyard, illuminated by the moonlight, observing the stillness within. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her vision, and she could see nothing. My lady, how could you reveal your true self so soon? Wishing to entrust yourself to Senior Nie. Is this what love feels like? Though he is indeed remarkable, I had not perceived such affection in you before. Perhaps I am too young to understand. Xiaomei absently toyed with a flower in her hand, her mind swirling with confusion. After a moment of contemplation, unable to decipher the situation, she reluctantly returned to her room to sleep. A day and night passed, and tranquility returned to the chamber. The sheets were damp with sweat, yet Nie Zhaonan and Xianxia lay entwined, oblivious to anything else. However, a thought crossed her mind, and she asked hesitantly, Am I inadequate? Will Sister Ying dislike me? After their intimate encounter, Nie Zhaonan felt it necessary to divulge to Xianxia that he already had a partner, explaining Sister Ying's gentle and accommodating nature, as well as her efforts to aid him in finding a companion. This was largely due to Sister Ying's frequent inability to withstand Nie Zhaonan's charm, always finding herself at a disadvantage. Given Nie Zhaonan's striking appearance and formidable prowess, it was inevitable that he would attract other admirers. As his childhood friend and first partner, Sister Ying understood the importance of maintaining harmony among the women in his life to alleviate his concerns. Gently patting Ruoyin's back, he reassured her, "You need not worry. Inger will surely welcome you. You both possess remarkable talents and beauty, and I am confident you will find much in common. Soon enough, you will become dear friends." In a world where surviving alone was challenging, he thought with a smile, a little effort would ensure that no one had to endure their burdens alone. Hearing her husband's comforting words, Xian Ruin's worries eased, a smile returning to her face as she looked forward to meeting her new sister. "Ruoyin, your cultivation level is still relatively low. Now that the dragon's resonance body is under control, entering the foundation establishment stage should pose no issue. You ought to elevate your skills as soon as possible," Nie Zhaonan advised with genuine concern. Though the dragon's chant body has not been completely resolved and may intensify with the elevation of one's cultivation level, entering the foundation establishment stage is certainly achievable with the efficacy of the Ice Spirit Dan. Xian Ruoyin is acutely aware of her meager cultivation, particularly in light of her elder sister, who is a foundation establishment cultivator, which leaves her feeling somewhat inferior. "My strength is lacking. I fear I cannot contribute much to my husband." Nie Zhaonan holds her tightly, offering warmth to Xian Ruoyin. "Ruoyin, you must not underestimate yourself. With your talent and formations, you can assist your husband in many ways. However, cultivation remains paramount. Strength is fundamental. Only through continuous advancement can one secure ample lifespan. Therefore, Ruoyin, you must focus on your training and strive to enter the foundation establishment stage at the earliest opportunity. Yes, I will not disappoint my husband's expectations and will diligently study formations to assist him." Feeling her husband's affection, Xian Ruin's heart warms, and she obediently nestles in his embrace. Their close proximity causes her cheeks to flush deeper. With a hint of determination flashing across her slightly blushing face, she stealthily burrows beneath the covers. Nie Zhaonan is taken aback, not expecting the usually demure and refined Ruin to act in such a manner, his handsome face displaying satisfaction and joy. The Qin family of Huangfeng Valley, like the Nie family, has been an affiliated foundation establishment cultivation family for many years. While not as influential as Golden Core families, they hold a significant position within Huangfeng Valley, especially among lower-tier cultivators. At this moment, a group of individuals gathers in the main hall, engaged in fervent discussion. A commanding voice resonates. This family alliance is imperative and cannot be obstructed. The tone brooks no dissent, with no room for negotiation. For the prosperity of the family and the potential for future ascendance, the head of the Chun family decisively makes his pronouncement. Just recently, 2 Qi refining cultivators visited, and the patriarch personally received them. The reason being, one of them, named Lu Tiandu, possesses extraordinary potential with a wind attribute extraordinary spiritual root. After prolonged discussions, both parties reached a consensus on the alliance, with the Chun family woman to marry Lu Tiandu, who would also be recommended to Huangfeng Valley and receive a foundation establishment Dan. However, conditions apply. Lu Tiandu must henceforth be a member of the Chun family and adhere to family commands, a stipulation that cannot be overlooked. This is an investment the patriarch is keen to make, as the wind attribute extraordinary spiritual root is a rare qualification, significantly enhancing both combat capabilities and the likelihood of achieving the golden core compared to ordinary dual spiritual roots, making it well worth cultivating. Should he fortuitously attain the golden core, the Chun family could also prosper through their connections. Even if he cannot form a golden core, having a foundation establishment cultivator with an extraordinary spiritual root is a guaranteed return for the Chun family. The patriarch considers the various possibilities, contemplating how this union could strengthen the Chun family and further enhance his branch's influence within the clan. The benefits, naturally, pertain to the distribution of cultivation resources. Discussing the internal dynamics of the Chun family, the patriarch finds himself in a challenging position. Currently, aside from his own branch, he has 3 brothers, each with their own lineages, wielding some degree of power within the clan, with various family enterprises at stake. Not to mention, numerous elders from the older generation, who, having made significant contributions in their youth, command considerable influence within the clan, complicating the power dynamics. Despite being the nominal head, he possesses little real authority. Most significant issues still require deliberation and voting among clan members. However, this is unavoidable. Although he is a foundation establishment cultivator, he cannot easily assert dominance over others. For the Chen family is not devoid of other foundation establishment cultivators, each lineage possessing one or two. Such circumstances are commonplace in the cultivation world. Whether in sects or families, aside from the founding patriarch wielding absolute power, authority is often shared among various branches, varying only in degree. Rare exceptions are not surprising. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. It is the absolute power that compels others to submit, and the vast disparities in strength naturally dissuade opposition. This impending union represents a prime opportunity to alter the status quo of the Chen family, with the pivotal factor being the choice of the bride, an essential link between the two families. As the daughter of the patriarch, Chen Xiaoqian's selection would both demonstrate the Chen family's regard for Lu Tiandu and ensure that, as his cultivation deepens, he would lean towards the Chen family, solidifying their control over the clan's power. Should another branch's daughter marry Lu Tiandu, the patriarchal position would undoubtedly pass to someone from that lineage once he fortuitously forms a golden core. The individuals in the hall listen attentively, without a hint of dissent. Only one person, clad in green, with flowing black hair, tightly clenched her delicate fingers, revealing her inner turmoil. Although this is the family assembly hall, it is evident that only she and a few brothers are present, making it clear that the chosen one must be her. Father, Xiaoqian already has someone in mind. I would rather perish than marry another. The usually obedient Chen Xiaoqian boldly voices her thoughts, her determined gaze fixed intently on her father. In recent days, she has frequently visited Nie Ying's cave for gatherings, which, despite being labeled as such, primarily consisted of herself, Nie Zhaonan, and Nie Ying, with their exchanges being a closely guarded secret. Initially, Chen Xiaoqian was unaware of why senior sister Nie Ying extended the invitation, assuming it was an attempt to cultivate goodwill and strengthen cooperation between their families for mutual advancement. However, through subsequent intimate discussions, she realized her misunderstanding and understood Nie Ying's intentions. Nie Ying often extolled Nie Zhaonan's virtues, his expertise in talismans and alchemy, as well as his formidable strength, hoping to forge a genuine sisterly bond with her. With Nie Ying's subtle nudges, Nie Zhaonan recognized her plan to find a partner to share the burden, and he proactively engaged Chen Xiaoqian to foster their relationship, which blossomed harmoniously. Nie Zhaonan, possessing a handsome demeanor and an ethereal presence, enjoyed pleasant interactions with the two, and Chen Xiaoqian gradually found herself enamored, her youthful heart captivated by Nie Zhaonan. In private, he discreetly promised her, behind Nie Ying's back, that he would formally take her as his partner once he established his foundation. Although aware that Nie Ying would not oppose, the secrecy of their budding romance left her flustered, nearly surrendering her innocence in the moment. Each time she reminisced about those occasions, her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. As her declaration echoed through the hall, the temperature in the room plummeted. Chen Xiaotian and Chen Xiaoming stared in shock at their younger sister, unable to fathom her audacity, casting furtive glances at their father seated above. The patriarch of the Chen family was equally taken aback, his stern expression momentarily faltering as he bit his lip, suppressing his rising anger before regaining composure. Xiaoqian, do not be foolish. This union is not only for the Chen family, but also to secure a worthy partner for you. Having a partner with an extraordinary spiritual root will pave a smoother path for your future. Were it not for Chen Xiaoqian being his daughter, whom he cherished, and considering her imminent breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, the patriarch would not have remained so calm in his admonition. He noted the silence of her brothers, who dared not voice their opinions. Yet Chen Xiaoqian remained undeterred by her father's words, arguing her case. Father, reliance on outsiders is ultimately unreliable. This union will not yield immediate benefits for the Chen family. Achieving a golden core will take at least a century. Moreover, a grain of rice brings grace. A bucket brings resentment. Can you guarantee that resource allocation in the future will not lead to conflict? If mishandled, this union will merely introduce hidden dangers for the Chen family. A crisp sound reverberated throughout the grand hall, yet no one dared to object. Much like the realm of cultivation, where even entire families engage in internecine strife, brothers may turn against each other over resources, and the path of enlightenment can breed enmity. What sincerity can one expect from an outsider? No one can guarantee that complications will not arise. Observing their younger sister's reluctance towards the proposed union, Chen Xiaotian and Chen Xiaoming spoke up in unison, urging their father to reconsider. Father, indeed, as our sister has stated, we are still unclear about his character. The human heart is inscrutable. We cannot ascertain whether he will be grateful for the Chen family's nurturing. The risks are considerable. We implore you to deliberate further. Indeed, those who steal pearls are punished, while those who seize nations are elevated. In the world of cultivation, instances of families and sects usurping each other's territories are countless. To speak candidly, are the 7 sects of your country not also occupying the lands of the Xianxia sect to establish their own? The head of the Qin family, his eyes flickering, understood the inherent dangers. One misstep could be akin to inviting a wolf into one's home, leading to self-destruction. Previously, he had only given it a cursory thought, never delving deeply or considering the negative implications, believing only in the benefits he might gain. Yet, where in the world do such advantageous situations exist? In retrospect, he realized he had been blinded by the allure of success. The head of the Qin family slowly closed his eyes, weighing the pros and cons. Finding himself at an impasse, Qin Xiaoqian and her siblings exchanged glances, releasing a collective sigh of relief. At least, for the time being. It appeared their father was unlikely to force the union upon Qin Xiaoqian. Meanwhile, Nie Zhaonan, Xianxia, and the maid Xiaomei were already on their way back to the Huangfeng Valley cave dwelling. The cave, situated in the northern part of the Taiyue mountain range, was far removed from the sect, thus eliminating the need to report to the sect. Nie Zhaonan had no intention of informing the sect. Should he do so, it would require documenting their backgrounds and information, potentially inviting unnecessary complications. Chapter 25. The meeting of 2 women keeping Xianxia's existence a secret from Huangfeng Valley not only spared them much trouble, but also offered better protection for Xianxia. After all, such a prodigy in formations would surely not go unnoticed by the sect. Furthermore, when the demonic forces invade, one cannot guarantee that she would not be assigned dangerous tasks, increasing the risk. In the midst of a battle involving tens of thousands, no one can assure their safety. To protect oneself and those around them, aside from continuously cultivating to enhance one's strength, the best strategy is to exercise caution and minimize one's presence, rather than allowing one's name to spread widely, making it easy for others to discern one's background. Nie Zhaonan was no different. Without absolute power, he would not flaunt himself before others, nor would he indulge in the ephemeral allure of authority. After a while, they flew over numerous mountain ranges and arrived at the cave dwelling. The stone wall before them appeared unremarkable, yet Xianxia wore a slight smile, as this location was concealed by her reversed 5-element formation, shrouding the true scene. With a flick of his wrist, Nie Zhaonan activated the formation, revealing a deep entrance. A beautiful female cultivator clad in a striking red robe hurriedly emerged. Upon spotting Nie Zhaonan, she rushed into his embrace, exclaiming, "Husband, you have returned. Was everything smooth?" Nie Ying's eyes fluttered shut as she tightly held Nie Zhaonan, feeling a profound sense of security. Nie Zhaonan wrapped his arms around his lovely wife, unable to resist placing a kiss upon her smooth forehead. Nie Ying savored the kiss, her entire being relaxing, her toes involuntarily rising. Indeed, this outing for trade went exceedingly well. Nie Zhaonan did not mention the attempted ambush, as revealing such details would only burden Nie Ying with unnecessary worry. He wished for her to remain untroubled by such matters. Pulling Xianxia closer, he half-embraced her. Xianxia blushed at the unexpected intimacy before him, yet felt no aversion. Rather, a sweetness filled her heart. Nie Zhaonan tightened his hold on Nie Ying, and despite feeling a twinge of trepidation, he introduced, "Ingo, this is Ruin." Although Nie Ying had previously expressed no objection to him having other women, bringing one home was an entirely different matter. Only then did she scrutinize Xianxia, who shared their embrace. Previously, she had only caught a fleeting glimpse of the 2 women and had thought them mere maids brought by her husband. Gazing at Xianxia's exquisite features, her expressive eyes, and her ethereal aura, words such as transcendent beauty and wisdom and grace naturally floated into Nie Ying's mind. She wondered where her husband had found such a stunning maiden. Unable to resist, she playfully pinched the soft flesh at Nie Zhaonan's waist, releasing some pent-up frustration. Upon comparing themselves, she realized her own beauty was not lacking, yet her aura seemed to fall short. However, Nie Ying did not perceive herself as inferior. She simply acknowledged that each had their own strengths. Xianxia cautiously observed her previously unfamiliar sister-in-law's expression, noticing no hint of anger, which eased her heart. Taking the initiative, Xianxia spoke, "Sister Ying, I am Xianxia. I hope you will take care of me from now on." Her words conveyed a willingness to embrace her role as a sister, and she had no desire to compete for the position of the primary wife. All she wished was to remain by her husband's side. Seeing Xianxia understand her position, Nie Ying recognized her as a gentle and virtuous individual, which pleased her. Her husband indeed had discerning taste. Nie Ying took Xianxia's small hand, gently squeezing it. Ruoyin, you need not stand on ceremony. From now on, we are family, closer than even sisters. After saying this, she cast a meaningful glance at Nie Zhaonan. Although Nie Zhaonan felt the soft hand at his waist expressing some displeasure, witnessing the harmonious first meeting between Nie Ying and Xian Ruoyin brought him relief. As for Nie Ying's significant glance, Nie Zhaonan understood its implications all too well. Seeing the two women getting along peacefully filled Nie Zhaonan with joy. He kissed both of his partners on the lips, wrapping an arm around each as they made their way into the cave dwelling. As they walked, he remarked, "Ladies, both of you are rare beauties in this world. Let us enter the cave and sit down to converse at leisure, so we may get to know each other better." Both Nie Ying and Xian Ruoyin felt their faces warm slightly, leaning obediently against Nie Zhaonan as he guided them forward. Xiaomei, who had been standing off to the side, noticed her mistress and Nie Ying getting along well, allowing herself to relax as she followed behind. Throughout the journey, Nie Ying introduced Xian Ruoyin to the layout of the cave dwelling, which pleased Nie Zhaonan immensely. After traversing a long stone pathway, they arrived at a vast stone chamber. Nie Ying pointed to the central formation, explaining, "Sister Ruoyin, this is our cultivation area. It contains 2 spirit springs, with the formation containing the spiritual energy to prevent it from dissipating. Cultivating here significantly enhances our speed." Xian Ruoyin examined the formation before her. It served merely for gathering spiritual energy and bore no illusions, clearly revealing the scene within. The swirling spiritual energy was visibly present, and her mouth unconsciously opened in astonishment, appearing quite adorable. After all, she had never witnessed such a sight, even near the Fang market of the Tianqing sect. There were no places with even a hint of visible spiritual energy. When she cultivated, she could only absorb the thin, invisible energy in the air. The scene before her truly astonished her. Within the formation, the spiritual energy swirled, creating an ethereal haze. Wisps of energy continuously escaped, and the concentration of spiritual energy far surpassed that of a foundational cultivator's cave dwelling, even exceeding the levels found in an ordinary golden core cultivator's dwelling. Nie Zhaonan brought Xian Ruoyin to the cave for multiple considerations. Firstly, the potential threat posed by the Fu family from the Yuanwu kingdom, who in the original narrative had coveted Xian Ruoyin's exceptional talent in formations and had attempted to seize her by force. By bringing Xian Ruoyin to the Huangfeng Valley Cave, not only did he distance her from the Fu family, but he also ensured her safety by being by her side, thus providing better protection. Secondly, the spiritual energy in Xian Ruoyin's small courtyard was rather limited. After all, both she and her maid were merely low-level qi refinement practitioners. Even though they possessed some knowledge of formations, they could not occupy a place abundant in spiritual energy suitable for cultivation. In contrast, his own cave was rich in spiritual energy, enhancing the effectiveness of their training and alleviating considerable hardship. Furthermore, with their newfound honesty and deepening affection, it was an opportune moment to strengthen their bond, making separation unthinkable. Nie Ying, observing Xian Ruoyin's look of astonishment, smiled gently and said, "In a moment, I will arrange 2 additional training areas within the formation for Sister Ruoyin and this little maid to facilitate their cultivation." As she gazed at Xian Ruoyin's exquisite face, Nie Ying felt a sense of joy in appreciating such beauty. As for Xiaomei, she had learned during the journey that she had been Xian Ruoyin's maid since childhood, providing companionship for many years. Although referred to as a maid, Xian Ruoyin treated her more like a sister. Their relationship far removed from the rigid norms of a typical master-servant dynamic, often sharing heartfelt conversations like close friends. Chapter 26. The Way. Thank you, Sister Ying. Xian Ruoyin expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Upon realizing that Nie Ying genuinely accepted her and considered her welfare, Xian Ruoyin felt deeply touched, and any invisible barrier between them dissipated. Perhaps this was what it felt like to have family. "Thank you, mistress." Xiaomei, still in a daze, bowed slightly and whispered her thanks, her excitement betraying her calm demeanor. Their brief interactions left a profound impression of grace and sincerity from the mistress, who genuinely cared for her young lady, combining warmth with beauty that made it difficult for Xiaomei to harbor any negative feelings toward her. Nie Ying nodded, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Nie Zhaonan. Her melodious voice rang out, "All of this is thanks to my husband's fortuitous opportunities, and I too have benefited from them. We must be sure to express our gratitude to him." Reflecting on the spirit I spring, Nie Ying could not help but marvel at her good fortune. Feeling fortunate to have formed a bond with her husband, since becoming his partner, she had been cherished by him, living a carefree life filled with happiness and smooth sailing in her cultivation. Moreover, she frequently received medicinal pills from him, eliminating the need to scavenge for cultivation resources. which accelerated her advancement remarkably. Even now, as she entered the foundation establishment stage, her husband continued to supply her with an endless stream of pills. If this continued, in 3 years, Nie too would reach the mid-foundation establishment stage, a pace of advancement unmatched in all of Huangfeng Valley. Given the vast consumption of pills throughout their cultivation, it was evident that her husband possessed extraordinary opportunities, far surpassing other practitioners of his level in strength and techniques. Nie was a wise woman who understood the weight of such matters, so she would never pry into her husband's fortunes or divulge any secrets to outsiders. What she could do was to diligently cultivate with his support, ensuring she did not hold him back, and be there to alleviate his burdens when needed. Seeing the affection in the eyes of the two women, Nie Zhaonan smiled faintly while his hands wandered restlessly over his two partners, lingering in pleasurable places, reluctant to withdraw. As a united couple, I shall do my utmost to support both ladies, assisting Inger and Roain in elevating their cultivation to greater heights. Nie Zhaonan was certainly generous with his women, sparing no effort in providing them with pills and secret techniques that could enhance their cultivation. Aside from the mystery of the Xiao cave, which he could not reveal. After all, this was not the modern world, where a couple's relationship could easily fracture over money, fame, or freedom. In the realm of cultivation, despite the long lifespans and vast expanse of the world, betrayal among partners was rare. The reasons for this were rooted in the arduous path of cultivation. One must not only reach the pinnacle of each stage, chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, integration, and ascension, but also attain a perfect state of mind, especially at the critical juncture of forming the nascent soul, where inner demons could exploit any flaws. A moment's inattention could lead to a catastrophic backlash, obliterating a century's worth of cultivation in an instant. While it was possible to advance even with a flawed state of mind, one must never forget the difficulties of cultivation. For every 1,000 mortals, only one might become a practitioner, and among hundreds of chi refinement practitioners, only a few would reach foundation establishment, with golden core practitioners being exceedingly rare, and nascent soul practitioners nearly unseen among lower-tier cultivators. Given the extreme difficulties of advancement, who would willingly relinquish the slim chances of progressing even a step further? As for occasional betrayals, such individuals typically practiced demonic arts or harbored deep-seated grudges, intent on mutual destruction. Thus, it could be said that betrayal among partners in the cultivation world was nearly impossible, especially considering the admirable character of Ruin and Nie, which warranted Nie Zhaonan's trust. Nie, suppressing her slightly heated body and stifling her embarrassment, continued to elaborate. The rooms behind are the weapon refining room and the alchemy room. As for their purposes, I need not elaborate further, as they are primarily used by my husband for crafting weapons and concocting pills. There is also a storage room for keeping refining materials and texts. Sister Roain can peruse it whenever she has the time to see if there is anything she requires. Foundation establishment practitioners can assist their own true fire in alchemy and weapon refinement without relying on earthly flames or spiritual fires. However, this applies to small-scale productions. Large-scale operations consume considerable spiritual energy, significantly increasing time and effort. Whenever Nie Zhaonan engages in large-scale alchemy, he heads to the sect's earthly fire chamber. Currently, the alchemy and weapon refining rooms within the cave serve merely as practice spaces for him to experiment with crafting items he has never attempted before, enriching his experience. At the far end lies the herb garden and the bedroom, where the spiritual herbs flourish. Time flew by, and the blood trial was about to commence. During this period, aside from his daily cultivation of the 5th layer of the Tai Divine Thunder technique and concurrently practicing the Ming Wang technique, Nie Zhaonan found himself enamored with the comforts of the bed. Initially, Nie and Ruin each served him in their respective chambers. But Nie Zhaonan was not content with the status quo, yearning for the embrace of two companions. He had cultivated the Ming Wang technique, a body-refining technique, and had made some progress. Even without activating the technique, his physical defenses had significantly strengthened, rendering him extraordinarily tough, incomparable to ordinary beings. When Nie Zhaonan unleashed his full potential, a scene unfolded. The eastern winds swept through the courtyard, lifting flowers battered by the torrential rain into the sky until they vanished among the clouds. Thus, after several encounters, when Nie Zhaonan once again proposed that the two women serve him together, any lingering resistance on their part vanished without a trace. They were well aware of their husband's intentions. Standing in a corner of the Huangfeng Valley Hall, a smile graced Nie Zhaonan's lips as he savored the moment. All disciples participating in the blood trial had gathered, With over 10,000 Qi refinement disciples in Huangfeng Valley, yet only around 20 were involved in the trial. With 7 of them reaching the 13th level, including Nie Zhaonan, it was a remarkable display of elite talent, far surpassing previous years. The remaining disciples were mostly at the 12th level of Qi refinement, constituting the vast majority. To Nie Zhaonan's slight surprise, the figure of Lu Tiandu was among them. The emergence of Nie Zhaonan transformed Chen Xiaoqian's fate. Merely half a month ago, Chen Xiaoqian had successfully established her foundation without any surprises. With her increasing influence within the clan, she naturally rejected the proposed marriage alliance. The Chen family dared not offend her, as she was one of their own. Having achieved foundational success before the age of 20, far surpassing other Chen clan members, and was deemed the most promising among them, they had no choice but to agree to an alternative arrangement, marrying her off to a woman from a collateral branch. Albeit with another condition, to postpone the marriage until Lu Tiandu had also established his foundation. This proposition from the Chen family came after Chen Xiaoqian had declined the marriage, reflecting their multifaceted considerations. Firstly, they wished to test Lu Tiandu's character and potential. Secondly, they believed that only those who had established their foundation could be considered the backbone of the clan, while Qi refinement practitioners, regardless of their spiritual roots, were merely at the Qi refinement stage and thus not worthy of marriage alliances with the Chen family. However, the foundation establishment pill had already been given to Lu Tiandu as compensation for the altered agreement. Yet, Lu Tiandu's temperament was rather frivolous. Upon receiving the foundation establishment pill, he consumed it immediately, showing no intention of continuing his cultivation to the peak of the 13th layer of Qi refinement before establishing his foundation. Although it was permissible to take the foundation establishment pill in the later stages of Qi refinement, the success rate was not high. Clearly, Lu Tiandu's luck was insufficient, resulting in a failed advancement. His cultivation was merely pushed to the pinnacle of the 12th layer, still a hair's breadth away from the peak of Qi refinement. With no other recourse, the unsuccessful Lu Tiandu enrolled in the blood trial, hoping to procure spiritual herbs during the trial to exchange for another foundation establishment pill. Casting a glance at Lu Tiandu, Nie Zhaonan silently marked him in his mind. Should they cross paths in the blood-forbidden zone, Nie Zhaonan would undoubtedly escort him to his end. Although Lu Tiandu had yet to harbor any ill intentions towards Chen Xiaoqian, this foolish gesture was genuinely discomforting to Nie Zhaonan, who planned to send him on his way. As for Chen Xiaoqian, she had recently moved into Nie Zhaonan's cave dwelling, but had yet to consummate their union. With the imminent blood trial approaching, Nie Zhaonan, after having taken Chen Xiaoqian's body, could not remain by her side for long. Although this did not affect much, he yearned to provide her with a perfect honeymoon to deepen their affections. Both Xian Rian and Nie Ying had experienced this, and thus he could not neglect one for the other. In the end, among the 11 disciples, only 3 remained. Besides Han Li, there was an elderly man with white hair and a young lad around 16 or 17. To outsiders, they appeared to be a mere trio of cannon fodder. However, Nie Zhaonan was aware that this elderly figure, despite his frail appearance and amiable demeanor towards everyone, was actually a human-level transformation expert, one of the strongest in the mortal realm. Now disguising himself as a Qi refinement practitioner to join them in the dungeon, a testament to his exceptional prudence. According to the agreement among the 7 sects of the Yu Kingdom, each time the blood trial occurs, each sect is allotted 25 spots, no more, no less. In previous trials, Huangfeng Valley had typically sent only a handful of participants, with elite disciples being scarce. However, this time, circumstances had changed. Due to the prolonged and continuous dispatch of disciples to harvest foundational spiritual herbs from the blood-forbidden zone, the resources within had begun to dwindle. Hundreds of years ago, each sect was able to acquire substantial quantities of spiritual herbs needed for foundation establishment pills, but now, the yield had diminished to less than 30% of its former glory. To ensure sustainable development, the higher-ups of the 7 sects held discussions to seal the blood-forbidden zone for 60 years after a decade, allowing it to recuperate. During this period, no further blood trials would be conducted, and this trial was thus the second to last, prompting a greater number of elite disciples to participate. After all, with the blood-forbidden zone closing for 60 years, there would be no stable source of foundation establishment pills and spiritual herbs, compelling the sects to extract as many resources as possible in these final trials. Nie Zhaonan, in private, had been rewarded by the sect leader, Zhong Lingdao, with a top-tier defensive artifact. Though it was merely an ordinary top-tier artifact, its rarity was undeniable. For ordinary Qi refinement pinnacle disciples, possessing even one such artifact was a significant achievement. Many lacked even a top-tier artifact. highlighting their preciousness. The other Qi refinement pinnacle disciples present also received individual rewards. Explaining their appearance in this assembly, Han Li, in another corner of the main hall, observed the proceedings with gleaming eyes, occasionally glancing at the people around him. Lost in thought. Soon, the sect leader Zhong Lingdao entered the hall with 2 servant disciples. After delivering an encouraging speech to uplift morale before the battle, he began distributing the trial rewards. The 2 servants carried trays, one filled with a variety of mid-tier spiritual stones, and the other containing a golden silk storage bag. Esteemed disciples, please step forward and turn to receive the sect's rewards. The storage bag contains high-tier artifacts, which you may draw at your discretion. While the mid-tier spiritual stones are yours to select freely, Zhong Lingdao announced meticulously. The disciples took turns approaching, and before long, it was Nie Zhaonan's turn. He held little interest in the sect's rewards. His wealth surpassed that of ordinary core formation practitioners. From the onset of his cultivation, he had not forgotten to utilize the Xiao cave heaven to hasten the growth of spiritual herbs. However, during the Qi refinement phase, he had only dared to cautiously plant the herbs needed for his cultivation and some 7 star grasses for talisman crafting. After establishing his foundation, his strength significantly increased, and he gained the means to protect himself in the market, allowing him to sell some foundation establishment pills, such as true essence pills and Qi refinement elixirs. Each time, he would sell no more than 2 or 3 bottles, yet this brought him profits exceeding 1,000 spiritual stones. Moreover, irregularly selling beauty-enhancing pills and other auxiliary medicinal pills had filled his coffers, amassing over 100,000 spiritual stones. His wealth was considerable. Not to mention, he continued to cultivate and hasten the growth of spiritual herbs in the Xiao cave heaven, and the storage in the spiritual herb pavilion was also substantial. Nevertheless, knowing that one should seize the opportunity, Nie Zhaonan casually drew a random artifact and took a water attribute spiritual stone before returning to his previous spot to await patiently. Shortly thereafter, the rewards distribution concluded. An individual in his 50s or 60s, with graying hair yet a vigorous demeanor, accompanied by 2 foundation establishment practitioners, entered the hall. As the trio stepped inside, the surrounding chatter abruptly ceased. They exuded a faint aura of pressure, particularly the leader among them, whose presence overshadowed the other 2 foundation establishment practitioners. Recognizing the elder's entrance, sect leader Zhong hurriedly approached, addressing him as Uncle Li, with an implicit tone of reverence. Most disciples were taken aback, with only a few maintaining their composure. Following this, sect leader Zhong introduced, "This venerable elder is the illustrious core formation ancestor of Huangfeng Valley." Ancestrally, as soon as the introduction concluded, Ancestrally succinctly declared, "Let us depart," thereby concluding the meeting and exiting the hall, closely followed by the 2 foundation establishment practitioners. Once outside, the disciples collectively inhaled sharply. They beheld a 20 zhang long, resplendent silver-scaled beast, hovering in midair. Its immense form emanated an oppressive aura. Nie Zhaonan instantly recognized it as the silver-armored python, a spirit beast raised by Li Huayuan. Although merely a 3rd-tier beast, the silver-armored python possessed the bloodline of a flood dragon, which significantly influenced its prowess and cultivation potential. In this regard, the silver-armored python's strength, size, and pressure were unmatched by ordinary beasts. Li Huayuan stood atop the silver-armored python's head, surveying the awestruck disciples below, feeling a tinge of pride within. The silver-armored python was a result of his considerable efforts, a unique find in the Yu Kingdom. However, upon further reflection, Li Huayuan's mood was not as delightful. Despite his considerable efforts and the substantial resources invested in nurturing the silver-armored python, his fortune had significantly diminished over the years. The creature's progression was agonizingly slow, having taken over 2 centuries to reach its current state, leaving him in a rather uncomfortable position. During confrontations with fellow Golden Core practitioners of the same rank, the 3rd-tier silver-armored python proved utterly ineffective, serving merely as a good luck charm. Its only practical use was as a mount for travels or to evoke admiration from younger disciples. Setting aside his discomfort, Li Huayuan maintained a calm demeanor as he proclaimed in an authoritative voice, "Everyone, come aboard and stand in line. The flight speed of my silver-armored python far surpasses that of your flying artifacts. We shall reach the outskirts of the blood-forbidden land in merely 2 days." Although the blood-forbidden land lay within the territory of the Yu Kingdom and was nearest to Huangfeng Valley, the vast expanse of the kingdom was incomparable to any nation on Blue Star. Thus, the group embarked upon the silver-armored python, and after 2 days and nights of travel, they finally arrived at an unnamed desolate mountain outside the blood-forbidden land. The remaining 6 sect members would require an additional day to arrive. The disciples of Huangfeng Valley reached their destination early, as they were considered semi-hosts, and typically arrived beforehand to await the other sections. A foundational elder instructed the disciples, "You may move about freely, rest in the vicinity, or form teams. However, by tomorrow, you must assemble properly and wait together. We cannot afford to lose the reputation of our sect." Naturally, Nie Zhaonan and others complied, dispersing to attend to their own affairs on the mountain. Making final preparations for the impending battle, Nie Zhaonan found a clear patch of ground, produced a mat, and sat cross-legged to rest and gather his strength. The others also adopted similar positions, some appearing confident and composed like Nie Zhaonan, while others busied themselves cleaning their artifacts or gazed into the distance with worried expressions. Such varied reactions reflected the myriad of human emotions in the face of life and death. During Nie Zhaonan's moment of repose, xianxia discreetly observed him, muttering to himself, "How strange. This young cultivator with a thunder attribute and an extraordinary spiritual root possesses such formidable abilities. Could it be due to his cultivation method and innate talent? It must be so." After a brief contemplation, he shifted his focus. Recognizing the abundance of unique cultivation techniques and talents within the realm of immortality. As a seasoned transformation stage cultivator, xianxia was not overly astonished, though mildly intrigued. Nevertheless, Nie Zhaonan's concealed cultivation level was impeccably seamless. Although his manifest powers and spiritual awareness stood out prominently, they did not exceed a level that would raise excessive suspicion. For this trial, he sought to attract as little attention from xianxia as possible, merely regulating his magical prowess and spiritual sense to that of a newly initiated foundational cultivator, with only the reserves of a peak qi refinement stage practitioner. To xianxia, Nie Zhaonan appeared as nothing more than a qi refinement junior, easily discernible and possessing some fortune, yet of little consequence to him. A thought crossed xianxia's mind as he noticed a clever youth approaching him, seeking to discuss team formation. "Hanshidi, I am xianxia. I would like to converse with you about tomorrow." Time flew, and the following day arrived, with the other 6 sect members subsequently reaching the site. Naturally, various occurrences unfolded in the interim. The floating cloud master of Qingshu sect, having won a piece of iron essence from Li Huayuan in their last encounter and infused it into his life-bound treasure, the Qingjun sword, sought to acquire more from Li Huayuan, who, endowed with a 3-sun physique, could extract iron essence from ordinary iron mines, albeit with considerable time investment. Thus, he dangled the prospect of the bloodline flood dragon's inner core to entice Li Huayuan into a wager regarding the trial's outcome. However, as the wager was about to be established, an unexpected twist occurred when the tardy Qiong Leiguai introduced the unseen needle talisman as a stake, inserting himself into the fray. The unseen needle talisman was a coveted treasure, and both Floating Cloud Master and Li Huayuan eyed it enviously. Qiong Leiguai, a false infant cultivator from the Yenhua sect, wielded the unseen escape technique, enabling him to move at speeds comparable to a nascent infant stage cultivator. His unseen needle was elusive and unpredictable. Even a nascent infant cultivator could easily fall victim to it, rendering him the most formidable individual below the nascent infant realm in the Yu Kingdom. Yet, due to his dwindling lifespan and lack of hope for achieving true infant status, his temperament had grown increasingly eccentric, often toying with the golden core cultivators of the 7 sects, who could only begrudgingly endure the small losses he inflicted. Throughout this entire process, he exhibited no concern for the lives of the sect members involved in the trial, vividly illustrating the ruthless nature of the immortal cultivation world. Nie Zhaonan paid no heed to the wager among the 3 golden core cultivators, as his focus remained fixated on the flying artifacts of the Yenhua sect. He occasionally glanced at the beautiful female cultivators and sought the presence of Nangong Wan. In his previous life, Nie Zhaonan had harbored deep affections for Nangong Wan, and now he yearned to truly know her, to see the celestial maiden. His actions did not appear out of place. The female cultivators of the Yenhua sect were all exceptionally beautiful, and those who fell short in appearance were simply unable to join the sect. The disciples from various sects were not immune to the allure of the Yenhua sect's maidens. Many cast furtive glances, some unable to tear their eyes away, and others displayed overtly infatuated behaviors, as if they had never encountered a woman before. Some of the more liberated female cultivators from the Yenhua sect paid no mind to the jealousy of their companions, boldly casting flirtatious glances and engaging in silent exchanges with disciples from other sections. Their partners could only watch helplessly, powerless to prevent their actions. For the Yenhua sect had historically been a female-dominated sect, where the status of female cultivators surpassed that of their male counterparts. After surveying the female cultivators present from the Yinhua sect, Nie Zhaonan's gaze settled upon a girl of about 16 or 17, her face partially obscured by a veil. Although her features were indistinct, she stood alone behind the other disciples, surrounded by a clear space, exuding a distinct aura that set her apart from the other Qi refinement female cultivators. Surely, this must be Nangongwan. Though her appearance was not fully visible, Nie Zhaonan felt a surge of joy within him. Nie Zhaonan's purpose for participating in the blood trial extended beyond the pursuit of spiritual herbs and treasures within the Forbidden Land. It was also to avoid any regrets in this lifetime and to cultivate alongside the enchanting maiden. Silently, he cast a glance at Han Li within the group, inwardly reflecting, Han Shidi, with your 4-attribute pseudo-spiritual root, your path of cultivation is already fraught with challenges. Even with a resolute heart, how could you be misled by beauty? Let me bear the burden of this instead. Unbeknownst to Han Li, he remained obediently within the ranks, awaiting the commencement of the trial. Nie Zhaonan stood by a lakeside, unfurling the map of the blood-forbidden land distributed by Huangfeng Valley, aligning it with his position at Crescent Moon Lake. This expansive lake was shrouded in thick fog and noxious vapors, obscuring visibility beyond Tianzhong. Beyond that, the surroundings blurred into a murky haze, indistinguishable to the eye. Within the blood-forbidden land, the entire area was enveloped in a great formation that severely suppressed spiritual awareness. Presently, Nie Zhaonan's spiritual sense could only extend to a radius of 100 zhang. For other Qi refinement disciples, it was likely limited to around 20 zhang, highlighting the formidable nature of the formation's restrictions. Once the combined efforts of the 7 sects Golden Core cultivators opened the passage to the blood-forbidden land, Nie Zhaonan melded into the crowd, entering the passage alone rather than alongside his peers. Confident in his magical prowess and the cultivation of the second tier of the Ming Wangju, which could rival foundational practitioners. He believed that as long as he avoided the central tower, he could navigate the blood-forbidden land with ease, relying solely on his own strength. If one were to journey alongside fellow disciples, one would inevitably assume the role of a mere caretaker, thereby hampering one's own progress, a trade-off unworthy of consideration. The Crescent Moon Lake harbors no elixirs, but conceals a multitude of first-tier intermediate demonic beasts, namely the cold water crocodiles. Naturally, Nie Zhaonan would not expend effort in exploration, instead choosing a direction and employing the technique of snow treading without trace, swiftly darting toward the distant thicket. Coupled with his formidable physique, the sound of slicing wind echoed as he vanished into the forest. At the entrance of the cold mist ridge, a flicker of thunderous light surrounded Nie Zhaonan as he wielded a peachwood sword. With a swift stroke, a top-tier first-level demonic beast, the cold crystal centipede, was decapitated before it could react, meeting its demise on the spot. Other disciples witnessing Nie Zhaonan's effortless dispatch of a creature slightly stronger than the peak of Qi refinement would undoubtedly be astonished. Considering their own safety and keeping a safe distance from this dangerous individual, skillfully dismembering the limbs, exoskeleton, and mandibles to collect materials suitable for crafting, Nie Zhaonan entered the cavern. Inside, he beheld a medicinal field flourishing with several jade marrow fungi, one of the primary ingredients for foundation establishment, numbering 5 or 6, each over 300 years old. Among them, for fungi gleamed as pure as snow, boasting an impressive 500 years of age. Given that this was the domain of a top-tier first-level demonic beast, no Qi refinement disciple would dare to engage in combat here. It would be akin to seeking their own demise. Over time, such an abundance of spiritual herbs naturally flourished within the cavern. This venture proved exceedingly fruitful, as the harvest could be exchanged for a foundation establishment pill. Nie Zhaonan carefully stored the jade marrow fungi in a jade box, placing it within the purple celestial cavern. He then turned his gaze to a half-human-high ice crystal sapling nearby. Though referred to as a sapling, it bore no leaves, flowers, or fruits. Only a few bare branches resembling ice crystals, emanating a subtle radiance that seemed extraordinary. Upon closer inspection and a gentle touch, a refreshing chill enveloped him, invigorating his entire being. It appeared to be an ice attribute spiritual tree with a strong cold essence, potentially useful in the future. He decided to transplant it into the purple celestial cavern, postponing any thoughts of hastening its maturation until its specific properties could be clarified. After resolving his thoughts, Nie Zhaonan swiftly transplanted the sapling into the medicinal field of the purple celestial cavern. Once planted, the field autonomously exuded wisps of cold air, creating an optimal growing environment for the ice crystal sapling. After a brief period, having slain several more demonic beasts and gathered additional spiritual herbs. Nie Zhaonan arrived at the Wulong Pond to harvest a Foundation Establishment auxiliary herb, the cold smoke grass. As he approached, he discerned 4 individuals engaged in intense combat, paired off in a fierce struggle. Their attire revealed one side donned in vibrant colors, with spirit beast bags at their waists, clearly disciples from Spirit Beast Mountain. Their opponents, wielding large swords, were practitioners from the Giant Sword sect. The two factions clashed with fervor, but their cultivation levels were relatively weak, both at the 12th level of Qi refinement, rendering them merely average in this trial. Lacking interest in watching novices squabble, Nie Zhaonan brandished his peachwood sword, activating the Ming Wang formula and employing snow treading without trace, swiftly appearing beside one of the battling pairs. With a thunderous crack, a head was severed, its eyes wide with shock. The surviving practitioner from the Giant Sword sect, witnessing such brutality, was paralyzed with fear, devoid of any will to fight, and attempted to flee. Yet, as he turned to escape, a sword, appearing as gold yet not quite so, pierced through his heart from behind, and before he could register any movement, his head drooped, life extinguished. Nie Zhaonan harbored no intentions of halting, propelling himself toward the other 2 combatants. The sound of rushing wind whipped through his garments, a testament to his remarkable speed. Let us join forces. The 2, witnessing the instantaneous demise of their companion, realized that the only path to survival lay in collaboration. For alone, they would surely meet the same fate. The Spirit Beast Mountain disciple unleashed a first-tier advanced wolf spirit, hoping to counter Nie Zhaonan's onslaught and seize a chance at survival. Nie Zhaonan's countenance remained unperturbed, calm as a still lake, unaffected by the appearance of the wolf demon. The wolf, propelling itself from the ground, kicked up a cloud of dust as it lunged at Nie Zhaonan, its forelimbs poised to strike. The other 2 maintained their distance, wielding their large swords and black gold iron rods in a simultaneous assault, while not neglecting their own defense with shields. With a single strike, leveraging his immense strength, Nie Zhaonan cleaved through the black wolf's forelimbs, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones. The force continued unabated, striking the wolf's chest, which offered no protection, and sent the creature flying several yards before crashing heavily to the ground with a thud. Nie Zhaonan deftly withdrew his peachwood sword, executing a flourish as the thunder sword technique unfolded masterfully, ready to counter the attacks from the 2 remaining cultivators. Chapter 30. Carnage once fiercely aggressive. The demonic beast succumbed after a mere exchange, collapsing on the ground, blood pooling around it, releasing a pungent scent. Its heart lay exposed, pulsating violently, a distinct sword mark visible upon it. The wolf's eyes rolled back, its tongue lolling out, breathing shallowly, clearly on the brink of death. Relying on his sharp artifact and the immense power and defense granted by the second layer of the Ming Wang formula, Nie Zhaonan resembled a demonic deity, unflinching as he dispatched the beast with ease, devoid of any mystical flourish typical of cultivators. Witnessing such brutality, the 2 practitioners attacking Nie Zhaonan felt a visceral jolt of fear, silently lamenting their imminent demise. Yet, instead of surrendering, they were spurred to fight with greater fervor, channeling their remaining strength into their artifacts for a final desperate strike. With 2 resounding crashes, their high-tier artifacts shattered, as expected, in an instant. Their defensive artifacts, too, crumbled under the pressure, and with 2 swift slashes, the 2 12th-level Qi refinement cultivators were silenced, their lives extinguished in the blink of an eye. Only Nie Zhaonan remained, sword in hand, standing in silence for a moment. Come forth. To those hiding in the grass, do you think I am unaware of your presence? His voice, cold and detached, echoed in the blood-soaked surroundings, akin to a demon whispering of death. From a thicket about 50 yards away, the rustling of leaves heralded the emergence of a disciple garbed in the attire of Maple Valley, who sprang forth like a monkey. Haha, what a pleasure to see you. Senior brother Nye, I have heard of your illustrious reputation in the valley. Your prowess is truly remarkable, effortlessly dispatching 4 opponents. My admiration knows no bounds. Having been exposed, the disciple offered a stream of flattery, eager to ingratiate himself with Nie Zhaonan. This newly appeared disciple had witnessed the astonishing scene, feeling a chill run through him, silently praying not to be discovered, yet fate was not in his favor. He could only hope that Nie Zhaonan, considering their shared affiliation, would spare his life. After all, Nie Zhaonan had always been a reclusive figure in Maple Valley, and few were privy to the true depths of his strength. Witnessing this display had far surpassed the limits of the Qi refinement stage. If word were to spread, it would undoubtedly attract the attention and covetousness of others. And one could not guarantee that, in order to keep the secret, they would not resort to murder to silence him. As he observed his fellow disciple from Huangfeng Valley approaching, Nie Zhaonan felt a flicker of murderous intent within. Although this individual appeared handsome and wore a congenial smile, upon seeing his face, Nie Zhaonan could only think of ending his life. This person was none other than Lu Tiandu. With his hands clasped behind his back, Nie Zhaonan stared at Lu Tiandu, standing silently in place, neither responding nor displaying any change in expression. Gradually, Lu Tiandu sensed a chill in the air. The lack of any indication from his senior brother sent his heart racing, and beads of sweat began to soak his temples, giving him the distinct impression that he was walking towards the abyss of death. Suddenly, Lu Tiandu felt the hairs on his body stand on end. A sense of death was upon him. A strike of the Thunder Spirit sword technique erupted forth, accompanied by the roar of thunder and wind, as the surrounding leaves were swept up into a whirlwind, rushing towards Lu Tiandu to engulf him. This sword technique far surpassed the mundane martial arts moves Nie Zhaonan had displayed in their earlier conflict. Lu Tiandu could scarcely fathom the extent of his senior brother's murderous intent. "Senior brother, spare me," Lu Tiandu pleaded. Rendered speechless by the overwhelming fear and confusion that gripped him, his eyes wide in terror. He had no time to mount any defense before the plea for mercy was abruptly silenced. The blade struck his chest, piercing through without exception. And thus Lu Tiandu met his demise. If one were to assign blame, it would be for the misfortune of one's life. In this lifetime, he had no choice. In the next, perhaps he would do well to be a better person. Nie Zhaonan silently answered Lu Tiandu's dying confusion, but alas, he could not hear it. He collected the storage bags of the 5 slain individuals and examined their contents. Among the 5 bags, there were only a handful of spiritual herbs and over 2,000 spirit stones, including 7 mid-tier spirit stones, while the rest comprised common magical artifacts, an adequate haul for Nie Zhaonan. 6 fireballs shot forth, striking the 6 corpses, eradicating all evidence of their existence. Nie Zhaonan then swiftly harvested the remaining cold smoke grass in the vicinity, regardless of its age. Even the seedlings could be accelerated to maturity using spirit stones. And he took them all, leaving nothing behind. Subsequently, Nie Zhaonan continued his search around the periphery, gathering more spiritual herbs. After all, the center of the forbidden area was shrouded in mist, and he would have to wait until the 3rd day for it to open. With his remarkable speed and formidable strength, Nie Zhaonan aimed to collect as many spiritual herbs as possible in this outer region to supplement those he had yet to acquire. As the 3rd day of entering the blood-red forbidden land arrived, Nie Zhaonan awaited at the outer ring of the mountain range. Over the past few days, he had also experienced several skirmishes. However, these could be described as mere one-sided slaughters on his part. 2 disciples from the knife transformation dock, one at the 13th level of chi refinement and the other at the 12th, had hidden in a tree, baiting their trap with a 300-year-old spiritual herb. However, before they could react, Nie Zhaonan had effortlessly dispatched them, claiming the herb for himself. The storage bags of the 2 naturally fell into Nie Zhaonan's possession, revealing over 3,000 spirit stones, along with more than 13 high-tier magical artifacts and 2 top-tier artifacts. It seemed these 2 had also slain numerous cultivators, amassing quite the fortune. Otherwise, it was inconceivable they could possess such wealth, all of which now benefited Nie Zhaonan. Indeed, it was true that as long as one possessed sufficient strength within this forbidden land, one could harvest vast resources in a remarkably short time, whether spirit stones, magical artifacts, talismans, or techniques. After all, those who chose to enter the blood-red forbidden land were typically wealthy disciples in the chi refinement stage, armed with potent magical artifacts, for they would not presume to survive the brutal trials otherwise. Coupled with rewards from their respective sects, they were all akin to plump sheep ready for the slaughter. Notable figures such as Han Tianya from the knife transformation dock, Zhong Wu from the spirit beast mountain, and the madman Feng Yu from the Tianke treasure were all peak cultivators at the 13th level of chi refinement, equipped with formidable top-tier magical artifacts. Excluding the anomaly that was Nie Zhaonan, these 3 were among the elite tier of power. The purpose of entering the blood-red forbidden land was not only to fulfill sect missions and acquire foundation establishment pills, but also to seize the storage bags of those participating in the trials. A substantial plunder within the forbidden area could provide enough resources for them to advance to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, a considerable advantage. Thus, the 3 of them wreaked havoc within the blood-red forbidden land, though they only targeted cultivators beneath their own level. No one would engage in feudal battles with those of similar strength. Their targets were disciples at the 12th level of chi refinement and below. Only when faced with groups of multiple cultivators would they allow those they could not be sure of defeating to escape unscathed. Before the trials commenced, Disciples from various factions had already heard of the trio's notorious reputation, and during the trials, they became infamous, regarded as harbingers of death by disciples of other sects, who longed to keep their distance. Currently, within the Xiao cave, several spiritual herbs not found in the outside world had been cultivated, and Nie Zhaonan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. One was a 50-year-old silver-horn tree, with a glistening trunk adorned with triangular leaves. Once it reached 100 years of age, it could be processed into tea. The resulting silver tea, when brewed, exuded a fragrant aroma, tasted sweet and refreshing, and had calming effects, slightly enhancing the mana of qi refinement cultivators, though it bore no effect on those in the foundation establishment stage. Another was the purple smoke fruit, a light purple fruit growing on black vines, which only bore fruit after a century. The fruit was walnut-sized, seedless, with a skin seemingly enveloped in smoke, and its sweet juice was extraordinarily delicious. The Zhuyu grass was also a favorite of xianxia, who enjoyed tea, making this tree quite useful. The purple smoke fruit could satisfy daily cravings, as cultivation was not solely about hardship. It also encompassed the essentials of life, savoring the beauty of existence, aligning perfectly with Nie Zhaonan's philosophy. The entire central area resembled a fruit, composed of 3 layers: the outer stone wall area, the central ring-shaped mountain range, and the core giant tower, corresponding to the fruit's skin, flesh, and seed. It was not difficult to surmise that the true treasures lay within the core giant tower. However, with Nie Zhaonan's current strength, he could only regard the tower with reverence, for within it lay the remains of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator from the Tianfu sect. If even such a powerful figure, capable of traversing the southern skies, had perished within, one could only imagine the formidable power of the formations and restrictions laid within, which were far beyond the reach of an ordinary individual. Nie Zhaonan would not foolishly presume himself destined to confront the tower's treasures. He could not breach the protective formations at the entrance, and nearby was xianxia, who sought a spatial node to ascend to the spirit realm, an encounter he wished to avoid. Like other disciples, Nie Zhaonan could only explore the opportunities within the ring-shaped mountain range. This mountain range was home to various spiritual herbs, including the 3 main ingredients required for the foundation establishment pill: Yusue mushroom, purple monkey flower, and Tianling fruit, all of which were in high demand among the 7 sections. The mountain was enveloped in thick fog year-round, concealing not only natural spiritual grounds with caves and cliffs, but also man-made structures like stone houses and stone halls, where various spiritual herbs thrived. However, beyond just the herbs, the mountain also harbored numerous fierce beasts, particularly those occupying the stone houses and halls, whose strength was formidable enough to send even peak qi refinement disciples fleeing in terror. Nonetheless, thanks to the guardianship of these powerful beasts, these areas remained unexplored by other disciples, making them the richest sources of spiritual herbs and opportunities, the very targets of Nie Zhaonan's expedition. Suddenly, from the southwestern corner of the Forbidden Land, an astonishing surge of spiritual energy erupted, followed by a towering pillar of white light that shot into the sky, coalescing into a colossal sphere of light above the vast sea of fog. This was the manifestation of the Moonlight Sun Pearl. The Moonlight Sun Pearl is a unique artifact crafted by the Hidden Moon sect through a special refining method acquired within the blood-colored Forbidden Land, utilizing the sect's power. Its singular function is the dispelling of fog. It possesses neither offensive capabilities nor defensive prowess. While this may seem trivial, in the blood-colored Forbidden Land, it is invaluable. In the past, relying on the might of the Moonlight Sun Pearl, disciples of the Hidden Moon sect were able to enter the circular mountain range 2 days ahead of the other 6 sects, thereby gaining a significant advantage and depleting numerous medicinal fields of their spiritual herbs. When the various sects tallied their harvested spiritual herbs, the Hidden Moon sect consistently outperformed the others. Consequently, with the vast quantities of foundational herbs they obtained, the Hidden Moon sect produced a large number of foundation-building pills for its disciples, leading to a substantial increase in their foundation-building disciples. Over time, this accumulation resulted in a marked rise in cultivators breaking through to the core formation stage, significantly enhancing the overall strength of the sect, which now exuded the aura of being the foremost among the 7 sections. However, there are no secrets that can be kept forever. After more than 200 years, the other 6 sects finally began to notice the signs. They collectively pressured the Hidden Moon sect, and through a series of negotiated exchanges of interests, the Moonlight Sun Pearl was no longer solely utilized by the Hidden Moon sect. As the energy continued to pour into the pillar, the sphere of light grew larger and more radiant, resembling a white sun, blinding to behold. Ultimately, it seemed to reach a critical point. unable to contain any more spiritual energy. With a resounding boom, the sphere exploded, scattering countless fist-sized points of light into the mist below. Each point of light began to absorb the surrounding fog immediately upon contact, and soon the mist was entirely consumed. Around these luminous points, vacuum zones formed. As more points descended into the fog, the thick mist surrounding the circular mountain range began to churn and dissipate, revealing the towering, perilous mountains and dense forests below. Once the mist cleared, Nie Zhaonan chose a direction and swiftly made his way into the mountain along a route rich with caves. Light and agile as willow fluff, he flickered and vanished into the dense foliage. Nie Zhaonan paid no heed to the hidden figures around him, his skills unmistakably showcasing his prowess, leaving no doubt that no one would foolishly pursue him. After Nie Zhaonan departed, time passed, and those lurking nearby could no longer contain themselves. From the dense treetops, a young man clad in blue suddenly emerged, leaping to the ground. Casting a wary glance in the direction Nie Zhaonan had taken, he chose a path that led away from him and headed straight into the mountains. This seemed to signal the start, as one after another, individuals began to reveal themselves from their hiding spots, entering the mountains along various routes. Eventually, after a while, silence returned. A youth with dark skin and an unremarkable appearance emerged from the underbrush, clad in yellow, clearly a disciple of Yellow Maple Valley. He glanced toward the direction Nie Zhaonan had gone, hesitating briefly. Originally intending to follow Nie Zhaonan's path, he now found himself thwarted by the earlier arrival of another. Chapter 32. Clash with the demonic beasts. Though the first to advance was a fellow sect brother, he had no personal ties with him. Throughout the journey to the blood-colored Forbidden Land, this Nie brother had remained taciturn, seemingly aloof and unwilling to engage with others, making him somewhat difficult to approach. Han pondered for a moment, then sighed, realizing that preserving his own life was paramount. He chose a different direction and stealthily infiltrated the circular mountain range. Nie Zhaonan's initial target was a hidden cave. According to the blood-colored Forbidden Land map provided to the disciples by their respective sects, it was said to bear the fruit of the Heaven Spirit Tree, which was now ripe for harvest. Even if the fruit were not yet mature, for Nie Zhaonan, it would merely require a few more spirit stones to hasten its ripening. He swiftly approached the cave, encountering numerous demonic beasts along the way. Howls of wolves and roars of tigers echoed continuously. These beasts, at most, possessed the cultivation of first-tier high-level, rendering them of little worth to Nie Zhaonan, who chose not to waste time engaging them. Utilizing his exceptional agility, he distanced himself from these creatures without much effort, making a beeline for his target cave. In just a short span, he arrived at the cave's entrance, observing the deep claw marks and traces of frequent comings and goings. It was evident that these were left by the guardian demonic beasts within. However, Nie Zhaonan did not regard them with concern. He stepped inside, drawing forth his top-grade peachwood sword artifact, ready to confront whatever lay within, not intending to linger in battle. He aimed for a swift resolution, knowing that the abundance of spiritual herbs here necessitated prompt action to maximize his gains. As for defense, Nie Zhaonan was already equipped with a close-fitting tiger skin armor for protection. Moreover, with his physical cultivation, even high-tier artifacts posed little threat to him, making self-defense a trivial matter. Upon entering the cave, a large pangolin demonic beast stood on its hind legs, its round, brown eyes fixed intently on Nie Zhaonan, guarding its lair. Its body was enveloped in black scales, resembling forged steel, indicating formidable defensive capabilities, rivaling even turtle-like beasts known for their defenses. Its elongated limbs bore 4 razor-sharp claws that glimmered ominously. In comparison to the other creatures of the forest, the disparity between predator and prey was stark. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The pangolin emitted a series of sharp cries, striking the ground with force, its eyes never leaving Nie Zhaonan, attempting to drive away this intruder. Yet, Nie Zhaonan had no intention of retreating. He merely sought the creature's vulnerabilities. Observing its large, exposed eyes, he formulated a plan to attack its weak point and eliminate the beast. For an ordinary chi-refining cultivator, merely gazing at the pangolin's scales would evoke feelings of helplessness. Cultivators generally possess frail bodies, hesitant to engage in close combat with demonic beasts, and even if they aimed for the eyes, they would find themselves out of reach. This beast, relying on its peak first-tier cultivation, would pose a significant challenge even for ordinary foundation-building cultivators to breach its defenses, let alone slay it. However, Nie Zhaonan was not hampered by such physical limitations. Taking the initiative, he launched an attack, infusing his peachwood sword artifact with strands of spiritual power. The sword erupted with crackling lightning, swiftly executing the Thunder Spirit sword technique. With the growth of his cultivation and repeated use of the sword technique, Nie Zhaonan had become increasingly adept, now capable of instantaneous casting without the need for prior accumulation. Channeling all his strength, he hurled the peachwood sword toward the pangolin demonic beast, the weapon cutting through the air like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by a tremendous roar of thunder. The pangolin's eyes glowed a fierce red, and a furious roar erupted as it swung its claws, colliding with the peachwood sword. The sound resonated like a thunderclap. A resounding boom echoed through the air. The pangolin was suddenly knocked to the ground, its back hitting the earth, sliding several feet away, leaving a deep, charred scar on its sharp claws. Despite the tremendous commotion, the pangolin beast suffered no substantial harm. At the moment the magical artifact was thrown, Nie Zhaonan swiftly approached the pangolin, relying on his mastery of the art of silent snow and his formidable physique, following closely behind the peachwood sword. Just in time, he reached out and seized the peachwood sword, propelled back by the immense force of the impact. With a powerful stride, he left a shallow footprint on the ground as he leaped onto the pangolin's body. With a series of agile movements, he skillfully maneuvered atop the beast, vaulting over its head. Just as the pangolin was struck down, and before it could react, Nie Zhaonan turned back, grasped the hilt of the sword, and thrust it forward with lightning speed, piercing directly into the beast's eye. Blood gushed forth, leaving only the hilt visible. In that instant, Nie Zhaonan summoned all his strength, gripped the hilt, took a step back, and with a forceful throw, a muffled tearing sound accompanied the cracking of the skull as half of the pangolin's head was severed. The massive body of the pangolin struggled weakly, offering no fierce resistance, and a pained whimper escaped its lips before it fell silent, its entire form motionless. The skirmish seemed to stretch on for ages, yet from the moment Nie Zhaonan acted to the instant the pangolin beast was slain, it all transpired in the blink of an eye. Nie Zhaonan understood that to swiftly dispatch this beast, he needed to deliver a heavy blow to its arms, incapacitating its defenses over its eyes, and then, leveraging his extraordinary speed, reach behind its head to strike at its vulnerability. This series of actions was seamlessly interconnected, executed with fluidity and precision, aimed directly at the target without a hint of error. The demands on strength, speed, and physical prowess were exceedingly high, an accomplishment unattainable by others. Nie Zhaonan proceeded to strip the pangolin of its entire armor, severing its claws, and collected these valuable materials for refining into the purple sky cave. He also activated the fireball technique, casting a fireball upon the corpse. With a crackle and pop, the remains were reduced to ashes in an instant. With a flick of his sleeve, he summoned a gentle breeze to disperse the remnants. The pangolin scales alone could serve as the primary material for crafting, supplemented with some enhancement materials sufficient to forge a top-tier defensive artifact. The quality of the four claws was equally commendable, and with the addition of some materials, they could be fashioned into a sharp sword, ultimately forming a complete set of 4 artifacts. After also collecting the heavenly spirit fruits from the medicinal field in the cave, having harvested everything thoroughly, Nie Zhaonan left the area with great satisfaction. Chapter 33. Taming the Earth-Armored Dragon. While Nie Zhaonan was exploring the cave in search of spiritual herbs, a young girl, dressed in a white gown and appearing to be around 16 or 17, emerged from a cave filled with spiritual herbs, followed by a group of disciples from the moon-concealing sect, both male and female, who exhibited expressions of respect and did not dare to overstep their bounds. The girl turned to her disciples and commanded, "Once we finish gathering the spiritual herbs from the upcoming locations, we shall promptly depart for the stone hall at the center of the circular mountain basin. Let us seize this opportunity to collect as many spiritual herbs as possible." Her voice was melodious, yet carried an undeniable authority. "Yes, Master Ancestor." The disciples responded with a respectful bow, not daring to show any negligence. This time, Nangong entered the blood-forbidden zone with the true intention of reaching the stone hall at the basin's center, specifically targeting a box within. A first-tier top-tier beast, the ink-scale python, guarded this hall, so there was no rush to be outpaced by others, having recently formed her core. And although she possessed a fire attribute spiritual root that allowed her to bypass the bottleneck of core formation, her rapid advancement was greatly aided by the sect, which provided many precious pills. Due to her cultivation technique, she could cleverly enter the forbidden zone, and Nangong naturally aimed to contribute more to the sect by gathering spiritual herbs and caring for the disciples in return. The group of male and female cultivators was evenly split, as the moon-concealing sect possessed a secret technique known as yin-yang attraction technique, which could merge the strengths of both genders to unleash a more powerful strike. This young girl was none other than Nangong, who, Having practiced the Su Nu reincarnation technique, temporarily fell back to the Qi refining stage. Despite being in the reincarnation phase, she could still exert pressure on her life-bound treasure, the vermilion bird ring, giving her power comparable to a foundational stage cultivator. Leading her fellow disciples, they continually swept through the cave, harvesting spiritual herbs. They could easily defeat first-tier advanced beasts with the yin-yang attraction technique, and for particularly troublesome first-tier top-tier beasts, Nangong Wan could effortlessly dispatch them with a casual strike of her magical artifact. The journey proceeded without incident, and they successfully gathered a considerable amount of spiritual herbs. One day, as Nie Zhaonan passed by a pile of rubble, he paused. In the past 2 days, he had fully collected all the foundational medicinal ingredients, and had also slain several first-tier top-tier beasts, acquiring abundant materials for crafting artifacts. Hidden beneath a seemingly inconspicuous pile of stones, an entrance to a cave, merely a few feet in size, lay concealed. Nie Zhaonan probed inside with his spiritual sense. Descending several yards deep, there, he discovered a creature resembling a pangolin resting within the cave, and upon closer observation, it was revealed to be a treasure-seeking earth-armored dragon, known for its sensitivity to rare materials. However, this earth-armored dragon only possessed first-tier advanced cultivation, rendering its treasure-seeking abilities rather limited. In the world of cultivation, the variations of rare materials were endless. Some were easily identifiable, radiating divine light, and clearly extraordinary, while others, with their divine essence concealed and obscured by external factors, were difficult to discern even when nearby. Cultivating a supportive spirit beast capable of seeking treasures would be quite advantageous. Though it would require significant resources in spirit stones and spiritual herbs, I lack for nothing in that regard. Moreover, with the spirit beast enclosure within the Purple Sky Cave, I could expedite the growth of the spirit beast. Resolute in his decision, Nie Zhaonan retrieved a talisman from his storage bag, reciting incantations as he cast it. With a swift motion, the talisman struck the ground near the cave entrance, immediately hardening the earth. The earth-armored dragon, being a creature of the earth, excelled not only in treasure-seeking, but also possessed formidable defensive capabilities and earth escape techniques. To capture this earth-armored dragon, precautions against its earth escape were essential. He produced a high-tier artifact, the dragon binding rope, seized during a previous encounter, and with a slight infusion of mana, the rope extended towards the depths of the cave. Approaching the still slumbering earth-armored dragon, which showed no sign of movement, the rope coiled around it twice, binding it securely. Nie Zhaonan retracted the artifact, lifting the several-foot-sized earth-armored dragon in his grasp. At that moment, the earth-armored dragon finally opened its eyes, still bearing an expression of confusion. Having lived deep underground in the blood-forbidden zone, it lacked food scarcity and faced no threats from external beasts. Thus had long abandoned its vigilance and possessed little combat capability. Feeling as though he had escaped the confines of his own sanctuary, he began to struggle vigorously, seeking to break free from Nie Zhaonan's control. At the slightest thought, Nie Zhaonan summoned the earth-armored dragon into the Purple Sky Cave. Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated the previously empty beast enclosure, revealing the presence of the earth-armored dragon. Simultaneously, a faint connection with the creature began to form in Nie Zhaonan's mind, though it remained tenuous at this stage. However, under the long-term subtle influence of the beast enclosure, it would not be long before the earth-armored dragon would completely submit to Nie Zhaonan. Moreover, there would be no unexpected backlash from the creature, as its cultivation level was currently low. Due to the dragon's limited intelligence, it could only obey simple commands. Nie Zhaonan then placed 1,000 low-grade spirit stones into the beast enclosure, and they vanished in an instant. The environment within the enclosure began to transform dramatically, as vast amounts of sand and rock materialized, creating a scene reminiscent of a yellow desert. Unlike the desolation typical of a desert, this one was suffused with vibrant yellow spiritual energy, exuding a lively aura. The initial panic of the earth-armored dragon quickly dissipated as it joyfully leaped around, chirping with delight, evidently satisfied with its new abode. After exploring for a while, it found a suitable spot and began to reshape its lair. Nie Zhaonan observed the changes within the beast enclosure, contemplating. With 1,000 spirit stones, the current state could be maintained for 10 years. However, as the earth-armored dragon's cultivation progressed, the consumption of resources from the enclosure would also increase significantly. Nonetheless, the enclosure could accelerate the dragon's growth and advancement by 2 to 3 times while enhancing its intelligence, which was immensely beneficial. Satisfied with this outcome, Nie Zhaonan nodded appreciatively. Compared to cultivators of the same realm, the lifespan of demonic beasts was remarkably prolonged. For instance, human nascent soul cultivators typically lived for just over a millennium, while ordinary transforming stage demonic beasts could easily reach lifespans exceeding 3,000 years, comparable to the longevity of human god transformation cultivators. Some transforming stage demonic beasts with rare and precious bloodlines could live for 10,000 years or more. Chapter 34. The ink-scaled pythons such as the royal lineage within the Sea of Stars, the true dragon-blooded dragons, and the formidable beasts of Kunlun Mountain. Including the 3 top-tier demonic beasts, alongside the Ice Phoenix, the ruler of the Great Gene Ice Sea, who could break through to the god transformation stage at any moment. However, in contrast to the rapid cultivation speed of human cultivators, the advancement of demonic beasts was several times slower, with full awakening of their intelligence only occurring after overcoming the transformation tribulation. With the assistance of the beast enclosure, Nie Zhaonan could entirely disregard the slow cultivation and limited intelligence of his beast. Additionally, with his ability to hasten the growth of spiritual herbs for nurturing, he could swiftly aid the demonic beast in its advancement. It is easy to imagine that Nie Zhaonan's progression in cultivating his beast would be exceptionally swift. Considering the time, it was time to head to the stone chamber where the key to the blood-colored Forbidden Land's central tower was stored. After arranging for the earth-armored dragon, he set off towards his goal. Meanwhile, by the edge of a deep water pool, Nangong-wan was firmly restraining the neck of a blue water crocodile with a crimson vermilion bird ring. The crocodile thrashed its body, attempting to break free from the binding. If it were an ordinary magical tool, this high-ranking demonic beast might have had a chance to escape. However, being a treasure of a core formation cultivator, it was beyond comparison with mere magical artifacts. Although Nangong-wan was currently unable to unleash the full power of the vermilion bird ring, its sturdiness alone was sufficient to prevent the blue water crocodile from escaping. Why not promptly employ the yin-yang attraction technique? Nangong-wan instructed the gathered disciples of the Hidden Moon sect. Initially, the disciples were still immersed in the awe of their ancestors' effortless subjugation of the crocodile. After all, a top-tier first-stage demonic beast should not be underestimated. During the last trial, a peak chi refinement brother perished in its jaws, leaving nothing behind. Hearing their ancestors' command, the disciples sprang into action, a male and female pair closely aligning, extending their arms to grasp one another. A series of red and blue spells cascaded down, striking the blue water crocodile. Thud, thud, thud. Numerous blood holes appeared on the crocodile's body, rendering it a gruesome sight. In agony, the creature emitted low, hoarse growls. As its injuries worsened, it soon ceased to breathe. Nangong-wan retracted the vermilion bird ring, adorning it on her delicate, translucent wrist. The disciples each attended to their tasks. Male disciples dissected the demonic beast, while female disciples soared to the islands within the pool to harvest spiritual herbs, collecting various jade spirit mushrooms into their storage bags. Before long, Nangong-wan led the disciples of the Hidden Moon sect away from the stone cave, heading toward the depths of the circular mountain range where the stone chamber awaited. In just a short while, Nie Zhaonan found himself in a small basin, surrounded by towering, oddly shaped stones that formed an impenetrable barrier. In the center of the basin stood an ancient, grand stone hall constructed from massive green stone. Despite its impressive size, the hall's entrance was quite modest, allowing only 2 individuals to pass side by side. After a brief observation, he noticed the surface of the hall emanating a flowing blue light, indicating a layer of protective barriers to prevent external damage. Nie Zhaonan swiftly entered the hall, taking care to conceal his presence while employing the mundane technique of snow treading to avoid detection by the guardian demonic beasts within. The interior structure of the hall was remarkably simple. Apart from a winding stone path leading further inside, the main hall was completely empty, save for a dark, murky passageway surrounded by jade railings in the center. The entrance to the passage was lined with stone steps sloping downwards, exuding a warm and humid atmosphere. As he ventured deeper into the underground passage, the rising breeze grew increasingly hot, yet it had little effect on Nie Zhaonan. Upon reaching the end of the green stone corridor, an extraordinary marshland world unfolded before his eyes. This subterranean realm stood only about 30 feet high, yet its expanse stretched several miles wide. Everywhere he looked, there were muddy patches bubbling with dark water, producing a series of gurgling sounds that echoed eerily in the stillness of the underground world. Surrounding the marsh were towering mounds of dark earth, while the outer edges away from the marsh were adorned with dozens of colorful and rare spiritual herbs, a sight seldom seen in the outer realm. However, none of this captured Nie Zhaonan's attention as much as a small hall of white jade situated in the center. With a cautious glance at the golden chest floating in midair, Nie Zhaonan stealthily concealed himself behind a mound of earth far from the marsh, simultaneously employing techniques to mask his presence and form, ensuring he remained undetected. Knowing that Nangong-wan would soon find herself in danger, Nie Zhaonan planned to let events unfold naturally, intending to play the role of the hero who rescues the damsel in distress, hoping to win her heart. Though it bore a hint of scheming, this tactic had proven effective throughout history. As time swiftly passed, a series of footsteps echoed from the entrance of the underground realm. "Is this the marsh that conceals the ink-scaled python?" Nangong-wan's delicate voice inquired. Reporting to the ancestor, the ink-scaled python resides within the marsh. It has previously devoured over a dozen disciples from various sects seeking the treasure chest. This beast is far stronger than an ordinary top-tier demonic beast. A calm female disciple responded respectfully. "Proceed according to plan," Nangong-wan commanded authoritatively. The commotion in this place was so great that the dark, massive-scaled ink serpent was startled into revealing itself from the marsh. This serpent, neither entirely snake nor otherwise, measured only 3 to 4 zhang in length. Yet it was enveloped in a faint mist of ink, rendering it exceedingly eerie. As soon as this beast appeared, Nangong-wan exclaimed, "Ink serpent!" Previously, the disciples who had faced the ink serpent had been vastly outmatched, falling victim almost instantaneously upon encounter. Only those who had maintained their distance had escaped with their lives. Failing to grasp the true nature of the ink serpent, often mistaking it for the ink-scaled python due to their limited experience in the realm of qi cultivation. However, there was no hint of fear in Nangong-wan's voice. Rather, it was filled with exuberance. Without delay, Nangong-wan led her fellow disciples of the Yin-Yu sect into a fierce battle against the ink serpent. From time to time, explosive sounds echoed in Nie Zhaonan's ears, yet he remained motionless, biding his time. Leveraging their magical artifacts, numbers, and the advantage of the yin-yang attraction technique, they soon inflicted injuries upon the ink-scaled python, creating more than 10 bloody wounds on its body, causing it to falter. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The ink serpent, expending considerable energy, broke free from the confinement of the vermilion bird ring and ascended towards the upper reaches of the underground realm. In an instant, the ink serpent shed its black scales, revealing a snow-white body, 6 zhang long, now bulkier than before, and its previous injuries had healed. It had evidently advanced to the second tier, with a pair of ebony horns sprouting from its once featureless head, and its abdomen adorned with a pair of white claws, transforming it from a mere snake into a serpent, its form closely resembling that of the legendary dragon serpent. At this sight, the disciples of the Yin-Yu sect were naturally astonished. Nangong-wan urgently warned, "Everyone, evacuate immediately. The ink serpent has entered the second tier, boasting power comparable to that of a mid-foundation cultivator. Together, we cannot contend with it. Escape at once, and I shall delay it for a time." Hearing her words, the disciples dared not show even a hint of hesitation and promptly fled. Though one disciple fell to the ink serpent during their escape, they managed to exit the underground realm safely. Just as Nangong-wan prepared to withdraw, calamity struck. Little 5 elements exclusion technique. Nangong-wan's face turned pale, and the confidence she once exuded vanished. It turned out that a female disciple of the Yin-Yu sect, in her panic, had inadvertently activated a mid-tier lower-grade Little 5 elements talisman, sealing the exit. At that moment, the disciples of the Yin-Yu sect were collectively attempting to break the seal. However, given their strength, they would likely find it impossible to breach even a single mid-tier lower-grade talisman at the foundation level, and the trial would likely conclude without success. As Nangong-wan struggled alone to withstand the ink serpent's onslaught, Nie Zhaonan produced the Red Sun sword talisman he had purchased at the Tianqing sect's market, beginning to channel its power. After all, without the assistance of a talisman, relying solely on his peak qi cultivation would demand tremendous effort to slay the ink serpent. Nie Zhaonan revealed himself, the crimson talisman hovering above his palm emanating potent waves, indicative of its formidable power. "Predecessor of the Yin-Yu sect, please contain this ink serpent." Though Nangong-wan was momentarily startled by the sudden appearance of this figure, her surprise turned to joy upon seeing the radiant talisman in his hand. Without further ado, she responded, "Very well. Bind, seize, confine, lock." With her hands moving swiftly to cast a spell, she formed a full moon shape, her expression solemn as she uttered the 5-character incantation, attempting once more to restrain the ink serpent. However, the ink serpent sensed the impending danger. It clung desperately to the sides of the vermilion bird ring, struggling with all its might, causing the ring to tremble slightly. Quickly, seeing her talisman failing to fully subdue the second-tier ink serpent, Nangong-wan called out to Nie Zhaonan. Without hesitation, He pointed at the red sun sword talisman, and with a whoosh, it transformed into its true form, a massive sword inscribed with flame patterns, emanating fierce red flames. Appearing like an executioner's blade aimed at the ink serpent's vital point. Realizing the severity of the situation, the ink serpent's emerald eyes glinted dangerously as it opened its mouth, unleashing a stream of purple venom toward the tip of the red sun sword. Yet, upon near contact, accompanied by sizzling sounds, the searing red sun sword incinerated the foul-smelling venom entirely, rendering it utterly ineffective. With a resounding crash, the red light illuminated the entire underground realm in crimson hues. The ink serpent was flung backward, blood spraying forth, and even the talisman, the vermilion bird ring, was sent flying, only to be recalled by Nangong. The ink serpent, having expended more breath than it had taken in, collapsed to the ground, its body cleaved 2/3 open at its vital point, looking utterly tragic. Though it writhed in agony, its body had ceased to obey, merely twitching feebly before falling still. Seeing the ink serpent's demise, Nangong was filled with elation. She promptly retrieved a crystal vial and began casting spells, murmuring incantations toward the serpent's corpse. From the vial, dark threads, cold and sinister, shot forth, entwining around the ink serpent's body. A green spirit, identical in form to the ink serpent, was drawn out, struggling in vain against the bindings, ultimately succumbing to be drawn into the vial. Nangong sealed the vial and produced a talisman to confine it, scrutinizing the miniature ink serpent within, her face alight with joy. Suddenly, her gaze was captivated by a spherical object located at the ink serpent's vital point, her eyes unable to look away. Is this a demon core? Yet, she pondered, isn't it only demon beasts of the core formation stage that can condense a life core within? The ink serpent's tear was evidently insufficient for such a phenomenon. Perhaps I should examine it more closely. Nangong mused internally. At that moment, Nie Zhaonan was tidying up his talisman, sauntering toward Nangong. What is this? Nangong, still perplexed, found her hand instinctively reaching for the sphere. She clearly observed that this sphere was soft and pliable, not hard, and it was evident that it was not a demon core. Yet, her curiosity could not be quelled, and she longed to discover what this sphere truly was. Upon contact, a soft pop resounded, and the sphere erupted, enveloping Nangong in a cloud of pink mist. Nie Zhaonan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Nangong had inadvertently come into contact with the ink serpent's aphrodisiac sac. Before he could contemplate further, Nangong emerged from the mist, her demeanor fervent, gliding gracefully toward him. Within mere steps, she collapsed into Nie Zhaonan's embrace, her body moving with passionate fervor. Instinctively, he felt the warmth of her soft form, his hands wrapping around her slender, vibrant waist, knowing that he must not act like a beast. Moreover, having been affected by the aphrodisiac, it was crucial to resolve the toxicity promptly to avoid depleting one's vital energy. With Nangong in his arms, he felt her warmth through her delicate attire and could not help but kiss her luscious lips. His hands moved without hesitation, for the urgency of detoxification was paramount. Should the aphrodisiac invade her spirit, it would spell disaster. The dizzying caresses soon led to their garments falling away in orderly fashion. A vivid and enchanting scene unfolded before Nie Zhaonan's eyes, featuring a stunningly beautiful visage, with cascading black hair flowing gracefully over her shoulders. The delicate crimson plum blossoms materialized in the void, radiant and breathtaking, blossoming within this dim underground realm. Nie Zhaonan gently closed his eyes, savoring the lingering echoes, feeling an extraordinary clarity and exhilaration enveloping him. Unsurprisingly, Nangong's earlier performance was somewhat awkward, exhibiting a hint of dissonance. Yet, it was precisely this imperfection that brought him immense joy and satisfaction, imparting a sense of dream fulfillment. Nie Zhaonan's heart brimmed with delight, a sensation so profound that it defied description, prompting him to embrace her a little tighter. Truly, every beauty is a unique gift from the heavens, each bestowing a distinctly different feeling. Time passed unmeasured until Nangong gradually awakened from her reverie. However, she hesitated to open her eyes, sensing the absence of her garments and struggling to adjust her mindset, uncertain of how to confront the person beside her, not to mention the sporadic force that coursed through her body. This little thief who had stolen her being. Nangong lamented inwardly. She never anticipated that a mere visit to the blood-soaked forbidden grounds, relying on her own strength, would result in the loss of her long-preserved maidenhood due to the unexpected emergence of Mo Jiao. This lad possessed a thunder attribute spirit root, demonstrating commendable cultivation talent and handsome features. He had first rescued her and then seemingly aided her without any detriment to herself. Nangong shyly stole glances at Nie Zhaonan's lightly perspiring muscles, his physique sculpted to perfection devoid of any excess flesh, complemented by his striking brows and captivating visage. Unconsciously, her thoughts drifted. Although Nangong had cultivated for over a century, much of that time was spent in rigorous training, leaving her understanding of love akin to that of a budding maiden, unwittingly completing her own strategy and developing a profound fondness for Nie Zhaonan. This affection, however, was predicated on his remarkable qualities. As for how Nangong discerned Nie Zhaonan's cultivation level, being a core formation cultivator herself, even with her current diminished state, the close physical proximity left her unable to miss such details. But how did he possess such stamina? Was it due to his physical training, or was it innate? A great perplexity arose in her mind as she pondered the truth behind it. The Hidden Moon sect, to which she belonged, was renowned across multiple countries as a dual cultivation sect. Even though she had never engaged in intimacy, she had gleaned a general understanding of human relationships through her study of sect texts. Typically, disciples in the Qi refinement stage could only endure for a couple of hours. Unlike this man, whose vigor seemed inexhaustible. Lost in thought, Nangong couldn't help but emit a soft hum of pleasure. Suddenly, her face flushed crimson, and an overwhelming sense of shyness enveloped her, causing steam to rise from her delicate skin, akin to a steam engine. Could this little thief have noticed that she was awake? She pondered anxiously. Like a timid woman, she felt somewhat lost. What if he discovered that she had already regained consciousness but remained silent? At that moment, Nangong's mind seemed clouded. Nie Zhaonan was no ordinary mortal. With the keen senses of a cultivator, how could he not perceive that his companion had already awakened? Observing her feigned state of unconsciousness, Nie Zhaonan found her utterly adorable. A playful impulse ignited within him, and he gently cradled Nangong's smooth form in his embrace, playfully striking a sound slap on her rear. With a hint of pride, Nie Zhaonan mused, the sensation of this core formation elder's hand is truly delightful. The thrill of crossing boundaries is undeniably refreshing. He continued to caress the area that had just elicited such a response, his eyes narrowing as he seemed to reminisce about the tender touch. Realizing she was being teased, Nangong understood that he was well aware of her awakening. With determination, she shifted the power dynamics, pinning Nie Zhaonan down as if to reprimand him. You little thief, do you dare to provoke me? Do you think I am easy to bully? Beware, or I shall grind you to dust. Her tone was fierce, yet it lacked any true intent to chastise. Observing Nangong's demeanor and listening to her words, Nie Zhaonan felt a surge of passion ignite within him. He leaned closer, his hands becoming bolder as they caressed her enticing waist. Although Nangong was now fully alert, the overwhelming masculine aura enveloping her rendered her powerless, leaving her unable to utter a word as she instinctively swayed, succumbing to the moment. Time slipped by, and a crescendo of sounds reverberated like a tempest before the underground world finally returned to a rare tranquility. Resting against Nie Zhaonan's shoulder, Nangong's breath came in gentle gasps, relishing the afterglow of their fervent encounter. She couldn't help but muse inwardly. Why was this sensation so utterly captivating? Was it the solitude she had endured for too long? Due to their dual cultivation, Nangong's physique had reverted to that of a woman in her 20s, a stark contrast to her previously delicate appearance. A well-known figure once articulated a widely accepted truth. It is the gateway to a woman's heart. This door symbolizes an initial acceptance, and the subsequent nurturing of genuine feelings is equally essential. Having witnessed the data-driven era of the past, Nie Zhaonan was well aware of how to deepen emotional bonds swiftly. At this moment, Nangong felt shy and insecure, her feminine modesty preventing her from being the first to inquire about the man with whom she had shared such an intimate experience. May I have the honor of knowing the name of the celestial maiden before me? Nie Zhaonan, as a man who cherished Nangong, sought to break the ice and express his concern for her. As for why he did not address her as elder, Nie Zhaonan was not so lacking in social grace. Upon hearing his name, a fleeting spark of delight flickered in Nangong's eyes. She parted her lips delicately, responding in a gentle tone, Nangong. My surname is Nangong, and my name is Wan. Although the celestial maiden had already shared a marital bond with him, she remained modest about her diminished prowess. Yet she retained confidence in her ability to advance to core formation. Might you consider becoming my partner? Upon voicing this request, Nie Zhaonan recognized the answer. He was merely a Qi refinement cultivator, and the chasm between him and a core formation practitioner was vast. Naturally, Nangong would be unlikely to agree. However, what truly mattered was for her to understand the sincerity of his feelings. Just you? Although you possess dual cultivation and commendable talent, you are merely a Qi refinement cultivator. Even if I were to agree to be your partner, how would a mere Qi refinement cultivator support me? Nangong Wan, no longer at a loss, spoke confidently, seizing the opportunity to jest at Nie Zhaonan's expense, thereby alleviating her earlier frustrations. I can refine pills, create talismans, and forge weapons. So I can certainly earn ample spirit stones, Nie Zhaonan replied with notable pride. You can support me? The last 4 words slipped from his lips, sounding like the most beautiful declaration of affection. Nangong Wan was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing, yet she ultimately replied, perhaps after you've reached core formation. Then it is settled. You must not go back on your word when the time comes. With your encouragement, I am confident that I shall achieve core formation in no time. Chapter 37. Victory and Defeat upon finishing. He tenderly cupped Nangong Wantong's flushed cheeks and bestowed upon her a passionate kiss. As the kiss concluded, Nangong Wan softly spoke, time is fleeting, and there are only half a day left before the blood trial closes. We should prepare to depart. She feared that if she lingered any longer with this little rogue, her heart would be stolen away entirely. With that, she rose from Nie Zhaonan's embrace and began to dress, her movements delicate and rustling. By the time she turned around, Nie Zhaonan stood impeccably attired, gazing at her with an appreciative and gentle expression. Nangong Wan's heart fluttered, her emotions intensifying once more. Forcing herself to maintain composure, she stated, the soul of the ink flood dragon is somewhat beneficial to me, so I shall take it. As for the dragon's corpse, it is yours. The spiritual herbs, however, are of no use to me, so they shall all belong to you. Naturally, I must take that golden chest. It is the objective of my journey. Yet her subsequent words faded on her lips, unable to be voiced. Naturally, I shall heed your command, Miss Nangong. Nie Zhaonan acquiesced without a hint of dissent. Although the key within the chest was undeniably valuable, in his heart, Nangong Wan, who had become his partner, was already his woman. Thus, there was no need for contention among family. The two gathered the spiritual herbs and treasures. Since breaking free from her former constraints, Nangong Wan had regained her cultivation to the foundation establishment stage, and together with Nie Zhaonan, they unlocked the barrier at the entrance to the passageway. Just as she was about to step into the passage, Nie Zhaonan's voice unexpectedly rang out. Miss Nangong, might you leave me a communication jade talisman? Without a word, a pristine jade talisman floated into Nie Zhaonan's hand, and the captivating figure of Nangong Wan vanished thereafter. Nie Zhaonan turned to survey the dim underground realm, which held cherished memories and a puddle of human-shaped water stains. In a fleeting moment, Nie Zhaonan found himself among the ranks of disciples from Huangfeng Valley. Though his attention remained fixated on Nangong Wan, who had once again donned her veil. One by one, disciples darted from the passage. Their expressions transformed from the fretful countenances they wore upon entry into the forbidden zone, now brimming with joy, evidently elated to have survived and gathered spiritual herbs during the trial. As the comical elder made a gesture, the last of the passage closed, and amidst a flurry, the disciples scrambled to escape, marking the conclusion of the trial. Next, it was time to settle the wager and determine who had triumphed. At the elder's beckoning, Li Huayuan and Fuyunzi reluctantly joined together. They began to tally the spoils brought forth by the 3 sects from the forbidden area. The Xianxia sect had only 4 fortunate survivors, who continuously placed their spiritual herbs on the ground. 5 blood orchids aged a century, 9 celestial fruits aged 3 centuries, and 7 jade spirit fungi aged 4 centuries. Those present were astonished by the total of 36 spiritual herbs, though more than 20 of those were contributed by 2 peak Qi refinement Taoists. Meanwhile, the Huangfeng Valley cultivators each held only 5 or 6 spiritual herbs. But when it came to Han Li, a remarkable scene unfolded that left all in attendance utterly astonished. After producing 7 spiritual herbs, he continued to wave his arms. And soon a grand collection of over 20 assorted spiritual herbs appeared before everyone. Excellent. You are Han Li, yes? I shall take you on as my registered disciple. Once you succeed in foundation establishment, I will formally accept you as a disciple. Li Huayuan's grin was ear to ear as he made a promise to reward Han Li, ostensibly to claim half of the spiritual herbs he had gathered. Disciple pays respects to the master. Han Li promptly returned the gesture, recognizing the significance of the moment. At this point, Huangfeng Valley had already amassed over 40 spiritual herbs, ensuring victory over Fuyunzi. Moreover, with 3 members remaining, one of whom was a top-tier lightning attribute Qi refinement cultivator, their harvest would surely be substantial, potentially leading to a final triumph over the elder. Nie Zhaonan, observing Han Li's remarkable acquisition despite his lack of experience in the underground world, marveled at Han's extraordinary fortune. Clearly, Han Li possessed other opportunities. Once matters concerning Han Li were settled, Nie Zhaonan stepped forward, retrieving 13 spiritual herbs from his storage pouch, which did not elicit much reaction from those gathered. Li Huayuan merely nodded slightly, refraining from further comment. However, standing beside the ethereal fairy, Nangong Wan was filled with astonishment. This little rogue truly possessed extraordinary means, managing to evade detection by the spirit-sniffing mouse. Her admiration for Nie Zhaonan deepened. With over 20 spiritual herbs from the underground world alone, not counting Nie Zhaonan's gains from other locations, Nangong Wan realized that he had concealed some of his wealth, yet she had no intention of exposing him. As for Nie Zhaonan's decision to present only this number of herbs, it stemmed from a desire to avoid acquiring an unwarranted master, particularly one whose character seemed somewhat miserly and of little aid. Additionally, he aimed to shroud his true capabilities to avert unnecessary threats in the realm of cultivation, ensuring a stable foothold in this world. The last two members of Huangfeng Valley brought forth a total of 10 spiritual herbs, one of which was shamelessly extracted by xianxia from 2 purple monkey flowers, darkening Li Huayuan's countenance. Finally, it was the turn of the disciples from the Canua sect, where with Nangong Wan's involvement, there were no surprises. Even after allocating over 20 spiritual herbs to Nie Zhaonan, they still managed to present a total of 103 scattered spiritual herbs, narrowly surpassing the combined total of Qingshu sect and Huangfeng Valley. Hand them over. Fuyunzi, your bloodline flood dragon core is just what I need for refining a pill. And Li, your iron essence as well. The elder, with hands as parched as twigs, reached eagerly toward the two, his impatience palpable. Reluctantly, Li Huayuan and Fuyunzi surrendered the bloodline flood dragon core and 2 pieces of iron essence, not daring to entertain any thoughts of trickery in the face of absolute power. Thus, the expedition into the forbidden area concluded, and as various sects prepared to depart, Nangong Wan could not help but glance longingly at Nie Zhaonan, reluctant to part ways. Noticing her wistful gaze, Nie Zhaonan felt a swell of pride and returned her a warm smile. The journey through the blood-forbidden zone had yielded tremendous rewards. Not only had they acquired the 3 primary ingredients for foundation establishment pills, the purple monkey flower, celestial fruit, and jade spirit fungi, but they had also harvested numerous rare spiritual herbs seldom found in the outside world. With the resources of the Xiao cave at his disposal, Nie Zhaonan could continuously produce spiritual herbs and refined foundation establishment pills, ensuring an endless supply. Given the scarcity of resources in the southern regions, the selling price of foundation establishment pills could reach 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones, a far cry from the abundance found in the chaotic Star Sea. Chapter 38. Significant cultivation growth, whether for external sale to earn spirit stones or for nurturing his own influence, the abundance of resources would greatly benefit Nie Zhaonan. However, all of this must remain discreet until he achieved core formation. Caution was paramount. For now, he considered bestowing a few foundation establishment pills to the Nie and Chen families. Their strengths were well balanced, not too strong, yet not weak, and both were families of his beloved women. Discreetly selling a few pills would not pose a significant issue. Moreover, it would enhance the standing of his beloved within her family, making it easier for them to seek rare spiritual herbs, pill formulas, and materials for crafting in the future. Regarding the origin of the foundation establishment pill, it was simply acquired through the trials. Surely no one would be so lacking in tact as to probe into its origins, thereby shutting the door on the scarce foundation establishment pill. The second significant gain was the acquisition of Nangong Wan. Not only did he obtain a breathtaking beauty, but with her as a wise partner, resisting the invasion from the 6 sects of the demon path would become considerably easier. With Nie Zhaonan's foresight and awareness of numerous secrets, he could, when the time was right, inform Nangong Wan to facilitate an early alliance among the sects of neighboring nations, thereby safeguarding their territories. This way, Huangfeng Valley would not need to venture far into foreign lands, and the Chun and Nie families could flourish more effectively, allowing Nie Ing and Chun Xiao Qian to feel at ease. Perhaps, through this opportunity, he could also gather materials necessary for crafting his own magical artifacts. In fact, the spiritual stones, materials, and magical tools acquired during this trial were secondary, though still considerably valuable. Upon returning to the sect on Li Huayuan's silver-armored horned python, after exchanging some harvested spiritual herbs for a foundation establishment pill, Nie Zhaonan did not linger but eagerly returned to his cave dwelling. As soon as he arrived at his place of cultivation, he was enveloped in the embrace of 3 uniquely charming beauties, akin to fledglings returning to their nest. At the sight of her husband, the flicker of worry in their eyes vanished entirely, replaced by a profound longing that adorned their exquisite faces. Holding his 3 partners in his arms, feeling their sincere and fervent affection, Nie Zhaonan experienced an overwhelming sense of happiness and stability. Perhaps this is the true essence of home. Is everything well with you, husband? Have you sustained any injuries? Niang inquired with concern, her delicate lips parting as she reached out with her graceful jade-like hands to explore her husband's form. Chun Xiaoqian and Xian Ruyin were equally attentive, their hands busy with the same intent. Did the ladies not know of their husband's formidable strength? The journey had, in fact, presented no unexpected trials, but rather substantial rewards. With a mischievous smile, Nie Zhaonan lifted all 3 ladies into his arms, their forms pressing against him, their curves contorting in delightful ways. The suddenness of this act elicited startled gasps from the 3 beauties, their once fair faces now flushed with a charming hue, rendering them even more alluring. Particularly, Chun Xiaoqian, despite having shared numerous intimate moments with Nie Zhaonan, remained bashful in front of her elder sisters, her cheeks blazing like a sunset. After planting a quick kiss on each of the ladies' fragrant faces, Nie Zhaonan set them down, understanding that there was no need to rush. With a wave of his hand, he presented several magical artifacts for their selection. Come, choose what you desire. The 3 ladies were taken aback, their mouths agape in astonishment, their expressions brimming with joy as they beheld the array of colorful and diverse magical tools. Husband, I wish for the Crimson Fire Whip and the Li Iron Shield. Niang declared softly to Nie Zhaonan. My strength is limited, so I shall opt for the Mingyue plate for protection, while I will take the high-tier green wood sword. Then I shall shamelessly choose the purple gold bell and the Baiyang shield, Xian Ruyin added, followed by Chun Xiaoqian, who eagerly made her selections. Even the young Mei, standing by, managed to acquire 2 high-tier magical artifacts for her protection. This endeavor has not only benefited my cultivation, but also necessitates 3 days of seclusion for practice, which may leave my 3 ladies unattended, Nie Zhaonan remarked, his gaze wandering over the lovely faces and forms of his partners, lingering most on Chun Xiaoqian. Although he yearned to indulge in intimacy with them immediately, the importance of cultivation prevailed. Acquiring Nangong Wan's primordial yin would greatly enhance his progress, and he must refine it promptly without delay. Husband, your cultivation is paramount. We sisters are satisfied merely to accompany you, so do not worry excessively about us, the 3 ladies reassured in unison, their understanding and support evident. After exchanging a few playful words and heartfelt banter, Nie Zhaonan began his retreat into seclusion. 3 days passed in a blink. Seated upon a mat beside the spiritual spring, Nie Zhaonan felt an immense sense of comfort and remarked, truly, the energy of a foundation establishment cultivator's primordial yin is remarkable. Refining Nangong Wan's primordial yin has advanced my cultivation as if I had been consuming pills for 3 to 4 years. The prospect of advancing to foundation establishment would also come more swiftly. Indeed, Wanner is my lucky star. Unconsciously, his mind wandered to the unforgettable sensations of that day, recalling the exquisite form that lingered in his thoughts. Over the 3 days, Nie Zhaonan had made substantial progress, advancing significantly in the mid-foundation establishment stage and nearing the late stage. Yet, he did not intend to exit his seclusion just yet. He entered the Zixiao cave heaven, where he planted seedlings of purple monkey flowers, jade psychic grass, and celestial spirit fruit, as well as various supplementary herbs in different medicinal fields. After placing over 10,000 spiritual stones across the fields, the spiritual energy surged dramatically, and a wondrous scene unfolded. The seedlings of purple monkey flowers, jade psychic grass, and other herbs grew at a visibly rapid pace, while the celestial spirit fruit sprouted lush green leaves and budding flowers almost instantaneously, an astonishing sight. Observing the fields brimming with vibrant spiritual herbs, Nie Zhaonan felt a wave of delight. The herbs he had cultivated provided enough materials for crafting hundreds of foundation establishment pills. However, after gathering materials for only 20 or so pills, he halted his harvest, leaving much still untouched. The Zixiao cave heaven was rather desolate. With only an armored dragon present, aside from the colorful spiritual herbs in the fields, no other flora or fauna could be found. Chapter 39. Refining the foundation establishment pill, there was no urgency to utilize the herbs, so he decided to leave them in the fields, where they served as a pleasing sight. Nie Zhaonan mused quietly, recognizing the extraordinary privilege of regarding hundreds of years of medicinal herbs as mere scenery, something even nascent soul cultivators could not achieve. Were the cultivators of the immortal realm, who would fight tooth and nail for just 1 or 2 spiritual herbs, to learn of Nie Zhaonan's lavishness, they would surely express their outrage, wishing to take his place. Subsequently, Nie Zhaonan entered the loft within the Xixiao cave heaven and commenced the refinement of several foundation establishment pills. The foundation establishment pill is essential for peak qi refinement cultivators transitioning into the foundation establishment stage. It can cleanse the meridians and expel impurities from the body. And to some extent, it can enhance one's cultivation speed, although this improvement is not particularly significant. Its primary function is to assist peak qi refinement cultivators in advancing to the foundation establishment stage. Due to the unique properties of the foundation establishment pill, its refinement is far more challenging than that of ordinary pills aimed at enhancing cultivation and spiritual power. Fortunately, Nie Zhaonan had experience in refining a vast array of pills and had achieved a masterful level of alchemy, earning him the reputation as the foremost alchemist among the many foundation establishment cultivators in the state of Yu, though only he was aware of this distinction. Nevertheless, even his first batch of foundation establishment pills yielded only 4 pills, and their quality was not exceptional. Although the 4 foundation establishment pills were exceptionally smooth on the surface, akin to ordinary elixirs, they bore some imperfections. Each pill possessed several black specks the size of grains of rice, and none of them exuded the fragrant aroma typical of medicinal pills. Nie Zhaonan pinched one of the foundation establishment pills between his fingers, meticulously probing with his spiritual sense. The black spots were a result of excessive heat during the refining process, which also diminished the medicinal potency by 4 levels. Nevertheless, they could still assist in the foundation establishment process, albeit with reduced efficacy. He decided to sell them at the market when the opportunity arose. He could fetch around 1,000 spirit stones for them. Such inferior pills, Nie Zhaonan would never consider offering to the Chun or Nie families. Not only was the effectiveness subpar, but it would also tarnish his reputation. Moreover, he had no shortage of foundation establishment pills. After a moment of reflection, Nie Zhaonan resumed his alchemical endeavors. In his second batch, he successfully produced 4 pills of acceptable quality. In the third batch, he refined 5 pills, one of which was exceptional. After a considerable amount of time, he managed to refine 20 portions of foundation establishment pills, thanks to his substantial and pure magical energy, which accelerated the refining process and saved him a great deal of time. Ultimately, he produced 70 foundation establishment pills. Aside from the initial 2 batches that were of inferior quality, the subsequent pills perfectly retained their medicinal properties. Before leaving the Xixiao cave, Nie Zhaonan took a moment to check on the earth-armored dragon he had recovered from the blood-forbidden land. The earth-armored dragon had been residing in the spirit beast enclosure for nearly half a month, and its aura had significantly strengthened. Nie Zhaonan calculated that at this rate, the earth-armored dragon could reach the peak of the first tier within a year and potentially advance to the second tier in 3 to 5 years. He pondered whether he could use spirit herbs to accelerate the growth and cultivation of the earth-armored dragon. Undoubtedly, this was a feasible plan, though the specific effects remained uncertain. As a soil attribute demon beast, it would be most suitable to use soil attribute spirit herbs, thereby greatly enhancing the cultivation effects. Without delay, Nie Zhaonan began to hasten the growth of several types of spirit herbs: soil ganoderma, qingyan grass, and earthsong lotus. Each herb was matured to varying ages of 100, 200, and 300 years, respectively, to observe which age would be most suitable for the earth-armored dragon at its current stage. However, the results surprised Nie Zhaonan. The earth-armored dragon's capacity was surprisingly weak. After feeding it a 100-year-old qingyan grass, the dragon immediately became drowsy. When a demon beast struggles to refine a spirit object that is beyond its capacity, it often resorts to slumber to expedite the refinement process. Upon further contemplation, Nie Zhaonan understood. Although the qingyan grass was only 100 years old, it was a primary ingredient in the foundation establishment pill, and the concentrated soil attribute spiritual energy would naturally be overwhelming for the earth-armored dragon, which was only of high rank in the first tier, making it difficult to refine. Within the Xixiao cave, there was no danger for the earth-armored dragon, and Nie Zhaonan had no time to wait for the dragon to refine the qingyan grass. After all, 3 ladies awaited him outside. With a thought, his figure vanished from the Xixiao cave. Exiting the secluded area, he found Nie Ying, Chun Xiaoqian, and Xan Rian gathered around a stone table, sharing anecdotes of their inner chambers, with the conversation continually gravitating toward Chun Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian, our husband is truly remarkable, nothing like the accounts in books, Nie Ying teased, her demeanor turning shy upon mentioning her husband, unable to articulate her thoughts clearly. Being Nie Zhaonan's first partner and recognized as an elder sister by her 2 younger siblings, Nie Ying felt it her duty to enlighten Chun Xiaoqian on the secrets of the boudoir. What will happen? Nie Zhaonan approached Nie Ying, lifting her effortlessly and taking her seat, still warm from her presence. He casually wrapped an arm around Xianxia's slender waist. With no choice but to sit on her husband's lap, Nie wrapped her arms around his robust waist, her entire figure leaning against his solid chest. My husband, if you do not appreciate the good intentions of your servant, you shall mock me. Rian and I are merely helping you speak well of Xiaoqian. Nie half pouted, half joking. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiaoqian's face flushed crimson, her gaze lowered as her 10 slender fingers intertwined nervously over her abdomen, overwhelmed with shyness. She understood that once Nie Zhaonan emerged from his retreat, they would engage in that final intimate act, a tempest of passion. Thus, when her sisters teased her, she was equally curious about the nuances of such experiences, eagerly absorbing their wisdom, albeit with a touch of embarrassment at being caught by Nie Zhaonan. Oh, Nie Zhaonan elongated the word playfully. Is that so, Rian? He turned to inquire of Rian, eliciting a discreet pinch on his waist from the lovely lady in his embrace. Indeed, that is the case. Xiaoqian is also eagerly anticipating becoming your true woman. Rian responded, her tone trembling slightly as she felt his insistent hand on her hip. She promptly nudged Xiaoqian forward, hoping to fulfill her dreams. Observing the blushing Xiaoqian, Nie Zhaonan felt a surge of desire. A girl's shyness was as intoxicating as poison, alluring and irresistible. Nevertheless, recalling that he had pressing matters to attend to, he reined in his swirling emotions. There are 15 foundation establishment pills here for you two ladies to take back to your families. As for the price, 2,000 spirit stones will suffice. Rian, you will also be establishing your foundation within the next 3 to 5 years. Keep this batch of pills for future use. As he spoke, he produced 3 jade vials, each containing 5 round, aromatic foundation establishment pills. The price of 2,000 spirit stones for each pill represented a generous discount from Nie Zhaonan to his family. Although he possessed a considerable amount of spirit stones, a single foundation establishment pill could easily fetch over 3,000 spirit stones, making it a highly valuable commodity. Giving away precious foundation establishment pills worth over 10,000 spirit stones was not something a foundation establishment cultivator could typically afford without raising eyebrows. The 3 ladies gazed, wide-eyed and mouths agape, more astonished than when he had gifted them top-tier magical artifacts. These were foundation establishment pills, key elixirs controlled solely by sex, that could stir a tempest in the outside world. Yet here was their husband presenting them with such a bounty. Husband, are you truly allowing us to take these back to our families? Is it not a bit extravagant? Nie asked incredulously, as she accepted one of the jade vials from Nie Zhaonan's hand. Nie Zhaonan handed the remaining 2 vials to Qin Xiaoqian and Rian, nonchalantly stating, I have no use for so many foundation establishment pills. They might as well bolster the strength of our family and elevate our status within it. It will also facilitate family matters when needed. Both women nodded excitedly, accepting the foundation establishment pills. They could easily envision the envious gazes of their kin as they returned home with such treasures. Qin Xiaoqian felt an immense joy, her watery eyes sparkling like stars as she gazed adoringly at Nie Zhaonan. Her brother, Qin Xiaoyun, had always doted on her. Yet after consuming a foundation establishment pill from the sect, he had regrettably failed to establish his foundation, relegated to managing the family business. However, it seemed her brother still harbored hopes for success. Rian, breaking from her usual demeanor, boldly kissed Nie Zhaonan's cheek, her sweet voice expressing her gratitude. Thank you, husband. Such a simple phrase conveyed an unwavering devotion. She had always been the unluckiest of souls, suffering for over a decade due to her dragonine physique, which had left her in solitude, her expression often cold and distant. Only her passion for studying formations had alleviated her suffering, allowing her to endure. Worse still, her lifespan was gradually being depleted, and it seemed there were not many years left to live. However, ever since she encountered her husband, it was as if fortune had smiled upon her, and misfortune had receded. Not only was her dragon-chanting body now under control, sparing her the torment of pain, but her husband had also prepared the rare foundational pills for her, making the attainment of foundational cultivation a certainty. With a lifespan potentially extending to over 200 years, she would have ample time to accompany her husband, no longer burdened by the previous worries of departing from him too soon. Feeling the warmth on her cheeks, Nie Zhaonan's heart stirred, and with a mysterious smile, she addressed her 3 wives. Ladies, I have a gift for you that I am certain you will cherish. Nie, Rian, and Qin Xiaoqian exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what gift could possibly surpass the value of the foundational pills. They found themselves at a loss. Wearing expressions of curiosity, Nie Zhaonan produced 3 jade vials and, with a graceful wave, presented them to his 3 wives. "Open and see," he urged. The 3 women eagerly uncorked the vials, revealing a seemingly ordinary pill within, lacking any remarkable features. Suddenly, Xianxia gasped in recognition, her voice filled with disbelief. "Husband, is this the timeless beauty pill, crafted from millennium-old spiritual herbs, which bestows eternal youth?" Upon hearing Xiaoqian's conjecture, Xianxia and Nie were equally overjoyed. Gazing at their husband with eager anticipation for confirmation, Nie Zhaonan nodded slightly. "Indeed, it is the timeless beauty pill. Upon consuming it, my dear wives, you will retain your youth forever, free from the concerns of aging. What do you think? Are you satisfied with this gift?" In both the secular and cultivation realms, beauty holds paramount importance for women, and the desire for eternal youth is a topic of utmost significance. Wealthy women in the mundane world resort to pearl powder for facial treatments or boiled eggs for skin nourishment, often at great expense. In the realm of cultivation, female practitioners have access to even more methods, such as beauty-enhancing pills or rare treasures. However, these precious items are exceedingly rare and costly, unattainable for the average female cultivator. Thus, many opt for cultivation techniques that promise beauty preservation, even though aging remains inevitable, albeit delayed. Moreover, such techniques often come with drawbacks, including weak efficacy, limited divine abilities, slow cultivation speeds, and stringent requirements. Nonetheless, most female cultivators are unable to resist the allure of these beauty-enhancing methods. Now, with the availability of the timeless beauty pill, which eliminates the disadvantages of cultivation techniques, the 3 stunningly beautiful women were undoubtedly elated. "We all adore the gift from our husband. You are truly thoughtful." The 3 chimed in unison, their voices sweet and melodic. Simultaneously, they leaned into Nie Zhaonan, drawing closer to him. Noticing their unusually proactive demeanor, Nie Zhaonan felt a surge of pride. It seemed that small gifts and surprises worked wonders with women. Nie, his longest-standing companion, had previously enjoyed intimate moments with him in solitude within the courtyard. However, since Xianxia's arrival, she had often adopted a poised and dignified demeanor to maintain her status as the primary wife. Yet, in the privacy of their bedchamber, she willingly yielded to Nie Zhaonan's desires, obedient to her husband's every whim. Particularly after Xianxia joined their household, Nie Zhaonan had imparted many new experiences to both women. This was indeed a promising beginning. Nie Zhaonan's hands roamed restlessly over the delicate forms of his 3 wives, fumbled yet eager. Seizing a moment of respite, he encouraged, "Quickly consume the timeless beauty pill." The 3 responded shyly, then retrieved the pills, parting their lips like cherry blossoms to swallow the precious concoction. Once the pills entered their abdomens, they were quickly refined, releasing a warm medicinal energy that nourished their entire beings, enveloping them in a comforting warmth. However, as their senses cleared, they became aware of a chilling sensation, realizing their garments had been loosened without their notice. Nie rose from her husband's lap, pulling Xianxia up with her, feigning indignation. "Husband, how could you do this? Sister Qian has yet to be formally welcomed into your embrace. You must cherish her properly first." Chapter 41. A moment of spring night, she then tugged Qian closer, urging her to rest upon Nie Zhaonan's lap. Her voice trembling slightly. "We cannot engage in such frivolity without clarity. If our husband truly desires, once Sister Qian has fulfilled her duties, we sisters would be more than willing to serve him together." Upon hearing Nie Ying's words, Nie Zhaonan realized his impatience had led him astray, and he promptly acknowledged his misstep. "Indeed, it was my fault for not considering your feelings." He then rose, lifting the petite figure that had been quietly nestled on his lap, cradling her with both hands, allowing her legs to rest against his waist. Qian obediently curled into Nie Zhaonan's embrace, her arms wrapping around his neck. He lowered his head, planting his lips near her delicate ear, where they could both feel the warmth of each other's breath, tantalizingly close, yet not quite touching. "Qian, let me fulfill the promise I made to you before the blood trial, allowing you to truly become my woman." I will leave everything to you, husband." Qian replied, a mix of trepidation and courage in her voice. She glanced at the other beauties standing nearby, bestowing each a tender kiss. Nie Zhaonan, with Qian in his arms, entered her chamber. As soon as the door closed, her heart raced with anticipation and anxiety, clinging tightly to her husband. She yearned for his affection, yet feared her inexperience, worried about how she would perform. Sensing her nervousness, Nie Zhaonan felt an overwhelming fondness for her. As a seasoned romantic, he gently reassured her, "Do not fret, Qian. Everything will be taken care of by me. Love should not be reckless." especially for a maiden such as yourself who requires gentle caresses to awaken your desires. In less than a second, all constraints were lifted, and even in their embrace, Nie Zhaonan's adeptness was unhindered. With his practiced hands, he explored her sensitive areas, igniting her senses. When he laid xianxia upon the bed, her eyes were already glazed with desire, her fair skin adorned with blossoms of pink, a sight to behold. As the ancients once said, the golden needle pierces the peach blossom's heart, daring not to cry out, subtly furrowing brows. Such a scene unfolded, though none were privy to it. Another crimson plum blossom bloomed upon the pristine sheets, akin to a solitary flower standing proud amidst a frozen landscape. Despite the delicate blossom shivering in the cold wind, it clung tenaciously to the earth beneath, preventing itself from being swept away by the gusts. The room felt as though it were in the throes of an intense battle. The four corners of the bed creaked rhythmically, a testament to the fervor within. The entire chamber brimmed with the essence of spring, vibrant and alive. Suddenly, at a certain moment, the enchanting melody soared to a crescendo before plummeting into silence. In but a fleeting moment, the enchanting sounds of soft gasps once again filled the air, delicate and graceful, infused with an extraordinary joy, accompanied by the slightly rough exhalations of a masculine breath. Time flowed relentlessly, indifferent to day and night. It was unclear how long it took for the commotion within the room to finally subside. Xianxia lay upon Nie Zhaonan's robust chest, her eyes gently closed. Her disheveled hair damp, her exquisite face flushed, lips slightly parted, and gasping for breath, embodying the appearance of one thoroughly exhausted. Nie Zhaonan drew the disheveled quilt from the corner, covering Xianxia's alluring body exposed to the air, and his large hands naturally found their way to her, as if unable to part from her warmth. Seeing his beloved devoid of strength to continue, Nie Zhaonan tenderly caressed her lingering form, bestowing a gentle kiss upon her slightly damp forehead, and affectionately said, "Xiaoqian, rest for a while. I shall remain by your side." Xiaoqian softly murmured in acknowledgement, and soon fell into a serene stillness. Embracing the soft and comforting figure beside him, Nie Zhaonan closed his eyes for a brief respite. After a while, Xiaoqian regained her vitality, her face radiant and refreshed, showing no trace of her previous weariness. Like a little white rabbit, she nestled into her husband's embrace, her delicate fingers playfully tracing circles on his firm chest. Nie Zhaonan, meanwhile, admired the translucent beauty of Xiaoqian's form, utterly captivated. "My dear husband, I was previously concerned that I could not explain our relationship to my family. I thought I would have to remain your secret, unknown to the outside world. Yet, even so, I was content." Xiaoqian expressed her earlier worries with ease. To her surprise, her husband's capabilities had proven remarkable, providing such an abundance of foundation-building elixirs. Not only did it effortlessly resolve this matter, but it also ensured that no one in her family would dare to provoke them in the future. Her husband's prowess is indeed formidable, she thought, her posture instinctively straightening, eliciting a soft gasp from the enchanting figure beside her, who playfully punched Nie Zhaonan's chest a few times. "By the way, what is your relationship with Zhong Wenyang?" Nie Zhaonan inquired of Xiaoqian. After entering the valley, "I coincidentally met Zhong Wenyang. We often discuss matters pertaining to women, and our relationship is quite amicable. Is there something you wish to ask her?" Xiaoqian pondered briefly before responding, her mind racing with thoughts. Could it be that her husband had taken a liking to Zhong Wenyang? After all, her husband was quite the flirt. But wasn't Zhong Wenyang already paired with Lu Jing? Didn't her husband know that? Moreover, while Zhong Wenyang was indeed beautiful, she paled in comparison to the three sisters. Unbeknownst to Nie Zhaonan, his simple inquiry about a female cultivator led to Xiaoqian's spiraling thoughts. "I merely wished to ask her for a favor, to procure a golden page technique from her master, Li Huayuan. That technique would be of some benefit to me." Nie Zhaonan clarified his purpose in asking about Zhong Wenyang, without any ulterior motives. This golden page does not merely contain an ordinary technique. It conceals the entirety of the supreme Qingyuan sword art. Created by King Yuanzi, this technique was a legacy of the now extinct Xianxia sect, capable of being activated through the golden page. Naturally, acquiring this golden page was a consideration for Nie Zhaonan's three Dao partners, as he did not wish for them to remain mere ornamental figures. He believed they shared this sentiment. Moreover, Chening, Xiaoqian, and Xian Rian all possessed would attribute spiritual roots, making them ideally suited to cultivate the Qingyuan sword art, which stood as one of the highest techniques in the mortal realm. Mastering the Qingyuan sword art, and subsequently forging the 72 Qingzhu Fengyun swords from golden thunder bamboo, He was confident that the three would ascend to the pinnacle of their tier. As for the crafting method of the Qingzhou Fengyun swords, it was likely already in Han Li's possession. When the time came, Nie Zhaonan intended to exchange the Qingyuan sword art and the accompanying Sanjuan Zhongyuan gong for it, and he was certain Han Li would not refuse. The Sanjuan Zhongyuan gong was a secret technique that could compress spiritual energy and true essence, significantly purifying it, thus enhancing the chances of breaking through the core formation bottleneck. Even Han Li, with his 4 spiritual roots, successfully formed his core with its assistance, showcasing its remarkable efficacy. Regarding the extensive consumption of elixirs required to cultivate the Sanjuan Zhongyuan gong, for Nie Zhaonan, who possessed the purple cloud's cave heaven, it was but a trivial expense of spiritual stones, which he readily disregarded. Acquiring a technique, you say? With my rapport with junior sister Zhong, there should be no issue. I only wonder what you shall offer to impress Master Li? Chun Xiaoqian expressed her confusion, unable to conceive what might intrigue a master. As for the item, I am aware that this master lives quite frugally, perhaps the poorest core formation cultivator. If I present a substantial amount of spiritual stones, I believe he will be amenable to an exchange. Yes, the technique is not particularly precious, perhaps around 3,000 spiritual stones, Nie Zhaonan deduced after some thought. Determining that 3,000 spiritual stones would be a fitting price, ensuring it would entice Li Huayuan without raising suspicion regarding the secrets hidden within the golden page. Then I shall go seek junior sister Zhong immediately, Chun Xiaoqian exclaimed, excited at the prospect of assisting her husband for the first time. She began to rise, but was promptly pulled back into his embrace. There is no need to rush, Xiaoqian. This matter can be attended to at any time. What is paramount now is for us, as husband and wife, to engage in a deeper exchange, to explore our bond, he stated, shifting their positions as the curtains began to flutter anew, revealing the two intertwined in a blurred embrace. Chun Xiaoqian, savoring the moment, no longer felt the urgency to seek Zhong Wenyan. The Crimson Trial had only just concluded, and Han Li was still in the medicinal garden, gradually maturing the foundation-building herbs he had retrieved from the blood-soaked forbidden grounds using the spirit liquid from the small green vial. However, given the vial's limitations, maturing a sufficient quantity of foundation-building herbs would take 3 to 4 years, far exceeding the capabilities of the medicinal fields within Nie Zhaonan's Purple Cloud's cave heaven. There remained 5 years until Han Li's own foundation establishment, so Nie Zhaonan was not concerned about the golden page falling into Han Li's hands. One day, Nie Zhaonan, along with Chun Ying and Xianxia, sat beside the Spirit Eye Spring, the absence of Chun Xiaoqian palpable. On the table lay 4 cups of tea brewed from silver horn tea leaves, and a jade plate adorned with an array of colorful spiritual fruits, including the presence of the purple smoke fruit. My husband, do you think Xiaoqian will successfully acquire that golden page? Chun Ying asked with a hint of worry. 2.5 months had passed since she and Chun Xiaoqian had ventured to Wushan together, and the lengthy delay in Chun Xiaoqian seeking Zhong Wenyang was undoubtedly due to Nie Zhaonan's influence. Shortly after Chun Xiaoqian's departure, during their wait, Nie Zhaonan had discussed the matter of the golden page with Xianxia and Chun Ying, revealing the concealed Qingyuan sword art to them as well. As for why he hadn't disclosed this to Chun Xiaoqian, it was to spare her the overwhelming pressure of knowing the golden page's significance and to prevent her from behaving suspiciously during the exchange, which might attract unwanted attention and complications. Not informing Chun Xiaoqian had proven to be the wisest choice. Nie Zhaonan took a sip from the silver horn tea, responding calmly. It should be fine. It is now the 3rd day, and considering the passage of time, Xiaoqian will soon return, so there is no need for concern. After speaking, she did not forget to pull the serene Xianxia into her embrace, bringing the cup of tea to her delicate lips. Xianxia understood, gently taking a sip, and calmly reassured Nie Ying. Sister Ying, there are no errors in this matter, and I believe there will be no unforeseen incidents. We simply need to await the good news that Sister Xiaoqian will bring back. That high-level technique, created by the founder of the Xianxia sect who ascended to the upper realm thousands of years ago, fills my heart with a sense of tranquility, knowing that we, as sisters, have the fortune to cultivate it thanks to our husband. She was aware that since the ascension of that esteemed founder, there had been a formidable god transformation cultivator emerge in Tiannan over the millennia, yet he was slain by the major forces of Tiannan before he could ascend. This illustrates the immense power of ascended cultivators and the formidable nature of the techniques they create. Nie Zhaonan encircled Nie Ying's waist, playfully patting her rear to alleviate her tension. Trust in Xiaoqian, he said, but before he could finish, a flicker of joy crossed his eyes, and he corrected himself. Xiaoqian has returned. Upon hearing her husband's words, both Nie Ing and Xianxia beamed with joy, rising eagerly to await Qin Xiaoqian. Although Nie Zhaonan had not yet cultivated the Dian technique, which enhances spiritual awareness, his mid-foundation cultivation level, combined with his innate powerful spiritual perception, allowed him to sense Qin Xiaoqian's presence the moment she entered the cave. In a short while, a graceful figure clad in a green palace dress appeared before the three. Qin Xiaoqian produced a gold page and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "I successfully exchanged for the gold page with my ancestor without incident. Were you and my two sisters waiting for me?" It seemed unnecessary for them to wait for a mere exchange of an ordinary technique, even with a foundation establishment ancestor. Nie Zhaonan stepped forward and embraced Qin Xiaoqian, teasingly saying, "Indeed, we were waiting for you. You have made a significant achievement by successfully exchanging for the Qingyuan sword technique. What reward do you desire?" "The Qingyuan sword technique?" Qin Xiaoqian exclaimed, a persistent blush on her face betraying her inner feelings. She felt a playful annoyance. Her husband was being mischievous again, and in front of her two sisters, no less. She examined the gold page closely, probing with her spiritual sense, yet could not discern the presence of the Qingyuan sword technique. There was no doubt it was the complete version. But the technique would only reveal itself when the Qingyuan sword radiance was activated. Nie Zhaonan took the gold page, scrutinized it, and confidently stated, "Xiao Qian and Inger should quickly cultivate the existing Qingyuan sword technique within the sect. Together, you can easily unlock the inheritance within the gold page. Rian should wait until after her foundation establishment to transition to the Qingyuan sword technique. Frequent transitions during the qi refining period can lead to chaotic mana, hindering cultivation." Although Nie Ing and Qin Xiaoqian would lose some cultivation by switching to the Qingyuan sword technique, the benefits they would gain far outweighed such losses. "Yes, husband," the three women replied in unison, fully trusting in their husband's arrangements and decisions. Afterward, they retreated to their secluded training area to begin their cultivation, leaving Nie Zhaonan alone. Watching the graceful figures of the three retreat, Nie Zhaonan sighed softly, reflecting, "Am I truly that fearsome? I have indeed become somewhat indulgent lately, neglecting my cultivation, though I cannot take all the blame. The allure of these three beauties has ensnared me entirely. Who could resist such an immersive experience? Devoid of meat for 3 days?" For the past 2 months, Nie Zhaonan had thoroughly enjoyed the intimate companionship of Nie Ing, Qin Xiaoqian, and Xianxia. Thanks to Nie Zhaonan's efforts, the newly welcomed Qin Xiaoqian had fully integrated into the family, forming a close bond with the two other women, thus enhancing the harmony within the harem. Resting his chin on his hand, he contemplated future plans. The Dian technique, the blood jade spider's eggs, and the breath-concealing technique are not yet ripe for acquisition. Not only is there no guarantee of success, but an unforeseen mishap could lead to significant losses. It would be wiser to focus on cultivation for a while. Realizing that no opportunities were available for seizing, Nie Zhaonan entered seclusion to cultivate. The Inuit sect is one of the 7 sects of the Yu Kingdom, and it is undoubtedly the most powerful among them. One day, outside the cave of Nangongwan, a beautiful servant girl at the peak of qi refining bowed respectfully and reported, "Master, the disciple from Huangfeng Valley you wish to investigate has been located." She presented a jade slip in her hands. "Well done this time, you may leave," came the authoritative response. As the words were spoken, the jade slip floated gently toward the cave, and upon contact with the array, it vanished in a ripple. The scene shifted to Nangongwan, who sat half-reclined on the main seat of her cave, holding the jade slip. Her long, slender feet were crossed, and beneath her loosely draped garments, glimpses of her smooth skin were tantalizingly visible. It was hard not to let one's imagination wander. Suddenly, the previously expressionless Nangongwan's countenance shifted, anger surged within her. Her delicate brows furrowing in fury, and her fists clenched tightly, clearly enraged. "Humph, that scoundrel. He promised to take me as his partner, claiming it was heartfelt. Yet, he has long had a childhood sweetheart and even held a wedding before entering the sect. No wonder his young essence was absent. He is nothing but a frivolous rogue. How cunning he is, managing to maintain his partnership with his childhood sweetheart after his foundation establishment. I nearly fell for his sweet words. I will capture him now and give him a good whipping to vent my anger, and see if he dares to boast in front of me again." As she spoke, she rose from her seat, her porcelain-like feet touching the floor. Suddenly remembering something, Nangongwan halted her actions. "Forget it. That scoundrel is likely still in seclusion for his foundation establishment. I would have to wait for him if I go, and I refuse to be vexed by such trivialities. After all, he cannot escape my grasp. Scoundrel, I look forward to our next encounter." Nangong spoke fiercely, yet in truth. She had yet to decide how to face Nie Zhaonan. After all, she was the newcomer in this situation, and for someone as inexperienced in love as she, how to handle this matter required careful contemplation. Uncertain whether to sever ties with Nie Zhaonan or to consider her feelings for him, she retreated into her secluded chamber for meditation. If the magical energy reservoir of a foundation establishment cultivator is akin to a puddle, then that of a core formation cultivator resembles a pond. The disparity is evident. For core formation cultivators, entire days are often consumed in the pursuit of cultivation, making the passage of time seem swift. Cultivating magical energy during the core formation stage requires significantly greater time investment. A mere seclusion could span 5 or 10 years, passing in the blink of an eye. The information Nangong gathered about Nie Zhaonan largely chronicled his experiences while cultivating in the Nie family. With only vague accounts post his entry into Huangfeng Valley, there was little mention of xianxia and Chun Xiaoqian, not due to the investigators' inadequacy, but for other reasons. Nie Zhaonan's cave was relatively secluded, and few were aware of Chun Xiaoqian's visits. Additionally, Nie Zhaonan had kept a low profile and had little interaction with others in the sect, rendering him almost invisible within Huangfeng Valley. This was also due to Nie Zhaonan's caution. He had not informed the sect when he returned with xianxia. Moreover, xianxia had no interest in venturing outside, preferring to remain in the cave, focusing on cultivation and researching formations, embodying the quintessential homebody, leaving others unaware of her whereabouts. If Nangong were to discover that Nie Zhaonan had 3 other women besides her, she would undoubtedly lose the calmness she displayed earlier, and Nie Zhaonan would find himself amidst an unprecedented storm. 3 years have swiftly passed. On this day, Nie Zhaonan sat cross-legged on a mat, quietly consuming a true essence pill to assist his cultivation. Suddenly, his keen, hawk-like eyes opened, and he exhaled a breath of turbid air, emanating a formidable aura. After 3 years of uninterrupted consumption of true essence pills, he had finally reached the late stage of foundation establishment today. The Ming Wangju, under the assistance of the fierce calamity of the Gung metal tribulation thunder, had attained the second layer's perfect realm. Now, my strength can be considered among the strongest of foundation establishment cultivators, quite commendable indeed. As he delicately sensed the surging mana within his body, Nie Zhaonan murmured to himself with delight, his expression radiating satisfaction. With the help of the Tai Divine Thunder technique and the Ming Wangju, which expanded his meridians and dantian, his mana had reached the pinnacle level of the late stage of foundation establishment, both in quality and quantity. Inevitably, the medicinal pills he consumed during his cultivation far exceeded the normal amount, having taken nearly double. Had it not been for the Tai Divine Thunder technique's fierce nature and rapid pill refining speed, Nie Zhaonan could not have accumulated his mana so swiftly. Now, Ruyan had also successfully established her foundation, and the continuous consumption of pills by the 4 foundation establishment cultivators had depleted their stocks significantly, necessitating replenishment. It would be advantageous to refine another batch of foundation establishment pills to avoid future inconveniences. Moreover, the 2 formulas obtained from the Chun and Nie families should also be refined. They would greatly assist in his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation. Ever since Nie Ing and Chun Xiaoqian each delivered 5 foundation establishment pills to their respective clans, both the Chun and Nie families had rejoiced, eager to honor Nie Zhaonan as their son-in-law. Naturally, he could request assistance from the clan, and they readily provided him with their collected spiritual herbs and pill formulas. Enriching his own collection, Nie Zhaonan selected 2 of the formulas, intending to refine the pills. The Gathering Spirit pill is suitable for mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators, while the Harmony pill can enhance the mana cultivation of late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. As for the pills for early-stage foundation establishment, he deemed his current supply sufficient and had no plans to refine more. Nie Zhaonan also prepared to showcase his early-stage foundation establishment by heading to the sect's Grand Hall to report his successful establishment to Master Zhongling. Upon seeing Nie Zhaonan's composed and steady aura, Zhongling realized he had successfully established his foundation for 2 to 3 years, appearing nothing like a newly established cultivator. However, being astute, Zhongling did not inquire why Nie Zhaonan had taken so long to report, as it could sour their relationship. Instead, he congratulated Nie Zhaonan warmly. In Zhongling's eyes, Nie Zhaonan was a person of deep composure and restraint, not easily revealing his intentions. His aptitude for cultivation was exceptional, and he was adept at talisman making, though Zhongling knew little of his other skills. Undoubtedly, he was far superior to ordinary foundation establishment cultivators and could potentially become a golden core elder in the future, making it essential to maintain a good rapport. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Nie Zhaonan took his leave and headed directly to the fire room. This time, he encountered the same two qi refining disciples he had met before, Brother Zhou and Brother He, both of whom had shown no change in their cultivation. Upon seeing Nie Zhaonan arrive, both were visibly astonished and greeted him respectfully. "Greetings, Master Uncle." Clearly, they recognized Nie Zhaonan and were surprised that he had so swiftly succeeded in establishing his foundation. Nie Zhaonan, straightforwardly, tossed a mid-tier spiritual stone to the two, showing no inclination for further conversation. He accepted the tokens of authority they respectfully offered and proceeded into the fire room to refine pills. The two watched his departing figure, exchanging glances that reflected their mutual resignation. Nie Zhaonan spent nearly half a year refining pills, producing over 2,000 foundation establishment pills. If each pill were to be sold for 3,000 spiritual stones, he could earn a staggering 6 million spiritual stones. With such a fortune, he would not need to worry about spiritual stones before reaching the golden core stage. However, the reality was starkly different. He could not wholesale these foundation establishment pills, as doing so would lead to a surge of foundation establishment cultivators among rogue cultivators, causing upheaval in the entire cultivation community of the Yu Kingdom. Even golden core old monsters would likely pursue the matter, and with their capabilities, it would be challenging for Nie Zhaonan to remain inconspicuous. He decided to sell only 10 to 20 foundation establishment pills in the Yu Kingdom's markets each year, and perhaps a few more in the nearby Zijin and Zhang nations. Weighing the risks, he opted for caution, especially since he was not in dire need of spiritual stones at present. Shifting his thoughts, he realized it was time to seek out the disciples of xianxia in the far west and locate the young Master Lin, as he had long coveted the Dianju. The reasons for not approaching Lin earlier were twofold. Firstly, Nie Zhaonan's outward strength was merely at the qi refining stage, rendering him unqualified for negotiations. Secondly, Lin had been evading the pursuit of xianxia within the sect, and Nie Zhaonan could not ensure a clean outcome without detection, which could lead to complications. Shortly, Nie Zhaonan entered a rather ordinary stone house, larger than the typical ones. Inside, various items such as shovels, hammers, and low-tier disciple garments were haphazardly piled together. Though these were not ordinary items, they were all artifacts. "Brother Lin, I have long admired your reputation, and I have come specifically to pay my respects today." Nie Zhaonan addressed an elderly man dressed in gray with disheveled hair, seated behind a table. "Oh, what matter brings you here, junior brother?" Lin scrutinized Nie Zhaonan with curiosity, uncertain of the newcomer's intentions, as strangers seldom visited him outside of new disciples collecting their sect-issued garments and green leaf artifacts. Nie Zhaonan, unwilling to waste words, clarified. "I trust you are comfortable here in Huangfeng Valley. You are from xianxia? How audacious of you to infiltrate Huangfeng Valley." Upon hearing this, Lin's aged hand instinctively reached for his storage bag, ready for any impending danger, his demeanor shifting to one of heightened vigilance. Gradually, he regained his composure and calmly replied, "Do you dare to attack me here? With your cultivation, you are hardly a threat." Observing Lin's fearful reaction to the mention of xianxia, Nie Zhaonan remained expressionless and calmly explained, "I have no ties to xianxia. I am a legitimate disciple of Huangfeng Valley, not an undercover agent." With that, he casually took a seat across from Lin. As for his visit, it was merely to negotiate a transaction with Lin. Lin pondered, unable to fathom what might entice this junior brother. The Dianju, which he had handed over to the sect's higher-ups as a bargaining chip for his safety upon entering Huangfeng Valley, was not something he could offer. Certainly, the version he presented to the higher echelons of the sect was a simplified one, possessing only a modest enhancement to one's spiritual awareness. Akin to a fowl's rib, ultimately unsatisfactory and difficult to cultivate. Gradually, the leaders of Huangfeng Valley lost interest, allowing him to remain there in peace. Brother Lin, perceiving that Nie Zhaonan harbored no ill intentions, felt a sense of relief. He casually remarked, "I possess nothing of value. And do you truly believe that I would be swayed by what you offer?" This Brother Lin, seasoned in the ways of the world, had not even specified what he intended to trade before subtly attempting to lower the price. Nie Zhaonan, understanding his ulterior motives, maintained a calm demeanor. "Let us not circle around the issue. As the legitimate heir of xianxia, Brother Lin, surely the usurper of your sect cannot tolerate your existence? Coincidentally, I am privy to information concerning your life and fortune. How would you view this leverage in exchange for the Dian scripture?" By revealing some connections between Brother Lin and xianxia, Nie Zhaonan aimed to establish trust, while the crucial information would be disclosed only after acquiring the Dian scripture. Upon hearing Nie Zhaonan mention the treacherous usurper, A glint of hatred flashed in Brother Lin's eyes. Nie Zhaonan, originally an elder of xianxia, was in fact the true master of the sect. Upon reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment, he became enamored with power, forging alliances with fellow cultivators and treating the newly established members with courtesy, thus gaining many allies. However, upon successfully forming a core, he became even more brazen, seeking to win over the congregation with promises of cultivation experiences and techniques for crafting puppets, thereby expanding his influence within the sect. Yet at that time, Brother Lin's father lacked the strength to suppress Nie Zhaonan and mistakenly believed that he sought only to expand his power without any rebellious intentions, turning a blind eye to his machinations. Without any forewarning, Nie Zhaonan launched a surprise attack on Brother Lin's father when he was unprepared. Though Brother Lin's father severely injured Nie Zhaonan at the cost of his own life, he ultimately succumbed. All supporters of Brother Lin's lineage were annihilated by Nie Zhaonan and his followers. The only survivor, a newly established cultivator, escaped through secret passages within the sect, carrying the Dayan scripture, traversing vast deserts to reach distant lands. Reflecting on these events, Brother Lin found himself unable to find peace. I believe the information you possess is indeed authentic, not a deliberate deception. This is the Dayan scripture. I hope that once you acquire it, you will share the detailed news with me. With that, he retrieved a jade slip from his storage bag and handed it to Nie Zhaonan. Upon seeing the jade slip, Nie Zhaonan fell silent, for he anticipated correctly that the Dayan scripture contained within was a simplified version. He accepted the jade slip and immersed his spiritual awareness in it, discovering that the enhancement it offered was far less potent than he had understood, and it only contained the first 3 layers of the technique. Even mastering all 3 layers would yield merely a 20% enhancement to one's spiritual awareness, dividing it into 50 strands of consciousness, hardly significant. In a fit of anger, Nie Zhaonan tossed the jade slip back to Brother Lin, exclaiming, "Do you intend to deceive me with this simplified technique, young Master Lin? If you value your life more than the original Dayan scripture and are unwilling to present it, then I see no need to pursue a trade with you." His tone shifted from amicable to one of indignation, marking a clear distance between them. Rising from his seat, he made to leave. Brother Lin, taken aback by Nie Zhaonan's awareness of his deceit, hastily called out, "Please wait, it is my fault. I will present the original Dayan scripture to you." He waved his slender hand over his storage bag, revealing a piece of ancient, brownish beast hide, inscribed with densely packed characters. The Dayan scripture demands a high level of cultivation. It is not something an ordinary person can master. I have practiced for over 170 years and remain stuck at the 2nd layer. The prospect of reaching the 3rd layer, which could assist in core formation, feels distant. I find it hard to believe this young man could succeed. Brother Lin reassured himself internally, prioritizing his own life. Nie Zhaonan sat down again, accepting the beast hide and reading it intently for a moment. Indeed, it was the complete 4 layers of the Dayan scripture, accompanied by methods for refining qi and crafting puppets for foundation establishment. Confirming its authenticity, he stored the beast hide in his bag. Observing Brother Lin's anxious demeanor, Nie Zhaonan spoke in a measured tone. Nie Zhaonan has dispatched 6 foundation cultivators from the far west, specifically to eliminate you, the former young master. As for how they intend to lure you out of the valley, they will release news of the last 3 layers of the Dayan scripture. Surely you would fall into their trap. What? The last 3 layers of the Dayan scripture? Brother Lin, initially maintaining composure, was suddenly overwhelmed by shock at the mention of the scheming against him. As the heir of xianxia, he was well aware that the Dayan scripture was created by the founding patriarch, the Dayan deity, who reached the late Yuanying stage a millennium ago, comprised of 7 layers. The final 3 layers were lost to time, yet he knew that within a hidden location in xianxia lay the legacy of the Dayan deity, though its precise whereabouts had been forgotten by later generations. Mastering the first 4 layers could increase the success rate of core formation by 30%. Completing all 7 layers might even allow one to reach the Yuanying stage, making it easy to exact revenge. As Brother Lin's mind raced with possibilities, clearly captivated by the allure of the last 3 layers of the Dayan scripture, Nie Zhaonan continued without regard for his excitement. Of course, the last 3 layers of the Dayan scripture are mere fabrications, a bait to draw you out of the valley. Upon realizing the last 3 layers were non-existent, Brother Lin's once bright eyes dimmed with disappointment. Nie Zhaonan silently mused. The last 3 layers of the Dayan scripture are not something a mere foundation cultivator can covet. It would be wiser to master the 4 layers first and successfully form a core before entertaining such unrealistic aspirations. Judging by your age, you likely have only a few decades left, and with your frail condition, the hope of forming a core seems bleak. Concluding the exchange, Nie Zhaonan said, "The transaction is complete. If there are no further questions, I shall take my leave." Seeing Brother Lin seated in silence, seemingly without inquiries, Nie Zhaonan turned and exited the stone chamber. Whether this young Master Lin would, as foretold, meet his demise at the hands of pursuers was no longer of concern to Nie Zhaonan, as Nie Zhaonan wielded his peachwood sword artifact. A smile graced his handsome visage, filled with joy. Initially, he had merely intended to test the waters, harboring little hope for acquiring the Dine Scripture. To his surprise, through a mere exchange of words, he achieved his goal. After all, opportunities would abound in the future. When the people of Xianxia came into play, he would wait and watch for the perfect moment. Should young Master Lin narrowly escape this ordeal, during the chaos of a demonic incursion, he could seize the chance to eliminate him and claim the Dine Scripture for himself. However, this would consume a considerable amount of time and energy, and would not allow for the early acquisition of the Dianju. Yuejing, the illustrious capital of the Yu Kingdom, is not only the largest city in the realm, but also conveniently located in the heart of the kingdom, making it a hub of connectivity and the epicenter of national economic and cultural activities. At this moment, Nie Zhaonan was meandering through the streets of Yuejing, admiring the ancient and quaint architecture, gradually making his way towards the main thoroughfare. The streets were bustling with people, vendors hawking a variety of goods, their cries echoing incessantly. Candied hawthorn, sweet and tangy, only 3 coins a skewer. Hotcakes, juicy meat-filled pastries. If they're not delicious, you won't pay a dime. However, Nie Zhaonan's attention was never diverted by such mundane offerings. Instead, armed with his formidable spiritual awareness that encompassed an area of over 15 miles, he was searching for something amidst the streets and alleys of Yuejing. As for the imperial city of the Yu Kingdom, Nie Zhaonan was deliberately avoiding it. After all, the leader of the xianxia sect within the imperial city was no trivial character, having reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, with his avatar also possessing similar prowess. Nie Zhaonan had no intention of engaging him at this time. Although Nie Zhaonan was invincible beneath the core formation stage, forcibly annihilating the xianxia sect would undoubtedly cause a great stir, attracting the attention of the 7 sects and potentially exposing himself, which would be quite perilous. The imperial city could be regarded as the secular authority of the Yu Kingdom appointed by the 7 sects, and if a nameless cultivator were to topple it, it would be a significant affront to the 7 sects. Even if the 7 sects understood the reasons behind such an act, that it was aimed at annihilating the xianxia sect without malice, the presence of such a powerful cultivator would inevitably prompt an investigation. Suddenly, as he was about to pass by a tavern, Nie Zhaonan's expression brightened as he cast his gaze towards the 2nd floor, feeling a sense of triumph. At last, I have found you. Grandfather, the food here is truly delightful. Even though I have come here many times, I never tire of it. Could it be otherwise? This is the most renowned tavern in Yuejing. A meal here is worth the income of an ordinary family for half a year. However, for us, the price is but a trifle. If you enjoy it, indulge yourself. The conversation was between an elderly man and a young girl. The old man, with his white hair, appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, yet his face was rosy and spirited, showing no signs of the weariness typically associated with old age. The girl, around 11 or 12 years old, was charmingly delicate, holding a shiny chicken leg that had been devoured halfway, her cheeks puffed as she chewed. To the other patrons of the tavern, they seemed to be merely an ordinary pair of grandfather and granddaughter. However, through Nie Zhaonan's powerful spiritual perception, he discerned their true nature. They were clearly qi refinement cultivators, with the girl possessing a mere 2nd layer of qi refinement, while the elder had reached the 8th layer. Given their status as loose cultivators, their cultivation was quite commendable. This pair was precisely the Shao family grandparents he had been searching for, and their concealed cultivation indicated that they had indeed obtained the ancient texts detailing the methods of the demon clan's wind transformation technique and the unnamed breathing concealment technique. Nie Zhaonan's journey was intended for this very tome. Although he possessed secret arts that allowed him to conceal his cultivation through the manifestation of avatars, his companions could not practice such methods. This unnamed breathing concealment technique would enable cultivators of the same level to perceive neither his nor their true cultivation, making it ideal for them to hide their levels and avoid drawing unnecessary attention from those who might covet their rapid advancement, thus sparing them from unwanted troubles. Even if these individuals posed no real threat to Nie Zhaonan, the incessant buzzing of flies could be quite bothersome. Moreover, a moment's lapse could attract the scrutiny of those senior beings, which would be exceedingly unwise. Furthermore, for someone like Nie Zhaonan, who had a penchant for collecting powerful techniques, Possessing such a formidable secret art was a desire he could not resist. With a surge of resolve, Nie Zhaonan entered the tavern, making his way directly to the table occupied by the Xiao grandparents. The pair, still savoring their delectable meal, had not noticed Nie Zhaonan's approach until he seated himself between them, prompting them to scrutinize the newcomer. The young man before them was strikingly handsome, exuding an aura devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, leaving them somewhat bewildered. Nie Zhaonan enacted a simple soundproof barrier and, as if engaging in casual conversation, spoke with a composed demeanor. Esteemed friends, I have observed your remarkable breathing concealment techniques and wish to propose a transaction. I wonder how you would respond to such an offer. Upon witnessing Nie Zhaonan's display of technique and hearing his words, the Xiao grandparents quickly realized they were in the presence of a formidable elder. The elder, filled with trepidation, worried whether this visitor harbored ill intentions towards them. He was in a state of heightened tension, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Conversely, the young girl, being of tender age and unaware of the world's dangers, remained unperturbed and curiously gazed at Nie Zhaonan with wide eyes. Chapter 46. The unnamed breathing concealment technique. The elder, steeling himself, replied, Esteemed elder, it is our fortune to have caught your eye regarding our breathing concealment technique. However, such a significant technique is not something we carry with us. Rather, it is kept in a hidden place. Should you require it, we shall fetch it for you at once. Nie Zhaonan lightly tapped his fingers on the table, calmly retorting, Do not attempt to deceive me with childish tales. Though I may appear youthful, my experience is far from shallow. You wouldn't carry such an essential technique with you, would you? I doubt you would feel secure leaving it in another location. I am in a pleasant mood today, so I hope you will show some sense. Realizing his deception had been swiftly unraveled, the elder's face turned bitter with anxiety, fearing the elder might renege on their previous agreement and eliminate them for their treasures. Upon hearing the final statement, he understood that this exceptionally young elder was not one to indulge in bloodshed and was magnanimous enough to overlook his prior falsehoods, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The elder quickly rose, bowing respectfully as he apologized. Thank you for your forgiveness, esteemed elder. Little Chuyer, please bring the ancient tome to our esteemed guest. The previously carefree Xiao Chuyer, upon hearing her grandfather's serious conversation with the elder, began to grasp the gravity of the situation, sitting quietly in her place. Responding to her grandfather's instruction, Xiao Chuyer sweetly replied, Okay. No outsider could have guessed that such an important breathing concealment technique would be entrusted to a young girl of low cultivation rather than being carried by the more powerful elder. With a swift motion, her small hand brushed against the storage pouch at her waist, and an ancient tome appeared in her grasp, which she then extended towards Nie Zhaonan. Taking the ancient tome, Nie Zhaonan perused its pages. The text was inscribed in a crooked script of the demon clan, incomprehensible to him. However, the illustrations on each page depicted a fearsome demon beast with wings, green skin, and menacing fangs, showcasing the correct postures for practicing the technique, undoubtedly representing the wind transformation technique. Noticing that Nie Zhaonan had yet to reach the final pages, the elder eagerly explained, Esteemed elder, this ancient tome was discovered by my granddaughter while she was playing in a cave. We do not recognize the text, but the breathing concealment technique we practice is inscribed on the last page of the tome. The elder realized that this formidable elder was not only powerful, but also exceptionally intelligent, making him quite difficult to deceive. It would be more prudent to wholeheartedly serve this esteemed elder, ensuring that one could reap greater benefits during the forthcoming transaction. Nie Zhaonan turned to the last page where the unnamed breath-concealing technique was recorded. Following the technique, he concealed his cultivation level, presenting it as that of an adept in the qi refinement stage. After a careful assessment, he found no flaws, and a sense of satisfaction filled his heart regarding the effectiveness of this breath-concealing technique. The two observers were profoundly astonished to witness Nie Zhaonan's cultivation level shift instantaneously to that of the qi refinement stage. They were taken aback by how swiftly this elder had mastered the technique, a feat that would typically require them several days of arduous practice. Nie Zhaonan then effortlessly stored the ancient text within his storage pouch and remarked, The ancient texts you possess have proven invaluable to me, and I shall ensure that you do not suffer any loss. Here are some elixirs suitable for the qi refinement stage, along with a foundation establishment pill. Consider them as part of our transaction. With a sweeping gesture, he revealed a dozen jade vials upon the table, one of which was evidently of superior quality, indicating that the foundation establishment pill lay within. The generosity of the elixirs he offered was immense. Any casual foundation establishment cultivator would feel a pang of regret at such a loss. However, for Nie Zhaonan, it was but a trifling expense. He then awaited their response in silence. The pair, mere destitute rogue cultivators, had consumed only a few elixirs throughout their arduous journey and had never encountered such an abundance of mana-enhancing elixirs, let alone the fabled ascension pills. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Xiao Chui, still youthful and somewhat naive, gazed with sparkling eyes at the elixirs, her imagination alight with the prospect of acquiring them. In contrast, the elder Xiao, having lived a considerable part of his life and well-versed in worldly affairs, contemplated the opportunity presented before him, eager to seize it for his granddaughter's sake. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated the elder's eyes as he glanced at his granddaughter, leading him to a decision. He respectfully addressed Nie Zhaonan. "Esteemed elder, I have a humble request that I hope you might fulfill. Might my granddaughter be permitted to apprentice under you, learning by your side? If you were to offer her even a few words of guidance, we would be immensely grateful. Though she is still quite young, she is dutiful and possesses commendable dual spirit root talent. I see you are solitary. My granddaughter could assist you with various tasks." Elder Xiao extolled his granddaughter's virtues, fervently advocating for this arrangement. Initially intrigued by the elixirs, Xiao Chui's expression shifted to one of excitement, realizing her grandfather's cleverness. Stealing a glance at the handsome elder, she began to fantasize about the prospect of becoming his disciple. Nie Zhaonan, however, could not entertain the notion of taking on a disciple. Not only was he merely a foundation establishment cultivator within the realm of cultivation, requiring utmost caution in his endeavors, but he also possessed the extraordinary treasure of the Xixiao cave heaven, which necessitated a degree of distance from other cultivators to avoid drawing undue attention. Furthermore, the concept of a master-disciple relationship held little appeal for him, as he believed it lacked the security he desired. In the ruthless world of cultivation, betrayals for the sake of techniques and treasures were all too common. To Nie Zhaonan, trust was a scarce commodity, reserved solely for those he held dear. After a moment of silence, he replied, "I shall not take on a disciple." His refusal was devoid of any gentle pretense, as he deemed it unnecessary. "As you may surmise, I am a disciple of a prominent sect. While I have no intention of accepting a disciple, I can guide this young friend to Huangfeng Valley. Given her superior dual spirit root talent, it poses no challenge. Consider this an additional compensation for our transaction." The elder and his granddaughter exchanged glances, their initial disappointment overshadowed by joy. For cultivators of their modest caliber, lacking a mentor meant they would be forced to participate in the brutal Ascension Conference held every decade in the Kingdom of Yu, facing fierce competition for a chance to join a sect. With scant resources at their disposal, they faced the grim reality that by the time their cultivation was sufficient to succeed at the conference, they would have surpassed the optimal age for establishing a foundation. Ultimately, they would remain mere qi refinement cultivators, their path all but foreseen. Elder Xiao quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder. Should you ever require the assistance of my granddaughter and me, we would not hesitate to offer our utmost devotion." Though Xiao Chui felt a twinge of sadness at the thought of parting from her grandfather, the prospect of training in Huangfeng Valley brightened her spirits. Perhaps she too could become a foundation establishment cultivator, amassing elixirs and spirit stones, thereby giving her grandfather a chance to ascend as well. Chapter 47. Return to the cave abode. Seeing their agreement, Nie Zhaonan calmly stated, "In that case, take this token. With it, you will be granted smooth entry into Huangfeng Valley." He produced a token inscribed with the character for Nie and placed it upon the table. This token was not his personal emblem, but rather the family token of the Nie clan, which, owing to their connections with Huangfeng Valley, would facilitate entry for a cultivator of dual spirit roots, even one of lesser cultivation. The pair was captivated by the newly revealed, seemingly wooden black-red token. By the time they comprehended its significance, Nie Zhaonan, who had been seated at the table, had vanished without a trace. After a considerable pause, confirming that the elder had departed, Elder Xiao exclaimed with delight, "My dear granddaughter, although this encounter was perilous, we have indeed struck fortune. Accept these elixirs. I am too old, and my cultivation talent pales in comparison to yours. It would be a waste for me to consume them." As he spoke, a hint of melancholy crept into his tone, yet he quickly rallied. "However, with these elixirs, you will surely advance to the foundation establishment stage, bringing honor to our Xiao family. Remember to remain humble and cautious in the sect, avoiding unnecessary conflicts with other cultivators. Guard the secret of your newfound wealth closely. Discretion is key to survival." Elder Xiao, aware of the impending separation from his granddaughter, was filled with bittersweet emotions, and he spoke endlessly, revealing his deep affection and pride for her. Xiao Chui's large eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she stifled a sob. This poignant moment, however, was unseen by Nie Zhaonan, who had already departed from Yuejing. Several days later, he returned to his cave abode. Only Xianxia sat alone by the square table. Engrossed in a tome of formations, her mind deeply immersed in its pages, occasionally revealing a thoughtful expression. Nie Zhaonan gently lifted Xianxia, seating her upon his lap. Resting his head against his beloved wife's delicate shoulder, he encircled her slender waist with his arms, closing his eyes to savor the warmth of this tranquil moment. Xianxia remained absorbed in her studies, yet her back was pressed closely against Nie Zhaonan's sturdy chest, clearly relishing this sweet intimacy. "My dear, it has been a while since I have had the pleasure of such serene companionship with you," Nie Zhaonan remarked with a hint of apology. His starry eyes slowly opened, taking in the sight of the enchanting woman before him. Xianxia was ever so gentle and composed. Her serene smile and elegantly coiled hair emanating a mature allure that captivated Nie Zhaonan's heart. Setting aside her book, Xianxia turned slightly, allowing herself to be enveloped by her husband's embrace. "I am well aware of your affections, dear husband. As long as you hold me in your heart, that is enough. Moreover, as practitioners, we have ample time ahead of us. There is no need to rush." A thought seemed to brighten her demeanor, and she shyly added, "Every time you show me tenderness, it brings me joy, and I can feel your love for me." Nie Zhaonan, surprised by the unexpected candor of his demure wife, realized that their closeness allowed such intimate exchanges. As he listened to her sweet words, warmth surged through him, prompting him to hold her even tighter. His hands, like a serpent in pursuit of its prey, skillfully slipped beneath her collar, exploring her with a surprising boldness, though a sense of shame washed over her. Xianxia found it impossible to resist her husband's touch, becoming entranced by the sensations he stirred within her. With her sacredness under gentle siege, Xianxia found herself in a state of delightful confusion. Through years of intimate learning, she had discovered ways to please her husband and enhance their connection. Her delicate arms gracefully encircled Nie Zhaonan's neck, her cheeks slightly flushed as she leaned closer to him. As they drew near, Xianxia perched herself at the very edge of Nie Zhaonan's lap, her slender legs clasping his waist, her skirt having unknowingly risen to reveal smooth, pale skin. With tender hands, she cradled his head. Nie Zhaonan, lowering his gaze, indulged in the rich fragrance emanating from her bosom, one hand caressing her rounded form, lifting her gently as he savored the moment. "Do not fret, my dear. Qian and Ying are still in seclusion, preparing for their breakthroughs. Even if they were to emerge early and witness us in this state, they would not speak ill of it. After all, you three sisters have shared more intimate moments than this," Nie Zhaonan teased, but his words were halted by Xianxia's hand gently covering his mouth. Thanks to Nie Zhaonan's ample supply of elixirs, not long ago, Yin and Qian had reached the pinnacle of the initial stage of foundation building and were poised for a breakthrough. Chapter 48. The Mysterious Transformation of the Divine Fetus. It was indeed due to their transition to the Qingyuan sword technique that they experienced some cultivation loss. Otherwise, they would have already surpassed the mid-stage bottleneck of foundation building. "My husband, please do not jest. I am entirely devoted to you," Xianxia replied, her voice carrying a sweet tremor. She understood her inability to resist him. Not only was her love for him profound, but she longed to experience the sensations that were new to her. Days seemed to pass in a blissful haze as Nie Zhaonan and Xianxia embraced in bed, relishing the afterglow of their dual cultivation. Although Xianxia could not resist her husband's playful advances in the hall, she eventually felt the urge to return to their chamber. Nie Zhaonan, having enjoyed the merriment of the hall, complied with her wishes, cradling her smooth, delicate form as they returned to her boudoir. A slender finger playfully traced circles upon Nie Zhaonan's chest, an endless source of amusement for her, reminiscent of a child discovering joy in simple pleasures. "My husband, it is your fault. I had something of great importance to share with you, but in your presence, I nearly forgot." Xianxia's voice, sultry and rich, revealed her teasing nature. Despite the reproach in her tone, there was no hint of displeasure. Rather, it was laced with a delightful shyness. In addressing her husband, Xianxia consistently referred to herself as this humble servant. Though she possessed unparalleled beauty and grace, akin to a celestial maiden, she exhibited no arrogance in his presence. To her, being his wife was the height of fortune. Since they had opened their hearts to one another, she had lived under his protective wing, receiving abundant precious elixirs to hasten her cultivation, as well as access to superior techniques and numerous tomes of formations to comprehend. With her husband's support, she no longer worried about the mundane struggles she faced as a wandering cultivator, such as sourcing materials for formations and spirit stones. Residing in her husband's cave abode, She felt secure and realized that everything she possessed was due to his existence. Were it known to the enchanting female cultivators outside, who would not flock to win his favor. Furthermore, Nie Zhaonan's striking appearance, like that of a celestial being, was captivating. No female cultivator could resist his charm. When she first beheld his visage, she felt an instinctive closeness, unlike the aloofness she displayed with other cultivators seeking formations. Whenever Xianxia reflected upon these thoughts, she marveled at her luck. Her mindset was not one of entitlement, but rather a desire to bring joy to her husband and contribute in any way she could. This sentiment was echoed by Ying and Qian. All three were exceptionally intelligent women, none of whom wished to forfeit their carefree, promising life. United in their resolve, they refrained from the petty rivalries typical of ordinary women, fostering a harmonious environment as their camaraderie deepened, aided by Nie Zhaonan's support. "Oh, I wonder what important matter you wish to share with me, my dear," Nie Zhaonan inquired, puzzled. He found it strange that Xianxia had remained in the cave without a pressing issue. Was it possible she was with child? Yet, during their intimate moments, he had not detected any changes in her form. As Nie Zhaonan's hands continued to explore Xianxia's delicate physique, as if seeking answers, she quickly responded to his curiosity, interrupting his actions. With a graceful motion, she summoned a storage bag from the scattered garments on the floor, bringing it forth into her hand. Xianxia then retrieved a dark tome from her storage bag, its cover embossed with 6 imposing golden characters. Xuanmu, transformation technique. "My dear husband, please take a look at this secret art," she exclaimed, presenting the tome to Nie Zhaonan. Upon recognizing the name of the technique, Nie Zhaonan understood that it was an esoteric method for cultivating an external incarnation in the demonic path, and he felt no surprise, as he was already aware of Xianxia's possession of this tome. However, driven by curiosity and the affectionate intent of his partner, he accepted the Xuanmu transformation technique. As he grasped it, a refreshing sensation enveloped him. It was evident that the material of this tome was extraordinary, likely crafted from the essence of a formidable demon in its transformation phase. Nie Zhaonan began to peruse its contents. The cultivation of this external incarnation technique could commence once one's cultivation reached the nascent soul stage. However, this technique could not conjure a nascent soul from thin air. Thus, the practitioner must capture the nascent soul of another cultivator to assimilate it using the method within, thereby creating a second nascent soul. The advantages were considerable. Not only would one gain a companion in the nascent soul stage, significantly enhancing their combat prowess, but it could also serve as a shield against fatal attacks, akin to possessing a second life. Yet, drawbacks existed as well. After forming a second nascent soul, it was not a guarantee of safety. Periodically, the practitioner had to perform the secret art to assimilate the second nascent soul with their own, or risk rebellion and backlash from the second entity. This highlighted the inherent dangers of this demonic method, contrasting sharply with the Taoist technique of one qi transforming into 3 pure ones, which was far more harmonious and balanced. Despite the substantial risks, few nascent soul cultivators would disregard this technique, as the benefits of forming an external incarnation were too enticing for the average person to resist. Nevertheless, Nie Zhaonan had no intention of practicing this technique. For him, gaining an ordinary nascent soul's combat strength held little value. The Tai Divine Thunder technique, which he cultivated, yielded an exceptionally potent and refined magical power, rendering him far stronger than his peers. The accompanying 5 elements Divine Thunder Sword formation required 5 rare types of Divine Thunder as primary materials, along with various precious elemental components. Each type of Divine Thunder could forge 73 magical swords, 1 main sword, and 72 auxiliary swords, capable of forming a sword formation independently. When the 5 sword formations were combined, they could unleash an immensely powerful 5 elements Divine Thunder Sword formation. According to the description, even a newly formed Golden Core cultivator could slay a nascent soul cultivator using this formation. It was noteworthy that such a feat was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Therefore, once Nie Zhaonan successfully formed his Golden Core and forged 73 metal thunder swords, bolstered by the formation's might, he would undoubtedly rank among the strongest below the nascent soul stage. Furthermore, he was aware of the location of the heavenly thunder bamboo. Once he obtained it and nurtured it to a millennia's age, transforming it into golden thunder bamboo, he could also forge the wood thunder sword formation, significantly enhancing his power, alleviating any concerns of inadequacy upon advancing to the nascent soul stage, making the cultivation of the high-risk Xuanmu transformation technique unnecessary. Chapter 49, Origins Indeed. The Xuanmu transformation technique was remarkably formidable, Should those ancient nascent soul cultivators become aware of this secret art, they would likely go to great lengths to seize it. Nie Zhaonan remarked judiciously. It was indeed the case that amidst the myriad sects in Tiannan, finding a comparable technique for external incarnation at the nascent soul stage would be a daunting task. The external incarnation methods in the Xianxia classic yielded avatars that resembled high-tier puppets capable of hosting one's consciousness, but could not solidify into a nascent soul, thus preventing advancement to that stage. They also lack the autonomy to operate freely away from the original body, unlike the second nascent soul technique, which allowed for complete independence. Hearing her husband's appraisal, Xianxia was taken aback, her rosy lips parting slightly in surprise. After all, she was merely a dedicated practitioner who had spent years delving into formations, her knowledge far eclipsed by Nie Zhaonan's vast erudition. While she was aware of the technique's formidable nature, she had not anticipated its immense value, worthy of contention among nascent soul elders. Her heart brimmed with anticipation for the ancient cave where she had discovered the Xuanmu transformation technique, imagining the treasures that might lie deeper within. The thought sent warmth coursing through her, her face flushed with excitement. Feeling a sense of pride, Xianxia inquired, "My husband, do you know how I came upon this external incarnation technique?" In a world where few secrets eluded her husband, she seized this rare opportunity to showcase her prowess and cultivate suspense. Nie Zhaonan, aware that Xianxia possessed this secret art, could not claim omniscience regarding her means of acquisition, as such details were absent from the original narrative. Could it be that your ancestors included a nascent soul powerhouse who bequeathed this technique? He speculated, lacking a more insightful answer. I am but a wandering cultivator. Without any such illustrious forebears, Xianxia replied with a gentle smile. As for this technique, I stumbled upon it in a desolate ravine at the southern edge of the Yuanwu kingdom, a place devoid of spiritual energy. It is situated perilously close to the territory of the demonic path of Tianluo kingdom. Due to its location in the mundane realm, spiritual energy is scarce, resulting in few cultivators venturing there. I had merely sought to gather some aged herbs when I arrived. Xianxia recounted her experience. The technique lay within the outermost layer of a concealed cave. The external concealment array had long since failed, allowing her to discover the cave. Upon examining the array's deterioration, she found that the spiritual stones had exhausted their energy, turning to waste, indicating that the array had existed for no less than 10,000 years. With hopes of finding an opportunity and possessing some knowledge of ancient formations, she attempted to breach the array. Although the formation was severely compromised, she devoted over half a month to successfully dismantling the restrictions, enabling her to enter the cave and acquire this tome. As for what lay within the cave, she remained unaware, for her own strength was meager at the time, and her understanding of formations limited. She could only access the outer layer, while the deeper restrictions were insurmountable. Speaking of this, Xianxia's tone carried a hint of regret for not uncovering what treasures lay within. Despite her ignorance regarding the deeper contents of the cave, she surmised that they must be far more precious than this technique. Nie Zhaonan listened attentively to Xianxia's narrative, and with his knowledge, he surmised that this cave had once belonged to a nascent soul cultivator over 10,000 years ago, one that had yet to be discovered by others. The resources of the ancient cultivation world were undeniably abundant, suggesting that unimaginable opportunities and treasures awaited. A flicker of curiosity ignited within Nie Zhaonan regarding the legacy of this ancient cultivator's cave. Suddenly struck by a thought, he turned to Xianxia with certainty. "My dear, I presume you now possess the means to dismantle the outer array restrictions, else you would not be sharing this with me, intending for me to explore the cave." Nie Zhaonan discerned Xianxia's thoughts with a single sentence. Indeed, she wished for him to accompany her to the ancient cultivator's cave. Xianxia had gained confidence in her ability to dispel the remaining formations and restrictions of the ancient cultivator's cave, which is why she confided in Nie Zhaonan, hoping for his company to ensure greater safety. Having reached the foundation establishment stage, her mastery of formations had significantly advanced through years of comprehension. She could now arrange a replica of the inverted 5 elements formation, possessing half the original's power. Although this imitation only held 50% of the original's efficacy, any foundation establishment cultivator below the core formation stage would find it nearly impossible to escape once ensnared within. Of course, Nie Zhaonan, with his extraordinary magical prowess and formidable combat abilities, was an exception to this rule, utilizing the power of the Thunder Spirit Sword technique from the Tai Divine Thunder Scripture. Breaking through formations that could ensnare foundation establishment cultivators would pose no challenge for him whatsoever. "My dear husband knows me so well. Before you, I have no secrets." I am indeed confident we can enter the cave, Xianxia said, her voice tinged with a hint of shyness, seemingly implying something more. Nie Zhaonan smiled slightly, caressing her delicate form, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. As husband and wife, we share an intimate bond, and I am well acquainted with your temperament. He then added with urgency, there is no time to waste. I shall accompany you to explore this ancient cultivator's cave. Eager to seize the treasures within, Nie Zhaonan wished to act swiftly while the cave remained undiscovered by other cultivators. It was crucial to act quickly to avoid being outpaced by others who might claim the treasures for themselves. Regarding Nie Ying and Chen Xiaoqian, who were still in seclusion, Nie Zhaonan decided not to involve them, as they were at a critical juncture in their breakthrough to mid-foundation establishment and should not be disturbed. Moreover, should they require any treasures later, he would ensure they receive their fair share. Additionally, it was clear that Xianxia desired to experience a journey of cultivation with him alone, and he did not wish to be oblivious to her intentions. Yes, my husband, Xianxia obediently replied, clearly eager to hasten to the ancient cultivator's cave in search of treasures. With that, the couple rose, their bare bodies brushing against each other. And without hesitation, they retrieved garments from their storage bags to dress, showing no sign of modesty. A few days later, a pair of figures, one clad in black and the other in white, appeared at a nameless ravine on the southern border of Yuanwu country. The man wore a long black and gold robe, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an extraordinary aura, his piercing gaze scanning the ravine. The woman donned an immaculate white garment, a butterfly belt cinching her slender waist, accentuating her form. Her lively eyes, paired with a face as exquisite as a flower, presented an ethereal beauty. These two were, of course, Nie Zhaonan and Xianxia, come to seek the ancient cultivator's cave. Due to the considerable distance from Huangfeng Valley, even with Nie Zhaonan's swift sword flight, which set him apart among Foundation establishment cultivators, it took them several days to reach this location. Their journey was relatively smooth, encountering no significant obstacles. Chapter 50. Arrival at the cave. As they traversed through ordinary towns inhabited by mortals, where even low-tier qi refining cultivators were scarce, their presence went largely unnoticed. Occasionally, they encountered some wandering cultivators in the wilderness, but Nie Zhaonan, with his formidable spiritual sense, adeptly avoided detection. This tranquility in the cultivation world was attributed to the fact that most core formation and nascent soul cultivators remained sequestered within their sects, engrossed in closed-door cultivation, leaving little time for seeking opportunities. Otherwise, Nie Zhaonan's overt and rapid journey would have been hard to miss by these esteemed elders. The days of travel felt long. However, the company of a beautiful companion alleviated the tedium. This, in turn, inspired Nie Zhaonan to contemplate the crafting of a flying artifact, as he had multiple women to accompany him. Without such an artifact, future journeys would significantly slow down. With a flying artifact, at least one person could pilot it while others rested comfortably aboard. Fortunately, within the Xixiao cave heaven, there lay materials from a second-tier Jiao, which would facilitate the crafting of a wind-calling boat, making travel much more convenient. The ravine, several hundred zhang deep, featured a small river at its base, its waters flowing steadily. Surrounding the steep cliffs were lush shrubs, occasionally filled with the chirping of birds, presenting an ordinary yet serene scene. My husband, I have located the cave just below the cliff, Xianxia announced, her delicate hand pointing toward a shadowy, concealed section of the rock face. Utilizing his spiritual sense, Nie Zhaonan quickly discerned the cave Xianxia indicated. Without her guidance, he would have found it difficult to locate. The cave's entrance was only large enough for a single person and was thoroughly covered by greenery, blending seamlessly into the cliffside, making it nearly indistinguishable from its surroundings. There were no signs that anyone had visited recently, indicating that Xianxia had taken great care to erase her previous traces. Let us descend. It appears no other cultivators have discovered this place, Nie Zhaonan remarked with relief. Arriving at the cave's entrance, he waved his sleeve, clearing the branches and leaves that obstructed the way. With a swift motion, he entered the cave, and Xianxia followed closely behind. Once their figures disappeared, the entrance returned to its original state, revealing no signs of their passage. Inside, the cave was dim, having remained untouched by sunlight for long. A cold, damp atmosphere pervaded the air. However, Nie Zhaonan and Xianxia were no ordinary individuals. Their bright eyes could clearly discern the cave's interior. The cave measured about 10 zhang in diameter, with a stone platform of half a meter in height standing at its center, which had evidently once held something now entirely absent. Behind the platform, a deep tunnel extended into the darkness, its destination unknown. The entrance of the tunnel flickered with a ghostly light, indicating the presence of residual formations and restrictions. The two slowly approached the back of the cave. As they drew near, they could see the weathered surface of the stone platform, which still bore traces of artificial carving. Several ancient characters, eroded by time, had become nearly indecipherable. The Xianxia transformation method is what I discovered atop this platform, Reincarnated stated thoughtfully. At the time, it was contained within a remarkably sturdy black box. I surmised that without such protection, even if the materials were unique, this method would have long since faded into obscurity, lost to the passage of time. Recalling the scene when she first encountered the black box, she noted its surface was now tattered, reduced to a mere thin layer. Indeed, given the condition of the surrounding stone walls, this cave has likely been established for a considerable duration, perhaps even tens of thousands of years at the very least. Nie Zhaonan surveyed the surroundings, noting the clear footprints left by their passage. At the edge of the cave, a thick layer of gravel dust lay evenly scattered, forming a circular ring about half a foot high, undoubtedly the result of rock weathering and accumulation. Reincarnated gazed at the formation before her, which emanated a twinkling golden starlight and exuded an aura imbued with Buddhist essence. Turning back in surprise, she exclaimed, "My lord, this formation is none other than the Vajra formation from the top 10 ancient prohibitions. If intact, even a nascent soul cultivator would find it nearly impossible to breach this barrier. Fortunately, it is currently damaged, its power diminished. I am aware of a method to dismantle formations, and with just half an hour's effort, I can create an opening." With her lively eyes scrutinizing the formation, Reincarnated delicately touched its surface with her slender fingers, causing golden ripples to ripple outward like water. Soon, she conceived a strategy to break the formation. Nie Zhaonan approached, wrapping his arms around Reincarnated's ample figure from behind, and praised, "Rian, your serious demeanor is truly enchanting. It almost makes it hard for me to restrain myself." It was the first time Nie Zhaonan beheld Reincarnated's graceful silhouette adorned in palace attire, her every movement exuding alluring charm, which captivated him greatly. However, recalling the pressing matters at hand, he calmed his thoughts and said with sincerity, "I have complete faith in your mastery of formations, Rian. Yet, I possess a formidable sword technique that can assist you from the side, allowing us to swiftly dismantle this formation." Naturally, he referred to the Thunder Spirit sword technique, his most powerful spell. In previous battles, it had consistently delivered decisive blows, leaving adversaries without the slightest chance to resist. However, since entering the late Foundation establishment stage, he had yet to find a suitable setting to test the true power of this sword technique. Nonetheless, he sensed that this technique would be even more terrifying now. Feeling the familiar warmth of her husband's body against her back, Reincarnated momentarily thought he might be up to something mischievous again. Thankfully, it was merely two large hands encircling her slender waist, without any other peculiar actions. It seemed her husband simply wished to embrace her. Her face flushed slightly at the thought. Hearing that her husband intended to aid her with his sword technique to break the formation, she was filled with curiosity to witness his prowess. Thus, with an expectant expression, she said, "I have yet to be fortunate enough to witness your brilliance, my lord. I have only heard from sistering that your true strength far surpasses that of ordinary cultivators. I am exceedingly curious about your capabilities." Chapter 51. Breaking the Vajra formation with a smile, Nie Zhaonan teased, "Have you not yet experienced my strength, Rian? Every time we engage in dual cultivation, it seems you are the one begging for mercy." An image of her pleading voice flashed through his mind. Although Reincarnated was no longer a girl, she was still a woman, and her cheeks flushed at the thought of her somewhat embarrassing moments beneath Nie Zhaonan. While she felt blissful, her modesty caused her to respond with a hint of indignation, "You are truly incorrigible, my lord. I am discussing serious matters." With that, she turned around and playfully punched Nie Zhaonan's chest a few times, her fists as soft as cotton, making no sound upon impact. Then, she lightly spun away from his embrace, regaining her usual elegance and composure. "My lord, let us hasten to dismantle the formation. I am rather eager to see the treasures within." Reincarnated understood the importance of the matter at hand. If her husband continued his playful antics, they might be sidetracked from their objective. Nie Zhaonan was equally aware of this, for there was no way Reincarnated could free herself from his grasp otherwise. From her storage bag, Reincarnated retrieved 5 palm-sized array flags, each shimmering with spiritual light, clearly exceptional and far beyond ordinary array tools, indicating she had prepared them well in advance for this venture. Reciting an ancient, melodious incantation, she infused her spiritual power into the flags. Suddenly, the 5 flags began to spin rapidly, aligning themselves in an orderly manner to form a five-colored array, unleashing a powerful surge of multicolored spiritual energy directed toward the remnants of the Vajra formation. Standing aside, Nie Zhaonan, having been taught by a distinguished mentor, recognized the significance of the five-colored array she had arranged. It was evidently a five-element formation, embodying the principles of mutual generation and restraint. At advanced levels, it could even transform yin and yang, manifest chaos, and evolve into myriad forms, making it exceptionally suitable for dismantling formations. Unbeknownst to him, the peachwood sword had also appeared in Nie Zhaonan's hand, flickering with intermittent white lightning, poised for action. Yet, the spiritual fluctuations emanating from the peachwood sword paled in comparison to the five-element formation before him. Nevertheless, Nie Zhaonan did not share this sentiment. Previously, due to his lower cultivation level, he had not been able to harness the full potential of the Thunder Spirit Sword technique, allowing some of its energy to leak out. However, after years of diligent training, the technique had reached a stage of mastery, returning to its primal essence. When wielding the peachwood sword to execute this technique, it would not exhibit overt fluctuations of spiritual energy, even less than that of ordinary magical tools. As the five-colored array made contact with the Vajra formation, the flags penetrated effortlessly, as if they were touching the surface of water, smoothly submerging into the formation without encountering the anticipated obstacles. At some point, beads of crystalline perspiration began to form at Xianxia's temples, her jade fingers deftly weaving intricate hand seals, though they trembled slightly, revealing the effort she was exerting. Suddenly, halting the incantation, she channeled all her spiritual energy into the five-colored array. In that moment, the array swelled like an inflating balloon, radiating brilliance as it forcefully plunged into the Vajra formation. An astonishing spectacle unfolded before them. The originally golden barrier of the Vajra formation revealed a patch of vibrant color. Within this area, four distinct spiritual energies clashed relentlessly against the dominion of the golden aura. Despite being situated within the Vajra formation, where golden spiritual energy was abundant, it maintained its stance firmly even when faced with the assault of the other energies. At that instant, a sword imbued with lightning struck with the swiftness of a thunderbolt, carrying immense force that impacted the golden area, causing the entire barrier to bulge inward in the shape of a sword. As the formation sank several feet inward, unable to withstand the might of the Thunder Spirit Sword technique, cracks resembling a spider's web began to spread from the tip of the sword. The sound was sharper than shattering glass, reverberating through the air as the five-colored area became enveloped in a web of fractures, fragmenting into slender shards the size of rice grains. Then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As the cracks ceased to spread, a thunderous explosion erupted, accompanied by violent tremors of the formation, sending shards of multicolored light soaring into the air, revealing an opening the size of a square array. Witnessing this incredible scene, Xianxia, having consumed a potion to restore her spiritual energy, gasped in astonishment, covering her slightly agape mouth with her delicate hand as she stammered, "My lord, the sword technique you employed is truly formidable. Although I assisted with the formation dismantling, to breach such a solid defensive array with a single strike is beyond belief. Surely, even employing a true treasure with all one's might would not yield such results." The formidable defensive power of the Vajra array before them was such that even a core formation cultivator would need to rely on magical artifacts to breach it. To everyone's astonishment, Nie Zhaonan achieved a similar effect with the Thunder Spirit Sword technique, leaving Xianxia profoundly astonished. With a flick of his robe, the peachwood sword that had darted into the tunnel soared back into Nie Zhaonan's grasp. Supporting the frail Xianxia with one hand, he slowly began to explain. The might of this Thunder Spirit Sword technique can indeed rival that of certain lesser magical artifacts. However, the consumption is considerable. With my current mana, I can only employ it 5 times. As he spoke, Nie Zhaonan shook his head. Although it could barely reach the lower threshold of core formation cultivators, it was ultimately unsustainable. The vast gulf between the foundation establishment and core formation stages was not easily surmountable. It seemed that only by truly entering the core formation stage and joining the ranks of high-level cultivators in the human realm could he find a measure of security. His gaze flickered as he contemplated the breach in the array. Despite these thoughts, a smile flickered across Nie Zhaonan's handsome features. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, he had understood the harsh realities of the immortal realm, where strength reigned supreme and the weak were prey to the strong. A moment's inattention could lead to death, and those cultivators who had perished at his hands served as stark evidence. The divide between killing and being killed was merely a matter of strength. Thus, Nie Zhaonan had always harbored a sense of urgency, diligently striving to enhance his abilities, and it appeared that his efforts were beginning to bear fruit. Yet, for ordinary cultivators, transcending even a minor realm in combat was already a testament to their formidable prowess, let alone crossing vast realms, a notion bordering on the fantastical. Let us proceed, Nie Zhaonan said, guiding Xianxia as they gazed into the darkened stone path ahead. Indeed, Xianxia replied, her voice melodious yet faint, imbued with a delicate charm. The two ventured forth, and as they pressed on, the darkness deepened. After the span of an incense stick, they beheld a glimmer of light ahead. Excitement blooming on their faces. My lord, this cave possesses an unexpectedly lengthy stone path, truly peculiar, Xianxia remarked, glancing back at their route. A hint of confusion in her tone. Both were Foundation establishment cultivators, and even at a walking pace, they had traversed several miles in that short time. Perhaps the cave's master intended to conceal some precious treasures, Nie Zhaonan speculated. Before them lay a peculiar layout, a stone cave at each end, with a long stone path connecting the two. This unusual arrangement puzzled him, as he searched his memories and found no recollection of such a design. However, the brightness of the stone cave before them clearly indicated that it was the true repository of treasures. Engaged in conversation, they soon arrived before another stone cave. A shimmering barrier stood before them, exuding a gentle aura without any hint of danger. This is a long-lost formation that can gather massive amounts of spiritual energy without any leakage, impervious to the formidable spiritual pressure within, Xianxia observed, her intelligent eyes sparkling with excitement. I, too, have arranged some gathering formations, she continued, though they have significant limitations and cannot match the potency of this binding spirit array. The gathered spiritual energy slowly dissipates beyond the formation and cannot be completely contained. There are also spiritual pressure constraints. If the energy concentration exceeds the formation's limits, it collapses under the strain. In places rich in spiritual energy, such as the Lingyan tree's domain, multiple gathering formations must work in tandem to effectively harness the energy it emits, creating an exceptionally rich cultivation ground. For Xianxia, who delighted in studying formations, witnessing the binding spirit array was an unexpected boon. With her knowledge, it would not take long for her to record and recreate the formation. Hearing her explanation, Nie Zhaonan's eyes brightened. The binding spirit array's radiant energy fluctuates and is currently operational. This cave likely still harbors residual spiritual energy. Perhaps our expedition will yield some long-lost spiritual herbs from the immortal realm. During their journey, the cave had offered no hint of spiritual energy, so Nie Zhaonan had not anticipated finding any herbs. Yet this revelation filled him with renewed hope. For someone like him, who possessed the purple cloud cave heaven, certain manuals paled in comparison to the significance of spiritual herbs. With a single herb, he could cultivate countless more within the purple cloud cave, obtaining as many as he desired. Judging by the sites within this cave, its master must have been at least a nascent soul cultivator. Even if not all the herbs were suited for nascent soul practitioners, those for core formation cultivators would greatly benefit Nie Zhaonan. You are correct, my lord, Xianxia affirmed. There is indeed spiritual energy present in this cave. The binding spirit array not only absorbs energy from within, but consumes very little, making its existence for thousands of years quite remarkable. She elaborated on the operational principles of the array before adding, the binding spirit array only functions to gather spiritual energy without any defensive capabilities. We can simply enter. Nie Zhaonan and Xianxia stepped through the shimmering barrier, their figures vanishing into the stone path as if entering another world. The cave that unfolded before them was strikingly different from the previous one. It was not merely a cave, it resembled a vast cavern, measuring at least a mile in circumference, abundant with spiritual energy, far surpassing the previous small cave. The cavern was a natural wonder, its ceiling adorned with stalactites of various shapes, while the walls were rugged and bore no signs of human excavation. Embedded in the ceiling were over a dozen diamond-shaped moonlight stones, arranged in a circular formation, with one particularly large stone measuring a full yard across. Each moonlight stone radiated a soft white glow, illuminating the cavern as brightly as the outside world. A path of white jade led across to the opposite stone wall. Flanked by spiritual fields of about an acre, were scattered spiritual herbs, around 100 in total, were the only other inhabitants of the space. Both Nie Zhaonan and Xianxia were taken aback, their hearts racing at the sight. The shimmering gemstones were sure to captivate any woman's gaze. And Xianxia was no exception. My lord, look at those moonlight stones. I encountered some in the market, but they were no larger than low-tier spiritual stones. Never have I seen such grand specimens. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at the radiant moonlight stones above. While moonlight stones were not considered rare treasures in the immortal realm due to their singular use for illumination and decoration, their size here was indeed remarkable, something Nie Zhaonan had never witnessed before. Though they lacked practical utility, Nie Zhaonan wished not to dampen his wife's enthusiasm. "If you like these moonlight stones, we shall take some back for our cave's decor," he suggested, glancing at the stones before turning his attention to the spiritual herbs in the fields. Indeed, the true treasures of this cave are not the moonlight stones, but these ancient spiritual herbs, he exclaimed, his tone far more animated than usual. Herbs that have endured since antiquity. The significance and potential of these ancient herbs were beyond measure for Nie Zhaonan. Nie Zhaonan could instantly discern that the herbs in this medicinal field were indeed the legendary 10,000-year elixirs. The spiritual energy contained within these herbs varied greatly depending on their age. He had previously expedited the growth of some 1,000-year herbs for the creation of facial rejuvenation pills and to assist Xianxia in suppressing her dragon champ body with ice spirit pills. The spiritual energy of the herbs before him was several times more potent than that of the 1,000-year herbs, and their colors were deeper and more vibrant, leaving no doubt that they were indeed 10,000-year elixirs. What? These are all 10,000-year elixirs? Xianxia regained her senses upon hearing Nie Zhaonan's words. Being an astute woman, she quickly understood that this cave had existed for at least several millennia, and the herbs cultivated within, despite being periodically renewed, had likely reached their age due to the long passage of time and the lack of harvest. The medicinal properties were conservatively estimated to be over 10,000 years. Looking at the 10,000-year elixirs in the field, Xianxia suppressed her excitement and curiously inquired, "Husband, do you recognize these herbs? I seem to know none of them." Although she realized the extraordinary rarity of the herbs in the field, she felt a sense of unworthiness. This was not entirely due to her lack of knowledge. In the realm of cultivation, the intricacies of techniques and the myriad of skills were vast, and lower-tier cultivators often only grasped rudimentary concepts. Information regarding rare heavenly materials was typically held by higher-tier cultivators, making it exceedingly difficult for those of lower ranks to acquire such knowledge. Even Nie Zhaonan, who had consciously collected information on formations, artifact forging, herbs, and pill recipes since his cultivation journey began, could only recognize 5 or 6 of the 20 to 30 types of herbs present in the field, aided by his past life memories. With a calm demeanor, Nie Zhaonan stated, "Even I can only identify a few names among them. As for their specific effects, I am uncertain." He approached a peculiar herb adorned with purple berries, his excitement palpable as he remarked, "This should be the dream fruit, although it has turned a deep purple." However, he did not immediately pluck the dream fruit, but ventured to another corner, with Xianxia following closely beside him. Dragon pattern grass, wind spirit flower, indeed. Even if Nie Zhaonan could not identify the other herbs, the known ones were effective for nascent soul stage cultivators, leading to the inference that the others likely shared similar properties. Not knowing the names and specific effects of these herbs did not pose a problem for Nie Zhaonan at present, as a foundation establishment cultivator. He had no immediate need for them. As for acquiring knowledge about these ancient elixirs in the future, he anticipated that once he ascended to a higher tier, whether through participation in trading events or exchanges with other cultivators, opportunities to expand his knowledge would present themselves, making the recognition of these herbs effortless. Furthermore, Nie Zhaonan was aware of the whereabouts of certain herbological texts. A benevolent figure named Feng Shi in the Sea of Chaos possessed a tome on herbs, and Song Yu from the Falling Cloud sect held a jade slip containing records of numerous ancient elixirs and pill formulas, items he was determined to obtain. Once he reached the nascent soul stage, leveraging his abilities would make acquiring them relatively simple. As for the sources of the pills required for his future core formation, Nie Zhaonan had already formulated a plan. He would venture into the Sea of Chaos to hunt demonic beasts using the rainbow grass, subsequently obtaining countless inner cores to refine into pills, thereby effortlessly enhancing his cultivation. After all, he had numerous connections with Huangfeng Valley, whether through the Nie family or the Chen family, and he felt a sense of obligation not to disregard them entirely. However, he could only strive to alter the tragic outcomes of his sect and family without endangering himself, for as a mere foundation establishment cultivator, it was challenging to rewrite the overarching narrative of the demonic invasion. Once the demonic invasion subsided, whether the various sects of the Yu Kingdom could withstand the onslaught or follow the original trajectory of fleeing to foreign lands would no longer concern Nie Zhaonan. Before reaching core formation, he would undoubtedly travel to the Sea of Chaos. If he were to achieve core formation in Tiannan, The initial cessation of battle would see high-level cultivators still quite active. The commotion caused by condensing a golden core would ripple for over 20 miles, making it easily detectable. For the major sects, gathering information on a cultivator posed little difficulty. Should word spread that Nie Zhaonan succeeded in forming a core in his 30s, it would undoubtedly attract attention, and he would find himself pursued by the entire cultivation world. Although he could hide within the Xiao cave, it would be too constricting, far from the outcome he desired. Among high-ranking cultivators, it was well known that only those with exceptional talent and a stroke of fortune could achieve core formation by the age of 100. Those who did were often regarded by their sects as promising candidates for nascent soul potential, receiving focused training. Thus, it was evident how arduous it would be to condense a golden core by 30. After hearing Nie Zhaonan's detailed explanations and gazing at the abundance of 10,000-year elixirs, Xianxia felt a swell of pride, realizing that the discovery of these herbs was largely her contribution. Having been her husband's partner for so long and witnessing the considerable resources he expended on her cultivation, she felt a twinge of guilt. Now, having achieved such a significant accomplishment, her heart swelled with joy, prompting her to suggest, "Husband, let us harvest these herbs and transplant them to our cave abode." As she spoke, she knelt and extended her delicate hands toward a vividly fiery flower, intending to uproot it. Wait. Nie Zhaonan grasped Xianxia's hand to halt her actions. Her wise eyes brimmed with confusion. Her husband had seemed so eager to collect the herbs earlier. So why now was he stopping her? Nie Zhaonan patiently explained, "Some ancient elixirs cannot be transplanted using ordinary methods. I once perused a tome on herbs that stated that if the roots of certain elixirs are disturbed, they will self-ignite, wither, or turn into a puddle of liquid. Only through special incantations can they be successfully transplanted." Nie Zhaonan's knowledge stemmed from his past life memories, a secret he could not disclose to Xianxia. So he attributed it to the texts. Without a shred of doubt, Xianxia accepted Nie Zhaonan's words, her expression turning thoughtful. Lowering her head slightly, she said with a hint of regret, "I was a bit rash, almost damaging the 10,000-year elixirs." Her words revealed her remorse for her previous actions. Simultaneously, she could not help but marvel at the rarity of these elixirs, which even nascent soul cultivators rarely encountered. The herbs required for the pills they consumed were typically a mere 1,000 years old, with only a select few potent ancient formulas necessitating 10,000-year elixirs as primary ingredients. Nie Zhaonan reached out to gently caress Xianxia's exquisite cheek, sweet words spilling from his lips. "My Rian is incomparable to these herbs. In my heart, you are a treasure beyond measure. Even if a herb were to perish because of you, it would be of no consequence." For other cultivators, such sentiments might seem mere flattery. Yet for Nie Zhaonan, as long as he possessed one herb, he could expedite its growth with just a few spirit stones. He had no shortage of herbs. What he lacked was variety. In comparison to his beloved wife, an abundance of herbs paled in significance. Having spent countless days and nights with Nie Zhaonan, he had always shown her kindness and never lost his temper. This, of course, was also due to her being cultured, gentle, and a rare gem of a woman. Xianxia is acutely aware of her esteemed position in her husband's heart, naturally ranking above all these precious herbs. However, hearing her husband's sweet words warms her heart, causing her cheeks to flush. Her eyes twinkle with starlight as she responds softly, Nie Zhaonan, then begins to transplant the spiritual herbs from the medicinal field. One by one, he touches each herb, varying in shape and color. And without any warning, those that had taken root in the earth vanish without a trace. This is Nie Zhaonan communicating with the Z11O cave heaven through his thoughts, directly collecting these herbs and seamlessly relocating them to the spiritual fields of the Z11O cave heaven. Thanks to the unique qualities of the Z11O cave heaven's fields, these transplanted herbs remain vibrant and full of life, just as if they were still growing in their original places. Xianxia observes this extraordinary scene with a look of surprise, but refrains from asking further questions. Before long, not a single herb remains in the cave's medicinal field, all having been transferred to the fields of the Z11O cave heaven. With his divine sense, Nie Zhaonan perceives the millennia-old herbs he just transplanted into the Z11O cave heaven. A smile gracing his handsome features as his passion for collecting is greatly fulfilled. Suddenly, his peripheral vision is drawn to a vine on the stone wall at the end of a jade path. Since entering the cave, both he and Xianxia had glanced at this inconspicuous vine several times, but had inadvertently overlooked it. This vine is remarkably unremarkable. With a base only the thickness of a thumb, entirely withered and devoid of leaves, appearing as nothing more than a common yellow whip. Yet, a sudden spark of realization ignites within Nie Zhaonan as he compares it to the xianxia and xianxia vines he recalls being discovered by the demonic sect 200 years later, finding them strikingly similar. Moreover, this location lies on the border of the demonic sect's stronghold, TNL, Kingdom, making it unsurprising that it would be discovered by them. All signs indicate that this is indeed the xianxia vine. Upon reaching this conclusion, Nie Zhaonan's heart races with excitement that is beyond words. The xianxia vine is an exceedingly mysterious and potent spiritual root, said to have existed since the birth of chaos in every realm, making it one of the oldest vine-type spiritual roots in existence. The xianxia vine possesses extraordinary abilities, whether in the spiritual flowers it blooms or the spiritual fruits it bears. They embody incredible powers that defy the laws of this world. Specifically, as long as the xianxia vine endures through 1,000,000 years to reach maturity, its quality cannot be less than that of a celestial artifact imbued with the power of laws. In Chapter 54, returning to Yujing, for the spirit realm beneath the celestial realm, the demon realm, and many planes devoid of true immortals, the pinnacle of achievement is the great ascension stage. Wielding a celestial artifact, one would not only be unrivaled among peers, but would also find it exceedingly difficult to encounter worthy opponents. Furthermore, the xianxia vine, nurtured with the green liquid from the small green vial by HNL, ultimately bore the xianxia fruit infused with the power of destruction laws, becoming the xianxia treasure, the xianxia slashing spirit sword, ranked third on the Chaos 10,000 spirits list of the spirit realm. Logically, this xianxia vine, originating from an ordinary lower realm, should possess no such vast potential to rank third on the Chaos 10,000 spirits list. It is easy to surmise that the power of time within the green liquid played a significant role. Time is revered, space is sovereign. This is not mere rhetoric. One wonders what heights this xianxia vine might attain when cultivated within the Z11 cave heaven. It is not impossible for it to ascend to the very top of the Chaos 10,000 spirits list. As Nie Zhaonan caresses the withered xianxia vine, his mind wanders with grand aspirations. Deep within his thoughts, the Z11 cave heaven is undoubtedly far more powerful than HNL's small green vial. The vial contains only the laws of time, while the Z11 cave heaven is a complete, independent microcosm, encompassing all 3,000 laws, including time and space. Moreover, the Z11 cave heaven will continue to grow alongside Nie Zhaonan's cultivation, potentially evolving into a true world, a notion not far-fetched at all. Does this withered vine possess any special significance? XNRYN inquires, gazing at her husband, who appears somewhat distracted. She then looks at the ordinary vine, devoid of any fruit, clearly still in its juvenile phase, having lost its vitality long before reaching maturity. She has never seen her husband in such a state. Even discovering the millennia-old herbs had only brought him joy. Nie Zhaonan chooses not to reveal the truth to XNRYN, as sharing it would only add to her worries. Instead, he states, this vine is far more important than these millennia-old herbs. The master of this cave has secluded himself here for the sake of this very vine. He explains the significance of the xianxia vine, adding slowly, this vine holds tremendous value for me. As he speaks, he lifts XNRYN, whose body exudes a faint fragrance, off the ground, bringing her eye level with him. Nie Zhaonan leans close to her glistening ear and whispers, the acquisition of this treasure is entirely dependent on your fortune. My dear, originally, the xianxia vine was destined to be his. According to his plans, once he successfully condensed his yuaning, he would return to TNN in exchange for the root of the xianxia vine from the Supreme Young Master, following the trajectory of the original text. Now, being able to obtain it ahead of time saves him considerable effort and risk. XNRYN wraps her arms around Nie Zhaonan's waist, her full bosom pressed against his chest, a charming smile illuminating her face as she joyfully exclaims, everything about me belongs to you, dear husband. It is my honor to assist you. The two embrace one another, finding solace in each other's presence. As time swiftly passes, for years have elapsed since Nie Zhaonan and XNRYN explored the cave, acquiring numerous precious ancient millennia-old herbs and the xianxia vine. One day, Nie Zhaonan once again appears in Yujing, this time accompanied by two exceptionally beautiful figures, Xianxioki and Iying. The The two women flank him on either side, occasionally pouring wine and serving dishes, their melodious voices and fragrant presence adding to the ambience. Nie Zhaonan revels in this delightful company, feeling immensely blessed. Sister Huangfeng, do you think it's true, as HNSHD has learned, that the Black SH sect is lurking within Yu Jiang? N asks with curiosity. She finds it hard to fathom that amidst the 7 sects of Yugu, especially in Yu Jiang, an evil cult could operate so brazenly under the watchful eyes of the sections. Nie Huangfeng sets down her silver horn of spiritual tea, pondering for a moment before responding. It is highly probable. Otherwise, HNSHD would not have gathered so many fellow disciples to come here. Not only have the disciples of Li SHZ been notified, but we too are included in this alert. Moreover, according to HNSHD, there are 4 blood servants within the Black SH sect who have reached the foundation establishment stage, and their strength should not be underestimated. After utilizing a certain demonic transformation secret technique, their power and defense significantly increase, making them formidable opponents, comparable to demon beasts of the same level. She concludes her assessment. The sect leader is likely a formidable figure at the late foundation establishment stage or in the false Dan realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible to command such powerful subordinates. Given this, doesn't it seem that this mission carries considerable risk? N expresses her concern. Indeed, Nie Huangfeng acknowledges. But the spoils of war from this operation should be substantial. The Black Shaman sect wields considerable power, surpassing that of typical cultivation families. When the time comes for their annihilation, the treasures within their treasury, including spirit stones and materials, will naturally become the spoils of this endeavor. Moreover, with my husband accompanying us, a modicum of risk is inconsequential. Nie directed her gaze towards Nie Zhaonan. At that moment, the leisurely Nie Zhaonan alleviated their concerns with a soothing voice, assuring them, rest assured, even though some foundational cultivators from these evil sects may possess certain skills, they are hardly worthy of my attention. Chun Xiaoqian and Nie had a general understanding of their husband's prowess. Upon hearing his resolute declaration, they recognized his supremacy among foundational cultivators. They knew that he was not one to boast, which further calmed their hearts. Nie Zhaonan continued, my agreement to this venture also serves to hone the skills of both ladies. Since attaining the foundational stage, you have yet to engage in combat with peers of your level. This presents an excellent opportunity. In the perilous realm of cultivation, merely possessing a high level is insufficient. Without extensive combat experience, it is challenging to manifest one's full capabilities in critical moments. After all, which advanced cultivator has not fought their way up from the bottom, stepping over countless bones to reach greater heights? Even with Nie Zhaonan, a formidable protector, by their side, unforeseen dangers may arise at any moment, and he cannot guarantee to arrive in time to resolve every crisis. Thus, preparing for the future and enhancing their own strengths is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Nie nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, our experience in combat is rather limited. It is time for us to gain some practical experience. Chen Xian also nodded slightly, sharing her own journey since beginning her cultivation. Since my initiation, I have either trained in the Chen family or practiced in Huangfeng Valley, and I have yet to truly clash with peers of my level. Now, after shifting to the Qingyuan sword technique, my strength has significantly improved, and I am eager to test my abilities. Both women comprehended that their husband had brought them along with the intention of nurturing their skills, and they harbored no objections. Who wouldn't wish to become a powerful female cultivator? Suddenly, Nie recalled Xian Ruyan, who remained secluded in the cave, and expressed her regret. It is a pity that Ruyan cannot openly participate due to her circumstances, and she has become too reclusive, showing little interest in the outside world, spending her days in the cave studying formations. Otherwise, the 3 of us could train together. Over the years, Xian Ruyan had made remarkable strides in her mastery of formations, reaching mid-foundational cultivation. Should she appear suddenly in the sight of her peers, certain secrets would be impossible to conceal. Most critically, if the sect were to discover her talents in formations, while her life would not be in danger, they would likely assign her a multitude of formation tasks. Despite the ample rewards offered by the sect, it would strip her of the freedom she currently enjoys, potentially subjecting her to strict control. After all, the value of a master of formations capable of continuously deploying powerful arrays is nearly on par with that of a core formation cultivator, particularly when they are still in the foundational stage, making them easier to manage. Though these are the worst-case scenarios, human nature is difficult to gauge. It is prudent to be cautious. Chen Xiaoqian shared some regret over this matter, but she considered it a minor aside. There would be ample time for future opportunities. The three quickly dismissed their concerns and shifted their conversation to other topics while relaxing in the private room on the inn's top floor. The foundational pills my husband provided have now been distributed among the clan, resulting in the emergence of 4 new foundational cultivators. Niang exclaimed proudly, her tone brimming with satisfaction. Chun Xiaoqian concurred. The Chun family has also welcomed 4 new foundational cultivators. Before long, the sound of firm, measured footsteps echoed through the inn staircase, indicating the arrival of several individuals. The trio within the room ceased their conversation, settling into silence to await their guests. The door creaked open, and a group entered the private room. How is it that you 2 sisters have advanced to mid-foundational stage so quickly? Your auras are stable and prolonged. It seems you must have broken through some time ago. Zhong Wenyang expressed her astonishment upon seeing Chun Xiaoqian and Niang, her fair round face displaying shock. Only a few years prior, they had all been in the same foundational stage as she. Witnessing her own cultivation surpassed by her junior sisters left her feeling somewhat defeated and unsettled. Zhong Wenyang was recognized as a gifted cultivator, having reached foundational stage at the tender age of 16, making her the youngest in Huangfeng Valley's history. Zhong Wenyang cast a quiet glance at her companion, Lu Shixiao. Her eyes filled with unquenchable affection, thinking to herself, alas, I have indeed been negligent over the years, but I truly adore Lu Shixiao. Whenever I am with him, I lose all motivation for anything else, including cultivation. She reasoned that progressing slowly was acceptable, as her innate talent was commendable, and she would eventually catch up. Though she had been reflecting seriously on herself, thoughts of Lu Shixiao distracted her from her training, consumed by her romantic feelings. Your cultivation achievements are largely thanks to your husband's assistance, Niang replied with a radiant smile, her voice imbued with happiness. He is an alchemist, and his skills have significantly improved over the years, Chen Xiaoqian explained to Zhong Wenyang. They had prepared a narrative in advance, as it was implausible for all 3 to have advanced to mid-foundational stage within a short span without substantial resources. The profession of an alchemist conveniently served as a perfect cover for their rapid progress. In the cultivation world, it is well known that a master alchemist with a high success rate is among the most prosperous professions. A master alchemist not only has the potential to concoct low-tier pills for significant quantities of spirit stones, alleviating resource concerns, but they can also receive payment in the form of pills from cultivators requesting their services, making it an enviable occupation. However, the path to becoming a master alchemist is fraught with challenges. One must possess exceptional talent in alchemy and have access to numerous rare herbs to practice, as well as accumulate extensive experience, costs that are beyond the reach of most. As the trio conversed, their guests naturally gathered around the round table. Oh, I hear that Nie Zhaonan is a remarkably skilled alchemist, Lu Jing remarked, astonished. The others also expressed surprise, turning to gaze at Nie Zhaonan with curiosity. Only Han Li remained composed in his seat, his expression unchanged, as if he had anticipated this revelation. After successfully establishing his foundation, Han Li heard some rumors about Nie Zhaonan from senior brother Ma, who oversees the medicinal garden. Upon cross-referencing these rumors with what he witnessed during his blood-red trial, he quickly concluded that this senior brother Nie was likely not an ordinary individual, and thus he was not surprised. I have long heard of junior brother Nie's esteemed name, but he has been in seclusion, making it impossible for me to meet him. Today, seeing him in person, he truly is an exceptional talent. It is remarkable that he is also proficient in alchemy. Lu Jing, who had been curious about Nie Zhaonan, exclaimed in admiration upon meeting him. It turned out that after Chun Xiaoqian brought the foundation-building elixir back to her clan, the Chun family acknowledged the relationship between her and Nie Zhaonan. Due to the lack of intentional concealment, many disciples of the Chun family in Huangfeng Valley spread the news that Nie Zhaonan was the son-in-law of both the Chun and Nie foundation-building families, causing quite a stir in Huangfeng Valley. Even the disciples of the core formation stage, like Lu Jing, were filled with curiosity, speculating on what made Nie Zhaonan so special to earn the favor of 2 prominent cultivation families. Since Nie Zhaonan rarely appeared within the sect, only a few, including Zhong Lingdao, had seen him, leading to scant information about him. Nonetheless, some non-secret tidbits gradually surfaced. He was a lightning attribute cultivator who excelled in alchemy and talisman making during the qi refining stage, and he emerged unscathed from the blood-red trial, successfully establishing his foundation shortly thereafter. In the eyes of many low-ranking cultivators in Huangfeng Valley, his potential was indeed unparalleled. Desirous to meet Nie Zhaonan and forge closer ties, he smiled modestly and said, "Senior brother Lu, you flatter me. I have merely dabbled a bit in alchemy. If any of my fellow disciples wish to concoct some elixirs, please feel free to approach me. I can offer you a discount on my fees." This last remark appeared to be an earnest attempt to foster camaraderie among the gathered disciples. Upon hearing this, the attendees expressed their delight, with Song Meng, Wu Xian, and others, who were only at the early stage of foundation building, eagerly responding, "We appreciate your assistance, Senior Brother Nie." As these few had started their cultivation relatively late and were still at the weakest level among the group, they felt immense gratitude towards Nie Zhaonan for his offer. Chapter 56. Plans and Actions. All right, let us now devote our time to discussing the matter of the Black Sha sect. We should strive to take action tonight to prevent prolonged exposure and any alerting of the Black Sha sect. As soon as the topic of the Black Sha sect arose, Lu Jing's excitement was palpable, his voice brimming with uncontainable fervor. The others shared no dissent regarding Lu Jing's remarks, well aware of his fierce enmity towards evil. Lu Jing was a notable figure in Huangfeng Valley, having been kidnapped by heretical cultivators in his youth, nearly losing his life. Thus, after embarking on the path of cultivation, he often purged various mountain-dwelling heretics, gaining considerable respect due to his formidable strength. Junior Brother Han, please elaborate on the situation within the Black Sha sect. Although everyone present was already aware of the general strength of the Black Sha sect, understanding both oneself and the adversary is key to victory, and some intricate details remained essential to know. Sitting quietly, Han Li contemplated before speaking. The situation is as follows. During an outing, I inadvertently encountered a group of heretical cultivators. Since most of them were at the 10th level of qi refining, they can be considered elite disciples among the qi refining stage in Huangfeng Valley. My curiosity piqued. I stealthily followed them and learned from their conversation that they belonged to the Black Sha sect, and their mission was to capture some loose cultivators for blood sacrifices. Their leader possesses a blood sacrificial technique that enhances the cultivation level of the practitioners, allowing them to establish their foundations without the need for foundation-building elixirs. Before long, Han Li detailed the information he had gathered. Of course, he did not disclose his ulterior motives. He had gathered everyone to reveal that the leader of the Black Sha sect held a method called the blood-condensing 5-elements pill, which could significantly increase the success rate of foundation building for late-stage practitioners. For Han Li, whose resolve to ascend the path was as steadfast as rock yet burdened with a mixed spiritual root, every bottleneck represented a significant obstacle. The allure of the blood-condensing 5-elements pill was irresistible. Understanding the Black Sha sect's intentions of capturing loose cultivators for blood sacrifices, Lu Jing's expression turned frosty, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. These practitioners of the Black Sha sect are truly despicable heretics. I, Lu Jing, shall slay them. As for the potential consequences of invading the royal palace, which would violate the prohibitions of the 7 sects, he believed that the palace had become a den of iniquity for the Black Sha sect, and thus, there was little chance of further scrutiny, should any blame arise. Lu Jing would bear it alone. The others nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Lu Jing's sentiments. Hearing Lu Jing's commitment to take full responsibility even if things went awry, their expressions brightened, feeling relieved of any lingering concerns. Meanwhile, the fair-faced Zhong Wenyang gazed at Lu Jing with a deep, enamored look, her feelings unmistakable. Senior Brother Lu speaks wisely. Our group of 10 is certainly not one that the Black Sha sect can withstand. Today, we shall ensure their utter annihilation. Inspired by Lu Jing's words, Song Ming declared with great enthusiasm, "Tonight, let us proceed to the royal palace to eradicate the Black Sha sect. What say you, fellow disciples?" Lu Jing proposed, surveying the room. "I am willing to accompany Senior Brother into the palace." Zhong Wenyang eagerly agreed. The others, in unison, leaned on the table, resting their chins thoughtfully, weighing the strengths of both sides. Their group consisted of 10 foundation-building cultivators, 5 at the early stage and 5 at the mid-stage, while the Black Sha sect had only 5 foundation-building practitioners. Even if their leader was at the late stage, the overall strength of the Black Sha sect was far inferior to theirs, instilling them with great confidence. They successively voiced their agreement. "Let it be as Senior Brother Lu has said. You speak wisely." When Lu Jing's gaze fell upon the trio of Nie Zhaonan, they remained calm, nodding in acknowledgement without any visible objection. The 3 were mid-stage foundation-building cultivators and represented a crucial force in the mission to eradicate the Black Sha sect. Their bond was apparent, with Nie Zhaonan clearly taking the lead. Seeing that Junior Brother Nie supported his proposal, Lu Jing felt a weight lift from his heart, and he was filled with a sense of relief. After this operation, his name would surely resonate widely among the disciples of Huangfeng Valley. Lu Jing's heart raced with anticipation. As night fell, a group of unexpected guests flew over the darkened imperial city, Nie Zhaonan and 9 other cultivators from Huangfeng Valley. They split into 2 teams. One headed straight for the current emperor's palace to prevent the Black Sha sect from using the emperor as leverage against them, while the other went directly to the cold palace where the leader of the Black Sha sect resided to eliminate the 4 blood servants. They would then regroup to confront the leader, who was still in seclusion. Lu Jing solemnly outlined the plan. Everyone, except for Nie Zhaonan, found no flaws in the plan and nodded in agreement. However, it was rare for Nie Zhaonan to voice his opinion. Yet he did so now. I believe this plan is ill-advised. Our numbers and strength far surpass those of the Black Sha sect. We should consolidate our forces and push through together, rather than risk dispersing our strength and facing the danger of being picked off one by one. Nie Zhaonan harbored considerable disapproval towards the approach that would undermine his own strength. The duels among foundation-building cultivators could not be swiftly resolved. Any minor mishap could lead to dire consequences, and dispersing one's power was indeed an unwise act. Although Nie Zhaonan considered himself to possess formidable strength, akin to that of a late-stage foundation builder, capable of looking down upon all the wicked practitioners of the Black Sha sect, he refrained from revealing his full capabilities in front of outsiders, as it would only invite suspicion and conjecture. Moreover, his intention was to keep a watchful eye over his beloved, not to assume the role of a caretaker for the entire group. Furthermore, the Black Sha sect had long been entrenched in this region, and even if the Emperor of Yu was coerced, he could not absolve himself of responsibility. Thus, expending excessive energy on this matter was unwarranted. After this incident, the position of the Yu Emperor would surely be replaced by the 7 sects, and whether he could survive thereafter was itself a matter of concern. Nie Zhaonan's reasoning resonated with the others, who displayed expressions of realization. The eyes of Chen Xiaoqian and Nie Ying sparkled with pride for their husband's quick wit. Han Li's deep gaze flickered with surprise, despite his self-proclaimed caution. He had not anticipated such insights. He had merely set up a defensive array in a corner of the palace as a precaution, increasing his vigilance towards Nie Zhaonan. Resolving to distance himself from Nie Zhaonan after this operation, Lu Jing pondered for a moment before speaking with a hint of embarrassment. Junior brother Nie is indeed right. My earlier considerations were lacking. If a mistake were to occur, I would truly be remiss to all my fellow disciples. With that, he clasped his fists in respect towards his companions and cast a grateful glance at Nie Zhaonan. Zhong Wenyang gently reassured him, Brother Lu, there is no need for modesty. Your plans have been commendable. Indeed, the junior disciples also recognized Brother Lu's strategy. However, Brother Nie's exceptional intelligence and the safer alternative he proposed were noteworthy. Song Ming echoed this sentiment, his tone reflecting admiration for both individuals. Others bore no ill will towards Lu Jing's prior suggestion of splitting their forces. Let us proceed according to junior brother Nie's words. Lu Jing stated, maintaining his authority. The group of 10 immediately took to their flying devices, heading towards the cold palace. Moments later, their imposing descent was swiftly noted by the disciples guarding the cold palace. A cacophony of shrill cries erupted, and various spells and artifacts surged forth from hidden corners around the cold palace. The attacks unleashed by these chi-refining cultivators were effortlessly dismissed by the group. Lu Jing waved his hand, releasing a shimmering silk handkerchief that expanded against the wind, forming a colossal barrier that easily deflected the onslaught. The explosive sounds echoed as the silk handkerchief remained unscathed, radiating with brilliance. Before the others could react, crimson lines flickered around the Black Sha sect disciples, vanishing in an instant. More than 20 frightened disciples were silenced in a heartbeat, collapsing heavily to the ground, their tightly clenched shields untouched, their eyes still reflecting profound confusion and death. Observing Nie Zhaonan's effortless defeat of the Black Sha sect disciples, those unfamiliar with him were astounded. While they could have easily dispatched these foes, the bizarre scene still struck a chord of shock within them. Lu Jing, being well-versed, promptly recognized Nie Zhaonan's method. Junior brother is employing the renowned Yin artifacts of the cultivation world? Indeed, Nie Zhaonan affirmed, revealing 13 needle-shaped artifacts emanating a faint red glow, explaining, these are the red line escape needles. At that moment, within the cold palace, the leader of the Black Sha sect abruptly stiffened, sensing the dissolution of the restrictions he had placed upon his disciples. He immediately ascended to the balcony, gazing far out towards the entrance of the cold palace. As the 10 descended calmly before the palace gates, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. For figures appeared at the entrance, a Taoist clad in azure robes, a youthful cultivator, a bald man, and another figure shrouded in a misty white chill. These 4, evidently the 4 great blood servants, Qingwen Taoist, Wu Jiuji, Tai Luo, and Bing Yao, had just finished greeting their leader and were returning to their quarters for cultivation when they heard the commotion outside and came to investigate. Upon seeing Nie Zhaonan and his group of 10 foundation-building cultivators, they collectively felt a sense of foreboding. Bing Yao, striving to maintain composure, spoke, "Fellow Taoists, why do you intrude upon the imperial palace at night? Do you not fear the repercussions of violating the edict?" Yet internally, he thought that such a commotion must have already alerted their leader. If they could delay for a moment, the leader would surely arrive in time. Given his strength, these intruders might not leave the palace alive. The 4 great blood servants held absolute confidence in their leader, who had accomplished what the 7 sects could not. Achieving foundation success without the use of foundation pills, and with the leader having reached the false Dan stage, he might become a true Dan cultivator in a few years. Song Meng, with a tone of disdain, declared loudly, "We are disciples of Huangfeng Valley. Eradicating evil cults is our duty, and we fear no repercussions from our sect. Perhaps, apart from you vile scum, we may even earn a reward from our sect." At this moment, Han Li recognized the figures of Qingwen Daoist and Wu Jiuzhi as those who had once urged him to join them on a perilous journey. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Han Li was consumed with fury, harboring intentions to eliminate them both. He thundered in anger, "Do not let them delay us. Let us resolve this swiftly. The leader of the Blackshaw sect has yet to appear." As soon as Han Li's words fell, he struck his storage bag, and 11 dazzling rays of tricolored light, golden, black, and red, shot skyward, spiraling above his head before hurtling towards Qingwen Daoist. The previously unassuming brother Wang also brandished 2 artifacts, joining Han Li against Qingwen Daoist, proclaiming, "Junior brother Han, I shall assist you." Qingwen Daoist, facing the 2, wore a grave expression, a layer of azure energy subtly enveloping him. Recognizing Han Li's decisive and ruthless attack, he understood that Han Li intended to kill him and would not stand idly by. With a flick of his withered hand, 5 blue orbs shot forth, swiftly arranging themselves in a pentagonal formation around him. As the azure light flickered, a pentagonal prism shield materialized from thin air, encasing him securely. "Han Li, my Qingmu True Shield can only be breached by cultivators at the dance stage. Foundation builders cannot harm it in the slightest, so you might as well give up." Qingwen Daoist smiled, exuding an air of superiority. His claims, however, were mere exaggerations. As a mere early-stage foundation builder, he lacked such formidable artifacts, and his words were simply to bolster his own morale. As the conflict erupted, both sides engaged their respective adversaries. Nie Ing and Chen Xiaoqian each wielded a violet sword, employing 1 white and 1 black shield to protect themselves. The violet long swords were indeed the exclusive artifacts crafted by Nie Zhaonan from millennium-old violet bamboo. As the 2 women's previous artifacts had become less effective after they transitioned to the Qingyuan sword technique, a wood-attributed cultivation method. The sword crafted from spiritual bamboo, when paired with the Qingyuan sword technique, can unleash formidable power. Hence, Nie Zhaonan specifically sought out purple bamboo, which he accelerated to maturity using spirit stones for a millennium. This spiritual bamboo is unremarkable, save for its exceptional hardness. An artifact forged from 1,000-year-old bamboo rivals even the top-tier defensive artifact, the Xian Iron Shield, in durability. With a commanding shout, both women executed the giant sword technique, their hands weaving intricate spells, transforming the 2 7-foot-long purple swords into colossal blades measuring over 10 zhang. Suspended in the air, cloaked in radiant purple light, an awe-inspiring sight. Pointing at the immense violet sword, the giant blade descended silently from the heavens, exuding an overwhelming intent to cleave Iron Luo in 2. Iron Luo, his muscles taut, cursed vehemently, astonished at the incredible strength displayed by the 2 women, suspecting they might be the most formidable among their group. Recognizing the futility of facing the sword head-on, he bent his legs slightly, preparing to evade the impending attack. However, in a moment of distraction, drawn by the magnificent swords above, he realized too late that his feet had become ensnared by a fiery red whip-like artifact. Cold sweat trickled down his smooth forehead as despair gripped him. My life is forfeit. Just as everyone believed Iron Luo was doomed, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A figure clad in blue robes darted past, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage. With a thunderous crash, the giant sword struck the ground, creating a pit several zhang wide, sending fist-sized debris flying and clouds of dust billowing, causing Iron Luo's towering figure to vanish without a trace. Instantly, the air turned sinister. An unmistakable voice echoed, laden with a chilling aura. Taking advantage of the chaos, the Qingwen Daoist summoned his remaining power and retreated to his companions, his complexion pale, indicating significant energy depletion. Amidst the blue-robed figure's icy words, the 4 blood servants simultaneously erupted with crimson light, transforming into blood cocoons of varying sizes, beginning their metamorphosis. Chapter 58. Duel of Magic. You must be the leader of the Black Sha sect, Lu Jing stated calmly, confidence radiating from him. The emergence of the Black Sha sect leader surprised him not, for even though the leader exuded the aura of a false Dan realm cultivator, their numbers overwhelmed him, and he felt no fear. Upon sensing the approach of numerous Foundation establishment cultivators, the Black Sha sect leader realized his late-stage Foundation establishment cultivation was inadequate. Thus, he hastened to his avatar's quarters in the Huangfeng Palace, absorbing the entire cultivation of his late-stage avatar, thereby stepping into the false Dan realm before arriving at the battlefield. The blue-robed figure offered no reply, but instead coldly declared, "A bunch of youngsters, unaware of their limitations. Today, I shall ensure none of you return, becoming the blood offerings for my golden Dan." These opponents were merely mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Even with their numbers, he dismissed the possibility of being swiftly defeated. As long as the 4 blood servants successfully emerged from their cocoons, their enhanced strength would easily subdue these foes. The Black Sha sect leader mused, "Enough chatter. We must eliminate him now, while the Black Sha sect leader stands alone," Nie Zhaonan urged. Unable to contain his frustration at the others' complacency, did they not grasp the gravity of the situation? If the 4 blood servants successfully transformed, bolstered by the false Dan realm leader, they would face a harrowing battle, with casualties inevitable. As he spoke, Nie Zhaonan retrieved the Qiyang talisman, infusing it with his power. Without hesitation, Han Li mirrored his actions, producing the golden brick talisman. Han Li's prompt response stemmed not only from Nie Zhaonan's warning, but also an instinctual sense of the lethal danger posed by the Black Sha sect leader. Lu Jing, equally flustered, quickly regained his composure and shouted, "Let's work together to restrain the Black Sha sect leader and create an opportunity for our 2 junior brothers." The assembled cultivators sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of talismans and artifacts toward the blue-robed figure, producing a symphony of slicing sounds as they tore through the air. The Black Sha sect leader, who had maintained a calm demeanor, suddenly found his expression darkening like a bottomless abyss. He had intended to buy time, but was caught off guard by the relentless assault from the black-robed cultivator. He had not anticipated such a brazen charge from the group of established sect cultivators. In a fit of rage, he howled, "How dare you!" Instantly, a crimson-black aura enveloped him, the stench of blood pervading the air. He swiftly evaded the incoming attacks, unwilling to be caught off guard. Fortunately, the present cultivators were all at the Foundation establishment stage, and while the foul odor was unsettling, it had little effect on them. Lu Jing, seasoned in battles against malevolent forces, quickly discerned the danger, warning, "Be cautious. That villain's blood aura can corrupt the spirit of artifacts." As he evaded several powerful attacks, the Black Sha sect leader could not entirely escape unscathed. The blood aura dimmed significantly as his defenses faltered, despite enduring the assaults from 2 purple swords, a golden ruler, a pair of violet blades, and a blue sword. He remained remarkably unharmed. In the next moment, as tension filled the air, the Black Sha sect leader suddenly coughed, blood staining his dark lips. 13 crimson threads shot through his chest, leaving behind streaks of red. With eyes filled with malice, he glared at Nie Zhaonan, who was still channeling the Qiyang sword talisman. He had never anticipated that Nie Zhaonan would simultaneously control an artifact to launch a surprise attack. And though he had narrowly avoided a fatal strike to his heart, he suffered nonetheless. Other cultivators were unable to achieve such finesse. Perhaps due to Nie Zhaonan's unique experiences across 2 lifetimes, his soul was inherently more robust than others, endowing him with a natural talent for the cultivation of the Dayan technique. In merely 4 years, he had effortlessly progressed to the 2nd layer, significantly enhancing his spiritual awareness, allowing him to control artifacts with ease. Chun Xiaoqian, Nie Ying, and Xianxia had also practiced the Dayan technique, yet their progress paled in comparison to Nie Zhaonan's, as they had only just reached the 1st layer over 4 years. Nevertheless, even with just the 1st layer, the 3 women surpassed their peers in spiritual awareness. Both Chun Xiaoqian and Nie Ying exchanged glances of delight. The martial enthusiast Song Meng exclaimed, "Excellent. Senior brother Nie is formidable." Others also exhibited expressions of joy, their previous concerns dissipating. Seeing the group's elation, the Black Sha sect leader merely sneered. Humph. His disdain was palpable. Without further ado, he swiftly produced a dark green vial from his robes. Pouring out a pill the size of a longan, vividly crimson, it was clearly a nefarious elixir. Without hesitation, the Black Sha sect leader swallowed the pill, discarding the vial carelessly. A shocking scene unfolded. his demeanor invigorated, the previously bleeding wound on his chest visibly closed. And even his protective blood aura regained its brilliance. Zhong Wenyang stated coolly. He consumed a Su Sui pill, a life-saving elixir crafted solely for those who have damaged their own cultivation through dark arts. It can only be used by oneself, proving fatal to others. Lu Jing beside her nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the countenance of the Black Fiend sect master darkened, and with a swift gesture, he unleashed a crimson beam of light, as thick as a thumb, which vanished almost instantaneously. At the moment the red light manifested, the Qiyang sword talisman hovering above Nie Zhaonan surged with radiant energy, erupting with a deafening roar akin to fire meeting oil. The talisman transformed into a massive scarlet sword, launching forth with great speed. Given Nie Zhaonan's current prowess, activating a talisman was a trivial endeavor, merely a matter of waiting for the opportune moment. Upon witnessing the treacherous ambush from the Black Fiend sect master, Nie Zhaonan had no choice but to retaliate. A resounding crash echoed as the Qiyang sword and the blood light simultaneously detonated, dissipating into nothingness and generating a shockwave. Chun Xiao Qian and Niang, among others, bore witness to the ambush, yet the blood spirit drill was far too swift for any timely intervention. Observing the fierce clash between Nie Zhaonan and the Black Fiend sect master, everyone was taken aback, realizing the gravity of their situation. Sustaining serious injuries was the best outcome they could hope for. With a swift motion, Nie Zhaonan retrieved the Qiyang sword talisman, now dimmed and significantly depleted in spiritual power, indicating it could only be used once. He calmly stored the talisman away, his expression serene and unperturbed, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the Black Fiend sect master. Conversely, the Black Fiend sect master was utterly astonished, never expecting the black-robed youth's prior actions to be mere deception. Realizing the threat posed by Nie Zhaonan after sustaining an injury from the ambush, he resolved to eliminate this formidable adversary using the blood spirit drill, refined from his true essence. However, he was taken aback to find his attack ineffective, resulting in a wasted opportunity. The blood spirit drill was a secret technique from his demonic cultivation, excruciating to refine and time-consuming to produce, representing a one-time strike. Nevertheless, reflecting on Nie Zhaonan's loss of some talisman power, the Black Fiend sect master's expression softened slightly. Chapter 59. Annihilation. The Black Fiend sect master cast a glance at Han Li, who was still gathering magical energy to activate his talisman, which now radiated a brilliant light. Poised for activation, he contemplated whether to expend his last blood spirit drill on Han Li, aware that even a single strike from a talisman should not be underestimated. However, upon seeing the black-robed youth, who had thwarted his plans multiple times, he felt the chances of a successful ambush were slim. In the next instant, he sensed the black-robed youth had vanished from sight, exclaiming inwardly, "This is bad." Swiftly, he swiped his hand behind him, conjuring a massive blood-colored shield to protect himself. Instantly, two loud thuds resounded as silver fists struck the blood shield, sending the Black Fiend sect master crashing to the ground. Two distinct fist imprints appeared on the shield, which now exhibited signs of instability. Remarkably, his rapid, concealed strike had failed to breach even this shield. It was noteworthy that his current body refinement technique, the Ming Wang Ju, had reached the third level, rendering him nearly invulnerable to mid-foundation cultivators. Nie Zhaonan was equally astounded. The Black Fiend sect master, a practitioner at the false Dan level, demonstrated an impressive defensive capability. Concurrently, he developed a curiosity regarding the xianxia scripture he practiced. As Han Li witnessed the Black Fiend sect master being sent tumbling, he shouted in triumph, "Excellent!" With a swift incantation, Han Li's hand gesture shifted, and the golden brick talisman began to swirl upwards. Upon reaching a height of several zhong, it expanded to the size of a coffin lid, radiating a dazzling golden hue. Gleaming with metallic luster, clearly formidable in nature. The Black Fiend sect master, now in a precarious position, understood he could no longer afford to be subtle. The black-robed youth was evidently a rare dual practitioner of law and body, whose combat prowess defied conventional understanding. Recognizing the formidable aura emanating from the golden brick above him, he steeled himself, inhaled deeply, and with a swift motion of his sharp nails, drew blood from his wrists, merging it with the surrounding blood light. The once vibrant crimson hue darkened abruptly, transforming into a deep crimson shade. The nauseating scent of blood wafted through the air, reaching even the distant Song Meng and others, causing their expressions to shift, the scent far more potent than before, akin to being submerged in a blood pool. Then, with a fierce expression, he reached into his robes and produced a bare, dark knife hilt, approximately half a foot in length, yet utterly unremarkable and dilapidated. Recognizing this as a fragment of a magical artifact, Nie Zhaonan immediately cautioned, "Everyone be wary. This remnant possesses power surpassing that of talismans." As Nie Zhaonan's warning fell silent, the Black Fiend sect master's incantation ceased. The hilt exuded a heavy, primal aura, radiating overwhelming pressure. Grasping the hilt, the Black Fiend sect master swung it towards the descending golden brick, unleashing a swift, dark crimson blade of light that halted the brick's descent. The power of this remnant was formidable, albeit at a notable cost. As the blade was activated, the surrounding bloodlight surrounding the Black Fiend sect master dimmed significantly. Lu Jing, scanning the ominous hilt with his spiritual sense, felt a wave of disorientation upon contact, his mind wavering. He bit his tongue sharply to regain composure. Beads of cold sweat forming on his back, soaking his inner garment. Despite his battle-hardened experience and familiarity with the methods of demonic cultivators, he had never encountered such a sinister scene. At this moment, the 4 blood cocoons on the ground trembled slightly, indicating the blood servants within were about to undergo a transformation. The Black Fiend sect master, observing this, revealed an eerie smile through the blood patterns on his face. In their battle against the Black Fiend sect master, the group had failed to swiftly subdue him. This was their first operation together, and their unfamiliarity with each other's abilities led to a lack of coordination, resulting in scattered efforts. Coupled with the Black Fiend sect master's formidable false Dan level prowess and various remarkable techniques, even a moment's negligence could lead to death. Naturally instilling caution and preventing them from making significant progress, only Han Li managed to seize the opportunity to apply pressure on the Black Fiend sect master. While the others' performances were far from satisfactory, understanding that he could no longer afford to conceal his capabilities, Nie Zhaonan realized that if the 4 blood servants were to emerge transformed, he would be left with nothing to hide. Calculating his next move, he maintained an impassive facade. With one hand behind his back, wielding a peachwood sword as a magical artifact, he silently began to execute the Thunder Spirit sword technique. With the other hand, he swept through his storage pouch, producing over 100 low-tier Thunderlight talismans. In an instant, he waved his hand, and the talismans scattered like blossoms in the wind, enveloping the Black Fiend sect master. The latter, observing the multitude of low-tier talismans, merely scoffed, "Ha! Such trivial skills, daring to show off here." Though these talismans were of lower grade, their overwhelming quantity meant their combined power could force even Foundation cultivators to retreat. Naturally, the Black Fiend sect master was not among them. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed another surge of blood light towards the incoming thunder talismans. As they collided, a cacophony of explosive sounds echoed, white and purple flashes intertwining with the bloodlight, creating a scene of haunting beauty. Even though the power of the Thunderlight talisman was rather minimal, it still possessed a degree of restraining effect against the blood-red light of the demonic path. Upon being struck by the talisman, the black-red bloodlight exhibited slight scorching, leaving behind a darkened area the size of a thumb and emanating a foul, burnt odor. Just as the Black Shaman's attacks were being successfully deflected, he felt a surge of triumph. A long sword made of brown peach wood, resembling gold yet not quite, shot forth from the continuously crackling thunder, arriving in an instant. The expression on the Black Shaman's face shifted slightly, yet he did not regard this seemingly ordinary sword with any seriousness. He extended a hand and waved it forward, summoning a massive blood-colored shield to firmly protect himself. In the next moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded before the Black Shaman's eyes. As the tip of the peachwood sword made contact with the blood shield before his forehead, it was as if an extraordinarily cold block of ice had plunged into a boiling pot of oil. A torrent of thunder surged from the sword's tip towards the blood shield, accompanied by sharp, crackling sounds. The blood shield, without the slightest resistance, was pierced through, leaving behind a tiny hole surrounded by a ring of inky blackness. With a thud, the Black Shaman's corpse fell backwards, his eyes filled with rage and profound fear. The wound left by the peachwood sword at his brow continued to bleed, resembling a small stream. The overwhelming aura emanating from the black-red hilt vanished in an instant, falling to the ground with a clang. Nie Zhaonan was known for his lethal precision, targeting vital points, and this instance was no exception. Lu Jing, Zhong Wenyang, and Brother Wang watched this scene with disbelief in their eyes. The peachwood sword was embedded in the blue stone ground like a nail, most of its blade deeply sunk into the earth, the surrounding area scorched black by the thunder's influence. Only the hilt and a small section of the blade remained exposed, swaying incessantly, humming continuously, showing no signs of coming to a halt. It bore testament to the might of this strike, which was truly unstoppable. They could scarcely fathom that just moments ago, the black shaman, who had descended like a demonic god and seemed invincible, had been silently slain by Nie Zhaonan, leaving everyone in a state of shock that was difficult to shake off. Nie Ying and Chun Xiaoqian, though equally astonished, were not overly surprised due to their awareness of their husband's true strength, and instead directed their admiring gazes towards Nie Zhaonan. Nie Zhaonan's complexion had paled slightly, and his breath fluctuated, indicating an instability in his condition. The urgent words of husband floated to him, the gentle voices imbued with an indescribable concern. The two women quickly approached Nie Zhaonan, one on each side, lifting his hands to rest on their fragrant shoulders, pressing their bodies closely against him. Nie Zhaonan discreetly pressed down on their shoulders with his fingers, weakly assuring them, "It's nothing, my dear ladies need not worry. It was merely a sword technique with some backlash. My magical energy has been nearly exhausted, leaving me a bit fatigued. A period of rest for 10 days or half a month will suffice for recovery." Perceiving the firm touch on their shoulders, the two women, being exceptionally perceptive, quickly understood that their husband was feigning weakness to remain inconspicuous among the group. If Nie Zhaonan maintained his composure after defeating the formidable black shaman and appeared entirely unperturbed, it wouldn't be long before his strength became widely known within the sect, something he wished to avoid. Lu Jing and the others initially believed Nie Zhaonan had sustained severe injuries during the black shaman's final counterattack, but upon hearing his words, they felt relieved. Realizing the backlash wasn't as serious as they had feared, Lu Jing complimented, "Junior brother Nie, you truly are a master of disguise. You've kept us all in the dark. Surely, your sword technique has reached an extraordinary level, as the thunder within it remained completely concealed." Lu Jing observed keenly that the peachwood sword only revealed its thunderous power upon contact with the blood shield, effectively breaking through the demonic magic. At all other times, the thunder was hidden within the blade, showing no signs whatsoever. Lu Jing's gaze shifted to the charred marks on the blue stone floor, clearly left by the rampaging thunder, yet he failed to perceive its trace. Aside from the embedded peachwood sword, the stone floor bore no additional cracks, demonstrating an exquisite control over power, refined to the utmost degree. His evaluation of Nie Zhaonan rose significantly. He was indeed a true powerhouse who concealed his strength well. Previously, Lu Jing had contemplated retreating as the group struggled to subdue the black shaman, knowing that one black shaman had already exhausted them, and the emergence of the 4 blood-colored cocoons would be disastrous. Just as he wrestled with whether to propose a withdrawal, this astonishing turn of events rendered such thoughts unnecessary. Burying his earlier concerns deep within, "What a remarkable strike, brother Nie. This sword technique must be the strongest blow known among Foundation establishment cultivators." Wu Xian praised in agreement, his eyes shining with unabashed admiration. Wu Xian, a martial arts enthusiast, revered Nie Zhaonan's formidable prowess, filled with profound respect. It was merely a stroke of luck. Taking advantage of the black shaman's carelessness, Nie Zhaonan humbly replied, his tone weak and feeble, portraying a state of significant depletion. Han Li, observing this scene, felt a twinge of skepticism. The esteemed brother Nie had maintained an air of composure throughout the battle, seemingly in control of all circumstances. So why did he suddenly appear so drained? Was it due to his remarkable resolve, focused solely on the fight, unaffected by external matters? Or was the consumption of this sword technique indeed so immense? As Lu Jing witnessed Nie Zhaonan's clean and decisive extermination of their most formidable adversary, he felt a significant unease. As the leader of the group, he had no commendable achievements to boast of, even falling short compared to Han Li, who was merely at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, causing him to feel a slight anxiety. As if struck by a thought, he cast a glance at the 4 blood cocoons and declared with righteous fervor, "Junior brother Nie has worked hard. Allow me to handle the ensuing battle." Although these 4 individuals lacked the immense power of the black shaman, according to junior brother Han, their blood cocoons were exceedingly tough, resistant even to top-grade magical artifacts, and their transformed forms would prove to be quite troublesome. If he could defeat these 4, he would achieve a feat worthy of standing alongside junior brother Nie. Lu Jing's pride would not permit him to return empty-handed. He could not afford to lose the respect of his fellow siblings or maintain his significant reputation. Simultaneously, he silently resolved, "It seems I must resort to that." Only this could ensure a successful confrontation and safeguard his reputation, even though it was something he used for self-preservation. Without hesitation, Lu Jing summoned his magical artifact into the air, solemnly retrieving a fiery red jade box from his storage bag. Glancing at the box, a fleeting look of reluctance crossed his face, but he quickly steeled his expression and forcefully clapped his hands over the box. Instantly, The entire jade box shattered into pieces, revealing a peculiar talisman wrapped in red light before the eyes of the onlookers. This talisman bore a vivid image of a fiery red phoenix, animatedly flapping its wings, soaring back and forth, almost as if it could move freely like a real bird, with its eyes emitting a faint blue glow, occasionally turning about. Even more astonishing, as soon as this talisman appeared, waves of scorching heat radiated outward in concentric circles, causing the temperature in the surrounding area to rise sharply, leaving the onlookers parched and dry-throated. "A genuine treasure," exclaimed Senior Brother Wang, his voice tinged with unrestrained astonishment upon witnessing this talisman, which resembled a treasure but bore significant anomalies. The others, upon hearing the term genuine treasure, were equally struck by Lu's grand display, for as foundational cultivators, they possess some knowledge regarding such treasures. Although genuine treasures also fall under the category of talismans, they differ vastly from ordinary magical artifacts in several respects. Firstly, a typical talisman may harness a maximum of 1/10 of its original artifact's power, even at its peak. In contrast, a genuine treasure can defy the heavens by containing 1/3 of its original artifact's power, rendering it incomparable to standard talismans. Secondly, upon its emergence, a genuine treasure must be refined through the bloodline techniques of its master. Only descendants with specific bloodlines can wield these treasures, making them exclusive in usage. Otherwise, upon infusing spiritual energy, the genuine treasure would self-destruct. The greatest flaw of a genuine treasure is that, despite its capacity to contain multiple times the power of ordinary talismans, it can only serve as a one-time consumable. Once utilized, its power is fully unleashed without any diminishment, with no opportunity for subsequent use. Thus, its practicality pales in comparison to that of ordinary talismans. Lu Jing, his expression grave, infused spiritual energy into this fiery avian treasure. The crimson talisman in his palm began to emit a dazzling glow, as the fiery bird within danced increasingly with vitality, poised to leap from the talisman at any moment. Nie Zhaonan observed Lu Jing's impressive display, subtly shaking his head. He understood Lu's intentions well. A genuine treasure capable of withstanding a strike from a core formation cultivator was invaluable, and Lu's choice to employ it against several foundational cultivators seemed a gross underutilization. Were he in possession of such a consumable treasure, he would reserve its use for life-and-death situations to seize a sliver of survival. Suddenly, an enraged roar erupted from below, imbued with a thirst for blood and slaughter. The crowd turned their gaze toward the 4 blood cocoons, which had begun to swell and morph, as if the energy within was being absorbed by the entities inside, rendering the cocoons increasingly transparent. Shadowy figures adorned with horns, scaled armor, and sharp claws flickered within, their blood servants seemingly on the verge of emerging. Nie Zhaonan pondered whether to send Nie Ying and Chun Xiaoqian to engage these blood servants, buying Lu Jing some time. Of course, it was only because both women possessed considerable strength that he entertained such thoughts. The expressions of Song Meng, Wu Xian, and others mirrored his contemplative demeanor. Zhong Wenyang, who harbored deep affection for Senior Brother Lu, reacted even more intensely. She immediately drew a fiery red longsword, nearly charging forward, utterly unconcerned about whether she could contend with the transformed blood servants. She was unwilling to let Lu Jing's efforts go to waste. Fortunately, just as Zhong Wenyang was about to act, a calm voice interrupted. "Brothers and sisters, please step back from these 4 fiends. Allow me to extinguish them." As he spoke, he nodded toward Zhong Wenyang, acknowledging her earlier impulsiveness. He felt a surge of appreciation for such a loyal companion willing to risk herself for him. This declaration brought smiles to the faces of the crowd. Lu Jing, his countenance beaming with delight, held a diminutive, exquisite red bird that flitted playfully between his fingers, exuding an irresistible charm. However, none present dared to underestimate this seemingly harmless creature. Without hesitation, Lu Jing gently blew on the little bird, which immediately chirped melodiously and soared toward the 4 blood cocoons. As it neared the ground, the fiery bird expanded dramatically, transforming into a massive flame bird nearly 10 feet tall. With a powerful flap of its wings, it lunged ferociously at the 4 blood cocoons. Upon contact, 4 towering pillars of fire erupted, engulfing the blood servants that were on the verge of transformation in a sea of flames. This fire, while appearing ordinary, possessed an unmatched ferocity. In mere moments, the 4 blood cocoons melted away as if they were ice under the sun, leaving no trace behind. This spectacle left Han Li and the others in utter disbelief, reinforcing their understanding of the formidable power of a core formation cultivator's artifacts. Nie Zhaonan, however, was not surprised, for with his true strength at the late foundational stage combined with the might of the Thunder Spirit sword technique, achieving such remarkable results was well within his capabilities, and he could utilize it multiple times unlike the genuine treasure, which was a one-time consumable. This genuine treasure is truly extraordinary. Senior brother Lu has played a pivotal role in eradicating the Black Evil sect, exclaimed Song Meng and others, their faces alight with joy. Lu Jing, watching the flames dissipate, felt a pang of heartache. Yet, the praises he received invigorated his spirit, dispelling his earlier regrets. As he gazed down, he suddenly wondered, what is that? In the center of the 4 piles of human ash, around the area where their dantians would be, lay 4 round, gem-like objects resembling beast cores, albeit in varying colors, 1 green, 1 blue, 1 brown, and 1 golden, all quite peculiar. Lu Jing swooped down, drawing the 4 cores into his palm with a swift motion. Upon contact, he felt their remarkable hardness. He mused that if they were not exceptionally durable, they would not have survived the onslaught of the genuine treasuress might. The others approached curiously, casting bewildered glances at the cores in Lu Jing's hand, their expressions revealing their confusion. At that moment, Nie Zhaonan, supported by the 2 women, approached, having collected the storage pouch of the Black Evil sect leader and remnants of a black dagger. This must be a result of their cultivation of a peculiar demonic technique. Given their beast-like attributes, these cores are likely the source of their entire magical power and essence, Nie Zhaonan conjectured. Though termed a conjecture, his insightful nature allowed him to deduce that these were indeed blood-condensed 5-element pills. Could these cores be used to enhance cultivation? Questioned Zhong Wenyang, her face lighting up with surprise. Lu Jing sensed the immense spiritual power contained within the 4 cores and nodded in affirmation. Such items that could enhance cultivation were treasures rare to cultivators, which explained her excitement. The others, save for Nie Zhaonan and Han Li, wore expressions of astonishment, gazing at the 4 cores in a daze. Although they were crafted by cultivators, the prospect of enhancing their cultivation was enticing, especially since they had only consumed a handful of such rare pills since their foundational training began, making these cores irresistibly alluring. Lu Jing, however, was not swayed by Zhong Wenyang's enthusiasm and instead reasoned, a beast must reach the 5th tier, akin to the core formation stage of a cultivator, to condense a beast core within its body. These individuals possess merely the foundational cultivation, corresponding to a mere 2nd tier in the realm of magical beasts, significantly distant from the formidable 5th tier demonic entities. Chapter 62, Reunion with Han Li. Furthermore, as practitioners of the demonic arts, the substances they condense, while potentially beneficial for cultivation, undoubtedly harbor unknown and considerable drawbacks. Consuming them would only lead to endless repercussions. Lu Jing, having dealt with practitioners of the demonic path for many years, deeply understands that such individuals are desperate souls, entirely disregarding their own bodies in pursuit of power. They often resort to secret techniques that inflict irreversible harm upon themselves, eschewing balanced and righteous methods. The others then returned their attention, slightly regaining their focus as they contemplated the intricacies of the inner elixirs. Standing beside them, Han Li recognized that the elixir in Lu's possession was the blood condensation 5 elements pill, which, as its name suggests, presents in 5 vibrant colors representing metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. After hearing Lu's analysis, Han Li too became contemplative, secretly pondering, could an inner elixir condensed by a foundational cultivator truly enhance the success rate of forming a core by 1/3 without any adverse consequences? Nevertheless, despite his reservations regarding the blood condensation 5 elements pill, the enticing prospect of a 1/3 chance was too tempting for Han Li to dismiss. He quietly resolved to seize the opportunity to acquire these 4 inner elixirs from Lu Jing. Noticing that Lu did not intend to consume these pills, Han Li silently thought about it. Naturally, he would not disclose any information about the blood condensation 5 elements pill, as it was the very purpose of his journey. The last inner elixir must surely be in the possession of senior brother Nie. Han Li surreptitiously observed Nie Zhaonan. Confidently, he speculated in his heart, such a crucial item, the lord of the Black Shaman sect must certainly possess one, always at hand. Very well. Now that we have successfully eradicated the Black Shaman sect, let us proceed together to their treasury and conduct a thorough search, Lu Jing proclaimed, casually storing the 4 inner elixirs in his storage pouch. Wang Shixiang, Wu Xian, and the others expressed their delight upon hearing this. Their journey here was not only to respond to the call of their fellow disciples, but to gather resources for their cultivation. However, Nie Zhaonan excused himself, stating, "I am unwell and shall return to the sect to recuperate." I will not partake in the subsequent matters. Having already secured the most important storage pouch, he held little regard for the spirit stones and materials, intent on departing early. The others, being perceptive, understood that with Nie's departure, his two companions would undoubtedly follow, thus grasping the implications of his words. With 3 fewer individuals to share the spoils, their spirits lifted considerably, though they kept their joy concealed. Lu Jing was the first to speak. I wish you a swift recovery, junior brother Nie. Let us gather again upon your return to the sect. Safe travels, senior brother Nie, and to your 2 sisters. The others chimed in. Han Li, however, merely moved his lips, producing no sound. Nie Zhaonan's ears twitched. Yet he showed no reaction as he and the 2 women bowed farewell to the group. Immediately, Niang summoned a white jade flying vessel, carrying the 3 of them away toward the palace. In a short while, they vanished into the thick night. The remaining individuals gazed enviously at the departing trio. Song Meng remarked that senior brother Nie is truly fortunate, blessed with 2 such beautiful and caring foundational companions. Her tone was rife with envy. In the realm of cultivation, it is indeed rare to find celestial beings who possess both beauty and strength. Many core formation cultivators have companions who are merely foundational practitioners, much like their master. Li Huayuan. Indeed. Those 2 senior sisters are among the most stunning beauties of Yellow Maple Valley, and their status is equally impressive. Though Wu Xian was a martial enthusiast, he was not a foolishly single-minded practitioner. He harbored visions for his future companion and wished for someone as perfect as those 2 senior sisters. Enough of this envy. It is merely a testament to junior brother Nie's own capabilities, Lu Jing interjected. Upon hearing Lu Jing's words and recalling Nie Zhaonan's remarkable feat of slaying the false core realm leader of the Black Shaman sect, the others found it difficult to argue against his point. They promptly decided, let us now proceed to gather the spoils of our venture. With that, Lu Jing led the way into the cold palace, followed closely by the others. The next morning, on the rooftop of the inn where the Yellow Maple Valley group had gathered, faint voices of conversation emerged. Junior brother Han, I am curious why you summoned me here last night, Nie Zhaonan inquired, feigning ignorance. Han Li had approached for the blood condensation 5 elements pill, a fact that Nie Zhaonan was well aware of. Coincidentally, Nie Zhaonan also wished to negotiate for the refinement method of the accompanying artifact, the Qingzhu Fengyun sword, in exchange for the blood condensation 5 elements pill, which made him keenly interested in Han Li's proposal. Senior brother Nie, senior sisters, Han Li greeted, feeling a slight headache at the sight of Nie Zhaonan. Last night, he had successfully traded for 4 inner elixirs from Lu Jing, paying a hefty price of over 4,000 spirit stones. This was largely due to Lu Jing's lack of regard for the unknown pill and his camaraderie with Han Li. Otherwise, the transaction would have cost Han Li dearly. After all, these inner elixirs were the essence condensed from foundational cultivators, and even with some flaws, their value was not insignificant. Aware that concealing his intention to trade for the last blood condensation 5 elements pill from Nie Zhaonan was unlikely to succeed, Han Li straightforwardly admitted, I have come to negotiate for the inner elixir in senior brother Nie's possession. He refrained from revealing any information about the elixirs. Oh, the blood condensation 5 elements pill? Nie Zhaonan asked, retrieving a red inner elixir from his storage pouch, casually playing with it as if it held little value. Han Li felt a cold sweat break out at Nie Zhaonan's words, his heart racing with anxiety. Could he have learned of the extraordinary effects of the blood condensation 5 elements pill and be contemplating murder for treasure? No. Perhaps he simply happened to know the name of the elixir, but its specific effects remain unknown to him. Han Li reassured himself, stealing a glance at Nie Zhaonan, who maintained an unchanged expression devoid of greed. Han Li felt slightly more at ease, mustering his spirit and acting oblivious. Indeed, that is the pill. Might I inquire what you wish to exchange for it? I shall provide whatever I have without hesitation. Nie Zhaonan smiled, inwardly thinking, if I were to propose trading the little green bottle, I wonder if junior brother Han would maintain such composure. Of course, this was merely a jest in his mind, and he had no intention of revealing that he was aware of Han Li's greatest secret, the little green bottle. In an instant, his thoughts shifted, and Nie Zhaonan continued with a gentle reminder, junior brother Han, are you aware of the greatest drawback of the blood condensation 5 elements pill? Chapter 63, The Evil Pill Technique, Qingzhu Fengyun Sword. I learned this from the storage pouch of the Black Shaman leader, so do take a good look, he added, producing a jade slip from his storage pouch. Han Li hesitated briefly before accepting the jade slip and delving into its contents with his divine sense, reading intently. The slip contained a secret technique known as the Evil Pill Technique, which detailed that by following this method of consumption, regardless of a cultivator's innate talent. They would have a 1/3 chance of forming a pseudo-golden core known as the evil pill. Although he was already aware of the 1/3 chance provided by the blood condensation 5 elements pill, witnessing it firsthand sent Han Li's heart racing with excitement. Certainly, the drawbacks of forming a demonic Dan are numerous. Aside from the fact that its power is slightly inferior to that of a true golden Dan upon initial formation, one remains perpetually stagnant at the early stages of the Dan formation realm. Moreover, while it possesses remarkable longevity, the lifespan of a cultivator who forms a demonic Dan is comparable to that of an ordinary Dan cultivator, potentially reaching over 5 centuries. Han Li, upon realizing this, felt a surge of joy. For him, achieving Dan formation was the pinnacle of his current aspirations. As for progressing to the nascent soul stage thereafter, he only occasionally entertained such thoughts in his dreams. However, the subsequent explanation left Han Li momentarily dumbfounded. The most severe consequence of forming a demonic Dan is that it continuously releases malevolent energy, which, over time, gradually erodes the cultivator's intellect. Eventually, this leads to a significant dulling of the mind, an inevitable fate. Han Li had always prided himself on his sharp intellect, which was his greatest asset in navigating the realm of cultivation. The notion that forming a demonic Dan could render him foolish was utterly unacceptable to him. Noticing the fluctuations in Han Li's expression, Nie Zhaonan understood that he would never resort to the demonic Dan technique unless he was driven to desperation. Calmly pouring a cup of silver-hued tea, he handed it to Han Li, nonchalantly saying, "Junior brother Han, there is no need for concern. Please enjoy a cup of spirit tea." Han Li slowly set down the jade slip and accepted the teacup from Nie Zhaonan. The tea within shimmered with a silvery glow and exuded a captivating fragrance, prompting him to drink it all at once. Instantly, he felt a clarity of mind and exclaimed, "What an exquisite tea!" Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he inquired curiously, "Might I ask if the 2 senior sisters are practicing the Qingyuan sword technique? Was the colossal sword technique employed in yesterday's battle part of that skill?" His tone was tinged with urgency as he bombarded them with questions. Although Han Li had received the subsequent teachings of the Qingyuan sword technique from his benefactor after establishing his foundation, he was only aware of the first 7 levels, with no further advancements available beyond the late stages of Dan formation. Additionally, the accompanying techniques were incomplete and rather unsatisfactory, leaving him eager to seek a suitable method anew. However, witnessing the enormous sword technique demonstrated by Nie Ying and Chun Xiaoqian, which nearly felled a foundation establishment cultivator with a single strike, made Han Li quite envious. Moreover, he sensed a familiar aura emanating from the 2 women, indicative of their mastery of the Qingyuan sword technique. An idea began to form in his mind. Surely, these 2 would not be practicing an incomplete version of the Qingyuan sword technique and must possess the complete text. If he could exchange for the full cultivation method from them, it would be a splendid opportunity. After all, he had heard of the Qingyuan sword technique's illustrious reputation. It was a hallmark of the Xian sword sect, rich with profound mysteries. Nie Ying was taken aback by Han Li's sudden inquiry about her cultivation method. After a brief hesitation, she responded, "You are correct, junior brother. Both my sister and I practice the Qingyuan sword technique. Do you have any questions?" She glanced at Nie Zhaonan and Qin Xiaoqian, recalling that their version of the Qingyuan sword technique had been traded from Han Li's master, although Li Huayuan remained unaware of its true nature. Now, with Han Li inquiring so directly, Nie Ying felt an inexplicable sensation. Qin Xiaoqian also looked at Han Li in surprise, wondering if he had uncovered the secrets contained within the golden page. Upon further reflection, she dismissed the thought, concluding that she was overthinking it. Meanwhile, Nie Zhaonan continued to drink his tea, utterly unfazed. Upon hearing Nie Ying's affirmative response, Han Li's face lit up with joy, and without a second thought, he blurted out, "Is it the complete version of the Qingyuan sword technique?" Only after speaking did he realize how presumptuous he had been to inquire so boldly about their cultivation information. He quickly added, with a hint of apology, "Senior sister, please forgive me. I too am cultivating the Qingyuan sword technique, albeit in a rather incomplete form." Nie Ying, unfazed by Han Li's impudence, replied graciously, "No harm done. I indeed possess the complete text of the Qingyuan sword technique, along with a supplementary secret technique for Dan formation. What do you intend to offer in exchange?" To be honest, Nie Ying struggled to conceive of any treasures that Han Li might possess that could match the value of what she was offering. Upon hearing about the supplementary technique for Dan formation, Han Li was even more delighted and immediately responded, "I have chanced upon the refinement method for the accompanying treasure of the Qingyuan sword technique, the Qingzhu Fengyun sword, which I can offer as a trade." He then retrieved a jade slip from his storage bag and placed it on the table, elaborating. The Qingzhu Fengyan sword is a complete set of flying sword treasures, composed of 12 wooden attribute flying swords, with the potential to refine up to 72. When infused with Gung essence, it can unleash a divine ability known as the Great Gung Sword Formation during the nascent soul stage, a technique powerful enough to engage in battles beyond one's level. Nie Ying and Chen Xiaoqian both smiled upon seeing the jade slip, their hearts lifting with joy. They had long lamented the absence of the refinement methods for the treasures accompanying the Qingyuan sword technique. Han Li presenting the method for the Qingzhu Fengyan sword was indeed a delightful surprise. In the realm of cultivation, it is common knowledge that only by harmonizing cultivation techniques with their corresponding treasures can true power be manifested. Using a treasure that does not align with one's technique can detrimentally affect a cultivator's strength. Especially upon hearing that this was a complete set of treasures capable of forming a sword formation for battles beyond one's level, the two women were exceedingly pleased. Complete sets of magical artifacts are already an exceedingly rare existence, let alone complete sets of treasures. The materials required for crafting complete sets are significantly greater, both in quantity and quality, resulting in far more potent treasures than ordinary ones. However, the primary challenge lies in the fact that the materials for crafting treasures are exceptionally precious, necessitating considerable time and substantial amounts of spirit stones for collection. For instance, the auxiliary materials required for most treasures, including refined metals like iron essence, copper essence, silver essence, gold essence, and tin essence, each the size of a fist, can cost around 5,000 spirit stones, not to mention the value of the primary materials required for crafting treasures, where tens of thousands of spirit stones are only sufficient to procure the most basic materials for the simplest treasures. Chapter 64, Spirit Fruit. Nie Ying, visibly pleased, remarked, "Junior brother Han, I am quite satisfied with the item you have proposed for trade." With a graceful flick of her delicate fingers, a jade slip materialized in her hand. She then tossed it towards Han Li, stating, "The technique and secret method you seek are contained within this jade slip." Han Li caught the flying jade slip, his eyes sparkling with delight as he immediately immersed himself in the contents of the recorded technique and secret method. Meanwhile, Nie Ying used her spiritual energy to draw the jade slip on the table into her hand, carefully perusing its contents. Before long, both parties nodded in satisfaction, confirming that the traded techniques and methods were precisely as described. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li inquired, "Might I ask if Senior Brother could also trade the blood-condensing 5 elements pill and the demonic Dan technique with me?" Having learned that the 3 transformations of heavy essence also enhanced the chances of Dan formation, Han Li felt a surge of happiness, as it would merely require him to invest additional time in recultivation. However, given his poor aptitude, he had to prepare for the worst-case scenario of forming a demonic Dan. Nie Zhaonan had no intention of making things difficult for Han Li and stated matter-of-factly, "Junior brother Han, the price is 3,000 spirit stones." Han Li's expression shifted slightly. For Nie Zhaonan, 3,000 spirit stones was a trivial sum, but for Han Li, it posed a considerable challenge. Unlike Nie Zhaonan, who could rapidly mature spirit herbs and concoct pills to earn spirit stones, Han Li's supply of the green liquid in the small green vial was limited, yielding only 1 drop every 7 days. Given that it required a century of herb age to mature, it was already at its limit for Han Li's cultivation, leaving him with no means to generate spirit stones through the vial's effects. Han Li's financial situation was rather strained, particularly after he had previously engaged in a transaction with Lu Jing that cost him 4,000 spirit stones. Now, he found himself with merely over 2,000 spirit stones to his name. Han Li understood that the 3,000 spirit stones he was offered were already a generous concession from senior brother Nie, considering their camaraderie as fellow disciples. Gritting his teeth, he produced a small, exquisitely crafted jade box and gently opened its lid to reveal a pale blue spirit fruit, about the size of a thumb, resting quietly within. He explained, "This is the spirit fusion fruit, which can slightly enhance a cultivator's spiritual perception. Would you consider exchanging it for the item in senior brother's possession?" He placed the spirit fruit, along with the jade box, before the 3 individuals. Chen Xiaoqian and Nie Ying, the 2 women, were unfamiliar with the spirit fruit Han Li presented, yet they refrained from asking questions and remained quietly seated. Han Li had only acquired 2 of these spirit fusion fruits in total, and parting with 1 for trade caused him considerable heartache. However, he found some solace in the thought that he could cultivate the remaining fruit using his small green vial, which brightened his demeanor somewhat. "Oh!" Nie Zhaonan exclaimed in surprise upon glancing at the spirit fruit within the jade box. It seemed that due to Han Li's disclosure to senior brother Lin regarding the conspiracy of the Qianzhu sect, while he did not obtain the Dianzhu, he had nevertheless gained other opportunities. Han Li was indeed fortunate. Yet, the fruit that could enhance a cultivator's spiritual perception by 1,000th? Consuming a maximum of 100 fruits could only amplify one's perception by 10%. Nie Zhaonan recalled the information about spiritual herbs in his mind and inquired tentatively. Han Li had assumed the spirit fusion fruit was little known, but he was taken aback that this senior brother could casually mention its effects. It was worth noting that he had conducted extensive inquiries to uncover the information about the item in his possession. Deeply impressed, Han Li remarked, "Senior brother Nie possesses profound knowledge. Indeed, the spirit fusion fruit does have the effect of enhancing spiritual perception. However, the notion of acquiring 100 spirit fusion fruits is but a fanciful dream. The plant bears fruit once every 500 years and matures over a millennium, producing only one fruit per plant. Once harvested, the plant immediately combusts into ashes." Although Han Li had the aid of his small green vial to expedite the ripening of 100 spirit fusion fruits, he was inherently cautious and would not reveal this to Nie Zhaonan. The only consideration was the green liquid required for ripening the herbs, which would take about 20 years to produce enough. For now, Han Li prioritized enhancing his own strength and would not squander the green liquid on the spirit fusion fruits, fearing it would impede his cultivation. With a tone filled with regret, he stated, "However, the spirit fusion fruit is extraordinarily rare. The total number ever seen in the cultivation world would not exceed 10. It is clear that the desire for 100 is merely a mirage." Upon hearing Han Li's words, Nie Zhaonan's expression remained unchanged, yet he secretly scoffed, thinking to himself, "Junior brother Han's acting is quite commendable." He nodded in agreement, saying, "To acquire even one of such spiritual items from junior brother Han is indeed fortunate." After speaking, he accepted the spirit fusion fruit into his possession. Seeing that the transaction was concluded, Han Li lost any desire to linger. Although Nie Zhaonan did not appear to be a malevolent person based on his demeanor, Han Li felt an inexplicable pressure while in his presence, which made him quite uncomfortable and eager to depart. Therefore, he promptly rose and bid farewell, stating, "I appreciate your assistance in this transaction, senior brother. I have other matters to attend to and must take my leave." Having obtained the complete Qing Yuan sword technique, Han Li was eager to return to Huangfeng Valley to practice the techniques contained within and enhance his own strength. "Safe travels, junior brother Han." Nie Zhaonan replied politely. As Han Li possessed nothing of value that would pique Nie Zhaonan's interest, there was no intention to retain him. Once Han Li departed, the three resumed their conversation on other topics. "Inger, Xiao, upon your return, please inform the family to procure as many necessary items for cultivators as possible, such as magical tools, talismans, and healing elixirs," Nie Zhaonan said gently. "Is there a significant event about to occur in the state of you?" Chen Xiaoqian inquired curiously about her husband's sudden mention of such matters. Niang also displayed a keen interest. "The cultivation world is on the brink of unrest. A great war is imminent," Nie Zhaonan asserted, wrapping an arm around a delicate figure, his eyes revealing little emotion. Although the war was significant, as long as he did not provoke golden core or nascent soul cultivators, it posed little danger to him. The wars between cultivators had clearly defined boundaries. Foundation establishment against foundation establishment, golden core against golden core. A tacit agreement among cultivators that rarely allowed higher-level experts to massacre those of lower tiers. This guideline existed due to the stark disparity in strength between different cultivation stages. Akin to a chasm, an ordinary golden core cultivator could easily annihilate 2 to 3 dozen foundation establishment cultivators, let alone the might of those in the nascent soul stage, who could decimate cities and sects in the blink of an eye, without the prohibition against higher-level cultivators slaughtering lower-level ones. A scenario would arise where today the enemy's golden core cultivators slaughter foundation establishment disciples, and tomorrow, our nascent soul experts would indiscriminately kill foundation establishment practitioners. After a single battle, both sides would be left with only high-level combatants, creating an undesirable situation for both parties. This was something neither side wished to witness. Chapter 65. The Virtuous Support, a War Among Cultivators. The two women exclaimed in astonishment, not anticipating such significant news from their husband. Their minds conjured images of a chaotic and intense battlefield filled with foundation establishment cultivators clashing. Nie Ing and Chen Xiaoqian, both accustomed to being close to their husband, nestled against Nie Zhaonan, their eyes filled with deep concern. "Do not worry, with your husband by your side, no one can harm you," Nie Zhaonan declared with confidence. He was not boasting. When it came to life and death situations, he could always lead the two women into the purple cloud cave, should the need arise. Of course, that was the worst-case scenario. Nie Zhaonan, initially stunned by the news of the impending war, struggled to process such a significant event due to her lack of experience in dealing with crises. However, after careful consideration, she realized, husband possesses great strength, and we sisters are not weak either. Following him will surely keep us safe. Chen Xiaoqian suddenly thought of Xian Ru Yin and said with anticipation, moreover, we have Sister Ru Yin's inverted 5 elements formation to assist us. It is a formidable formation reputed to be a minor forbidden array, and Foundation establishment cultivators have little hope of breaching it. Perhaps we can even seize some good opportunities on the battlefield. After overcoming their initial worries, the two women began to feel a sense of excitement. It had been a long time since the state of Yu had witnessed a war among cultivators. The last instance was the extermination of the Xianxia sect thousands of years ago. Nie Zhaonan shared this sentiment, believing that he would undoubtedly reap significant benefits from this impending conflict. Indeed, while war comes with peril, it also presents many opportunities, he concurred. At that time, the sect may offer precious magical tools, elixirs, and materials for crafting artifacts in exchange for military contributions. Additionally, engaging in battle with demonic cultivators will greatly enhance our combat experience and strength, and if fortunate, we may even break through our minor cultivation bottlenecks. Simultaneously, our family can profit from this war by acquiring more spirit stones. However, all of this depended on possessing formidable strength. Otherwise, one would merely become cannon fodder. Nie Zhaonan cautioned, but let's keep this news confidential, known only to us and no one else in the family. If we inform the family, the more people who know, the greater the risk of leaks. We wouldn't want to expose myself to the scrutiny of various sections. Both Nie Zhaonan and Chen Xiaoqian nodded in agreement, recognizing that this was merely a game for the strong. As the two women concurrently pondered over specific items to purchase, they reveled in the resources bestowed upon them by their husbands, yet had not reciprocated in any significant manner. Naturally, they sought to seize this opportunity to bolster their family's strength, providing support for themselves and their spouses. Suddenly, Nie Zhaonan experienced a flash of inspiration and slowly articulated. Not all cultivators possess formidable confidence in their abilities. With the impending battle, ensuring one's survival becomes paramount. The demand for defensive artifacts is bound to surge, and prices will likely escalate significantly. Chen Xiaoqian aptly supplemented her thoughts, mentioning healing elixirs and special talismans that could greatly enhance survival capabilities, such as the Earth Escape Talisman, Skyward Talisman, and Breath Concealment Talisman. Nie Zhaonan, however, paid little heed to these minor matters. Recognizing that both ladies were strong-willed and did not wish to be mere ornamental figures, he understood their intentions to assist him. Moreover, he realized that solely indulging in arduous cultivation was not necessarily beneficial. After a moment of contemplation, lacking a better suggestion, he affectionately kissed the gentle cheeks of the two women and expressed, "Indeed, my esteemed ladies are exceptionally astute. To have such capable partners as Qiao Qian and Ying Er is truly a blessing for me." Feeling the warmth of her husband's affection and recognition, both Chen Xiaoqian and Nie Zhaonan beamed with satisfaction. Yet, Chen Xiaoqian shook her head and playfully retorted, "Husband, you are mistaken. You still have another capable partner who is currently in the cave researching formations. Indeed, Xian Ru Yin truly holds a special place in my heart." Nie Zhaonan replied with a smile, conjuring the image of Xian Ru Yin in his mind, always appearing as the epitome of elegance and intellect. He added meaningfully, however, "For now, it is only Qiao Qian and Ying Er present." Initially perplexed by her husband's seemingly nonsensical remark, Chen Xiaoqian soon found her answer in the large hand that gradually descended from her waist. Exchanging a knowing glance with Nie Zhaonan, they both understood the implication behind it. After all, just a few days prior, their husband had engaged in an unrestrained dual cultivation session with the three sisters. Feeling somewhat bashful, Nie Zhaonan tentatively suggested, "Husband, perhaps we should return to the cave first." In a clearing of dense woods over 100 miles west of Jiyuan City, a tall and robust man sat cross-legged atop a smooth stone, eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of unease surged within him, as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast, with the specter of life and death looming ominously. He abruptly turned his head, the force of which shifted his considerable bulk, directing his gaze toward an approaching figure. There stood a figure clad in black robes, hovering in midair atop a magical artifact, exuding an ethereal grace. Upon seeing this individual, the man's attire was instantly drenched in a cold sweat. as he was acutely aware he had no idea how long he had been under the scrutiny of this enigmatic figure. This cloaked figure was none other than Nie Zhaonan, who had come specifically to seek out this newly reincarnated golden core cultivator of the Yuling sect. Though searching for someone in the desolate wilderness posed challenges, Nie Zhaonan's formidable spiritual sense enabled him to locate his target with relative ease. After observing for a while and confirming that this reincarnated Zhang Tai, currently at the 4th level of Qi refinement, posed no immediate threat, Nie Zhaonan released a hint of his aura, revealing his foundational energy pressure characteristic of early-stage foundation establishment. Upon seeing Nie Zhaonan, Zhang Tai respectfully bowed and uttered, "I pay my respects to the esteemed senior," before lowering his head in silence. Yet, inwardly he cursed his bad luck, lamenting, "How could I encounter a foundation establishment cultivator in such a desolate place?" Having lost his strength, Zhang Tai was aware that, despite possessing the knowledge of a golden core cultivator, he could not wield much power. To ensure his safety, he had retreated to this remote wilderness to meditate among wild beasts, hoping to restore his strength and return to the Yuling sect. Surely, this foundation establishment cultivator would not trouble a mere Qi refinement practitioner, as he had nothing of value to attract the attention of such a powerful individual. Perhaps this senior was merely passing through. Zhang Tai consoled himself, deeming the encounter a mere coincidence. "Friend, why have you invaded this body? You must understand that this body belongs to a dear friend of mine. You have occupied it in silence for years. Should you not provide me with an explanation?" Nie Zhaonan inquired with a hint of anger, as if he truly had a deep connection to Zhang Tai. If others were to hear this, they would surely exclaim, "What a masterful fabrication." Zhang Tai's expression immediately darkened at these words, his mind racing with ideas as he forced a smile and replied, "Senior, forgive me. I was once a foundation establishment cultivator, but my body was destroyed in battle with an enemy, leaving me no choice but to seize this vessel." Nie Zhaonan remained impassive, his demeanor unchanged. Zhang Tai felt a pang of anxiety. This young man was not easily deceived. However, he had another plan and hastily continued. "Though my cultivation has fallen to the Qi refinement stage, I still possess some magical artifacts and spirit stones. If you do not pursue this matter, I am willing to offer them to you." As he spoke, he produced a gray storage pouch, cradling it in his hands and extending it toward Nie Zhaonan in the air. His actions were submissive, demonstrating an understanding of the principle that one must bow their head beneath the eaves. "Oh." A look of interest flickered across Nie Zhaonan's face as he drew the storage pouch toward him with a single hand. Impatiently opening it, he found only a little over 100 low-grade spirit stones, devoid of any notable magical artifacts. His expression dimmed, clearly dissatisfied with the contents. At that moment, Zhang Tai dared to raise his head, noticing the change in Nie Zhaonan's demeanor. His heart leaped with joy. "I've hooked him." Though he feigned a nervous expression, he took a moment before locking eyes with Nie Zhaonan and resolutely declared, "Senior, the majority of my wealth is hidden in a cave. I only hope that once you acquire it, you will spare my life and not pursue this matter." He chuckled inwardly, planning, "Once I lead you to the cave, my spirit beast, the golden-backed demon beetle, will effortlessly eliminate you." Zhang Tai was quite pleased with his scheme. Regarding his own safety, although he could not currently control the golden-backed demon beetle, the binding contract he had established would ensure it would not attack him. Thus, he could merely observe from a distance. Nie Zhaonan feigned interest, inquiring, "Where is this cave located?" Zhang Tai was momentarily taken aback, pondering, why is he directly asking for the location? Shouldn't he have me lead the way? However, realizing that everything was progressing according to plan, he divulged the details. The cave lies 10 miles to the northwest, nestled within a dense forest. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tai felt a sudden disorientation, collapsing onto the grass as he lost consciousness. Zhang Tai had indeed perished. Nie Zhaonan expertly conjured a fireball, incinerating Zhang Tai's corpse until it vanished without a trace. A dead enemy is the best kind of enemy, Nie Zhaonan mused. His sole purpose for this journey was to acquire the communication jade slip linking the Yuling sect and the spirit beast mountain. Thus, the life of this golden core cultivator was inconsequential. To simplify matters, Nie Zhaonan chose to dispatch him swiftly and cleanly. Upon the ashen remains of a humanoid figure lay a gleaming emerald sword, the revered artifact known as the Green Radiant Sword. Nie Zhaonan, with a deft motion, drew it into his grasp, studying its exquisite craftsmanship with keen interest. Undoubtedly, this was the cherished treasure of a core formation cultivator. Its resilience and sharpness were such that even the finest of magical tools would shatter upon a single strike. Although the Green Radiance sword did not align with his attributes, thereby limiting its full potential, it was still a formidable core formation artifact, sufficient for his needs. The materials required for crafting such a treasure were valued at no less than 10,000 spirit stones, whereas a prized magical tool would fetch a mere 2 to 3,000. The disparity between the two was insurmountable. With this artifact in hand, Nie Zhaonan held a distinct advantage over other Foundation establishment cultivators, effectively delivering a blow from a higher dimension. The only lament was that once refined by another, a core artifact would only manifest 70% of its original power. After caressing the sword's blade, he hesitated not a moment. He inscribed his consciousness upon the green radiance sword and stowed it within his storage pouch. To refine this sword with his current mastery would require an arduous effort spanning several days. Thus he resolved to postpone the endeavor. There were pressing matters at hand. The demonic forces were set to invade the kingdom of Yu within a year, and it was imperative to relay this intelligence swiftly. In his mind, he had already identified a suitable messenger, Nangongwan, with whom he shared a profound connection. Reflecting on their bond, a sense of nostalgia washed over him. It had been 7 years since he last beheld Wanner. Following the coordinates she had provided, Nie Zhaonan swiftly arrived at the cave's entrance. The opening was modest, revealing a pitch-black interior. He dared not proceed carelessly, for within lurked a golden-backed demon mantis, a formidable insectoid beast of formidable strength, boasting a 4th-tier cultivation level, making it a peak adversary beneath the core formation stage. Despite his own overwhelming power, caution was paramount. Raising a hand, a moonlight stone emerged from his storage pouch, hovering above his head and illuminating the surroundings. Unwavering, he gripped the peachwood sword artifact in one hand and raised the top-tier defensive artifact, the Azure Spirit Shield, before cautiously venturing into the cave. This time, Nie Zhaonan did not intend to employ the Thunder Spirit Sword technique to vanquish the golden-backed demon mantis immediately. Rather, he sought to engage in a thorough battle to accumulate valuable combat experience. Though he had faced countless foes and vanquished many adversaries, he was acutely aware of his reliance on cunning strategy, feigning weakness, seizing the initiative, and delivering lethal strikes with the formidable Thunder Spirit Sword technique. Such dependence on his trump card left him ill-prepared for a true exchange of blows, should he encounter an opponent of comparable strength or greater. His lack of combat experience could lead to a disastrous defeat, a fate he could not abide. The golden-backed demon mantis presented an excellent opportunity for him to hone his skills. The cave was not expansive. After merely 7 or 8 breaths, he reached the cavern's depths, where a rocky wall loomed before him. Chapter 67. Confrontation with the golden-backed demon mantis. A short distance away, a mound of bones lay piled high, remnants of flesh still clinging to them, exuding a faint, metallic scent of blood that cast an eerie pall in the weak light of the moonlight stone. Nie Zhaonan cast a fleeting glance at the gruesome sight before diverting his attention. Suddenly, a shadow darted forth, 2 razor-sharp forelimbs emanating a chilling gleam, slicing toward him with deadly intent. Nie Zhaonan dared not confront it head-on. His body shifted, aided by his formidable physical prowess, as he nimbly retreated several paces, deftly avoiding the attack. The golden-backed demon mantis, towering nearly 10 feet, was clad in a thick exoskeleton, adorned with 4 pairs of gray wings. Its massive forelimbs poised like scythes, perpetually prepared to strike. A slender neck supported a diminutive head, yet its bulging green compound eyes radiated an icy intelligence. Bewildered that its rapid assault had been evaded, Nie Zhaonan pondered deeply. This 4th-tier golden-backed demon mantis had developed a nascent intelligence, though its size appeared diminutive. Yet, recognizing its insectoid nature clarified matters. Maintaining his composure, he unleashed a flurry of talismans, intending to test the creature's defenses with low-tier Thunderlight talismans. The golden-backed demon mantis seemed oblivious to the impending threat, remaining stationary as it raised its forelimbs to shield its upper body. The crackling sounds of explosions erupted. Yet to the mantis, they were akin to the firecrackers of a child, leaving no mark upon its armored shell. Next, the peachwood sword artifact in Nie Zhaonan's grasp transformed into a shimmering silver arc, swirling around the golden-backed demon mantis, delivering a series of strikes against its shell that echoed like blows against iron. Attempts to target its compound eyes were thwarted by its massive forelimbs, rendering them ineffective. Realizing that the peachwood sword artifact could achieve little, Nie Zhaonan altered his spell, recalling it. The beast's defenses could likely withstand even the assaults of a core formation cultivator. Without resorting to the Thunder Spirit Sword technique, he would need considerable effort to subdue it. Nie Zhaonan marveled at the creature's resilience. Though no damage was inflicted, his offensive provoked the golden-backed demon mantis's ferocity. Its 4 pairs of gray wings began to vibrate violently, producing a cacophony of buzzing as its body slowly lifted into the air. With a sudden surge, it vanished from sight, matching Nie Zhaonan's speed and even exhibiting greater agility. This mantis was clearly adept at flight. With a resounding crash, it collided with Nie Zhaonan, who braced himself with the Azure Spirit Shield. Pressing it firmly against the forceful onslaught of the mantis's forelimbs, his muscles straining with exertion. With a fierce roar, Nie Zhaonan activated the Ming Wang technique. Channeling his vital energy, as he grounded his legs and forcefully thrust the shield forward, sending the mantis crashing against the cavern wall several paces away. Upon retracting the Azure Spirit Shield, he noted 2 deep gashes etched into its surface, nearly cleaving it in twain. It was rendered unusable. This shield, crafted from the shell of a defensive turtle-type beast, had only managed to withstand a single strike from the mantis's might. The golden-backed demon mantis, armored and swift, was a remarkably versatile and formidable foe. Yet, its weaknesses were equally apparent. Its massive compound eyes were inadequately defended, relying solely on its forelimbs for protection. And its raw power was not particularly noteworthy. Nie Zhaonan, through previous observations, swiftly analyzed the creature's capabilities, all within the span of a heartbeat. The mantis's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, and with a resounding buzz, it lunged forward, wielding its scythe-like limbs with renewed vigor, moving even faster than before. Nie Zhaonan sidestepped, narrowly evading the lethal sweep, and retaliated with a series of powerful punches, clad in purple lightning gauntlets, striking the mantis's forelimbs with relentless force. Simultaneously, he commanded the Peachwood sword artifact to launch continuous assaults on the mantis's wings and eyes, striving to disrupt its focus and bolster his offensive. In the depths of the cave, a fierce skirmish unfolded between a solitary individual and a demon, each engaged in close combat. The dimly lit cavern echoed with muffled thuds as they exchanged blows. The golden-backed demon mantis, despite its formidable presence, lacked high intelligence, relying solely on instinct and past experiences to fight. Each strike from the Peachwood sword forced the mantis to abandon its offensive, retreating its forelimbs in defense. Struggling to keep pace, seizing the opportunity presented by its defensive posture, Nie Zhaonan delivered a powerful punch, imbued with violet lightning, crashing against the creature's exoskeleton, pushing it back repeatedly. While he was unable to inflict substantial damage, it was clear that Nie Zhaonan held the upper hand. However, the mantis was no mere foe. Drawing upon its innate combat instincts, it gradually adapted to Nie Zhaonan's rhythm of attack. One forelimb continuously clashing with his fists while the other withdrew intermittently to defend against the sword's strikes, resulting in a stalemate. A subtle smile graced Nie Zhaonan's lips, for he possessed control over more than a single artifact. In the blink of an eye, both he and the Peachwood sword surged forward, targeting the demon's abdomen and wings, respectively. As anticipated, the mantis countered with its scythe-like forelimbs, rendering Nie Zhaonan's attempts futile once more. Yet unexpectedly, he did not retreat. Instead, he engaged in a relentless struggle, firmly entangling the mantis's forelimbs. In the fleeting moment of contact, a faint red light pierced through the side of the mantis, aimed directly at its verdant compound eyes. The red line escape needle. The mantis's compound eyes, resembling a hemisphere, afforded it a broad field of vision. As the red light flickered into view, it registered immediately. A profound sense of danger surged within the creature, prompting a deafening roar as it instinctively sought to evade and defend, heedless of Nie Zhaonan's fists and the sword's onslaught. Yet Nie Zhaonan was unyielding, disregarding the damage to his violet lightning gauntlets as he unleashed a barrage of punches aimed at the mantis's forelimbs, each impact sending tremors through its limbs. With a sharp crack reminiscent of shattering porcelain, the gauntlets, unable to withstand the intense collision of forces, erupted into fragments that scattered against the cavern walls, producing a cacophony of sound. At that moment, the golden-backed demon mantis emitted a piercing cry of agony, its compound eyes punctured by 13 red line escape needles, leaving minuscule holes through which green blood flowed incessantly. Blinded and racked by unbearable pain, the mantis flailed its scythe-like limbs in indiscriminate fury, leaving glistening gashes across the cavern walls, seemingly venting its suffering and wrath. Recognizing his advantage, Nie Zhaonan retreated several paces, his hands weaving intricate gestures to command the red line escape needles deeper into the mantis's brain. With deft precision, the needles navigated past the rigid skull and along the optic nerves, infiltrating the creature's brain and traversing its interior. Instantly, the mantis appeared to lose all strength, collapsing to the ground in a curled position, trembling and convulsing, accompanied by labored breaths. Despite its remarkable vitality, the destruction of its brain was irrevocable, leading to its inevitable demise. In a short while, the once mighty golden-backed demon mantis lay silent. With a sigh of relief, Nie Zhaonan felt the weight of fatigue settle upon him after such an intense battle with a fourth-tier demon. Casting a glance at the scattered remnants of the violet lightning gauntlets, he dismissed them from his thoughts, recognizing them as merely an ordinary top-tier artifact. Approaching the lifeless body of the mantis, he hovered a hand over its compound eyes, and in the next moment, the 13 redline escape needles swiftly returned to his grasp. Due to the scarcity of demon beasts in Tiannan, any creature with even a modicum of potential was often captured and cultivated as a spirit companion. The carcass of a fourth-tier demon beast was an exceedingly rare find. He meticulously examined the spoils of his battle. The corpse of the golden-backed demon mantis represented the finest material for crafting artifacts. Its 4 pairs of wings and exoskeleton could be combined with the previously acquired ink serpent scales and dragon bones to forge a vessel of flight, undoubtedly swift in nature. As for the sharp scythes, they would be fashioned into a pair of flying swords. After a moment of contemplation, Nie Zhaonan devised a plan for processing these materials. He reached out to touch the scythe-like forelimbs, feeling the chilling edge poised to pierce his skin. This visceral sensation prompted him to commend silently. Truly, these forelimbs were treasures befitting a fourth-tier insect demon. Without hesitation, he focused his thoughts, connecting with the purple sky cave, and in an instant, his towering form vanished from sight. With the body secured, Nie Zhaonan proceeded toward the cave's depths. In a secluded corner, a half-seated skeleton clad in gray robes leaned against the rocky wall, a storage bag clipped to its waist. Nie Zhaonan retrieved the storage bag and delved into its contents with his consciousness, scrutinizing its contents closely. Aside from 2 green jade slips, one detailing the machinations between the Spirit Beast Mountain and the Spirit Control sect, and the other containing insights into cultivating peculiar insects and descriptions of over 1,000 varieties, there was naught else of value. He disregarded the rankings within, recognizing that a core formation cultivator's perspective was limited, resulting in significant flaws in the compilation of the insect list. The remainder of the bag contained various jars and vials, housing an assortment of insects and their sustenance. Astonishingly, there was not a single artifact, talisman, or spirit stone within. Although Nie Zhaonan had not harbored high expectations for this storage bag, seeking only the green jade slips, disappointment lingered in his heart. How impoverished was this core formation cultivator, whose wealth paled in comparison to that of the Black Sha sect leader. The latter's storage bag had contained thousands of spirit stones, along with fragments of the profound Yin scripture, techniques for external avatars, methods for creating blood condensation 5 elements pills, the demonic beast art, and the remnants of the void sky map, each item worth a fortune, indispensable even to a core formation cultivator. The most valuable among them was undoubtedly the void sky map, a key to entering the void sky palace. Nie Zhaonan's initial confrontation with the Black Sha sect leader had been largely motivated by the desire to obtain this map. The Void Sky Palace, a grand edifice crafted by the ancient cultivator Ice Soul Fairy, opened once every 300 years and remained accessible for a month. Cultivators could utilize the Void Sky map to seek treasures within, and Nie Zhaonan was determined not to miss this opportunity. Days later, before the entrance of the Hidden Moon sect, 2 rows of Qi refinement disciples stood guard. "Would you kindly inform Elder Nangong that Nie Zhaonan has arrived for a visit?" Nie Zhaonan said earnestly to the leading disciples. The 2 scrutinized the newcomer, noting his striking demeanor and an ethereal quality that surpassed even the many handsome faces within the sect. His courteous behavior and humble tone revealed no hint of arrogance. The arduous task of guarding the gate is often met with disdain, and it is rare to encounter someone as courteous as Nie Zhaonan. This naturally engenders a few more favorable sentiments towards him. However, despite these feelings, the necessary protocols must not be overlooked, especially since a foundation establishment elder is involved. Any misstep here would be unacceptable. One disciple, adhering to the customary procedure, inquired, "Might I ask from which sect you hail, senior? And what brings you to seek Master Nangguang?" "I come from Huangfeng Valley, but the particulars of my visit are not for disclosure. I trust that once you inform Elder Nangguang, he will certainly grant me an audience," Nie Zhaonan replied, his tone earnest and devoid of any pretense. The disciple was about to press further with another question, but was swiftly restrained by a fellow sect member who grasped his arm to silence him. "Please wait, senior. We shall report to Elder Nangguang immediately." With that, the 2 disciples summoned their flying artifacts and soared deeper into the depths of the Hidden Moon sect. Once they had departed, Nie Zhaonan promptly produced a communication jade talisman belonging to Nangguang Wan, whispering a few words into it. In the next moment, the talisman on the desk before Nangguang, who sat cross-legged in meditation, emitted a radiant glow. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her bright eyes opened wide, revealing an unmistakable joy. With a flick of her hand, she drew the talisman close, and a voice resonated. "Waner, I have arrived, right at the mountain gate." Chapter 69. A reunion with Nangguang. Upon hearing Nie Zhaonan's voice, Nangguang's alabaster cheeks lit up with a charming smile. However, a sudden thought caused her expression to vanish, and she casually tossed the talisman onto the desk, her demeanor returning to one of calm composure. On the way to report, the disciple who had been restrained earlier reproached his companion. "Feng Shidi, why did you stop me from inquiring about that person's reason for visiting? What if he is a spy plotting against our Hidden Moon sect?" Feng Shidi cast a glance at his somewhat single-minded senior brother Li and explained. From that person's demeanor and tone, it was evident he was confident that Elder Nangguang would see him. He might have a close relationship with her, and we must not offend him. As for any ulterior motives, he is merely a Foundation establishment cultivator. He poses no real threat to our Hidden Moon sect. His last statement was filled with pride, for their sect was indeed the foremost in the kingdom of Yu. Li Shixiang had no counterargument to this reasoning and fell silent, continuing on towards Elder Nangguang's cave residence. Before long, a maid softly announced at the door, "Elder Nangguang, a Foundation establishment cultivator from Huangfeng Valley, Nie Zhaonan, seeks an audience." After a moment of silence within the hall, Nangguang's voice finally drifted out. "Please bring him in." The maid respectfully acknowledged the command and departed. Once she was gone, Nangguang's cheeks puffed slightly as she thought, a hint of resentment brewing within her. "I shall see how you explain your two companions." After venting her frustration, Nangguang closed her eyes once more, sitting serenely on the soft couch, exhibiting an air of a transcendent being. Time passed, and the maid's voice resounded again. "Elder Nangguang, the guest has been brought in." Upon hearing this, Nangguang made no movement, remaining seated with her eyes closed, and spoke without emotion. "You may leave. Let him enter." Nie Zhaonan entered and closed the door behind him. Aware of his presence, Nangguang maintained her aloof demeanor, continuing to sit in silence, brooding. Nie Zhaonan, however, showed no surprise at her indifference. After all, Nangguang was a Foundation establishment cultivator, and it would be exceedingly simple for her to uncover his secrets. Knowing that he had other women, more than one, in fact, Nangguang's lack of anger was rather peculiar for someone of her standing. With an air of familiarity, Nie Zhaonan approached her and sat beside her, inhaling the delicate fragrance that enveloped her. He gazed at her elegant and noble aura for a considerable time, nearly causing her to reveal her true self under his intense scrutiny. In the next moment, with genuine concern, he inquired, "Waner, are you still cultivating?" As he spoke, he instinctively wrapped an arm around her delicate waist, playfully pinching the soft flesh that lay beneath her thin garment. Though Nie Zhaonan may not have had the experience of the past, he was certainly no stranger to understanding a woman's moods. He knew that when a woman felt unhappy or jealous, a bit of shamelessness could go a long way. Furthermore, in this life, he had become quite the seasoned suitor, adept at navigating the tempers of various women. As he felt her waist being encroached upon, Nangguang could not help but react. Her eyes fluttering open as she spoke in a cool tone, "What brings you here? Shouldn't you be in Huangfeng Valley, attending to your two companions?" Internally, Nie Zhaonan silently corrected her, "Not two, but 3 companions. With you, that makes 4. However, such words were not meant for this moment. When her gaze shifted to him, Nangguang's eyes widened in astonishment, and before he could respond, she exclaimed, "Mid-Foundation establishment. I never expected your cultivation to have progressed so rapidly in these 7 years." It was known that as a fire attribute spiritual root, Nangguang had spent a decade to reach the early Foundation establishment stage. Thus, it was no wonder she was taken aback to see Nie Zhaonan exhibiting mid-Foundation establishment prowess. Seemingly oblivious to her grievances regarding his other companions, Nie Zhaonan earnestly replied, "I came here to see you, Waner. It seems you have missed me too, remembering the time we were apart so clearly." As for his cultivation, he added, "Perhaps my desire to achieve the golden core and formally unite with you as a partner has spurred my progress." Hearing that he had not forgotten their promise made in the underground world, Nangguang's expression softened somewhat. Yet, feeling his hand encroaching further upon her waist, she expressed mild irritation. "You little rogue, you are too brazen. I am a Foundation establishment cultivator. Do you not know to show respect for your seniors?" As she spoke, her delicate hand reached for his wrist, attempting to pry his hand away. However, her grip lacked any real force. Entirely unlike what one would expect from a Foundation establishment cultivator, It resembled more the feeble grasp of a delicate maiden. Nie Zhaonan did not respond verbally. Instead, he silenced her with a dominating kiss, having somehow captured her soft, sweet lips. Nangguangwan was momentarily taken aback, but instinctively closed her eyes, embracing Nie Zhaonan's sturdy form. Adopting a demeanor of surrender. As a foundation establishment cultivator, she should have easily detected his sudden advance, yet for reasons unknown. Perhaps it was the intoxicating masculinity that enveloped her as he drew near, leaving her with no desire to resist. After a long moment, their lips parted. Observing the rosy hue that graced Nangguangwan's fair cheeks and the glimmer of moisture in her beautiful eyes, Nie Zhaonan uttered a simple yet heartfelt phrase. "Waner, I have missed you." Upon hearing this, Nangguangwan felt a sweet warmth blossom within her heart. She lowered her head slightly, her voice barely a whisper. "I have too." In that moment, she resembled a love-struck girl, completely forgetting her earlier intentions to question Nie Zhaonan about his two companions, which was precisely what Nie Zhaonan had hoped for. Feeling deeply moved, Nie Zhaonan skillfully laid Nangguangwan back onto the soft couch where she often cultivated, leaning over her once more to claim her enticing lips in another kiss. Feeling the movements of the person beside her, Nangguangwan was enveloped in a sweet sensation, fully aware of what was to unfold next. With a delicate gesture of her jade-like fingers, she executed a magical incantation, sending a beam of golden light towards the restrictions of the cave, activating the array. Gradually, much of the fabric covering her chest was revealed, exposing large swathes of her smooth, snowy skin to the air, adorned with a hint of rosy blush, and the fullness of her bosom accentuated by a deep and alluring curve, all of which stirred the nerves of Nie Zhaonan. Chapter 70. Family meeting. Nangguangwan felt a wave of softness wash over her, occasionally letting out soft murmurs as the two youthful bodies intertwined passionately, yearning to meld into one another. Soon, their garments fell away like leaves, revealing the boundless beauty of spring upon the soft couch. A heady aroma of desire permeated the room. "Waner, you are truly beautiful," Nie Zhaonan exclaimed, his hands gently caressing her slender waist, his admiration sincere. Nangguangwan replied. Her body sprawled upon the couch, her delicate form creating a breathtaking arc. Though a hint of shyness crept into her heart, she responded softly. "Where did you learn these techniques, little thief?" "You are quite the sensual rogue," she teased, her tone lacking any reproach, instead filled with enjoyment. Nie Zhaonan, brimming with excitement, retorted, "I am no lecher. I am a gentleman of virtue, desiring only my own woman in this manner. Does Wana not appreciate it?" He continued to indulge in teasing her further. Nangguangwan, overwhelmed by waves of pleasure and satisfaction, found herself unable to retort, yet stubbornly declared, "I must have fallen under your spell to encounter such a nemesis." The room fell into a tranquil hush as they immersed themselves in this profound exchange, occasionally producing enchanting melodies, their joy evident. Meanwhile, in the Nie family's great hall, all foundational cultivators had gathered for a meeting. The head of the Nie family sat in the main seat, a smile gracing his face as he addressed his daughter. "Inger, please share the reason for gathering everyone." His tone was laced with paternal affection. Nie had previously brought back 5 foundation pills, significantly bolstering the family's strength. Upon this reunion, her cultivation had advanced to the mid-foundation stage. Understanding the changes in her, he felt a swell of pride, convinced that it was her husband who was the catalyst for such progress. He eagerly anticipated the announcement of significant news during this family meeting. With a delicate parting of her lips, her voice rang out like a melodious aureole. "Father, my purpose in returning to the family is to propose that we procure more life-preserving magical artifacts, talismans, and elixirs." The 10 foundational cultivators present wore expressions of confusion. The value of these items was well established, their worth in spirit stones clearly marked. Even amidst fluctuations, the changes were not substantial. Unable to comprehend any potential benefits, they refrained from challenging her due to her status and contributions to the family. The family head interjected, "The family does possess some industries in this area, but the profits are minimal. I am unsure why you have suddenly entertained this idea." He refrained from outright rejection, instead discussing the operational circumstances of the family's businesses. The attendees nodded in agreement, acknowledging the head's perspective. Nie appeared to have anticipated this reaction, a proud smile flickering across her face as she explained, "Father, this is my husband's suggestion. He recently received news that the prices of these items are bound to rise, at least by 10%. She ceased speaking, confident that her husband's reputation would facilitate the matter without difficulty. Concerning the critical information about the impending war, Nie adhered to her husband's instructions and remained tight-lipped. Everyone present understood who her husband was, particularly the newly advanced foundational cultivators. Upon realizing it was Nie Zhaonan's proposal, and that there was at least a 10% profit, their attitudes shifted. Head of the family, I believe we should give this proposal a try. Indeed, if prices do not rise, we can still sell them through the family shop without incurring losses. I concur that this is feasible. The previous skepticism dissipated, and all present expressed their support for the initiative. The family head decisively proclaimed, since there are no objections, let us proceed with the acquisition immediately. The family currently has 100,000 spirit stones. Let us allocate them to procure the items Inger mentioned. The head was astute. Recognizing the urgency of the matter, the Chun family faced similar circumstances. Initially, there was skepticism, but once Chun Xiaoqian mentioned Nie Zhaonan's name, a consensus was quickly reached. Both families cooperatively endorsed the initiative, the key being the foundation pills Nie Zhaonan had provided to the two women. No one would dare oppose a man capable of presenting such treasures. Who knows what other valuable artifacts he might produce next? Days later, the activity within the room showed no signs of abating. Nangong, somewhat astonished, inquired, "Are you not weary?" For days, Nie Zhaonan had behaved like an indefatigable bull, fervently pursuing her. Even she, a core formation cultivator, found it challenging to keep up. Surely it is not Wanner's enchanting allure, akin to a celestial maiden, that has captivated me so thoroughly. Nie Zhaonan praised her in various ways. "Humph, you are quite the smooth talker," Nangong replied, her tone filled with disbelief. Though a rosy hue graced her cheeks, clearly flattered by his words. After a considerable time, Nie Zhaonan finally withdrew his hands from the softness of her form, beckoning to retrieve a storage pouch scattered on the floor. He produced a jade slip and spoke slowly. "Wanner, I came to see you for another matter." He recounted the significance of the jade slip to Nangong. "What? Why did you only reveal such crucial news now?" Nangong was taken aback by the impending demonic invasion, her tone tinged with reproach. "This news pales in comparison to my Wanner's significance. After our long separation, we should cherish this time to strengthen our bond," Nie Zhaonan replied earnestly. Listening to his explanation, Nangong felt a rush of sweetness, realizing her importance in his heart. "Very well, I shall forgive you this time," she said, turning to leave, emitting a soft sound that intensified her blush. Yet, recognizing the gravity of the situation, she quickly donned her garments and cast a cleansing spell to eliminate any lingering scents. Chapter 71. The Elder of the Inuit Sect, she then stated. "You may wait in my cave for a moment. I will report this matter to my master and return shortly." Nie Zhaonan appreciated the enchanting curves of Nangong's figure. His response casual, "Very well, I shall await your return." As if recalling something, he added, "Just mention that you discovered this news. I prefer not to appear before the nascent soul cultivators too soon." Nangong smiled gently and teased, "So, are you finally afraid? Do you now realize you are merely a foundation establishment cultivator? Before me, you, a mere novice, show no reverence at all." Nie Zhaonan revealed a hint of embarrassment. Expressing his innermost thoughts, "Wanner, you are inherently different. Our bond is so intimate that I have long regarded you as my own. Naturally, we share joy freely. I have complete trust in you, or I would not have disclosed such news." Upon hearing his words, Nangong found them quite reasonable and casually replied, "All right. You certainly know how to speak. I shall take my leave now." Without waiting for Nie Zhaonan's response, she transformed into a streak of light and vanished from sight. "Why the haste? Are you afraid I might consume you?" Nie Zhaonan remarked with a slight scoff, watching Nangong disappear in an instant. In a blink, she arrived at the grand hall where her master resided. Her master, the Grand Elder of the Hidden Moon sect, had reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, making her the most formidable cultivator in the kingdom of Yu. Unfortunately, at over 900 years old, the prospect of further advancement seemed bleak. "Master, I have urgent matters to report," Nangong said respectfully to the elegant woman seated at the head of the hall, her expression betraying her anxiety. "Wanner, what troubles you so?" said the elder, her voice carrying a hint of age yet exuding a calming warmth, akin to a gentle breeze over a tranquil lake. It was the first time she had witnessed Nangong in such a state, piquing her curiosity about the news. "I inadvertently killed a demonic cultivator at the core formation stage, who turned out to be an elder of the spirit beast sect. From him, I learned of a plot for the demonic sect to invade the kingdom of Yu, intending to use the spirit beast mountain as a pawn to conspire against our 6 sections." She then handed a green jade slip to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder accepted the slip, scanning its contents, her countenance darkening with anger. The demonic sect intends to use forbidden techniques to disguise foundation establishment cultivators as core formation elders. thereby securing the trust of the Spirit Beast Mountain. Once they gain that trust, the Spirit Beast Mountain will turn against us, striking a devastating blow to our sixth sex and seizing control of the kingdom of you. Their ambitions are truly ravenous. I understand, the Grand Elder responded, her tone steady, albeit with a hint of surprise. For one who had lived for centuries, an invasion by the demonic sect was not a matter that would easily rattle her. This confidence stemmed from her formidable strength as a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. One of the strongest beneath the great cultivators of Tiannan, unlikely to fall easily in battle. Furthermore, few would dare to seek enmity with her. Had it not been for Wanner conveying such crucial intelligence today, the demonic sect and the Spirit Beast Mountain might have succeeded in their schemes. Wanner has achieved a great merit today. After notifying the other 5 sects, I will certainly advocate for a substantial reward on her behalf. The Grand Elder's words brimmed with nurturing intent for Nangong Wan. With her lifespan dwindling to merely a century, she recognized that only Nangong Wan possessed the innate spiritual roots necessary to advance to the nascent soul stage, and thus she was determined to cultivate her diligently. Thank you, Master. Nangong Wan expressed her gratitude with a bow. You may return for now and focus on your cultivation. I will send xianxia to investigate the movements of the demonic sect, the Grand Elder instructed. Yes, Nangong Wan replied, making her way out of the hall. Once she departed, the Grand Elder retrieved a communication talisman and whispered a few words before activating it, sending a faint yellow light towards the abode of the elusive Qiong. Barely half an hour had passed when Nangong Wan re-entered the cave dwelling, spotting Nie Zhaonan, now clad in a black robe that exuded a dignified aura. Her mood lightened considerably. In her heart, she mused, this little thief does possess a certain grace when dressed. Nie Zhaonan, noticing Nangong Wan gazing at him in a daze, felt a swell of pride, inwardly delighted by his charm, though he maintained a calm demeanor. Wanner, have you already reported the demonic invasion to your master so swiftly? He inquired leisurely. Nangong Wan, snapping back to reality, cleared her throat and replied, yes, Master has dispatched xianxia to investigate the demonic sect's movements. Moreover, having achieved such a significant merit, the 6 sects will bestow considerable rewards. Do you have any particular spiritual items in mind? Xiong was renowned for his unique, formless teleportation technique, allowing him to move with extraordinary speed, making him the ideal candidate for such tasks, even eluding early-stage nascent soul cultivators. After a moment of contemplation, Nie Zhaonan mentioned, if possible, I would like to acquire some Gung essence. He required Gung essence for the crafting of the Gung Gold Divine Thunder Sword, as it was one of the most precious auxiliary materials essential for the process. Collecting Gung essence on his own would be time-consuming and uncertain, so he seized this opportunity. Knowing that the 6 sects could easily procure it, surprised by his request, Nangong Wan exclaimed, you mean the Gung essence, known as the treasure of sharp gold? Incorporating it into a magic tool not only enhances its hardness, but also significantly boosts its strength and sharpness. I never imagined you would need such a rare item. Even nascent soul cultivators seldom possess it. Nangong Wan surmised that Nie Zhaonan's need for such a treasure was undoubtedly for forging a magic tool. Though she could hardly fathom the extent of power such an artifact would wield, certainly surpassing her own Zhuke ring. Nie Zhaonan, unperturbed by her astonishment, affirmed, you are absolutely correct. It is indeed that item. After a brief moment of consideration, she deemed the request feasible and replied, very well. I shall relay this to the sect. Suddenly recalling the impending battle and concerned for Nie Zhaonan's safety, she proposed, come, let us head to the forging chamber. Since you have slain a 4th-tier beast, I shall assist you in crafting it into a magical artifact. Feeling warmth in his heart, Nie Zhaonan smiled at her words. It seems Wanner truly cares for her husband, he remarked, unabashedly complimenting her. He continued to flatter, you may simply call me husband, for such a title would enhance our marital bond. Nangong Wan was not one to indulge his whims and retorted, dream on. If you wish for me to call you husband, you must first reach the core formation stage. For now, you are merely my furnace. Nie Zhaonan shook his head, casting a nostalgic gaze toward the soft couch, a mischievous smile gracing his face. I distinctly recall you, fair Nangong, calling out to me just moments ago with great emotion. Nangong Wan felt a tinge of embarrassment recalling that moment, but stubbornly retorted, that was all you're doing. You little thief. Changing the subject, she added, enough of this. Do you still wish to forge a magical artifact? Of course. To have the esteemed Nangong assist in crafting a magical tool is my honor. I shall surely repay your kindness, Nie Zhaonan stated earnestly, lowering his demeanor. Nangong Wan, hearing his flattering words, slightly lifted her chin, exposing her elegant, slender neck as she proceeded toward the forging chamber. While Nie Zhaonan was capable of forging high-tier magical artifacts, they were merely ordinary ones. The previous purple bamboo sword he crafted for the three women relied on a millennium-old purple bamboo, endowing it with strength and efficacy far superior to that of common artifacts, as such ancient spiritual materials were highly coveted for artifact forging. In the present day, there exists a remarkable alchemist, Nangong Wan, a practitioner of the Golden Core stage, who is assisting in the creation of magical artifacts. The exceptional quality of these artifacts is not to be overlooked by Nie Zhaonan. The scene shifts as the newcomer enters the alchemical workshop within Nangong Wan's cave dwelling. The workshop is simply adorned, featuring a towering vermilion furnace, translucent like agate, and walls lined with niches holding jade boxes that evidently contain alchemical materials. Please present your materials for crafting. I shall provide any necessary supplementary components, Nangong Wan remarked nonchalantly, crossing her arms, seemingly indifferent to the value of some materials. Understood, Nie Zhaonan replied, promptly retrieving the carcass of a golden-backed demon mantis and the materials from the ink-scaled serpent, laying them on the ground. Nangong Wan approached to examine them closely, particularly noting the wings and forelimbs of the mantis, even feeling the strength of the materials. However, upon seeing the pile of ink-scaled serpent materials, its white scales, claws, and tail fin, her expression became slightly unnatural. Nie Zhaonan observed this change. After all, the ink-scaled serpent had served as a connection between them, stirring memories of events that transpired in the underground world. Turning to glare at Nie Zhaonan, she finally inquired, "What do you intend to forge from these materials?" Nie Zhaonan articulated his well-considered plan. "I aim to craft a flying vessel from the golden-backed demon mantis carapace and wings, while the remaining materials will be fashioned into paired sword-shaped artifacts." Nangong Wan nodded slightly, her excitement evident. Indeed, a commendable idea. Both of these beasts possess remarkable flight capabilities. Thus, the speed of the flying vessel should be impressive. Furthermore, the sharpness of their forelimbs makes them ideal for crafting offensive artifacts. Moreover, the quality of these materials is exceedingly high, ensuring that the flying vessel and swords will not fall short of excellence, with a considerable chance of being treasured items. In the realm of cultivation, top-tier artifacts are typically categorized into three classes. The first class consists of ordinary top-tier artifacts, usually crafted from rare materials, exhibiting substantial offensive or defensive power. For instance, the cold crystal blade, forged from the rarest of dark crystals and ice jade, represents such an artifact. The second class encompasses exquisite top-tier artifacts, which surpass ordinary ones in terms of power, materials, and craftsmanship. An example is the suite of top-tier artifacts, the Scarlet Line Escape Needles, comprising 13 pieces. The third class is the rarest, known as precious top-tier artifacts, which are the finest among artifacts and often possess unique functions and enhanced power. Despite Nangong Wan's prowess as a Golden Core practitioner and her exceptional crafting skills, the production of high-quality top-tier artifacts remains limited, primarily due to the scarcity of materials. Were it not for this scarcity, the level of her crafting could easily yield exquisite top-tier artifacts, generating a significant income in spirit stones. The materials before them, a fourth-tier beast and a second-tier ink-scaled serpent, are nearly impossible to find in the markets of Tiannan, largely due to the region's depleted resources. The flames within the furnace roared vibrantly, fueled by Nangong Wan's alchemical fire. She deftly manipulated the temperature with her hand gestures, watching as the black carapace gradually melted into a viscous black liquid, while the gray impurities were reduced to ash in the flames below. Subsequently, she systematically introduced the required materials for the flying vessel into the furnace, refining them to eliminate impurities and retain their essence, thereby enhancing their purity and quality. Nangong Wan's actions flowed seamlessly, unhurried yet precise. She occasionally imparted insights to Nie Zhaonan, who was attentively observing and learning the art of crafting. When purifying materials, it is essential to control the temperature of the furnace's flames, ensuring their stability. Once the purification is complete, the materials must be placed around the furnace, maintaining their condition with the heat to prevent solidification. Each material requires a specific flame temperature. For instance, to fully refine the impurities from the golden-backed demon mantis carapace, a higher temperature is necessary, she explained while casually tossing several carapace pieces into the furnace. Nie Zhaonan, eager to learn, posed questions whenever he encountered confusion, and Nangong Wan patiently provided unique insights that illuminated his understanding. Through this dialogue, under her meticulous guidance, Nie Zhaonan became more attentive to the finer details he had previously overlooked during his crafting attempts, acquiring advanced techniques and methods. As Nangong completed the purification of the beast materials and supplementary components, a number of liquid forms, varying in size and color, black, white, and gray, emerged around the furnace, each radiating a faint spiritual light. The subsequent steps of inscribing arrays, merging materials, and shaping them were executed seamlessly. After several hours, a stunning flying vessel, adorned in black and white with elegantly crafted gray spiritual wings, began to take form within the furnace. Nangong wiped the beads of sweat from her brow and beckoned the vessel with a graceful gesture, causing it to flutter into her hand. Nie Zhaonan extended his arms, gently encircling her waist from behind, cradling the somewhat weary Nangong without any improper intentions. Though she was a golden core practitioner, the prolonged focus and intensity of the crafting, combined with her continuous teaching of Nie Zhaonan, had left her fatigued. Feeling the warmth of his embrace and the strength of his hands around her waist, a sense of happiness enveloped her, dissipating her earlier weariness. "Waner, you have worked hard," Nie Zhaonan murmured, planting a kiss on her sweaty cheek. Startled by the warmth of his lips, Nangong quickly pushed him away, a hint of annoyance in her voice. "My face is drenched in sweat. Do you not realize how dirty that is?" She chided playfully. Nie Zhaonan seized the opportunity to tease her once more, saying, "My Waner is the epitome of cleanliness. Not a speck of dirt resides upon her, and even her sweat bears a delightful fragrance." His words rang true. As a golden core practitioner, Nangong's perspiration lacked any foul odor, instead exuding a pleasant scent. He then buried his face in her cascading black hair, inhaling deeply, producing a soft sigh. Listening to Nie Zhaonan's compliments, Nangong's eyes sparkled with joy, raising the flying vessel before him. This vessel incorporates some crafting techniques from the Tianyue divine boat of the Xianxia sect. It should undoubtedly reach the level of a precious artifact. "What do you wish to name it?" she asked, her voice tinged with excitement. Nie Zhaonan scrutinized the vessel in her hands, thoroughly pleased, and pondered for a moment before declaring, "This precious flying vessel is a rarity even in the entirety of the Yu Kingdom. Let us name it the Ling Yun Flying Vessel," symbolizing flight among the clouds, a truly extraordinary title. "Ah, the name is fitting, though the explanation seems a tad forced." Nangong chuckled lightly, amused by Nie Zhaonan's whimsical reasoning. Nie Zhaonan quietly embraced Nangong's delicate figure, showing no concern for her teasing remarks. Subsequently, Nangong began to forge a long sword, utilizing the forelimbs of the golden-backed mantis and the ink-colored flood dragon as primary materials. After half a day's meticulous crafting, a pair of exquisite 3-foot-long swords emerged. These swords were adorned with scales along the blade, featuring a grand sword tip shaped like 3 ears of cloud, with the hilt embellished by dragon claws, all enveloped in a striking obsidian hue, exuding an air of dominance. Nie Zhaonan named them Mo Lin. Mo Lin perfectly inherited the sharpness of the golden-backed mantis forelimbs, effortlessly capable of piercing gold and splitting stone, and could shatter ordinary top-tier magical artifacts in the blink of an eye. Once the magical artifacts were completed, Nie Zhaonan did not hasten to depart from the Hidden Moon sect. The two remained in the cave dwelling for a fortnight. During this time, Nie Zhaonan was oblivious to the expression on Nangong's face as he nonchalantly retrieved a storage bag concealed beneath her crimson belly wrap, extracting 40 jade vials and 20 jade boxes, filling the bed completely. "Waner, open it, and take a look. You will undoubtedly adore what you find," Nie Zhaonan asserted confidently, certain that she would be enamored with the contents. Gazing at the numerous jade vials and boxes upon the bed, Nangong couldn't help but wonder where this little rogue had acquired so many treasures. With a hint of skepticism, she sat up, her rounded form creating a captivating curve, and casually picked up a jade vial, uncorking it to pour out the contents, initially believing it to be a mere trinket. Her casual demeanor shifted when the elixir appeared in her hand, prompting her to exclaim in astonishment, "Stabilizing pill. Could it be that all these jade vials contain stabilizing pills?" Her eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Nie Zhaonan, seeking confirmation. Nie Zhaonan smiled gently, taking pride in revealing such treasures before Nangong. "You are correct. There are indeed 40 stabilizing pills. Moreover, within the jade boxes, there are 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, perfectly suitable for refining the elixirs you require to enhance your cultivation." Nie Zhaonan, not being a heartless individual, was quite generous with his beloved. Considering that Nangong had recently formed her core and was not financially affluent, he specifically entrusted her with 40 stabilizing pills and 20,000-year-old spiritual herbs. The 40 stabilizing pills could fetch over 100,000 spirit stones, more than enough for her daily needs. Upon hearing about the 20,000-year-old spiritual herbs, Nangong was momentarily stunned. cautiously returning the stabilizing pills to their vial with a hint of joy on her face. She marveled at the unexpected generosity of this little rogue, who had gifted her such a bounty of spiritual herbs, showing a commendable sense of integrity. The value of thousand-year-old spiritual herbs was not only immensely high, but also exceedingly rare, nearly unattainable in the outside world. Since forming her core, Nie Zhaonan had scarcely obtained a few of these valuable herbs. Thus, receiving such a generous gift from Nie Zhaonan filled her with immense happiness. After a brief moment of elation, however, Nie Zhaonan expressed her concern. "You have given me so many stabilizing pills and thousand-year-old spiritual herbs. What will you do?" She worried that Nie Zhaonan had relinquished all his treasures, potentially hindering his future cultivation efforts. Sensing the underlying concern in her words, Nie Zhaonan felt a profound sense of comfort as he pulled her into his embrace, assuring, "Rest assured, I still possess some stabilizing pills and thousand-year-old spiritual herbs for myself." To him, these items were merely a drop in the ocean, within the spiritual fields of the Xianxia cave. With the aid of some spirit stones, he could acquire as many as he desired. Nie Zhaonan remained hesitant, gently refusing, "But I cannot accept such treasures without reason." As a female cultivator of the Hidden Moon sect, she understood the significance placed on beauty and appearance among female cultivators. A single stabilizing pill was worth as much as a fine magical artifact. The 40 stabilizing pills were equivalent to 40 exquisite artifacts. Even female cultivators who had formed their cores would find it hard to resist the allure of a pill that could preserve their beauty indefinitely. If she were to trade these stabilizing pills with others, she might even obtain rarer treasures. Nevertheless, she could not bring herself to accept them without feeling guilt. Nie Zhaonan tightened his embrace around Nie Zhaonan, whose charm was ever present, and with a mischievous smile, he remarked, "Waner, do we really need to be so calculative in our relationship? What is mine is yours. You are entirely mine."